Chapter 1. The Innkeeper. The proprietor. Business has been dwindling of late. Today, we have only 4 tables occupied. At this rate, our establishment may soon face financial ruin. The proprietor. Proprietor? After calling out twice, Zhang Yang finally emerged from his reverie. What is it? It was evident that he had not absorbed the words of the young attendant, prompting him to inquire again. With a sigh, the attendant reiterated his earlier statement. Upon hearing the query, Zhang Yang smiled gently, offering solace. Oh, it's nothing to worry about. I still have some savings that should suffice for a while. Once the weather warms, patrons will naturally return. The attendant nodded, though his gaze remained somewhat distant, as if he had something to express but hesitated to voice it. Zhang Yang, however, was oblivious to the attendant's unease. In truth, Zhang Yang's inner thoughts were not as optimistic as he appeared. He was, in fact, a traveler from another realm, having arrived in this world merely 2 days prior. His current role was that of an innkeeper in a setting reminiscent of ancient China, albeit with its own peculiarities. He had taken over this body after its previous owner perished, while experimenting with a so-called method of cultivating immortality he had acquired from an unknown source. Upon assimilating the original owner's memories, Zhang Yang discovered the existence of cultivators in this world, though not everyone possessed the aptitude to become one. Do people actually believe in such nonsense? They must have a death wish, he mused. After 2 days of acclimatization, he had reluctantly come to terms with his new circumstances, though he occasionally found himself lost in nostalgia for his former life. To become a cultivator, one requires a spiritual root, which is exceedingly rare, he recalled from the knowledge imprinted in his mind. Based on the original owner's memories, he concluded that he was unlikely to be the prodigious talent that such rarity would entail. Thus, thoughts of cultivation were futile. Fortunately, the original owner had left him with an inn. Well then, I shall focus on managing this establishment, he resolved. Although modest in size, with diligent effort, it could provide a comfortable living, if not great wealth. Proprietor. After much hesitation, the attendant finally mustered the courage to voice his thoughts. Is there something else? Zhang Yang turned his attention to him. The attendant, a lad of about 15 or 16 named Ma Lu, was one of his 2 employees. The other had taken a day off. With the innkeeper's gaze upon him, Ma Lu finally spoke. I have recently heard that the decline in our business is due to the Wang family scheming against us, causing patrons to shy away from dining and lodging here. Zhang Yang frowned at this revelation. The Wang family? He sifted through his memories and quickly unearthed pertinent information regarding the Wang family, one of the 4 prominent clans in Yanhai City, primarily engaged in the innkeeping trade. Over a month ago, they had approached the original owner with an offer to buy the inn. However, when the original owner found the price to be pathetically low and felt sentimental ties to the inn inherited from his father, he had declined. The Wang family's envoy had left in a huff, and for a month thereafter, they had not returned, allowing the original owner to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet now, the inn's business had steadily worsened. Reflecting on this, Zhang Yang realized the possibility of the Wang family's interference in their affairs. If that is indeed the case, we have a serious predicament, he thought. The 4 great families held immense power in Yanhai City, and even the government dared not offend them lightly. To cross one of these families typically led to dire consequences. Observing the innkeeper's troubled expression, Ma Lu shared his concern. After all, his family had once struggled to afford meals, and had it not been for the innkeeper's kindness in offering him a job, he might have perished from hunger. Proprietor, you needn't worry too much. It could just be a rumor. Ma Lu attempted to offer some comfort, regretting his earlier words. Yet he feared that if the information were true, foreknowledge might enable the proprietor to take some precautions. Zhang Yang remained pensive. To gain a better understanding of the situation, he had ventured out the previous day and noted that other inns were bustling with patrons, while his own had only seen 2 or 3 tables occupied. He had not paid attention to this anomaly until Ma Liu's mention brought it to light. There was undoubtedly something amiss. This could spell trouble. Throughout the afternoon, Zhang Yang racked his brain for a solution, but as an ordinary individual without wealth or influence, he found himself powerless against the Wang family. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he had yet to devise a viable plan. Proprietor, I shall take my leave now. Please, rest early, Ma Lu said as he tidied up the premises. Very well, you may go, Zhang Yang replied. As Ma Lu departed, he closed the door behind him, leaving Zhang Yang alone in the inn. Must I truly resign myself to selling the inn to the Wang family? He lamented. His reluctance stemmed not from any emotional attachment to the inn, but rather from the knowledge gleaned from the original owner's memories, which indicated that the Wang family's offer was paltry and laden with empty promises. Having grown accustomed to the deceptive allure of such offers in his previous life, Zhang Yang found them utterly unappealing. As for the meager sum he might receive from selling the inn, sighing, he dismissed the thought. Thus, under no circumstances would he acquiesce to the Wang family's terms. Nevertheless, if no alternatives arose, he might have to negotiate for a more favorable settlement with them. However, the likelihood of success appeared slim. Confrontation seemed unwise. This was a world where retribution was elusive, and the law was but a farce in a realm inhabited by cultivators. As night descended, the inn was shrouded in darkness, save for a flickering candle that accompanied Zhang Yang. Just as he found himself at an impasse, he perceived a sudden blurriness before his eyes. After a series of blinks, a line of text materialized before him, intangible yet undeniably present. Investment return system activated. Zhang Yang was taken aback. An investment system? Having been an avid reader in his previous life, he understood the concept of systems and was surprised to find one now bestowed upon him. However, given his extraordinary circumstances, it seemed only fitting as he contemplated how to navigate this newfound system. The text shifted once more. Exceptional investment opportunities detected nearby host. Please complete the investment promptly. Upon successful completion of the first investment, the host will receive a heavenly spiritual root reward. Nearby? Shouldn't he be alone in the inn after closing? Alarmed, Zhang Yang sprang from his seat, brandishing the candle to illuminate his surroundings. Knock, knock, knock. A weak rapping echoed from the entrance. Chapter 2. The Fortunate One. Xiao Yingtian, is it at the door? Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. At least it was not some ghoul or specter. However, it was already late into the night. In this world, nightlife was rather scarce, so Zhang Yang felt compelled to exercise caution when responding to someone knocking at his door at such an hour. What if it were a bandit or a thief? He would have no means to defend himself. Yet, after careful inspection, he discovered that the figure at the threshold was merely a man who had collapsed on the ground, seemingly devoid of strength. Once assured of the lack of danger, Zhang Yang opened the door. The man, hearing the commotion, slightly moved his head. Could you spare me some food? His voice was weak and feeble. Seeing the man's condition, Zhang Yang ultimately decided to bring him into his inn. After confirming that no one else was nearby, he closed the door once more. He set the man down and fetched some leftover food from the kitchen, placing it before the stranger. Upon seeing the meal, the man wasted no time, summoning his last reserves of strength to devour the food ravenously. Take your time, you might choke, Zhang Yang advised with concern. The man seemed to regain a bit of vitality, and upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, he slowed his pace. After a moment, he finished the meal and finally spoke. Thank you. His tone remained weak, though it was an improvement from before. There's no need for thanks. Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively. It was only then that he fully observed the man's face. He appeared to be quite young, likely of similar age to Ma Lu. Just a boy, yet his disheveled clothing gave him an air of hardship. Who are you, young man, and what brings you to my doorstep? Zhang Yang inquired out of curiosity. Alas, the youth sighed before continuing, I am but a member of the Xiao family from Wuyang City, not far from here. Recently, my family encountered unforeseen misfortune, forcing me to flee and find myself here. The boy seemed reluctant to dwell on the painful memories, providing only a cursory explanation. Realizing that his late-night appearance at an inn might raise suspicion, he added, I assure you, I speak the truth that I am the third young master of the Xiao family, named Xiao Yingtian. You can verify this. Moreover, here is my family's token, nearly impossible for outsiders to forge. You may send someone to inquire and ascertain its authenticity. Xiao Yingtian elaborated. Zhang Yang nodded, his gaze wandering as he pondered. A moment later, a smile blossomed on his face as he said, given your current state, it seems you have nowhere else to go. Why not stay here for the night? The sudden shift in Zhang Yang's demeanor caught Xiao Yingtian off guard. Had he truly accepted his words? Did this man not fear that he might be deceiving him? Although they were within the city, safety was not guaranteed. Considering his earlier flimsy explanation, Xiao Yingtian had anticipated being cast out shortly. Yet, This unexpected kindness left him utterly astonished. However, he had no better options at present. Remaining in the city posed the risk of being hunted down. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yingtian acquiesced. "Thank you, Innkeeper. I, Xiao Yingtian, will remember your kindness and repay it tenfold when the opportunity arises. There is no need for such formality," Zhang Yang replied. "You may call me Yingtian." Ultimately, Zhang Yang assigned Xiao Yingtian a guest room. Leaving the young man's quarters, Zhang Yang could no longer contain his joy. A prompt had just appeared before him. Investment in Child of Fortune, Xiao Yingtian successful. Host receives heavenly root reward. This notification had appeared after Xiao Yingtian finished the meal Zhang Yang had provided. Can food be considered an investment? Zhang Yang had not anticipated that investing could be so straightforward in that moment of success. He learned more about Xiao Yingtian, which clarified why he had suddenly lowered his guard. Name: Xiao Yingtian. Gender: male. Age: 16. Talent: heavenly root cultivation. Qi refining level 4 debilitated, unable to utilize cultivation. Basic information. Third. Young master of the Xiao family from Wuyang City. Exceptionally gifted, forced to flee due to unforeseen family disaster. An ancient soul resides within his left-hand ring. On the verge of awakening needs. Fill his stomach fulfilled, seek shelter. Evade pursuit, ongoing, uncover those who wish him harm, ascertain the reason for his decline in strength. Enhance his power. Having briefly reviewed Xiao Yingshan's information, Zhang Yang grasped the reason for his successful investment. It appears the primary focus of investment lies in fulfilling his immediate needs, thus deeming it a success. The food was precisely what Xiao Yingtian craved to satiate his hunger. Hence Zhang Yang had successfully completed an investment. Heavenly root, does this mean I too could become a cultivator? Excitement surged within Zhang Yang as he contemplated the prospect of becoming a cultivator. Lying in bed, he found it impossible to sleep, for the idea of gaining such power meant he would no longer have to tread so cautiously in life. Even if his business suffered due to the machinations of the Wang family, once he became a cultivator, he would no longer need to live in fear. This prospect was nothing short of monumental news for him. With that thought, Zhang Yang hastily glanced at his attribute panel. Since acquiring the system, he had yet to examine his own attributes before Xiao Yingtian knocked at the door. Name: Zhang Yang. Gender: male. Age: 23. Talent: heavenly root merging. Cultivation: none. Technique: sunset technique. Beginner skills: none. Basic information: Innkeeper of Wanan in meridians damaged. His attributes were not dissimilar to Xiao Yingshan's, though, as the system's host, the needs section was absent. Clearly, the system intended to convey that he could not receive rewards by investing in himself. Zhang Yang, however, was unconcerned. Nevertheless, upon his first examination of his attribute panel, he discovered several unexpected details. Firstly, the heavenly root required time to merge. He did not yet possess it. Secondly, his meridians appeared to be damaged. No wonder he had felt a lingering weakness despite resting well over the past few days. This was likely the cause. Most intriguing to Zhang Yang was the fact that he possessed a technique. Isn't this technique the same as the one the original owner practiced? Could it be that the original owner had mastered it? Impossible. Had he succeeded, he would not have perished. Zhang Yang found himself perplexed. He still retained memories of this technique, but he had refrained from recalling it due to its association with the original owner's demise. Now, upon closer inspection of his mind, he discerned that this technique was indeed an extremely extreme and sinister one, with several cultivation methods that were decidedly unconventional. Zhang Yang surmised that his damaged meridians were likely a consequence of failed attempts at practicing this technique. The original owner chose to pursue such an obviously sinister technique. It appears the allure of becoming a cultivator is indeed profound in this world. However, Zhang Yang resolutely refused to engage with this technique any further. Moreover, now that he had acquired the heavenly root, he would need to seek out a suitable technique to cultivate. Purchasing is simply not an option, the only means for Zhang Yang. To acquire the technique lies with Xiao Yingtian. Tomorrow, he will see if further investment is feasible in the dead of night. Within Xiao Yingshan's chamber, a radiant glow gradually emanated from the ring in his hand. Ultimately, this luminescence converged in the center of the room, transforming into the visage of an elderly man. With hair and beard as white as snow, the old man's gaze carried an inherent gravitas, as if he were surveying all beneath him. Moreover, a flicker of joy could be discerned in the creases of his countenance. Ha ha ha, I have finally regained consciousness. Now, I can assist this young lad in restoring his cultivation, he exclaimed. The following day, Zhang Yang noticed that Xiao Yingtian emerged from his room, seemingly preoccupied with thoughts. Yingtian, good morning. Zhang Yang greeted him casually. Good morning, brother Zhang. Upon hearing the greeting, Xiao Yingtian snapped back to reality, immediately breaking into a smile. I could see that moment. A notification appeared before Zhang Yang once more. You have provided Xiao Yingtian with a night of shelter investment successful. Reward. Technique Qingtian Hunyuan Ju. The technique had arrived. Chapter 3. The Art of Reversal of the Five Elements. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhang Yang was filled with joy. This system was remarkably accommodating, fulfilling his every desire. As the prompt's text materialized, Zhang Yang simultaneously sensed that a cultivation technique had suddenly been imprinted in his mind, seamlessly integrating without the need for a learning process. However, since his celestial root had yet to fully integrate, he refrained from hastily embarking on his cultivation journey. I have prepared breakfast. Let's hurry down to eat, Zhang Yang said to Xiao Yingtian. Oh no, am I imposing on you again, brother Zhang? Xiao Yingtian replied, feeling increasingly embarrassed. He felt it was improper to continue imposing on Zhang Yang after having done so throughout the night. Nevertheless, before Xiao Yingtian could voice his thoughts, Zhang Yang enthusiastically led him downstairs to dine. In any case, Mayan rarely has guests. You may stay a few more days without issue. Xiao Yingtian contemplated. He truly had nowhere else to go, and there might be pursuers outside hunting for him. Remaining here seemed prudent. However, he had fled in haste and did not carry any money, which meant he could only repay Zhang Yang later. This young lad may lack a celestial root, yet he is quite warm-hearted. Just as Xiao Yingtian expressed his gratitude to Zhang Yang, an ancient voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The voice startled him, causing him to almost drop his chopsticks. Zhang Yang noticed his reaction and inquired, Is something wrong? Is the food unpalatable? And no, it's just that I was reminded of certain matters. Xiao Yingtian awkwardly explained, unable to disclose the fact that he had discovered a soul residing within his ring that morning. The unexpected voice had startled him, as he was still unaccustomed to it. Zhang Yang, not suspecting anything, nodded and departed. Once Zhang Yang left, Xiao Yingtian turned inwardly to ask, Elder Ming, can you discern Brother Zhang's aptitude? Xiao Yingtian was astonished. Generally, one needed special artifacts to measure a person's aptitude, often at a considerable cost. He had not anticipated that Elder Ming could perceive Brother Zhang's qualities so readily. With my abilities, even in my current state as a soul, discerning the aptitude of a mere mortal is no challenge, Elder Ming scoffed. Not only can I see that he lacks a celestial root, but I can also sense that his meridians are damaged. He may not have long to live. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yingtian's expression shifted to one of shock, and he paused his meal. How could this be? Brother Zhang saved my life. I cannot simply stand by and do nothing. Elder Ming, is there any way to help restore his meridians or extend his life? Xiao Yingtian's inquiry was earnest. Seeing his deep concern, Elder Ming nodded subtly before responding. Restoring his meridians is indeed feasible, but it requires some special herbs. As for whether it will prolong his life, and by how much, that remains uncertain. This young lad's meridian damage is rather severe. Such a condition is uncommon among mortals. It resembles, Xiao Yingtian interrupted, resembles what? It resembles the aftermath of a cultivation technique gone awry, and not just any technique, but likely some extreme demonic arts. Elder Ming's explanation left Xiao Yingtian even more astonished. That seems implausible. Brother Zhang is gentle in nature and would not practice any demonic arts, Xiao Yingtian protested. Elder Ming remained unfazed, retorting, You have known him for but a few days. How can you be so certain? There are many instances in this world where one knows not the hearts of others. Stay a few more days. I shall assist you in restoring your cultivation while observing this lad. Xiao Yingtian could only nod in silence. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang was at the front desk, skillfully manipulating an abacus. Although it appeared he was calculating accounts, He was actually awaiting Xiao Yingtian's completion of breakfast. He had just checked Xiao Yingtian's information again. Satisfying his hunger was indeed one of his needs. According to the system's rules, as long as he invested in fulfilling another's needs, he would receive a return. You provided Xiao Yingtian with breakfast. Investment successful. Reward. Special technique, the art of reversal of the 5 elements. As expected, Zhang Yang soon received the system's notification. However, he was perplexed by the name of the reward, the art of reversal of the 5 elements. Shortly thereafter, his mind was flooded with the complete memory of this secret technique. It turned out that the art of reversal of the 5 elements was indeed a form of cultivation. But its primary function was not to enhance one's abilities. Rather, it served to obscure one's presence. By practicing this technique, a cultivator would unwittingly reverse the elemental energies within their body, thereby confounding external inquiries into their true nature. Moreover, this so-called reversal of elemental energies merely masked the surface, leaving the internal flow of energy unaffected. I seem to have nothing to conceal at present. Understanding the function of the technique, Zhang Yang chuckled wryly. As he was merely an ordinary person without a completed celestial root, there was nothing to hide. Nonetheless, since he had acquired it, he decided to keep it. It might prove useful in the future. He now eagerly anticipated the completion of his celestial roots integration, so he could commence his cultivation. Before long, 2 days had swiftly passed. During this time, Zhang Yang had garnered further rewards by providing Xiao Yingtian with shelter and meals. Finally, after 2 days, Zhang Yang's celestial root completed its integration on the night of the 2nd day. At last, the moment the integration was complete, Zhang Yang felt an extraordinary lightness within his body, unsure if it was merely an illusion. He sensed a refreshing energy permeating through his pores, entering his being. This must be the so-called spiritual energy, he surmised. He then began to cultivate according to the Qing Tian Han Yuan Ju. The influx of spiritual energy into Zhang Yang's body increased rapidly, and before long, he broke through to the first level of qi refinement. I am now the cultivator? Zhang Yang found it hard to believe. The speed was astonishing. He soon discovered that as he practiced the Qing Tian Han Yuan Ju, the other technique, the art of reversal of the 5 elements, activated automatically. It appeared that the art of reversal of the 5 elements did not require conscious effort to operate. It was a passive effect. Furthermore, Zhang Yang noticed that this technique did not seem to consume much of his internal spiritual energy, so he chose to let it run without concern. Meanwhile, in another room, Xiao Yingtian sat cross-legged in meditation to restore his cultivation. Elder Ming stood nearby, safeguarding him while observing some of the issues in Xiao Yingtian's practice. Suddenly, at one moment, Elder Ming seemed to sense something amiss. Why does the spiritual energy seem to be dwindling? He wondered. Could it be this place is so deficient in spiritual energy? Yet, moments later, he realized something was off. The rate of decrease was alarmingly rapid. This phenomenon did not suggest a lack of spiritual energy, but rather that it was being siphoned away. Just as he intended to investigate, he noticed Xiao Yingtian suddenly frown, followed by a spurt of blood from his mouth. This is bad. Elder Ming had no choice but to return to Xiao Yingtian's side, channeling spiritual energy into him. The following day, Zhang Yang was at the front desk when he saw Xiao Yingtian descending the stairs, his face pale. Brother Yingtian, what has happened? Zhang Yang inquired with curiosity. Chapter 4. Reward for this? Yesterday's practice went awry. Naturally, Xiao Yingtian had no intention of concealing this fact. According to Elder Ming, it was the sudden depletion of spiritual energy during his cultivation that caused the technique to falter. Fortunately, with Elder Ming safeguarding him, he avoided more severe injuries. However, this incident left Elder Ming considerably weakened once again. Oh, I see. Zhang Yang nodded. Brother Yingtian, please have your breakfast first. I have arranged for it to be prepared. Xiao Yingtian offered an apologetic smile, feeling increasingly guilty for having indulged in this hospitality for 2 days without offering anything in return. Just as Xiao Yingtian was about to depart, a puzzled grunt resonated in his mind. It was unmistakably Elder Ming's voice. After 2 days of acclimatization, he had grown accustomed to these intermittent communications. Elder Ming, have you discovered something? Xiao Ingtian inquired curiously. There is something amiss with this lad. Elder Ming's voice, though weaker than before, still conveyed a sense of urgency. Despite this, he discerned certain issues with Zhang Yang. What is it? Xiao Ingtian pressed on. The spiritual energy surrounding him appears to be in disarray. Even I, in my current state, cannot probe the specifics of his condition. Hearing this, Xiao Ingtian was taken aback. He was well aware of Elder Ming's previous prowess, which had been nearly unmatched on this continent. Even in his current ethereal form, his strength surpassed that of many cultivators. Yet, he now claimed to be unable to ascertain Zhang Yang's physical state. What is happening? Xiao Ingtian asked, intrigued. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Ming replied, the only possibility is that this fellow has indeed practiced some sinister technique, resulting in the chaotic energies around him. Xiao Ingtian grew more perplexed. But Brother Zhang has no spiritual roots, does he? Elder Ming smiled faintly. Some nefarious cultivation methods do not require spiritual roots to grant one power. However, such practices are exceedingly perilous, leading to tragic fates for their practitioners. Those who succeed often become vessels or puppets for other malevolent cultivators, while those who fail perish without a trace. Otherwise, do you think the dark arts would be disseminated so freely? It is simply that they require more individuals to serve as vessels and puppets to sustain themselves. Upon understanding the situation, Xiao Ingtian fell silent. Brother Zhang had saved him. He cannot stand by and watch him become a pawn or a vessel for others. Is there a way to save Brother Zhang? Xiao Ingtian inquired of Elder Ming. After a brief silence, Elder Ming spoke. Were it not for this lad as kindness towards you, I would have suggested eliminating him swiftly. However, since you wish to save him, it is not impossible, though it will require some rare elixirs, which may be difficult to procure in a short time. So, Brother Zhang, this lad, while his energies are chaotic, will not succumb immediately. As long as he refrains from practicing those dark arts, he should manage to survive for a few years. Following Elder Ming's explanation, Xiao Ingtian grasped the situation. It seemed imperative to find a way to dissuade Brother Zhang from continuing his practice of the dark arts. Yet, after a moment's thought, he realized he could not be forthright. After all, such techniques were widely condemned and reviled. If Brother Zhang discovered that Xiao Ingtian was aware of his practice, he might react impulsively. I must approach this delicately. As Xiao Ingtian pondered his strategy over breakfast, Zhang Yang was idly tapping on an abacus at the front desk. Finally, after Xiao Ingtian finished his meal, a system prompt appeared before Zhang Yang. You provided Xiao Ingtian with breakfast. Investment successful. Reward: low-grade spirit stones x 500. Gazing at the reward, Zhang Yang fell into contemplation. Over the past 2 days, he had noticed a distinct decline in the investment rewards. The value of investing in breakfast was clearly diminishing. From the initial heavenly roots, he was now only receiving 500 low-grade spirit stones. Perhaps Xiao Ingtian's need for nourishment had lessened, he mused. Nevertheless, even so, receiving 500 low-grade spirit stones for a meal remained an impressive return. After finishing his breakfast, Xiao Ingtian did not return to his room as usual, but instead approached the front desk with a hint of hesitation. Is there something on your mind, Brother Ingtian? Zhang Yang inquired, puzzled. After all, Xiao Ingtian was merely a 16-year-old youth. Despite his attempts to conceal his feelings, Zhang Yang, with memories from 2 lifetimes, could easily discern that he had something to say that was evidently difficult to voice. Oh well. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ingtian resolutely stated, I have noticed that Brother Zhang's complexion seems somewhat unusual. Is there an issue with your health? I have studied some medical arts. May I examine you? Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback. After contemplating for a moment, he finally understood. Xiao Ingtian must be referring to the reversal of the 5 elements technique. Had it already begun to manifest results? However, Zhang Yang replied, there should be no cause for concern. An examination is unnecessary. Xiao Ingtian appeared to have anticipated this response. Indeed, Brother Zhang would not easily admit to any issues. This lad was quite adept at concealing matters. Despite the situation, he maintained a calm demeanor. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Ingtian decided to be forthright with Brother Zhang, as this was a matter of life and death. Brother Zhang, You must have come to believe that I am from the Xiao family of Wuyang City, correct? Zhang Yang nodded. This had been confirmed by the system, and there was no need for further inquiry. Seeing Brother Zhang acknowledge him, Xiao Ingtian continued. Our Xiao family has had dealings with cultivators, so I have heard of situations like Brother Zhang's from my elders. There is no need for you to conceal anything from me. Conceal? Conceal what? Zhang Yang responded, perplexed. Could it be that the reversal of the 5 elements technique is commonplace, and Xiao Ingtian has encountered it before? Has he discerned the truth behind my increased power? Just as Zhang Yang pondered this, Xiao Ingtian finally spoke. Brother Zhang, are you secretly practicing dark arts? Xiao Ingtian's expression was grave. I implore you not to be swayed by these so-called evil arts. Such techniques not only fail to lead one to immortality, but also pose grave dangers. I advise you to cease practicing this method, lest your lifespan be severely curtailed. Zhang Yang was left speechless. So this was the issue. Had he been misunderstood as practicing dark arts? Indeed, his current body had once practiced such methods, but he had long since abandoned them. The effects of the reversal of the 5 elements technique must have caused this misjudgment. After considering this, Zhang Yang resolved to clarify that he was not practicing any dark arts. However, just then, a prompt suddenly appeared before him. Xiao Ingtian has made a request. He hopes you will cease practicing dark arts in the future. If you agree, you will receive a technique, Shadowless Step. Zhang Yang was astonished. Such a fortuitous opportunity? Chapter 5 Departure of Xiao Ingtian. Zhang Yang was astonished by the system's notification. However, in the eyes of Xiao Ingtian and Elder Ming, it was evident that Zhang Yang was rendered speechless after his secret had been unveiled. At this moment, Zhang Yang's heart must be a tumult of emotions, Xiao Ingtian mused. If this youth remained obstinate, there would be little he could do. Elder Ming echoed this sentiment in Xiao Ingtian's mind. Xiao Ingtian felt an acute tension, as Zhang Yang had saved his life and had provided meticulous care over the past 2 days. Naturally, he did not wish for any misfortune to befall Zhang Yang. He still hoped to offer assistance to him. Very well, I shall grant your request. After a brief pause, Zhang Yang finally spoke. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's agreement, the weight on Xiao Ingtian's heart lifted. Splendid. Seeing the genuine joy in Xiao Ingtian's eyes, Zhang Yang felt a sense of resignation. There was no denying that the system's reward was exceedingly tempting. Perhaps it was best to let the misunderstanding linger, as it likely would not have dire consequences. You have accepted Xiao Ingtian's request. Reward Shadowless Step has been granted. Soon, another technique manifested in Zhang Yang's mind, seamlessly integrating into his being. As 2 more days passed, Xiao Ingtian meticulously monitored Zhang Yang's condition, only allowing himself to relax once he confirmed there were no changes. During this time, Xiao Ingtian's cultivation had nearly returned to its former state. Those pursuing me should have departed by now. It is time for me to uncover the truth behind the assassination attempt, he pondered, intending to bid farewell to Zhang Yang that very day. Are you truly leaving? Zhang Yang asked, his face etched with reluctance. After all, losing such a promising investment would leave him searching for another source of profit. Yet, given the circumstances, he could not impede the other's departure without appearing overly insistent. Accompanying the other would be even more conspicuous. Should he arouse suspicion, future investments might be jeopardized. Besides, Zhang Yang was not one to seek out danger. With the system's assistance, he believed he could avoid perilous quests for resources. Moreover, a vital reason loomed in his mind, from his past experiences with countless web novels. He knew that remaining too long in the company of a child of destiny often led to calamity. Casual encounters were acceptable, but prolonged association frequently ended in ruin. After all, how many supporting characters have you seen that could walk alongside a child of destiny until the end, aside from the female lead? Thus, it was best for each to part ways amicably. Before departing, Zhang Yang insisted on bestowing some items upon Xiao Ingtian, fervently stuffing them into his hands. This would be his final investment in Xiao Ingtian, all for the sake of profit. Xiao Ingtian was deeply moved, especially when he noticed the reluctance in Zhang Yang's eyes, nearly bringing him to tears. After all, at merely 16 years of age, he had never encountered such a scene. In his 16 years of life, Zhang Yang was the first person, aside from family, to treat him with such kindness. Given his identity as the young master of the Shao family and his exceptional cultivation talent, he had been surrounded by sycophants. Few had been as sincere as Zhang Yang. Overcome with emotion, Shao Ingtian nearly wept. "Rest assured, I will find elixirs to treat your injuries," he vowed, his voice trembling. In the afternoon, Shao Ingtian officially took his leave from Zhang Yang's Wannanin. "Alas, such a promising investment has departed," Zhang Yang lamented. Fortunately, the rapport he had built was sufficient. Regardless of how far Shao Ingtian traveled, as long as he improved his strength, Zhang Yang would reap the rewards. A smile crept upon his face at the thought. Just recently, he had learned from the system about the concept of investment rapport. Once the investment target's admiration reached a certain threshold, he could continuously benefit passively from their cultivation advancements, regardless of distance. This was exceedingly convenient. Presently, it was only Shao Ingtian, but as he invested in more individuals, the passive rewards could potentially supply Zhang Yang with enough resources to cultivate in seclusion. Contemplating this brought him joy. "Why is the innkeeper so cheerful?" Ma Liu inquired, noticing Zhang Yang's elation. After all, Theron was likely still under scrutiny from the Wang family, yet the innkeeper remained in high spirits. Had he found a solution? However, in the days that had passed, Ma Lu had not witnessed any significant actions from Zhang Yang, save for taking in an unknown youth. This youth seemed unremarkable. "Nothing to concern yourself with," Zhang Yang replied, dismissing further explanation. After calming his emotions, he surveyed the inn, which remained empty save for himself and Ma Lu. Business had been sparse, and today was no exception. Not a single table had graced the establishment since morning. "Was Song Feiyang?" Zhang Yang suddenly recalled, directing his question at Ma Lu. Song Feiyang was another employee at the inn. For several consecutive days, Zhang Yang had not seen him report for duty. According to Ma Lu, he had been absent due to illness, yet nearly a week had passed. This seemed rather peculiar. "There are no updates." Ma Lu hesitated. "What is it?" Zhang Yang observed Ma Lu's demeanor, sensing he was aware of Song Feiyang's situation. Under the innkeeper's gaze, Ma Lu finally spoke. "I visited his home yesterday. He is fine. However, he mentioned that since no one was at the inn, didn't he want to come back to work? Is that so?" Zhang Yang pondered, initially fearing the worst for his employee. As he considered the situation, he realized there was no need for concern. "In that case, suspend his wages for the time being. We will resume payments when he returns to work," he stated casually. Although Song Feiyang had been on leave for several days, he still accrued wages, as the previous owner had not enforced any deductions for short absences. Now that it seemed Song Feiyang was unwilling to return, Zhang Yang deemed it unnecessary to continue compensating him. After all, his earnings were not simply to be squandered. Indeed, the rewards were not easily obtained. Very well, Ma Lu acquiesced to the decision. Song Feiyang's behavior had indeed been excessive, and he felt no need to argue on his behalf, especially given the current difficulties faced by the inn. "What did you say? The innkeeper plans to suspend my wages?" In the evening, Ma Lu arrived at a dilapidated wooden shack, where a man with thin brows and eyes sprang from his bed upon hearing Ma Lu's words. Indeed, Ma Lu nodded earnestly. The man before him was Song Feiyang, another employee of Wannanin. "How dare he suspend my wages? I merely took a few extra days off." Song Feiyang shouted angrily. "Brother Feiyang, you have indeed gone too far this time. Your illness has clearly subsided. Why do you refuse to return to work? During your absence, the manager has been personally overseeing some of the tasks." Ma Lu attempted to persuade Song Feiyang to resume his duties. Although he lacked formal education, he possessed a sense of right and wrong. Deep down, he believed the manager was justified. After all, who would support an employee incapable of contributing? Then was a business, not a charitable organization. Moreover, Song Feiyang had taken so many days off, and the manager had only just begun to withhold his wages today, which was quite generous. With the meager business of this shabby inn, I suspect its closure is imminent. With only 2 or 3 tables of guests daily, what difference does my presence make? Such trivial tasks. Who cannot perform them? Yet, Song Feiyang remained oblivious to Ma Lu's counsel, continuing to express his dissatisfaction. Hearing this, Ma Lu became indignant and raised his voice. "Feiyang, how can you say such things? When we had no income and no food, Was it not Manager Zhang who kept us employed so we could survive? Your words are excessively harsh. Song Feiyang, however, dismissed him with disdain. Am I not speaking the truth? Is it not because he rejected the Wang family's acquisition that the inn has ended up in this predicament? Offending the Wang family leaves no avenue for survival. Closure is merely a matter of time. We are acquaintances. Do not blame me for not warning you. I advise you to leave soon, lest you attract unnecessary trouble. His words were resolute, as though he had already foreseen the fate of Wan Inn. Malu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger. Initially, he intended to appeal to their long-standing camaraderie to encourage Song Feiyang to return to work, but seemed his companion had already made up his mind to abandon it. His efforts were in vain. Shortly thereafter, Ma Lu stormed off in frustration. Watching Ma Lu depart, Song Feiyang scoffed to himself, "What a facade! If it weren't for you informing the manager of my situation, I might have managed to scrape by for a few more days." Nevertheless, thinking of the imminent downfall of Wan Inn brought him a peculiar sense of comfort. The Wang family had promised him that as long as he reported on the inn's situation in real time, once they successfully acquired it, he would be appointed as the manager. When that time comes, he would certainly reclaim the wages deducted today. He chuckled to himself at the thought. Chapter 6. The Astonishment of Xiao Yingtian. The following day, not far from Yanhai City, Xiao Yingtian found himself residing in a quaint inn within another city. He was but a stone's throw away from his home in Wuyang City. He clung to the hope that Brother Zhang could indeed resist the allure of temptation and refrain from further cultivating that nefarious technique. At this moment, Xiao Yingtian's thoughts were consumed with concern for Zhang Yang's safety. You have already elucidated the stakes to him. If he remains obstinate, then it is fate sealed, and we are powerless to alter it, spoke Elder Ming within Xiao Yingtian's mind. Though reluctant to admit it, Xiao Yingtian recognized the truth in Elder Ming's words. Lost in thought, he recalled that before his departure, Brother Zhang had placed some items into his bag, which he had yet to examine. With a surge of curiosity, he hastily retrieved the items. Upon opening them, he was greeted by a wooden box. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the box, and a refreshing aura wafted forth, causing both Xiao Yingtian and Elder Ming to shudder in surprise. They exclaimed in unison, their voices tinged with astonishment. Is this a superior spirit stone? Elder Ming gasped, instantly discerning the quality of the spirit stones contained within the wooden box. Superior spirit stones? Xiao Yingtian echoed, equally astonished. How could Brother Zhang possibly give me such a thing? Or rather, how did he come into possession of it, and why bestow it upon me? As a cultivator, Xiao Yingtian was acutely aware of the rarity of superior spirit stones. His family, being one of the foremost clans in Wuyang City, had never afforded him the opportunity to witness such treasures firsthand. Previously, he had only utilized inferior spirit stones for his cultivation, and even then, he had exercised utmost caution, considering that one superior spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 middle-grade spirit stones, and one middle-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 inferior spirit stones. This represented an immense fortune. Moreover, the box contained no less than 5 identical superior spirit stones, a staggering total equivalent to 50,000 inferior spirit stones. Such a revelation was enough to leave Xiao Yingtian in disbelief. Even Elder Ming, with his vast experience, was taken aback, though for reasons distinct from Xiao Yingtian's. After all, in his lifetime, Elder Ming had encountered far greater wealth and could not be rendered so flustered by the mere presence of 5 superior spirit stones. His astonishment lay in the fact that the Innkeeper could produce such a quantity of spirit stones at once. Theoretically, superior spirit stones should not exist within the realm of mortals. Had they become so devalued after a century of slumber? Could running in and yield such riches? After a considerable pause, Elder Ming finally spoke. This Zhang Yang is no ordinary individual. It seems I have underestimated him. This was a rare admission for Elder Ming, who prided himself on his perceptive judgment. This wooden box is also remarkable, capable of concealing the spiritual aura of its contents. No wonder I failed to detect anything amiss earlier, Elder Ming mused, examining the box closely and attributing his earlier oversight to its ingenuity. What should I do? Xiao Yingtian found himself at a loss for direction. Previously, He had prided himself on his status as the young master of the Xiao family, confident that his knowledge surpassed that of an innkeeper like Brother Zhang. Yet, it now appeared that in the presence of such an individual, he was merely a novice. After all, it was unlikely that his family could produce 50,000 inferior spirit stones for his use all at once. Since he has gifted it to you, accept it graciously. Consider it a stroke of fortune, Elder Ming advised with resignation. Is that so? Xiao Yingtian conceded, feeling he had little choice. Were it not for his intense concern for the safety of his family, he would have returned to Wan'an Inn to inquire directly with Brother Zhang about the circumstances surrounding this gift. Additionally, there was a technique within the box. Aside from the spirit stones, lay a paper-bound book. Upon inspection, Xiao Yingtian discovered it was a technique manual. Elder Ming examined it and was once again taken aback. This is a low-grade, profound technique, he exclaimed. The grading of techniques is categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth profound, and yellow, each of which is further divided into 3 ranks: superior, middle, and inferior. A low-grade profound technique was exceedingly rare, and Elder Ming believed the current environment surrounding Xiao Yingtian could not possibly accommodate such a technique. Even within prominent sects, they were regarded as invaluable treasures, typically accessible only to inner disciples. To think that the innkeeper would present such a gift to Xiao Yingtian. Could this child truly be so fortunate? Elder Ming pondered. He had intended to wait until Xiao Yingtian's cultivation had fully recovered before presenting him with a middle-grade yellow technique, which would suffice for refining qi and even the foundation establishment stage. However, it now seemed that such a gift would pale in comparison. His curiosity about the innkeeper deepened. Could he be a disciple of a hidden family, venturing out for cultivation and experience? Yet, I have heard no mention of any Zhang family of note in this vicinity for over a century, Elder Ming mused, perplexed. Xiao Yingtian, on the other hand, felt as though his youthful values had been entirely upended by this unexpected boon. Observing his disciple in a state of bewilderment, Elder Ming offered a word of comfort. Fear not, you possess a celestial root. Even if he is indeed a disciple of a hidden family, his talent may not surpass yours. With your innate gifts, these treasures will ultimately be mere trinkets upon your growth. When the time comes, you may return the favor manifold. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yingtian felt somewhat reassured. Indeed, he was a celestial root. Even if Brother Zhang were a disciple of a hidden family, his innate talent might not eclipse his own. With diligent cultivation, he would surely astonish Brother Zhang upon their next encounter. In due time, he would repay Brother Zhang with even greater resources. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Yang received an unexpected notification. Detected that the host's previous investment in Xiao Yingtian yielded exceptional results, significantly increasing Xiao Yingtian's favorability towards the host. The next return from Xiao Yingtian will be multiplied by 10. What has transpired? Zhang Yang wondered, perplexed. He had just finished his morning routine when this notification appeared. However, he was not one to dwell on such matters. If he could not comprehend it, he would simply let it be. Upon arriving on the ground floor of the inn, he found that Ma Lu had already opened the doors and commenced operations. The young lad, though still quite young, displayed remarkable maturity, prompting Zhang Yang to nod approvingly. Good morning, proprietor. Ma Lu greeted as soon as he spotted Zhang Yang descending the stairs. Good morning, Zhang Yang replied courteously. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Yang approached the counter only to notice that Ma Lu appeared to be preoccupied with something weighing on his mind. His demeanor was unchanged from before, making it easy for Zhang Yang to discern. Just as he was about to inquire, a familiar figure entered through the door. Turning to look, Zhang Yang recognized the newcomer as Song Feiyang, another employee of the inn. This fellow has actually come to work today, he thought. Recalling that Ma Lu had mentioned yesterday that Song Feiyang was still recovering from an illness and had no intention of returning to work just yet. Chapter 7 Trouble approaches. As Song Feiyang stepped through the door, he immediately spotted Zhang Yang, greeting him with a cheerful smile and polite salutation. Shopkeeper. Zhang Yang offered a nod in response, stating, since you are feeling better, you should focus on your work. Song Feiyang readily agreed, of course. However, he inwardly scoffed at the notion of work, considering there was hardly anyone around. Yet, The time for a confrontation with this Zhang fellow had not yet come. The Wang family still relied on him as an insider to keep an eye on the inn and Zhang Yang's situation. When the day arrived that Zhang Yang could no longer endure, he would report back to the Wang family, who would then dispatch someone to negotiate the acquisition of the inn. At that point, the Wang family could secure the inn at minimal cost. Song Feiyang would ascend to the role of the innkeeper of Wan Inn. Ma Lu was taken aback by Song Feiyang's return. He had been contemplating how to explain the events of the previous day at Song Feiyang's home. But to his surprise, Song Feiyang had returned to work. "What brings you here?" Ma Lu inquired curiously. Believing his previous counsel had yielded results, Song Feiyang had taken his words to heart. "Of course, I need to work hard. After all, no work means no pay," Song Feiyang replied with a forced smile. He harbored resentment towards Ma Lu as well, vowing that once he took over the Wan Inn, Ma Lu would also taste the bitterness of his position. Oblivious to Song Feiyang's thoughts, Ma Lu felt a surge of joy at his words. "Yes, Brother Feiyang, it's wonderful that you've come to this realization. The inn's business will surely improve, and we should dedicate ourselves even more diligently to our work." Meanwhile, Zhang Yang had retreated to his small room. With 2 people already working and few guests in the inn, he felt less burdened. This was a perfect opportunity to cultivate while investigating the underlying reasons for the poor business at his family's inn. Though he had received some spirit stones through rebates, the inn's earnings were hardly appealing. Still, it served as his refuge in this world, and he wished to manage it well. By nature, Zhang Yang preferred having a stable place to reside. The inn left behind by the original owner was quite good, and he did not wish to see it decline. As he pondered, he muttered the name of the Wang family. According to the original owner's memories, he recalled that the 4 prominent families in Yanhai City were likely connected to cultivators. If the Wang family was indeed behind the troubles, a conflict with them could be unavoidable. "My current strength is at the 2nd level of qi refinement. I wonder how powerful the strongest cultivators of the Wang family are." Zhang Yang said he had achieved this level in roughly 5 days, and with his innate talent and the support of the Qing Tian Hunyuan Ju technique, along with resources invested from Xiao and Tian's rebates, he believed his cultivation would soon advance even further. Even if there were cultivators stronger than him within the Wang family, he felt confident he would surpass them in no time. Thus, there seemed little need for excessive worry. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yang felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. He resolved to take a stroll in the afternoon to ascertain whether the Wang family was indeed behind the troubles, preparing himself for any unforeseen circumstances. Determined, Zhang Yang decided to return to his room and continue his cultivation. Time passed, and afternoon arrived. Zhang Yang emerged from his room, ready to gather information as planned, when sudden crashing noises erupted from downstairs. "Damn it! Are you trying to ruin my meal? Can you keep it down?" A guest's voice boomed. "Sir, please remain calm. They are merely dining normally and are not making that much noise. If it truly bothers you, I can upgrade you to a private room for free." "What does that sound?" Ma Lu's voice responded. "Are you implying there's something wrong with my hearing? Or that I'm looking for trouble?" The initial voice was gruff, instilling an instinctive fear. Clang! Another sound of a chair colliding echoed. I didn't mean it like that," Ma Lu hastily explained. "Then what do you mean?" The other party glared at Ma Lu, brandishing a large knife that added an air of intimidation, as if any unsatisfactory response would lead to immediate violence. Having never encountered such a scene, Ma Lu was left speechless in fear. Meanwhile, Song Feiyang observed from a corner, a faint smile playing on his lips, as though the situation bore no relevance to him. "What's happening?" A clear voice rang out from the staircase. Ma Lu instinctively stepped back, glancing at the newcomer, Zhang Yang, who had just ascended. As he arrived, he witnessed 3 burly men causing a ruckus. Other patrons, frightened by the trio, had vacated their seats, stealthily edging along the wall to exit the inn. Ma Lu watched helplessly as the remaining customers fled, noting that they had yet to settle their bill. "Shopkeeper," they claimed the previous table was too loud and disturbed them. And then, Ma Lu gathered his courage to explain, his voice trembling. The 3 black-clad men turned their attention to Zhang Yang as he stood firm. The burly man in the center stepped forward, placing a foot on a nearby chair, raising his knife, and inquired, Are you the innkeeper here? Their appearance resembled that of bandits from the mountains, prompting an instinctive desire to distance oneself from them. Yet Zhang Yang remained composed, betraying no sign of anxiety. Indeed, I am, he replied evenly, taking a few steps closer. Ha! Good. You're quite bold, not flinching at the sight of us. That is rare. The burly man chuckled heartily, his imposing demeanor unwavering. Since you're the innkeeper, I will not beat around the bush. The previous table was too loud, which angered me, and I broke a few of your tables and chairs. You don't mind, do you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's brow furrowed. You expect me to say I don't mind? Oh, so you have an issue with that? The burly man's tone grew icy, and he raised his knife higher, sunlight glinting ominously off its blade. To an ordinary person, this scene would be enough to induce trembling fear. However, Zhang Yang, now possessing cultivation, felt little trepidation. He sensed that none of the three bore any cultivation themselves. They were not cultivators. Ah, so you intend to play hardball. As Zhang Yang stood firm, the three men felt a flicker of anger rising within them. Before the burly man could speak again, the one to his right interjected, "Listen closely. We are members of the Qing Wolf Gang. This is our leader, Yu Yulong. If you know what's good for you, kneel and apologize." As he spoke, he slammed his palm onto one of the inn's tables, splintering it with a loud crack. It was evident that the table was no longer usable. Furthermore, your inn is under the protection of our esteemed Qinglang Gang. It would be prudent to promptly remit this year's protection fee. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. The man on the left interjected. The three individuals stood with an air of arrogance, entirely dismissive of those before them. It became clear to Zhang Yang that their purpose was to collect protection fees. So what? Given your earlier demeanor, you must increase the protection fee by 30%. Otherwise, do not expect your inn to operate smoothly from this point onward. The trio wore smug expressions, relishing the sight of others seething with frustration yet unable to retaliate. Meanwhile, Ma Lu's complexion turned ashen upon hearing the name Qinglang Gang. This gang is notorious in Yunhai City for their ruthless dealings. Although they do not rival the four great families in strength, they are considered a formidable second-tier force. He could not fathom how their inn had attracted such attention. Previously, there had been no instances of the Qinglang Gang demanding protection fees in this area. Perhaps he should advise the innkeeper to pay the fee promptly. Otherwise, offending the Qinglang Gang could lead to dire consequences for one and inn. Just as Ma Lu contemplated how to broach the subject, another voice broke through. Innkeeper, I believe it would be wise to comply and pay the fee. We truly cannot afford to cross the Qinglang Gang. If we do, our inn may face irreparable ruin. The speaker was none other than Song Feiyang. Chapter 8. No one cares, haha. Your little waiter here is quite discerning. The three burly men across the room erupted into laughter upon hearing Song Feiyang's words. This was the reaction they had anticipated. However, Zhang Yang did not spare a glance at Song Feiyang. Instead, he addressed the three ruffians directly. Will the authorities not intervene in your blatant disruption? Upon hearing Zhang Yang's question, the three men laughed incredulously, as if he had uttered something utterly absurd. Haha, we might say you possess some spirit. Yet how naive your words are. Let me be frank. Within the realm of Yunhai City, even if we were to demolish your inn today, the officials would not lift a finger. Zhang Yang pondered this revelation. Is that so? A cold smile crept upon his lips. Then it stands to reason that if I were to give you a beating, no one would intervene either. What did you say? The man who had spoken earlier seemed to struggle to comprehend Zhang Yang's words. Or perhaps he simply did not anticipate such a retort. His expression faltered momentarily. Before he could respond, a foot unexpectedly soared toward him. Before anyone could react, a figure had swiftly appeared before the trio of men, delivering a kick. A piercing scream followed. The man who was struck was sent flying, colliding with a pillar of the inn, blood spraying from his mouth. The entire event transpired in the blink of an eye. The other two men were still reeling from shock when their companion was launched away. In rapid succession, two more kicks were unleashed, sending the remaining two men sprawling to the ground, where they landed beside their fallen comrade. In an instant, the situation had undergone a remarkable reversal. The once arrogant trio now lay prostrate on the ground, each still clinging to life. They were utterly bewildered by the swiftness of the events that had unfolded, unable to comprehend how they had been so easily bested. When they finally beheld the young innkeeper before them, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of calm authority as he regarded them coldly, realization dawned upon them. The assailant had been this seemingly frail innkeeper. Their gazes shifted to Zhang Yang, now filled with terror. How could this be? Who are you? Before their arrival, they had never fathomed that their opponent would possess such formidable prowess. How could a mere innkeeper possess such martial strength? You dare come to my inn to extort protection money, yet are oblivious to my identity? Zhang Yang glared at the man who had inquired, stepping closer with an icy demeanor that suggested he was capable of violence. You cannot kill me, or else our Qinglang gang will undoubtedly seek revenge, and you shall never know peace. Crack. Zhang Yang's foot came down, silencing the man's threat with a more agonizing scream. The blow shattered the man's arm, excruciating pain rendering him wide-eyed, veins bulging, and beads of sweat forming on his brow. Sighing, Zhang Yang lamented, I simply wish for tranquility. Why must trouble come knocking at my door? This incident had illuminated for him the stark differences between this world and the one he once inhabited. Peace must be fiercely fought for. Turning his attention to another burly man, the latter hesitated to utter any further threats and immediately began to plead for mercy. Please do not kill me. I swear I will never dare again. If you spare us, we shall leave at once. Zhang Yang bent down to regard the supplicant with a steady gaze. Such words come easily. Why did you not voice them while you were vandalizing my inn? Now that you have wrecked my establishment and frightened away my guests, you still dare ask for leniency? The man, perceiving Zhang Yang as a figure dread, offered no resistance, promptly replying, I will compensate. If you spare me, I will return with the money. Zhang Yang found his attitude acceptable, yet dismissed his words as empty. Crack! Crack! The other two men shrieked as Zhang Yang similarly broke one of their arms with a swift kick. Finally, Zhang Yang turned his gaze toward the bearded leader named Yu Yulong, who, despite having lost a hand, still bore a grimace of pain as he shakily retrieved a pouch from his pocket. We will compensate now. I have some silver here that should suffice to cover the cost of your tables and chairs. Zhang Yang scrutinized the pouch before stepping forward to seize it. Seeing his pouch taken, Yu Yulong felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing that Zhang Yang was cautious not to provoke their gang further. Glancing briefly at the silver within the pouch, Zhang Yang's expression soured. Is this all? Yu Yulong's heart sank once more. There are 15 taels of silver here. We merely damaged a set of tables and chairs. Is this not enough to cover the cost? A complete set of furniture could hardly cost more than a few hundred copper coins, yet this man found the amount insufficient. Truly, he was more unscrupulous than even their Qinglang gang. Zhang Yang chose not to argue further and approached the other two men. What about yours? The two men reluctantly produced their own pouches, which contained even less than Yu Yulong's begone. After collecting their pouches, Zhang Yang dismissed them sternly. The three men scrambled away from the Wannan Inn, crawling as they fled. As Zhang Yang watched them depart, he casually remarked, Put the money away. We'll need to replace the damaged furniture. Oh, Ma Lu quickly realized Zhang Yang was addressing him and hurried to collect the 3 pouches. The entire encounter had transpired so swiftly that he had barely grasped what had occurred. His innkeeper was astonishingly formidable. Even Song Feiyang, observing from the sidelines, was taken aback. He had surmised that the Qinglang gang's appearance was orchestrated by the Wang family, given their long-standing connections, a fact well known among the residents of Yanhai City. Thus, he had proffered his earlier advice to Zhang Yang, intending to provoke a flustered reaction. However, he was utterly unprepared for Zhang Yang's decisive response, as he effortlessly dispatched the troublemakers in mere moments. His innkeeper possessed martial prowess? The Qinglang gang was no match for him? This revelation was beyond Song Feiyang's expectations. Moreover, having worked at the inn for several years, he had never heard a whisper of Zhang Yang's capabilities. The man had hidden his talents remarkably well. This incident required immediate reporting to the Wang family. I shall take a stroll. You all tidy up the inn, ignoring the thoughts of others. Zhang Yang commanded before striding out the door, heading in the direction the three Qinglang gang members had just vacated. Chapter 9. The killing Zhang Yang stepped out of the Wannan Inn, weaving through the crowd with an elusive grace. Though his pace was deliberate, it was nearly imperceptible to those around him. Soon, he caught up with the three members of the Qinglang gang, whose arms he had rendered useless. This was the effect of the technique he had recently acquired, the shadowless step, which allowed him to evade attacks and traverse distances swiftly. At that moment, Yu Long and his companions were leaning on each other as they made their way eastward to Yunhai City, drawing the attention of passers-by. Recognizing them, some onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment. What had transpired to leave these once mighty Qinglang gang members in such a state? Typically, it was the Qinglang gang who instilled fear. Yet here they were, humbled. "Brother, I never expected the owner of Wannan Inn to be so formidable. Could he be a hidden immortal?" One burly man remarked. Without hesitation, Yu Long retorted, "Do you truly believe an innkeeper could be an immortal? He is merely someone who has picked up a few martial arts moves." Another henchman chimed in. "Brother, we cannot let this slide. The innkeeper has treated us this way today. How can we continue to operate in this area? He knows we are from the Qinglang gang and dare to attack us. He is completely disregarding our authority." Yu Long scoffed. "I'm well aware of that. Our oversight has led us to this point. A mere innkeeper believes he can bully the Qinglang gang? When I return, I will ensure he pays for this." Before long, the three arrived at a dilapidated street. Just a short distance ahead lay the headquarters of the Qinglang gang. The prospect of returning to their stronghold elicited a flicker of excitement on their faces. Once they reported this incident to their leader, vengeance would surely follow, and the Wannan Inn would be forced to close its doors. However, in the next moment, three pebbles suddenly flew from behind them, piercing through their skulls. Their eyes glazed over as they collapsed to the ground, the smiles on their faces frozen in time. Behind them stood Zhang Yang, sighing at their lifeless bodies. He felt little remorse. Perhaps their earlier actions had extinguished the last remnants of sympathy he held for them. He had not intended to kill so soon. After all, he had only traversed into this world for less than half a month and was still acclimating to such actions. Yet, some individuals seemed bent on seeking their own demise. This world, he mused, only afforded justice to those who possessed the strength to seize it. It was time for him to adapt his mindset. Continuing onward, Zhang Yang soon encountered an opulent mansion that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding dilapidated structures. The plaque at the entrance boldly bore the characters for the Qinglang gang, with burly men constantly entering and exiting. One might easily mistake it for an official governmental agency. This was indeed the headquarters of the Qinglang gang. Zhang Yang had suspected something was amiss when the three gang members had sought trouble with him. He had followed them partly to gauge whether they harbored intentions of retaliation, and partly to confirm a suspicion that had taken root in his mind. According to the original owner's memories, this was the first time the Qinglang gang had sought trouble with the Wannan Inn. Logically, the establishment was beyond their jurisdiction. When circumstances appeared irregular, there was often a deeper tale to uncover. Using the shadowless step, Zhang Yang stealthily entered the inner hall of the Qinglang gang's headquarters without being detected. Inside, he found only two individuals. One was clad similarly to Yu Long, though in more luxurious attire, indicating a significant status within the gang. The other, however, did not appear to belong to the Qinglang gang at all. They sat across from each other, seemingly engaged in a serious discussion. The gang leader spoke first, Manager Wang. "What brings you to this remote place today?" Manager Wang replied, "I have business to discuss." "How has the task of undermining the Wannan Inn's operations progressed?" What a fortuitous moment. Zhang Yang had just arrived and was already privy to discussions concerning his own establishment. Initially skeptical, he was now certain of his suspicions. Furthermore, it appeared that one of them was indeed referred to as Manager Wang. Could he be from the Wang family? The gang leader continued, "You may not be aware, but the Wannan Inn has encroached beyond the Qinglang gang's territory. The Western District is not under our control, which complicates matters. Is there truly anything the Qinglang gang cannot manage in Yunhai City?" Manager Wang scoffed. "Everyone knows the four major families dictate affairs here. The Qinglang gang has thrived only due to the Wang family support." After a brief exchange of flattery, they returned to the matter at hand. Manager Wang stated, I need you to ensure that the Wanan Inn cannot reopen within half a month. That should be feasible, correct? The gang leader did not answer immediately, but instead inquired, why is Manager Wang so intent on targeting this inn? That is simply because the second young master of the Wang family intends to acquire the inn as part of our family's assets. When I previously sent someone to negotiate the purchase, they had the audacity to refuse. If they won't accept a cordial offer, they shall be compelled to face the consequences. A hint of disdain flickered in Manager Wang's eyes. Amirin was not worthy of his concern. However, since it obstructed the Wang family's ambitions, it must be eliminated. Understanding the situation, the gang leader nodded. Manager Wang pressed further. Will you be able to fulfill my request? The gang leader sipped his tea, contemplating. Since you have made such a request, I see no issue, though I would appreciate a token of compensation. Ah, you remain as preoccupied with trifling profits as ever. Rest assured, there will be a reward upon completion, Manager Wang replied briskly. Very well, I have already assigned someone to this task. I am confident results will manifest soon. Await the good news, the gang leader assured him, and their conversation continued amicably. However, in the next instant, Manager Wang's peripheral vision caught sight of another presence. As he lifted his teacup, he exclaimed, "Who are you? Who allowed you to enter?" The gang leader, realizing the predicament, turned swiftly. "You are not one of us." His gaze turned fierce. How had this intruder entered without his notice? Two men conversing about how to ruin my establishment, yet they do not recognize me? Zhang Yang countered sharply. At this revelation, Manager Wang's pupils flickered in shock. This man was the owner of the Wanan Inn. No, it cannot be. The owner of the Wanan Inn is merely a commoner. How could you? Before he could finish, a pebble hurtled towards his brow. In the next moment, blood splattered, and the once derisive Manager Wang met his untimely end. You dare to kill a member of the Wang family. The leader of the Green Wolf gang squinted at Zhang Yang, preparing to call for assistance. However, before he could utter the word come, a stone struck his arm. This was due to the opponent's heightened alertness, combined with the impressive skills of the Green Wolf gang members, which resulted in the stone, originally aimed at his forehead, hitting his arm instead. You possess some skill, Zhang Yang remarked, surprised that his shot had been evaded. He had indeed been somewhat careless. Who exactly are you? We could have discussed matters amicably. Why resort to such extreme measures? The leader of the Green Wolf gang, clutching his wounded arm, gazed at Zhang Yang with palpable fear. Even now, he could not believe this man was merely the innkeeper of the Wanan Inn. Instead, he suspected that an enemy of the Green Wolf gang had come seeking vengeance. Yet, he could not recall when the gang had ever offended such a formidable opponent. Alas, you wouldn't believe me if I told you, Zhang Yang replied, no longer holding back. A slender thread of spiritual energy propelled the stone forth with remarkable force. The leader, ever vigilant, anticipated that he could evade yet another attack. However, before he could devise an escape, the stone was already hurtling toward his forehead. With a sickening thud, the stone pierced through the leader's skull, embedding itself in the pillar behind him. In an instant, the once jovial conversation had turned to fatal silence, claiming the lives of two men. Within a short span, 5 lives had been extinguished. Zhang Yang began to feel a sense of discomfort, compelling him to forcefully quell the unsettling sensation within him. If he refrained from eliminating these individuals now, he would only invite greater troubles in the future. It was a matter of necessity. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded from outside the door. Leader, was it you who called for help? Zhang Yang's gaze shifted calmly toward the entrance. Before long, a voice echoed from outside the main hall, growing nearer. Leader, there is trouble. We've discovered 3 bodies of our Green Wolf gang members not far from the street. A group of anxious members of the Green Wolf gang burst into the main hall. Upon pushing the doors open, they were met with a horrific sight. The floor was drenched in blood, and 3 bodies lay in disarray. One body was near the entrance, while the other 2 were beside the main seat in the hall. One of the fallen was their own leader. What is happening? Leader. Chapter 10. Unexpected gains at this moment. Zhang Yang had wandered to another street in the West City, appearing to be merely strolling. The events surrounding the Green Wolf gang were of no concern to him any longer. After meandering for a while, Zhang Yang observed that the eastern part of the city was far more dilapidated than the western side, with crumbling houses, chaotic streets, and the tattered clothing of the inhabitants all embodying one word: poverty. After a deliberate exploration, Zhang Yang felt a stark contrast between the lives of those in the West City and those in the East. Although the people in the East held residency within the city, most lived in conditions reminiscent of war refugees. The Wannan Inn, owned by Zhang Yang, lay at the junction of the West and East City, yet still belonged to the more prosperous West. Thus, he rarely witnessed such scenes. The various gangs, such as the Green Wolf Gang, predominantly operated within the East City. Had it not been for his promise to the Wang family, the Green Wolf Gang likely would not have dared to stir trouble at his inn. According to the original owner's memories, this was not an era of chaos. There remained numerous impoverished citizens. Zhang Yang pondered whether this desolation was universal. As an ordinary individual, he felt powerless to effect change, merely resigning himself to the times. At that moment, a disheveled middle-aged woman suddenly collapsed before Zhang Yang, beseeching him in a feeble voice, "Sir, please, grant me some food." His polished attire starkly contrasted with her filthy, tattered garments. While Zhang Yang's clothing might be considered common among the wealthy, it was rare in the East City. The townsfolk recognized that those clad in such attire were typically masters from the West. Such masters were known for their capricious temperaments, often resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Consequently, few dared to approach individuals whose appearance set them apart. Even the nearby beggars were aware of this unspoken rule. Had the woman not been utterly famished, she would not have dared to kneel before Zhang Yang, obstructing his path. Moreover, she had children waiting for her to bring back food. Any delay could be fatal. The woman repeatedly bowed her head before Zhang Yang, her eyes glimmering with hope as she awaited his response. Zhang Yang glanced at her before averting his gaze. Upon witnessing his indifference, the woman's expression dimmed instantaneously. Realizing she would likely go home empty-handed, muttering apologies, she prepared to step aside to avoid incurring the master's displeasure. However, Zhang Yang produced some coins from his pocket and made his way to the nearest stall selling pancakes. After purchasing 2 steaming hot pancakes, he returned to the woman and squatted down to offer them to her. Here, as the woman beheld the 2 large pancakes, her eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated that this master would bestow upon her food, distinguishing him from the vile individuals spoken of by others. Upon receiving the pancakes, she hurriedly bowed her head in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, sir. Thank you." When she finally lifted her gaze, she discovered that the master had already turned his back and departed. Clutching the now cooling pancakes, she felt an unexpected warmth envelop her. Soon after, Zhang Yang returned to the Wannan Inn. He dismissed the earlier encounter from his mind, considering it a mere act of kindness. Master, the innkeeper Ma Lu, greeted him respectfully as he swept the floor. However, Zhang Yang noticed a subtle shift in Ma Lu's demeanor, a newfound hint of reverence that even Ma Lu himself failed to recognize. This change stemmed from the earlier confrontation that afternoon, where Ma Lu first realized the formidable strength of his master. Zhang Yang nodded in acknowledgement. As he surveyed the inn, a frown creased his brow. "Why are you the only one cleaning? Where is Song Feiyang?" "Oh, Brother Feiyang mentioned he had some matters to attend to, so I started without him." Zhang Yang pondered this for a moment, glancing at the darkening sky. He addressed Ma Lu again. "It's getting late. Once you finish cleaning, close the inn and head home." "Understood," Ma Lu replied with a smile. Zhang Yang ascended to his small room on the 2nd floor. He sensed something amiss with Song Feiyang. Earlier, when Zhang Yang descended the stairs, he had noticed Song Feiyang's unusual behavior. During the standoff with the 3 members of the Green Wolf Gang, Song Feiyang merely observed, showing no inclination to assist. It was only after Zhang Yang had arrived that he feigned an attempt to mediate. Zhang Yang held a deep disdain for those who presented one face publicly while concealing another behind the scenes. Furthermore, after Zhang Yang had intervened, he detected not only shock on Song Feiyang's face, but also a tinge of jealousy. "Forget it. I'll focus on my cultivation for now." He was aware that the Wang family was indeed targeting him, yet he remained uncertain about their true strength. The only information he had gleaned came from a member of the Green Wolf Gang, who had mentioned the Wang family's connection to an immortal master. In this world, the term immortal master referred to practitioners of cultivation, revered by mortals. While Zhang Yang recognized the possibility of the Wang family possessing cultivators, he remained oblivious to the specifics of their power. Thus, he resolved to dedicate himself to his training, aspiring to reach the 9th level of qi refinement or break through to foundation establishment. This way, regardless of the opponent's strength, he would be better prepared should conflict arise. Moreover, he realized he needed to seek new investors. With Xiao Yingtian's departure, he could no longer continue investing in him, leaving him reliant on passive returns. His gains hinged on Xiao Yingtian's breakthrough, which was quite limiting. He required additional investment opportunities. However, where could he find such prospects? Cultivators in this world were exceedingly rare, and those with exceptional talents were even fewer. Searching for suitable investment candidates felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Just as Zhang Yang found himself at an impasse, a notification suddenly appeared before him. Congratulations! You have successfully invested in Fang Xiulan for the first time and have automatically acquired her specific information. Investment in Fang Xiulan successful. Host has gained copper coins 100. Congratulations! You have successfully invested in Lu Liangkai for the first time and have automatically acquired his specific information. Investment in ordinary talent Lu Liangkai successful. Host has gained low-grade spirit stones 100. Zhang Yang was taken aback. When had he invested in anyone? Who were Fang Xiulan and Lu Liangkai? He did not recognize either name. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled the middle-aged woman to whom he had given the 2 pancakes. Could this refer to her? After considering the possibilities, it seemed the most plausible explanation. Fang Xiulan was likely the woman's name, while Lu Liangkai might be the name of her child. As Zhang Yang had noted that Lu Liangkai was merely 11 years old. This interpretation appeared to clarify the matter. He had never anticipated that his simple act of generosity towards a roadside beggar would be recognized as a successful investment. It appears that the system does not exhibit discrimination towards investment subjects. Rather, it simply offers varying returns based on the distinct qualifications of each investor. With this in mind, Zhang Yang Gongji Fet Upland. Chapter 11. A stormy night soon. Darkness enveloped the city. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. A shocking news reverberated throughout Yunhai City like a clap of thunder. The leader of the Qinglang gang had met his demise. While the Qinglang gang may not have boasted the same notoriety as the 4 prominent families of Yunhai City, it nonetheless held a degree of infamy. Known for its ruthless dealings, the gang had experienced a rapid expansion in recent years, subtly positioning itself within the second tier of power in the city. Having committed numerous heinous acts, even the 4 families and the city lord appeared unable to rein them in. Many who had never directly interacted with the gang had at least heard of its name. However, no one anticipated that the gang's leader would suddenly perish, reportedly murdered within the hall of the Qinglang gang itself. This revelation stirred even greater astonishment. Who could possibly infiltrate their hall to slay their leader? It was unclear, but to accomplish such a feat would require extraordinary skill, possibly that of a first-tier martial artist or even a master. The strength of the Qinglang gang's leader was not to be underestimated. He was said to be a first-tier martial artist. The martial arts hierarchy ranges from low to high. 3rd tier, 2nd tier, 1st tier, and then master, with grandmasters at the pinnacle. To be a first-tier martial artist already placed one among the elite, and yet he had been so easily slain. The rapid development of the Qinglang gang over the years likely led them to unwittingly offend someone formidable. Alas, the unpredictability of life is truly astonishing. Speculation ran rampant, and a palpable sense of unease gripped the populace. Those connected to the Qinglang gang felt a creeping anxiety, while rival factions reveled in a sense of elation. Among the most jubilant were the residents of the eastern part of the city, who had long suffered under the gang's oppressive hand. Their lives were already fraught with hardship, and the additional strain from such a nefarious organization had cultivated deep-seated resentment. The news of the gang leader's death brought them immense relief. Shortly thereafter, an even more shocking revelation emerged. Alongside the Qinglang gang's leader, a steward from the Wang family had also perished. This news was even more unexpected. The Wang family, one of the 4 great families of Yunhai City, wielded considerable influence. The sudden death of a member within their ranks was nothing short of a seismic event. On one hand, it implied a confrontation with the Wang family. On the other, it suggested that the perpetrator was daring to challenge the authority of Yunhai City itself. Reports indicated that the Wang family had dispatched personnel to the scene that very night, though the outcome remained unknown. Early the next morning, Zhang Yang overheard Ma Lu recounting the news he had gathered. Ma Lu's expression was one of astonishment. He could hardly believe that just the day prior, members of the Qinglang gang had caused trouble at their inn, and now news of their leader's murder had surfaced. Ma Lu felt a flicker of joy. At least the Qinglang gang would likely be too preoccupied to return and cause further disturbances. Little did he know that the true architect of this chaos sat beside him. Zhang Yang feigned surprise, glancing towards the entrance where he noticed a crowd that had swelled to more than double its usual size. It seemed the entire city had been stirred by the news. Meanwhile, Song Feiyang, while tidying up, cast furtive glances at Zhang Yang. Was it mere coincidence? The words of Ma Lu had ignited a spark of speculation within him. Could all of this somehow relate to Zhang Yang? After all, the timing was uncanny. However, upon further reflection, Song Feiyang dismissed the notion. His innkeeper was merely an amateur in martial arts. How could he possibly contend with a leader of the Qinglang gang, especially in a covert operation within their own hall? Such an endeavor would be exceedingly challenging. Additionally, he was reluctant to acknowledge the potential prowess of his innkeeper. Doing so would preclude his own aspirations of taking over the Wannan Inn. Subsequently, Zhang Yang surveyed the inn's accounts before addressing Ma Lu, instructing him to procure 10 stones of rice. Ma Lu, puzzled, inquired as to the reason for such a quantity. Zhang Yang simply replied, to make porridge. Porridge? Ma Lu mused, questioning the necessity of so much rice for a single pot. Uncertain yet obedient, he set off to fulfill the order. Zhang Yang continued his training throughout the morning. By afternoon, the rice shop owner arrived at their doorstep with a cart laden with rice, wearing a broad smile. After all, a bulk purchase like this constituted a significant client. Please assist in moving it inside, Zhang Yang requested with a nod. Certainly, the task was completed swiftly. When it came time to settle the bill, the rice shop owner's smile widened even further, urging Zhang Yang to return for future purchases. What on earth are you planning to do with all that rice? Song Feiyang interjected, curiosity piqued. Zhang Yang candidly responded, starting today, we shall prepare 2 pots of porridge each day at the inn and distribute it free of charge to the impoverished families in the eastern part of the city. What? Both Ma Lu and Song Feiyang were taken aback by their innkeeper's declaration. Distributing free porridge? Such acts were usually reserved for prominent families or government officials. They were merely a small inn, with dwindling patronage. Was he truly contemplating such a venture? Had he not considered the potential consequences for the inn's viability? Their innkeeper's surprising decision left them bewildered. Prepare for today and procure utensils suitable for distributing the porridge. We shall commence this initiative tomorrow, Zhang Yang commanded. Unfazed by their confusion, complying, the two nodded in response. Following this, Zhang Yang retreated to his quarters to resume training. Later that evening, in a brightly lit residence located in the western part of the city, a group of individuals sat in solemn silence, awaiting the words of the slightly portly middle-aged man who occupied the central seat. This man was none other than Wang Hetai, the current head of the Wang family. In the grand hall of the Wang estate, he held a teacup in hand, yet he hesitated to sip from it. The invisible aura of authority he exuded left those present feeling somewhat breathless. Speak up, what have you discovered? Wang Hetai inquired, referring to the widely circulated news of the murder of the Wang family's steward within the city. To his left, a young man hesitated, while an elderly man with a goatee stepped forward respectfully, stating, Master, we have sent someone to the scene today. The steward died from a blow to the head, and according to the officials, the murder weapon was likely a high-velocity stone. The steward had gone to the Qinglang gang's headquarters to fulfill a task assigned by the second young master. Upon hearing the old steward's report, Wang Hetai's expression remained unchanging as he turned to the young man on his left. Qiming, this deceased steward was your attendant, correct? Wang Qiming nodded earnestly, yes. What task did you intend for him to accomplish today? To be candid with you, father, some time ago, I took a liking to an inn in the city and intended to negotiate its acquisition with the innkeeper. However, to my surprise, I was met with refusal. Consequently, I contemplated enlisting the help of the Qinglang gang to create some disturbances for that inn. Today, I sent the steward for the same purpose. Wang Qiming laid bare his plans. Upon hearing Wang Qiming's report, Wang Hetai made no immediate response. Master, this child, Qiming, is nearing adulthood. He merely wishes to embark on his own ventures to alleviate your burdens. A beautiful woman beside him interjected promptly. Setting aside that matter for the moment, I now seek to uncover the identity of the perpetrator who murdered our steward, although it was merely one of our stewards who perished. This act is a blatant affront to the prestige of the Wang family. The old steward stepped forward to respond. At present, it is uncertain. Based on the evidence at the scene, the assailant possesses formidable martial skills and may harbor enmity towards the Qinglang gang. Our steward was unfortunate enough to be at the scene. Thus, he was slain as well. Wang Hetai slammed his teacup forcefully onto the table, his tone stern as he declared, "Humph. Regardless of the motive, I shall ensure that the one who harmed my family pays dearly for their actions. Have someone investigate thoroughly. No clue must be overlooked." He disregarded the reasons behind the murder of his kin. In Yanhai City, the Wang family holds significant sway. Anyone bold enough to brazenly target his family, tarnishing their reputation, shall not escape unscathed. The old steward, who had long served Wang Hetai, recognized the gravity of his master's fury. Thus, he promptly acquiesced and went to make the necessary arrangements. Chapter 12. Distributing porridge. Once the method for handling the current situation was arranged, Wang Hetai turned his attention to his son, Wang Qiming, speaking in a somewhat gentler tone. "You mentioned you wish to acquire an inn. What is its name?" Upon hearing his father's inquiry, Wang Qiming lifted his head and replied, "It is called Wanan Inn." Wanan Inn. Wang Hetai murmured the name, seemingly recalling something. However, in his memory, any inn he could not immediately remember was typically a meager venture, unworthy of his attention. Nevertheless, since it was his son's endeavor, it seemed a fitting opportunity for him to hone his skills. "You have conducted yourself admirably this time. Although the Qinglang gang is not a formidable force, they excel in underhanded dealings." Hearing his father's praise, Wang Qiming's face lit up with joy. It was the first time in his life he had received such commendation directly from his father. He glanced at his mother, who returned his gaze with a reassuring smile. "Your mother has already conveyed your thoughts to me. If you're to undertake this venture, it must be executed with finesse. Remember, show no mercy. Anyone who dares to obstruct the Wang family shall not escape unscathed. Do you understand?" With his father's support igniting a surge of confidence within him, Wang Qiming nodded. "I understand, father." Wang Hetai then waved his hand in satisfaction. "Very well, you may leave." A moment later, Wang Qiming departed. Once only the beautiful woman and Wang Hetai remained. She leaned into his embrace and spoke softly, "My lord, do you truly believe our son can handle such ruthless actions?" Wang Hetai chuckled lightly. "A person destined for greatness must possess a certain ruthlessness. Such qualities must be cultivated from a young age." The woman, still somewhat anxious, replied, "But my lord, what if the adversaries resort to desperate measures and harm our son? In my view, a nameless innkeeper poses no real threat. If he cannot manage this minor affair, then he is unworthy of being my son." The following day, the murder case of the Wang family's steward continued to stir the city into a frenzy. Moreover, those in the know had learned that the family patriarch had ordered a thorough investigation into the matter, demanding that the murderer pay dearly for their transgressions. This news only intensified the already shocking incident. Many began to speculate on the identity of the killer based on various rumors circulating. It is said that the steward was slain with a single sword strike to the throat, while the leader of the Qinglang gang was also struck multiple times. This murderer is no ordinary foe. Where did you hear such tales? I heard that the leader was killed by a crossbow bolt. The steward, too, met his end in a single blow. How could a martial artist of his caliber be so easily dispatched? No, you are mistaken. Both were said to have died from a single punch that pierced their chests. Ultimately, numerous rumors abounded, yet few knew the true cause of death for the steward and the Qinglang gang's leader. Nevertheless, The consensus was that the murderer was undoubtedly a highly skilled individual, able to vanish without a trace after committing such acts within the Qinglangang stronghold. This fueled even greater anticipation for the unfolding events, as one side was the Wang family, one of the four great clans of Yanhai City, and the other was a mysterious master. It had been a long time since such a significant event had transpired in the city. When Zhang Yang first heard of these happenings from Ma Lu, he couldn't help but smile wryly. The imaginations of the townsfolk were indeed remarkable. Yet, the Wang family's seriousness instilled a sense of urgency in Zhang Yang. Consequently, he resolved to expedite his plans. "Shopkeeper, are we really going to distribute porridge?" Ma Lu asked as he pushed a cart of steaming porridge toward the eastern part of the city, with Zhang Yang accompanying him. "We're already on the road. Do you think I could deceive you now?" Zhang Yang replied, chuckling helplessly. "It's just porridge. What's so extraordinary about that?" This plan had occurred to Zhang Yang when he returned from the eastern district, inspired by his observations. He had merely given a couple of steamed buns to a beggar woman, which led to him receiving information from two strangers, one of whom possessed the potential for cultivation. This revelation convinced Zhang Yang that casting a wide net was indeed a viable strategy. According to the system's judgment, Zhang Yang needed to first bestow some kindness before he could gather information from others. Distributing porridge was undoubtedly a highly cost-effective approach. With minimal expense, he could potentially identify suitable individuals. The eastern district of Yanhai City was home to a multitude of impoverished citizens, with beggars in dire need of food scattered throughout, an ideal environment for Zhang Yang's plan. Given that individuals with the potential for cultivation were exceedingly rare, he decided to broaden his search. If 1 in 10,000 were insufficient, then he would seek out 100,000 or even 1,000,000. As long as he expanded his reach sufficiently, Zhang Yang was confident he could uncover at least a few genuine talents. Moreover, the savings he had accrued through the system's rebates were ample enough to support this endeavor. Just the other day, the investment he made in Feng Xiaolan, a completely ordinary individual devoid of cultivation potential, had garnered him a return of 100 copper coins. A bowl of porridge was hardly worth 100 coins. Thus, distributing porridge would not only incur no loss, but could also yield considerable profit, even if those coins meant little to him. Before long, Zhang Yang and Ma Lu found an open space and began their porridge distribution. Their presence caught the attention of passers-by. "What are they doing? They don't seem to be from our eastern district. They appear to be gentlemen from the west." The items on their cart still emit steam. What a delightful aroma, reminiscent of plain porridge. What is their purpose? Could it be that they intend to distribute porridge? With Ma Lu's shout, the crowd finally confirmed their intentions. Yes, they were indeed distributing porridge. Yet, even so, some remained hesitant to approach, as many had heard tales of the gentlemen from the West being prone to violence. They were uncertain whether such behavior would manifest this time. However, once a few truly starving individuals stepped forward and successfully received a steaming bowl of porridge without incident, others gradually felt at ease and began to draw closer. "Everyone, line up. There is plenty of porridge." Ma Lu maintained order while serving the porridge. Zhang Yang assisted by ladling it out. Some beggars, their faces grimy and dark, could scarcely believe their good fortune when presented with a bowl of warm porridge. "Thank you, my lord, thank you." Others bowed deeply in gratitude to Zhang Yang and Ma Lu. Ma Lu, initially puzzled by his shopkeeper's actions, was moved as he witnessed the sincere gratitude from the crowd. It reminded him of his past, the loss of his parents to illness due to the lack of funds for medical treatment, and, at his young age, few were willing to employ him. There was a time when Ma Lu had resorted to begging. Fortunately, he had been fortunate enough to have been taken in by the shopkeeper at Wannan Inn, where he found work. Had it not been for the shopkeeper, he might have ended up like those he now served. Lost in thought, Ma Lu felt his eyes well up with tears, filled with admiration for his shopkeeper. In such dire circumstances for the inn, the shopkeeper still took it upon himself to distribute porridge. Such a benevolent figure could only be likened to a saint reincarnated. Chapter 13. Lu Liankai Zhang Yang was completely unaware of Ma Lu's thoughts. His actions were driven by personal motives. Nevertheless, he did not mind performing good deeds and accumulating merit. After distributing the last bowl of porridge for the day, Ma Lu reassured everyone, "Do not worry. We shall return tomorrow. As he finished his task, a burly man with a dark complexion, who had not received any porridge, bellowed. Why is it that there is none left for me? Ma Lu quickly defended himself. We truly have run out. Perhaps you could arrive a bit earlier tomorrow. However, the dark-faced man persisted in his unreasonable outburst. I do not care. I came from afar upon hearing that porridge was being distributed here. And now that I have just arrived, it is all gone. You must provide me with an explanation. Ma Lu found himself at a loss for words. Just as he sought assistance from the shopkeeper, he witnessed the obstreperous man being unexpectedly sent flying, as if struck by an unseen force. To his astonishment, the shopkeeper had appeared at the spot where the dark-faced man had been standing moments before. The kick he executed was all too familiar. It resembled the one he had delivered to the 3 members of the Qing Lang gang at the inn. The dark-faced man tumbled backward, crashing to the ground, his senses momentarily disoriented. How can you strike someone? He stammered, his demeanor significantly subdued as the initial arrogance drained from his voice. Yet, upon seeing Zhang Yang approach with an imposing presence, the dark-faced man instinctively called upon the surrounding crowd for assistance. Look, the lord from the west side of the city is assaulting people. His words attracted the attention of more onlookers. Zhang Yang looked down at the man with a calm demeanor and stated, If I recall correctly, you have already received a bowl. The dark-faced man immediately averted his gaze, stammering, You are mistaken. I have just arrived and could not have received any porridge. You must have seen wrong. However, the crowd began to harbor suspicion, having observed the man's evasive attitude. Due to the large number of people receiving porridge, Ma Lu had not initially recognized him, but now, prompted by the shopkeeper, he recalled, Yes, I remember him. At that moment, several individuals who had witnessed the dark-faced man receiving porridge stepped forward. I can attest that I saw him take a bowl earlier. I saw it too. With multiple witnesses confirming his deceit, the dark-faced man's lies were swiftly unraveled, prompting the crowd to voice their disapproval. If you do not have any, then I shall take my leave, he retorted, sensing the tide had turned against him. Yet, before he could rise, he felt a foot pressing down upon one of his thighs. Since you wish to beg, let me assist you, Zhang Yang remarked coolly, applying slight pressure. A piercing scream escaped the dark-faced man's lips as the onlookers gasped in shock. It was evident that the man's leg had been severely injured, rendering him incapable of anything but a life of begging. Though some may have deemed Zhang Yang's actions harsh, they understood that the dark-faced man had brought this upon himself. Had he not caused the scene, none of this would have transpired. Let us depart, Zhang Yang instructed, turning away without casting another glance at the man sprawled on the ground. Oh, understood, Ma Lu replied, quickly gathering the porridge utensils and following closely behind Zhang Yang as they left. In Yunhai City, it was not uncommon for lords to mistreat and beat their subordinates. As long as no significant disturbances occurred, the authorities generally turn a blind eye. This was why the people from the east side feared the lords from the west. Many of those beaten had come from the east to serve them. Thus, Zhang Yang's lesson to the dark-faced man was unlikely to cause much of a stir. However, following Zhang Yang's intervention, the subsequent 2 days of porridge distribution proceeded exceptionally smoothly. The initial incidents of theft diminished significantly. Of course, Zhang Yang was indifferent to such matters. What truly occupied his thoughts were the continuous notifications he received. Congratulations! You have successfully invested in Wumi Ruoan for the first time, and have automatically acquired specific information about the individual. Congratulations! You have successfully invested in Wu Min Jing for the first time, and have automatically acquired specific information about the individual. Congratulations! You have successfully invested in Wu Jiang Huijin for the first time, and have automatically acquired specific information about the individual. Fortunately, the system had a Do Not Disturb feature, or else Zhang Yang would have been overwhelmed by the influx of messages. Indeed, individuals possessing cultivation potential were exceedingly rare. After a night of perusing the information, Zhang Yang gained a practical understanding of what it meant to be one in a million. Over the course of 2 days, he had yet to discover a single person with the requisite potential for cultivation. However, he remained unperturbed. This endeavor had merely been a spontaneous experiment. If he were to reap rewards, that would be splendid, but if not, it was of little consequence. He would simply explore alternative avenues. On this day, while continuing the porridge distribution alongside Ma Lu, Zhang Yang encountered a familiar face. Are you not the Lord who provided me with pancakes that day? The individual, upon seeing Zhang Yang, appeared quite astonished. Zhang Yang looked up to find that it was Fang Xiulan, the woman to whom he had casually given 2 pancakes. What a coincidence! Zhang Yang replied casually, handing her a bowl of porridge. Fang Xiulan accepted the warm porridge, reminiscent of the comfort she felt when she received the pancakes. She had not anticipated encountering her benefactor once more at this location. After 2 days of porridge distribution, Zhang Yang's reputation had spread somewhat within the Eastern District. Fang Xiulan had heard the rumors and hurried over early in the morning. To her surprise, the one distributing porridge was the same person who had given her pancakes. This lord is truly kind-hearted. Not only did he provide me with 2 pancakes that day, but now he has returned to distribute porridge. Thank you for saving my life. Had it not been for your 2 pancakes that day, my son would likely have perished. Setting the porridge aside, Fang Xiulan immediately knelt before Zhang Yang. What are you doing, madam? It was but a simple act. Zhang Yang hastily assisted her to her feet. After calming her down, Fang Xiulan regained her composure. Since you still have a son at home, you should take an extra bowl with you. Zhang Yang said little else, merely smiling as he filled another bowl for her. Thank you, my lord. Fang Xiulan expressed her gratitude, tears of appreciation welling in her eyes. On the following day, Fang Xiulan returned to Zhang Yang's porridge stand once more, this time carrying the 2 bowls from the previous day, opting not to request a new bowl. Zhang Yang continued his routine, filling her bowl with porridge. On the 3rd day, Fang Xiulan appeared with a small, slender figure at her side. Come here and pay your respects to your benefactor. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, she urged the child forward to bow. Without hesitation, the child prostrated himself. Mother has told me that this lord saved my life. Thus, as soon as her son's health improved, Fang Xiulan had brought him to express their gratitude. The profound gratitude that we, mother and child, owe to you is unforgettable. In this lifetime, we are unable to repay you, but in the next life, we are willing to serve you as devoted laborers in gratitude. Observing the heightened emotions of the two, Zhang Yang refrained from intervening this time. He cast his gaze upon the slender child, recalling the message he had received a few days prior. This must be the lad named Lu Yangkai, such a diminutive figure. One would hardly suspect he possesses the aptitude for cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yang addressed Fang Xiulan and her son. You two seem to have no pressing matters at hand. If you are free, you may come to work at my inn, and I shall offer you a monthly wage. Upon hearing the words of the esteemed gentleman, Fang Xiulan's eyes widened in astonishment, rendering her momentarily speechless. Not only would he provide them with sustenance, but he also offered them an opportunity for employment. Such kindness exists in the world. In that moment, Fang Xiulan found herself lost in thought. Beside her, Lu Yangkai glanced at his mother, sensing her silence and feeling a twinge of urgency. Despite his tender age, he understood the significance of this opportunity. If they missed out on such a splendid chance, it might never come again. With a job, they would no longer have to suffer from hunger. I accept, he finally spoke up, unable to contain his eagerness. What nonsense are you speaking? The work at the gentleman's establishment must be suited for the affluent. Our status would only bring shame upon him. Chastened by her mother's admonition, Lu Yangkai lowered his head. He had not considered the implications, only wishing for a means for both himself and his mother to avoid hunger. It's nothing grand, merely tasks like serving dishes and wiping tables. Status is of little concern, Zhang Yang clarified. Fang Xiulan hesitated. She truly longed for a job that could sustain them, yet their status as beggars left them with few options. In truth, a beggar's identity often brought disgrace wherever they sought work. Moreover, positions that disregarded social standing typically required stronger men, which is why they resorted to begging. Could it be that they might genuinely secure a job that would allow them to support themselves? If you are willing, come with me shortly. We shall acquire some clothing and freshen up, and then you can commence work immediately. Zhang Yang chose not to interfere with their decision, but continued to serve the next patron. His intention in inviting the mother and son to work was, of course, motivated by his recognition of Lu Yangcai's potential for cultivation. Although Lu Yangcai's aptitude was not on par with Xiao Yingtian's, Zhang Yang was not one to dismiss any talent. Chapter 14. The meeting ultimately, Feng Xiulan and her son acquiesced to Zhang Yang's invitation. The prospect of securing a livelihood was an opportunity they could scarcely afford to overlook. As long as they were not met with disdain, they were determined to labor diligently in return. From this day forth, Aunt Feng and her son would officially become the newest employees of Wan'an Inn. Upon their return to the inn, Feng Xiulan and her son donned new garments, while Zhang Yang formally introduced them to Ma Lu and Song Feiyang. Ma Lu, having been closely associated with Zhang Yang, was already aware of the developments and greeted their arrival with warmth. In contrast, Song Feiyang wore a smile, yet harbored some reservations. He puzzled over why Zhang Yang, despite the inn's apparent lack of revenue, would still choose to distribute porridge and recruit new staff. Could it be that Zhang Yang possessed a hidden fortune? The very thought unsettled Song Feiyang, who had initially hoped for the swift demise of Wan'an Inn. If the Wang family failed to successfully acquire the inn, his aspirations of becoming the manager would remain unfulfilled. Furthermore, he sensed that his previous actions had perhaps displeased Zhang Yang, who had grown closer to Ma Lu while distancing himself from Song. Even the distribution of porridge had been conducted without his involvement. He resolved to speak with the Wang family again that evening, urging them to expedite the acquisition process lest unforeseen complications arise. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang began to assign tasks to Feng Xiulan and her son. The inn was not particularly large, lacking clearly defined roles. Duties primarily involved cleaning, serving tea, and other miscellaneous chores. Ma Lu and Song Feiyang typically prepared simple meals, which posed little challenge, and they could learn alongside them. More specific details would be conveyed to them by Ma Lu and Song Feiyang. Feng Xiulan listened intently, eager to excel in this newfound employment and not squander the precious opportunity. Soon, Ma Lu and Song Feiyang provided further insights into the workings of the inn. Feng Xiulan remained attentive, even to matters that Ma Lu deemed trivial. Surprisingly, Lu Yangcai also listened earnestly, occasionally posing thoughtful questions. Song Feiyang exhibited signs of impatience. Yet Ma Lu patiently addressed every inquiry. Lu Yangcai's nods of understanding delighted Ma Lu as he relished the role of a mentor. Once the introductions concluded, Zhang Yang retreated to his room to continue his practice. As time passed, Ma Lu noticed that Lu Yangcai was remarkably adept at retaining the information shared with him, which only endeared the boy to Ma Lu further. Indeed, this lad was quick to learn, exhibiting far more intelligence than Ma Lu had at that age. He was truly a promising talent. Feeling encouraged, Lu Yangcai sheepishly scratched his head and said, "Hee, I'm growing up now, and I want to help ease Mother's burdens." Feng Xiulan smiled proudly at her son. Soon, it was time to close the inn. Song Feiyang, seemingly preoccupied, bid farewell to Ma Lu and departed early. However, as Feng Xiulan and her son prepared to leave, a shadow of concern crossed Feng Xiulan's face. She suddenly remembered that they lacked suitable accommodation. Previously, as beggars, their shelter had been a dilapidated hut that barely offered protection from the rain, nestled among others like them. The environment was dismal, and now, with their new attire, returning to such a place would surely lead to an unpleasant odor clinging to them. If this were to affect the inn's business or its reputation, or leave a negative impression on the manager, it would be disastrous. Moreover, the area was populated by beggars. Their new clothing would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Yet, without returning to their previous dwelling, they had nowhere else to go. Feng Xiulan found herself in a quandary. Noticing his mother's distress, Lu Yangcai inquired, "Mother, what troubles you?" Feng Xiulan forced a smile and replied, "It's nothing." Just as she pondered where they might spend the night, Ma Lu called out to them before they could leave. "On Lang, this is your and Liang Kai's wages for the month." Feng Xiulan's eyes widened in disbelief at Ma Lu's words. "Wages? But we've only worked for half a day. This is the manager's instruction. Since you both have joined the inn, returning to your previous place is no longer feasible. Therefore, I was asked to advance your wages so you could find new accommodations," Ma Lu explained kindly. Realizing the thoughtfulness of the manager, Feng Xiulan felt a surge of gratitude, as this truly alleviated their immediate predicament. Cautiously, She approached Ma Lu, but upon seeing the sum meant for both, she hesitated. Isn't this too much? After all, Liang Kai is only 11. We should really only take one wage. Fang Xiaolan had never dared to hope for 2 wages. She would have been content with just one. This is the manager's decision, Ma Lu insisted. Unable to refuse any longer, Fang Xiaolan accepted the wages. After securing the inn for the night, Ma Lu personally led Fang Xiaolan and her son to inspect several rental options. Upon seeing their potential new home, Lu Liangkai couldn't help but exclaim, "Mother, the manager is truly kind." Fang Xiaolan gently patted her son's head and replied, "You must remember to be grateful and repay the manager's kindness. Do you understand?" Lu Liangkai nodded earnestly. Meanwhile, Song Feiyang, returning home from the inn, intended to seek out the contact from the Wang family as he had before. However, as he walked pensively down the street, he was unexpectedly pulled into a lavish private room at a restaurant by a stranger. Still disoriented and unsure of the situation, he looked up to find a familiar figure standing there, the very person from the Wang family with whom he had been meant to meet. Alongside him were several unfamiliar individuals, yet their attire suggested they were also affiliated with the Wang family. At the center of the room sat a fair-skinned youth, whose commanding presence was evident from the respect shown by those around him. Realizing the significance of this young man, Song Feiyang immediately knelt and bowed his head in reverence. "You're the clerk from Wan'an Inn?" Wang Qiming cast a dismissive glance at the kneeling Song Feiyang, his expression rife with disdain. Chapter 15. Has Xiao Yingtian caused another incident? Upon being questioned, Song Feiyang immediately responded with honesty. Yes. What is the current situation at the Wan'an Inn? Although Wang Qiming's tone was calm, it sent a shiver down Song Feiyang's spine. The inn was virtually devoid of guests, and daily income was practically non-existent. How then was the Wan'an Inn able to sustain its operations? Noticing Song Feiyang's hesitance, Wang Qiming's voice sharpened with irritation. "Young master is inquiring. Did you not previously claim that the Wan'an Inn could not last much longer?" At that moment, the Wang family member who had been in charge of coordinating with Song Feiyang spoke up loudly. With great difficulty, Song Feiyang forced himself to respond. "I am unaware of Zhang Yang's intentions. Over the past 2 days, he has shown no concern for the inn's business, and he even went out to distribute free porridge. Not to mention, he has just hired 2 new employees. I clearly reviewed the inn's financial records for the past 6 months, and logically, there shouldn't be sufficient funds available now." However, this perplexity was indeed a source of confusion for Song Feiyang. In less than half a month, the innkeeper had seemingly transformed, making a series of unexpected decisions. It was as if the innkeeper was indifferent to the inn's income. Even on days when not a single guest arrived, there was no sign of worry on his face. "You claim ignorance, yet you were supposed to be my informant. What good are you?" The Wang family's liaison was the first to voice his frustration. Before Song Feiyang could defend himself, someone nearby delivered a sharp kick to his ribs, sending him crashing to the ground. A group soon followed, raining blows upon him. "Young Master Wang, please spare me," Song Feiyang pleaded amidst the onslaught, struggling to endure the assault from those clearly skilled in martial arts, rendering him nearly unconscious. Moments later, when Song Feiyang was barely clinging to consciousness, the Wang family's henchmen finally ceased their attack. Wang Qiming leaned slightly forward, his gaze piercing as he regarded the pitiful figure of Song Feiyang sprawled on the ground. "According to your earlier statements, is the innkeeper of the Wan'an Inn conjuring money from thin air?" Wang Qiming found the situation amusing. I don't know. Please, young master, grant me some time. I assure you I will return with clarity on the matter," Song Feiyang weakly implored. "Oof," Wang Qiming scoffed, casting one last glance at Song Feiyang. He had never held high hopes for such a lowly attendant. 2 of Wang's henchmen stepped forward, one taking hold of Song Feiyang's arm, dragging him out of the private room. "Young master, based on what this Song Feiyang previously informed me about the inn's finances, I believe the Wan'an Inn is merely holding on by a thread. If you're truly anxious, shall we simply send someone to deal with that innkeeper?" The liaison gestured as if to slice his throat. Wang Qiming shook his head. The Wang family's martial prowess could not be hidden from his father's eyes. His father had high hopes for him, and if he resorted to using the family's force now, how disappointed would his father be. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, such actions were to be avoided. He intended to solve this issue using his own abilities so that his father would regard him with greater esteem. The liaison nodded, refraining from further comment. It is merely a small inn. Let it linger. After all, it cannot escape Yanhai City. Can it outlast the Wang family? I am curious to see how that innkeeper will come to plead for me to purchase his establishment. With that, a sinister smile crept across Wang Qiming's face. What about the other two taverns? After a brief pause, Wang Qiming inquired of his steward. Reporting to you, young master, their innkeepers have already signed the documents, and the taverns are now under your name. Upon hearing this news, a faint smile appeared on Wang Qiming's face. Now, only the one inn remains. I am eager to see how much longer they can endure. The following day, Zhang Yang rose early and surveyed the surroundings. Noticing that Ma Lu and Feng Xiulan were diligently cleaning and organizing the inn's interior, yet another presence was conspicuously absent. Zhang Yang frowned sleekly. Has Song Feiyang not arrived again? Ma Lu promptly replied. Just now, Brother Feiyang sent word that he had suffered an injury from a fall yesterday, so he may not be able to come today. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang nodded, choosing not to inquire further. In fact, it seemed that they no longer required a large staff. It appeared that without the Qinglang gang, the Wang family still managed to control the inn's operations, he mused. Fortunately, he was not overly concerned with the inn's patronage. The returns from his porridge distribution system had already yielded substantial profits. This tranquil atmosphere was conducive to Zhang Yang's solitary cultivation, and he had advanced to the third level of qi refinement in a mere half-month, a remarkably swift progression. Yet, the inn's serene situation did not last long. On this day, several burly men suddenly burst into the Wannan Inn, their intimidating demeanor suggesting they were not there to dine. Clear the way. What are you gentlemen here for? We are from the Wang family, and are conducting a routine search of your establishment. Anyone who obstructs us will be treated as a murderer of our family steward. Upon hearing that they were from the Wang family, Ma Lu immediately froze in fear and dared not intervene. Gather everyone from your inn, the burly men shouted. Before long, Zhang Yang and the others appeared on the first floor of the inn. Is it just you few? The lead man from the Wang family scrutinized the group, inquiring. Indeed, this establishment is a modest business, and we cannot afford more staff, Zhang Yang replied, maintaining a humble demeanor. Not teaching Zhang Yang sleek frame. The Wang family members assumed he was not skilled in martial arts and shifted their attention away. After a thorough search yielded nothing of interest, they turned to leave. Once the men departed, Ma Lu was left trembling with fear. It seemed the Wang family was truly serious this time, resorting to house-to-house searches for suspicious individuals. The others nodded in agreement. Lu Yang remarked, but it has been several days. If that mysterious expert knew the Wang family was searching for him, he would likely have fled the city by now. Ma Lu chuckled softly. Do you think the Wang family would overlook this? Every person leaving the city is subjected to their scrutiny, unless that person is a martial arts grandmaster capable of scaling walls. It would be nearly impossible for him to escape. Hearing this, Lu Yang was astonished, gaining a renewed understanding of the four great families' power. The capability to conduct house-to-house searches and interrogate those entering and exiting the city was typically within the government's purview, yet the Wang family could execute it at will. Zhang Yang watched the departing Wang family members with mounting apprehension, though he maintained a calm exterior. He had genuinely feared that the Wang family had uncovered some clue leading back to him. If that were the case, he would have to confront them head-on. Fortunately, they were merely searching for a murderer, indicating that they had yet to gather any leads, and he need not worry for the moment. After instructing everyone to continue with their tasks, he returned to his chamber to engage in his cultivation. It is imperative to strive for the enhancement of one's strength. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he could not help but let out a sigh. With strength, there would no longer be the need for such constant anxiety. As night fell, Zhang Yang was deep in meditation within his room when he suddenly felt a stirring within him, prompting him to open his eyes. Has another notification appeared? Zhang Yang opened the system messages to examine them closely. Detected that Xiao Yingtian has broken through to the 5th layer of qi refinement. The host receives a reward of 100 flawless qi gathering pills. detected that the host still has 10 opportunities for critical hits that have yet to be utilized. This reward will be upgraded to 1,000 flawless Qi gathering pills. Chapter 16. New investment target. Upon receiving the message, Zhang Yang felt an immediate surge of energy. The Qi gathering pill? It was his first encounter with such a potion. Fortunately, the items rewarded by the system came with detailed explanations of their effects, allowing Zhang Yang to quickly grasp the purpose of this elixir. Consuming it directly enhances the internal spiritual energy. It serves as both a restorative and a cultivation aid. Moreover, typical elixirs often possess some degree of side effects, and prolonged usage can adversely affect one's health. However, the flawless quality of this pill alleviated such concerns. The essence of its purity lies in the perfect balance of its medicinal properties, ensuring that no excess potency would harm the consumer's body, provided it is not excessively ingested. This is precisely what makes the flawless pill so precious. The 1,000 Qi gathering pills Zhang Yang had acquired were all of flawless quality, permitting him to consume them continuously without fear of adverse effects. What a remarkable boon! Zhang Yang was elated. He desperately needed resources to enhance his cultivation. Without hesitation, he took one pill and began meditating. Indeed, in the next moment, he felt a warm current surge from his abdomen, coursing throughout his body. The efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy from this pill was vastly superior to that of spiritual stones. No wonder so many individuals favored elixirs for their training. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. As Zhang Yang stepped out of his room, a smile involuntarily graced his face. After this period of cultivation, he sensed that he was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Remarkably, he had consumed less than 30 pills, yet the effect had already been profound. There were simply too many to consume. Downstairs, Fang Xiaolan and her son were tidying up the inn. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, they immediately greeted him. "Good morning, Innkeeper." "Morning," Zhang Yang replied, affectionately ruffling Lu Liankai's hair with a smile. "Thank you for advancing our wages. It helped us resolve our housing issue." Fang Xiaolan finally found the opportunity to express her gratitude after a few days. "It's nothing, just a small matter." Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively, not taking it to heart. "Is there something joyous happening, Innkeeper? You seem particularly happy." Lu Liankai, feeling bolder than before, inquired curiously, noting Zhang Yang's perpetual smile. This newfound confidence stemmed from observing that Zhang Yang was unlike other masters who often displayed arrogance or anger. Had Zhang Yang been one of those temperamental figures, he would not have dared to ask such a question. "Liankai, how can you speak to the innkeeper like that?" Fang Xiaolan interjected, still somewhat worried that her son should not address Zhang Yang in such a casual manner. However, Zhang Yang was unconcerned and replied, "It's fine. You need not be so formal while working here. We don't have strict rules." Upon hearing this, Liang Kai's smile radiated even more brightly, and he couldn't help but turn back to boast his mother. With Zhang Yang's assurance, Fang Xiaolan ceased her objections. In truth, Zhang Yang's cheerful demeanor was also due to a matter that brought him great joy beyond mere cultivation. After distributing porridge for an extended period and reviewing countless resumes, he had yet to find anyone with potential for cultivation. Yet this morning, as he perused the new resumes in the system, he unexpectedly discovered a promising candidate. Wang Suxin, Processing Superior Spiritual Roots. Remarkably, this newcomer had the rarest of attributes. This was another reason for Zhang Yang's elation. Although not as exceptional as heavenly roots, the returns on investment from superior roots would still be substantial. In this world, spiritual roots are categorized into 5 levels: inferior, middle, superior, earth, and heaven, each representing a different degree of purity. Inferior roots indicate a balanced affinity for all 5 elemental energies, resulting in a slow and mixed absorption during cultivation. In contrast, heavenly roots signify a singular affinity for one element, allowing for an accelerated cultivation process. Superior roots are already quite rare, and Zhang Yang's own heavenly roots marked him as a prodigy. Discovering someone with superior roots was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. According to the system's information, Wang Suxin was a young girl, even younger than Lu Liankai, merely 10 years old. Regrettably, the system did not provide an image, complicating the search. Zhang Yang found himself in a quandary. He could only sift through the known information to identify her among those coming for porridge. Fortunately, the number of children among the recipients was relatively small. He was confident he would recognize her if she appeared before him. He resolved to pay careful attention when distributing porridge later. Zhang Yang glanced around the inn, noting that it remained devoid of patrons. While he did not expect the inn to be a lucrative venture, its desolate state left him somewhat disheartened. However, he understood that the lack of business was due to the Wang family's interference. Once his strength increased, he would no longer need to worry about them and could take the time to enhance the inn's operational model. Currently, Wannanen merely offered a few common dishes, such as boiled beef, peanuts, and stir-fried vegetables. To be frank, even Zhang Yang sometimes found it unappetizing. He resolved that, if only to satisfy his own palate, he must refine these offerings. It was said that cultivators could forego food, but Zhang Yang believed that such choices stemmed not from a desire to abstain, but from circumstances where good food was unavailable during seclusion or training. Who would choose to forego food if they had access to delicious meals daily? Just as Zhang Yang pondered these matters, someone nearby spoke up. "Innkeeper, will we continue distributing porridge today?" Turning around, he recognized it was Song Feiyang. After a day and night of recuperation, Song Feiyang had regained his mobility, though his face bore some bruises. He explained that he had fallen from a high step, sustaining numerous bumps and bruises. This elicited sympathy from Ma Lu, while Zhang Yang merely glanced at the bruise, roughly the size of his fist, showing no particular reaction. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang nodded, "Yes, let us continue." However, at that moment, Song Feiyang adopted a troubled expression, deliberately stating, "Innkeeper, our business is already struggling. If we continue distributing porridge, I fear the inn may not survive." Many interpreted this statement as genuine concern for the inn's financial health. However, Song Feiyang had ulterior motives, seeking to ascertain how long the inn could sustain itself and how much capital was available. His words caused the faces of those nearby, including Ma Lu, to stiffen, as they shared the same apprehensions. Although the front desk possesses some financial records, they only pertain to a recent period, and the specifics of the accounts are known solely to Zhang Yang, the innkeeper. Ma Lu and the others remain oblivious to the impending financial difficulties that may beset the inn. If the current state of fiscal imbalance persists, the inn's closure will undoubtedly be hastened. However, Zhang Yang is aware that the profits from the recent charitable porridge distribution have already equaled the inn's typical annual revenue. Observing the genuine concern among the group, Zhang Yang casually remarked, "Do not worry. I have some savings that will sustain us for a while. Continue with the porridge distribution." His words were delivered with an air of nonchalance, as if the lack of income were of no consequence. Ma Lu recalled that the innkeeper had previously expressed similar sentiments. Yet this time, his confidence seemed markedly greater. He found it perplexing. Nevertheless, since the innkeeper had spoken so assuredly, the others naturally ceased their objections and proceeded with their plans. Only Song Feiyang felt a pang of unease within. Zhang Yang's demeanor had convinced him that the inn would not collapse in the near future, rendering his own aspirations of becoming the innkeeper a distant dream. "I must ascertain the true financial status of the inn," he resolved silently. Casting a glance at the innkeeper's quarters above, he formulated a plan. Surely, the innkeeper's room holds the financial records from previous years. Chapter 17, Found Afternoon. Zhang Yang and Ma Lu continued to push the porridge cart towards the eastern part of the city. "Everyone behave. Stand still for inspection." Suddenly, a few sharp shouts echoed from ahead. Upon glancing over, they saw several men in uniform checking the passers-by. The attire of these men bore a striking resemblance to that of the steward from the Wang family that Zhang Yang had previously dealt with in the Qing Wolf gang. Wang family members? To his surprise, he encountered them conducting inspections on this very road. "What is your business here?" The Wang family members blocked Zhang Yang and Ma Lu's path. "My lord, we are here to distribute porridge," Ma Lu hurriedly explained. "Distributing porridge?" One of the Wang family members furrowed his brow and glanced at Zhang Yang behind Ma Lu, finding him unfamiliar. "I have not heard any major family or government announcement regarding porridge distribution recently. However, The man who had stopped them seemed to recall something and said, "Could it be that you are the kind-hearted gentleman that has been spoken of lately? The one who comes to distribute porridge in the eastern part of the city every day?" This was information he had gathered during routine inquiries, mentioning that a benevolent gentleman had recently arrived in the western part of the city and came to distribute porridge daily in the east. Although the news had not reached everyone, it had spread among a small portion of the eastern residents, especially those who had received porridge. "Yes, that's us," Malu cautiously replied. "Huh, with wealth, you choose not to indulge in pleasures at Chuni Tower, yet instead come to distribute porridge here? The gratitude of these lowly folk is worthless. I truly do not understand what you people are thinking." He mocked them. But the Wang family member did not deliberately make things difficult for Zhang Yang and Ma Lu. After a routine inspection confirmed no issues, they were allowed to pass. The two of them soon arrived at the location where they had distributed porridge yesterday, and a queue had already formed. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you." The recipients of the porridge expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Throughout the distribution, Zhang Yang kept an eye on the system's notifications, hoping to see the little girl named Wang Suxin. Unfortunately, by the time they had distributed over half of the porridge, he had yet to spot anyone resembling the girl described in the system's profile. "Is she not coming today?" Zhang Yang pondered. Logically, it was rare for someone to come for porridge just once. Ultimately, as the distribution neared its end, Zhang Yang still did not see anyone matching the system's description. He had inquired about a few similar-looking children, but none were Wang Suxin. "Brother, is there any porridge left?" Just as Zhang Yang and Ma Lu finished distributing the porridge and began to tidy up, a soft voice rang out before them. "I'm sorry, little sister, but we have finished distributing porridge for today. Please come earlier tomorrow," Ma Lu explained apologetically. Upon hearing this, the girl's expression dimmed slightly as she turned to leave. After taking a few steps, Ma Lu noticed that the girl seemed to have an injured leg, causing her to walk with a slight limp. A wave of compassion washed over him. At such a young age, her leg was already in poor condition, and she had come alone to collect porridge. Her life must be quite difficult. "Wait," Zhang Yang called out, observing the little girl's retreating figure. The girl turned back with a look of confusion, her eyes filled with a hint of wariness as she regarded the tall man who had called her. "What is your name?" Zhang Yang inquired. I don't have a name." The girl hesitated before responding. As she spoke, her gaze seemed to flicker with avoidance. It was clear she was not telling the truth. Generally, children without names were abandoned by their parents from a young age. Moreover, given the girl's apparent leg issue and her venture out alone to find food, this situation seemed to fit that narrative. However, Zhang Yang was fairly certain that this girl was indeed Wang Suxin. The reason was simple. The system had provided information indicating that Wang Suxin had a leg ailment. Initially, Zhang Yang suspected this ailment was subtle and not readily apparent, much like his own damaged meridians, which showed no signs on the surface. Thus, he had inquired about every little girl who appeared to fit the age criteria. Now, the girl before him seemed to align even more closely with the information he had about Wang Suxin. The little girl regarded Zhang Yang with a gaze full of caution, even harboring a hint of fear. Her current stance seemed to intentionally maintain distance from Zhang Yang and his companion. Zhang Yang also noticed her evident apprehension toward strangers, but refrained from commenting on it. "Do you know someone named Wang Suxin?" Zhang Yang casually asked. Upon hearing this, the girl's expression shifted noticeably. "And no, I don't know her. If you have no further business, I shall take my leave now." With that, she attempted to turn away. "Wait," Zhang Yang called out again. He then approached a nearby vendor selling steamed buns and purchased two, handing them to the little girl. "Take this. We have no porridge left today, but remember to come early next time." Chapter 18. A startling skeletal encounter. The little girl instinctively took 2 steps back upon seeing Zhang Yang approach. Yet her hesitation surfaced when she noticed he was offering her a steamed bun. She unconsciously swallowed, her stomach audibly rumbling in protest. The longing in her eyes for the 2 buns was palpable. I. The girl stammered, grappling with her thoughts. But Zhang Yang had already placed the buns into her hands before turning to leave. She stood there, momentarily dazed. After a brief pause, she lifted her gaze toward the direction Zhang Yang had departed, remaining silent before quietly walking away. "Truly kind-hearted, our shopkeeper," Ma Lu remarked, accompanying Zhang Yang. After several days of distributing porridge, Ma Lu increasingly felt that his boss was indeed a reincarnation of a saint, possessing not only a benevolent spirit, but also an exceptionally gentle demeanor. This realization helped dissipate the lingering shadows from the previous days when he had witnessed the shopkeeper's martial prowess. Head back first. I need to purchase a few items. Zhang Yang suddenly instructed Ma Lu as they reached a crossroad. Ma Lu, trusting his words, nodded and pushed his cart away. Once Zhang Yang was alone, he swiftly returned to the spot where he had just handed out porridge. However, the little girl was nowhere to be seen. He carefully discerned the lingering aura and swiftly moved in another direction. Oh, is that not the little cripple, Wang Suxin? Where could she be heading? Just as Zhang Yang entered a narrow alley, a taunting voice echoed from within. For boys, each towering over her, obstructed Wang Suxin's path, their eyes gleaming with malice as they scrutinized the bulging contents in her arms. Wang Suxin's face gradually paled as she recognized the four ruffians who had been notorious for snatching belongings in the vicinity. She had deliberately taken a longer route to avoid them, yet fate had conspired against her. Silently, she attempted to retreat, but another figure emerged from behind, effectively sealing off her escape. Why are you guarding that precious bundle so closely? Why not show us what you have? One of the boys, sporting a buzz cut, smirked with ill intent. As they slowly advanced, they aimed to corner Wang Suxin. I can already smell it, the aroma of steamed buns. Little cripple, I suggest you hand over your treasures willingly. If you do, we'll go easy on you. However, if you have to take it by force, you might not like the consequences. They taunted, each boy taking turns to belittle her, convinced of their impending victory over the frail girl. Zhang Yang observed the ruffians inching closer to Wang Suxin, initially contemplating intervening directly. However, the scene before him suddenly shifted. Just as the boys believed they had the upper hand, Wang Suxin sprang into action, rushing toward one of the shorter boys and biting down on his arm with fierce determination. Caught off guard, the boy let out a genuine scream of pain as blood seeped from a wound. Having bitten him, Wang Suxin seized the opportunity to dash through the gap and attempted to escape the encroaching circle of boys. Grab her, the other ruffians shouted in a panic, quickly pursuing her. Clearly, Wang Suxin's physical limitation would hinder her speed against them. It wasn't long before they caught up. Huh, you little cripple dare to resist? It seems you've forgotten our might. The buzz-cut boy, losing patience, raised his fist to strike her. Wang Suxin instinctively shielded her head with her hands. In the chaos, one of the half-eaten buns slipped from her grasp and tumbled to the ground. However, after a brief moment of anticipation, the anticipated blow did not fall. Instead, piercing screams filled the air. Wang Suxin cautiously lifted her head to see a tall man clad in white standing before her. The attire seemed vaguely familiar, yet she couldn't place it as he faced away from her. It was unexpected that the one to rescue her would be the very gentleman who had previously distributed porridge. Get out of here, a chilling voice commanded. The once arrogant ruffians scattered in terror. As Zhang Yang turned to face her, Wang Suxin finally recognized his face. You are, she exclaimed, astonished and momentarily at a loss to comprehend his presence. Stand up, Zhang Yang instructed gently. Wang Suxin rose to her feet, and once she regained her composure, she hastily expressed her gratitude. Thank you, sir, for saving me. I. She hesitated, realizing she had nothing to offer in return, and the latter part of her sentence lingered unspoken. Do not mention it, Zhang Yang replied with a warm smile. He then picked up the fallen half-bun from the ground and handed it back to her. Receiving the bun, Wang Suxin couldn't help but inquire. Why did you choose to rescue me, sir? Would you believe me if I said I saw great potential in your skeletal structure and wished to teach you martial arts? Zhang Yang replied with a chuckle. Ah, is that so? The little girl was clearly taken aback by this revelation. Did she truly possess the aptitude for martial arts? She glanced down at her own somewhat impaired left leg, struggling to reconcile the notion that someone like her could be fit for such training. I speak the truth. Consider it. If you decide, seek me out at this address. Zhang Yang handed her a slip of paper bearing the location of the Wannan Inn before turning to leave. Wang Suxin stared blankly at the note in her hand. Was it possible that he genuinely intended to teach her martial arts? Watching his retreating figure, she clutched the paper tightly, ultimately refraining from approaching him with an answer. Deep down, she held the conviction that such fortuitous events could not simply befall someone like her, especially given her past experiences that had fostered a mistrust of strangers, particularly those who appeared affluent and benevolent, often concealing darker intentions beneath their polished exteriors. Yet, in a twist of fate, Wang Suxin felt that this gentleman was indeed different. After all, it was unlikely that others of his stature would have taken the initiative to rescue a girl of her lowly status. Chapter 19. The stolen ledger. Was it possible that this little girl could not read? As Zhang Yang ambled back, a grave thought struck him. It was primarily influenced by the television dramas he had previously watched, where a wise figure would save the protagonist, leave behind a small note, and then depart with an air of nonchalance. In his eagerness to appear suave, he had overlooked this crucial detail. Truly, television dramas often lacked rigor. Nevertheless, he consoled himself with the belief that if the other party truly wished to come, they would inevitably meet again. He crafted a seemingly reasonable justification for himself and successfully persuaded his own mind. Well, he would never admit that he was afraid of tarnishing the splendid image he had just painstakingly established, which was why he had chosen not to return. Upon his swift return to the inn, Zhang Yang was met with an unexpected scene of conflict. "Hey, don't frame me. It was you who intended to sneak into the manager's room, and I caught you in the act. Now you dare to bite back? Why, I didn't see. It was you. What do you mean you? At such a tender age, you've learned nothing but deceitful ways. It's no wonder the manager allowed you and your mother into our inn." The two arguing were none other than Song Feiyong and Lu Liangkai. Meanwhile, Ma Lu, who had just returned to the inn, was attempting to mediate the dispute. "All right, Brother Feiyong, calm down. Liangkai is still a child. You should show some magnanimity. Let us wait for the manager to return before making any decisions." After pacifying Song Feiyong, Ma Lu turned to comfort Fang Xiulan and her son. As Zhang Yang stepped into the inn, he was immediately struck by the tense standoff. Upon seeing Zhang Yang return, everyone promptly bowed in respect. "What has transpired?" Zhang Yang inquired, his tone laced with gravity. His earlier good mood, sparked by the discovery of Wang Suxin, had vanished upon entering the inn. Ma Lu was about to explain, but Song Feiyong spoke first. "Manager, you must stand up for me. This mother and son duo attempted to break into your room to steal something, and when I caught them, they turned around and slandered me." As he spoke, Song Feiyong's expression was earnest and filled with indignation, lending a sense of authenticity to his words. However, Zhang Yang, after listening to Song Feiyong's account, did not respond immediately, but instead turned his gaze toward Fang Xiulan and her son. "Is this true?" Song Feiyong felt a pang of anxiety upon seeing the manager's lack of immediate belief in his words. Fang Xiulan instinctively tightened her embrace around her child, tears welling in her eyes. As beggars, they had become accustomed to being bullied, and their spirit of resistance had significantly waned. Even after Song Feiyong's harsh accusations, Fang Xiulan refrained from excessive rebuttal, merely sheltering her child behind her. When the manager finally spoke, Fang Xiulan took a breath and explained. It was Liangkai who witnessed everything. He said that while cleaning upstairs, he saw Brother Song emerging from your room. He intended to ask Brother Song for clarification, but was instead met with a slap. She continued softly. Brother Song then dragged Liangkai down, claiming he had entered your room. Hence, as Fang Xiulan recounted the events, her tone remained gentle. She added, "Liangkai has been raised by me since childhood. I believe he would not lie." Zhang Yang's gaze fell upon Lu Liangkai, who indeed bore a red mark on his cheek. Song Feiyong immediately defended himself. "Manager, I saw him sneaking into your room, which prompted me to intervene. I acted out of concern for your safety, though I admit my actions were perhaps a bit too forceful." After hearing both sides of the story, Zhang Yang refrained from expressing his opinion immediately. "Manager, I arrived after the incident had occurred, so I did not witness the specifics," Ma Lu interjected. "You must trust me. I have been loyal to you for many years." Song Feiyong continued to plead his case. "He is lying. I did not enter your room. It was him." At that moment, Lu Liangkai, fueled by an unexpected courage, broke free from his mother's grasp and stood up to Song Feiyong. "You little brat. How dare you argue back? It seems I need to teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. Song Feiyang, incensed, rolled up his sleeves, ready to advance. Enough! Zhang Yang's voice rang out. At his command, Song Feiyang halted in his tracks. Sighing softly, Zhang Yang fixed his gaze upon Song Feiyang. Loyal? Do you truly regard yourself as loyal, yet agree to act as an informant for the Wang family? The atmosphere became charged as everyone present was momentarily stunned. Manager, what do you mean? Song Feiyang's expression shifted, his eyes darting away. Zhang Yang scrutinized Song Feiyang, noticing the fresh bruises on his face. You're injured, yet still show up for work? Is it because you sought to steal a glimpse of the ledger of Wan? It seems the Wang family has indeed promised you many rewards, for you remain devoted to them, even in such a state. Manager, I sustained these injuries from an accidental fall yesterday. It does not affect my duties, Song Feiyang quickly explained. Moreover, I did not enter your room. It was that little scoundrel. As he spoke, Song Feiyang attempted to approach Lu Liangkai once more. Yet, in the next moment, he was sent flying backward. Zhang Yang having intervened. I had considered your years of service, both fruitful and arduous, but since you show no signs of repentance, you shall no longer work at Wan. Zhang Yang gazed down at the motionless Song Feiyang, his tone calm and resolute. Manager, this is unjust. Song Feiyang gasped weakly. Witnessing Song Feiyang's pitiful state, Ma Lu felt a twinge of pity. After all, they had shared many years at the inn, and a bond had formed over time. Seeing Song Feiyang in such a predicament stirred feelings within Ma Lu. Could it be a misunderstanding regarding Brother Feiyang? Ma Lu ventured. My room is infused with a special herbal essence. Anyone who has entered will undoubtedly carry its scent. Upon hearing this, Ma Lu detected a faint, peculiar aroma in the air. After searching for a moment, he realized that the scent on Song Feiyang was indeed similar to that of Zhang Yang, while he and Lu Liangkai bore no trace of it. This solidified the evidence against Song Feiyang. Realizing he could no longer defend himself, Song Feiyang's expression morphed into one of raw hatred. Wan will inevitably belong to the Wang family. Your resistance is but a futile endeavor. As Song Feiyang revealed his true colors, Ma Lu was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Brother Feiyang had truly become an informant for the Wang family. Reflecting on the years they had worked together, Ma Lu suddenly felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Had he forgotten how the Innkeeper had taken them in all those years ago? How could this person assist outsiders in seizing the inn? This is truly an act of ingratitude. After a considerable time, the crowd finally calmed down. Thank you for standing up for Liangkai. Innkeeper Fang Xiulan expressed her gratitude. It is of no consequence. I merely sought to restore the truth of the matter, Zhang Yang replied without further elaboration. He then turned to Lu Liangkai, who stood before his mother with a slightly flushed face, and smiled. You did very well. You were quite brave. Upon hearing the innkeeper's praise, Lu Liangkai finally broke into a smile. Thank you for your kind words, innkeeper. Meanwhile, Ma Lu observed the unconscious Song Feiyang on the ground and inquired, Innkeeper, what shall we do with this person? Given Song Feiyang's condition, it was evident he would not survive. I will take care of it, Zhang Yang responded lightly. The following day, the Wannan returned to its former state. Chapter 20. The strength of the Wang family. It is said that the four prominent families, Wang, Ji, Ruan, and Zhu, are, to some extent, connected to celestial masters. Allegedly, the young heirs and heiresses of these families have entered the sects of celestial masters to learn the arts, returning only once every couple of years. While the pursuit of immortality is indeed alluring, it is also an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor. However, should one succeed, they would truly become a remarkable figure capable of traversing the heavens and the earth. Pray tell, young sir, what piques your curiosity regarding the pursuit of immortality? Do you aspire to become a celestial master yourself? Inquired an elderly man with a white beard, seated across from Zhang Yang in a pavilion, as he took a puff from his pipe. Not at all. I am merely curious, Zhang Yang replied with a smile. Youth, do not take offense at my candor. But I perceive that you have likely passed your youth, the elder continued. At this age, the prospect of becoming a celestial master is rather dim. I have heard it said that celestial masters are nurtured from a young age, and, as one ages, their innate potential solidifies, making cultivation increasingly arduous. Is that so? It seems I have missed my opportunity, Zhang Yang conceded without argument. Surrounding them were several others, seemingly taking respite from the heat. Zhang Yang had ventured out for a leisurely stroll, hoping to scout potential investment opportunities in the western part of the city. As he passed this pavilion, he overheard the discussion regarding the four esteemed families and celestial masters, which intrigued him enough to approach and listen. The white-bearded elder took another drag from his pipe before continuing. Indeed, what this fellow said is quite accurate. The foremost prerequisite for becoming a celestial master is the so-called aptitude for cultivation, which can only be assessed through Celestial Master's magical artifact. However, the cost for such a test is substantial, equivalent to a common person's lifetime savings. Thus, celestial masters seldom appear among ordinary folk. Furthermore, once a sect recognizes one's aptitude and accepts them, the financial demands of cultivation are staggering. In Yanhai City, it is likely that only the four prominent families can afford such expenses. The others listened intently to the elder's words, finding them quite convincing. May I inquire, esteemed elder, have you ever visited a celestial sect? Zhang Yang respectfully asked. The elder chuckled and shook his head. Ha! I was merely a steward for a time within one of the four families, having witnessed a bit of the world. I hardly warrant the title of elder. Oh, that explains it, Zhang Yang thought, realizing why the others held the elder's words in such high regard. They likely knew of his past. Young man, you appear unfamiliar. I gather you do not reside nearby? A middle-aged woman ventured to ask Zhang Yang. Indeed, I do not. I merely passed by, Zhang Yang replied candidly. The woman nodded in understanding. No wonder you are unaware of old Jia's past. Most locals are well aware he was once a steward of the Wang family. Best not to dwell on it. He made some mistakes in the past, and it is a miracle he still draws breath. The elder seemed reluctant to revisit his past and shook his head. After a moment's thought, Zhang Yang spoke again. Esteemed elder, do you happen to know whether there are celestial masters residing among the four families and what their strengths might be? At this question, those around them seemed to perk up with interest. They had not previously pondered such inquiries, for to them, any celestial master was an exalted being, and their realms of power were of little concern. Some were even unaware that celestial masters possessed different levels of strength. Well, it is no trouble to share. For instance, within the Wang family, there is indeed a celestial master in residence, Master Wang Hoqiang, brother to the current head of the Wang family, Wang Hitai. During my time with the Wang family, I had the fortune to see the celestial master once, and, according to the discussions amongst the Wang family members, his strength stands at the third level of qi refinement. The other three families also have celestial masters residing, their strengths likely comparable. After hearing the elder's response, Zhang Yang fell into contemplation. The third level of qi refinement, you say? Before long, Zhang Yang departed the pavilion. His outing had yielded unexpected insights, as he now possessed knowledge of the capabilities of the four prominent families. Given the elder's previous role as a steward of the Wang family, the information he provided should be relatively accurate. However, the elder's knowledge was nearly 2 years old. With such a passage of time, it was probable that the strength of the resident celestial master had improved. Zhang Yang speculated that the master might have reached the fourth or even the fifth level of qi refinement, for not everyone possessed the extraordinary innate gifts that he or Xiao Yingtian did. For an ordinary person, to break through a minor realm in a year was already quite remarkable. If the Wang family's celestial master were indeed extraordinarily talented, he would not still be at the third level of qi refinement in middle age. Thus, based on the elder's account, it could be inferred that the Wang family's celestial master was likely hovering around the fourth level of qi refinement. Given that Zhang Yang himself was at the fourth level, he felt less apprehensive about the Wang family's potential hostility. With this thought, his spirits lifted considerably. Soon after, he returned to his inn. I see we have guests. Zhang Yang was surprised to find 2 tables of patrons in his inn. Since he began distributing porridge, his good reputation seemed to have spread within a small circle. For over half a month, he had been serving porridge, and the impoverished families in the eastern part of the city had come to recognize him as a benevolent innkeeper. Gradually, some began to visit Wan'an Inn, discovering that the prices of certain dishes were quite reasonable, which attracted patrons who were willing to spend. Drowned by Zhang Yang's burgeoning fame. In summary, it appeared that business at the inn was showing signs of revival, much to Zhang Yang's delight. At the very least, Ma Lu and the others would no longer wear sorrowful expressions. With nothing pressing to attend to, Zhang Yang returned to his room to continue his cultivation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, during which many events transpired. Firstly, word spread that the master who had slain the Wang family steward had escaped the city, and despite the Wang family's extensive search, no trace was found. Some speculated that the perpetrator must have reached the level of a grandmaster, leaving the Wang family to swallow their humiliation. Others believed that the Wang family had a grandmaster in residence and could not possibly fail to capture a single one. Unless, of course, the individual who killed the Wang steward was a celestial master. However, this theory was met with skepticism, for celestial masters were of a high status. It seemed implausible that one would personally kill the leader of the Qinglang gang. Moreover, if it were indeed the work of a celestial master, why would they hide afterwards? In any case, amidst the rampant rumors, various versions of the story emerged. Some individuals were even beaten by the Wang family's men for spreading falsehoods, which quelled the rumors somewhat. Occasionally, when Zhang Yang descended to relax, he would overhear Ma Lu and others discussing this matter. However, he remained indifferent, focusing instead on his cultivation. In addition to the Wang family's pursuit of the mysterious master, another matter arose concerning Wan'an. One day, while Ma Lu was purchasing rice, the shopkeeper outrageously raised the price tenfold, declaring that anyone from Wan'an would have to pay this rate, take it or leave it. Ma Lu subsequently inquired at the vegetable and meat shops, only to find that their prices had also surged tenfold. There was no doubt that someone was deliberately targeting them. Ma Lu promptly informed the innkeeper of the situation, yet the innkeeper appeared remarkably composed, urging him not to panic. Although Ma Lu was anxious, he felt powerless to change the circumstances. Subsequently, everything continued as usual. Fortunately, they had stockpiled some rice beforehand. The rice required for the porridge was minimal, and given that their inn was not particularly busy, it would suffice for approximately half a month. On this day, Zhang Yang finally ascended to the 5th level of qi refinement. What a relief! After several days of diligent practice, he had achieved this breakthrough. In just over half a month, he had consecutively advanced through 3 minor realms, a remarkable pace of cultivation by any standard. This rapid progress was primarily attributed to his innate spiritual root and the efficacy of the qi-gathering pills. Having traversed into this world for nearly a month, Zhang Yang pondered whether he might attain foundational establishment within a year. Who could have imagined that a person devoid of spiritual root could so swiftly approach the status of a foundational cultivator? With his strength now at the 5th level of qi refinement, Zhang Yang felt little trepidation towards the Wang family. It was time to seek out the members of the Wang family. Chapter 21. Kneel down, however, before Zhang Yang arrived at the Wang family. 3 individuals from the Wang family had already sought out the Wan'an. Upon their entrance, Lu Yankai promptly approached them with warm hospitality. Lu Yankai had displayed commendable learning abilities and, after days of familiarity, was now adept at serving guests. Yet, the visitors did not even cast a glance in his direction. "Where's your innkeeper?" one of them inquired. Their attire was resplendent, unmistakably indicating their affluent lineage. Hence, Lu Yankai remained composed and responded, "So you are here to find our innkeeper. He is resting upstairs. May I inquire about your identities, so I may summon him accordingly?" At this, the trio exchanged derisive smiles. Even at this hour, the innkeeper can still sleep soundly? He seems to be a shallow individual, utterly carefree. Lu Yankai felt a flicker of indignation at their mockery of his innkeeper. Just as he was about to retort, the group continued, "Hurry and summon your innkeeper, and inform him that the young master of the Wang family is here." The Wang family, one of the 4 great clans? Lu Yankai suddenly comprehended. He had heard from Ma Yoga that the Wang family intended to acquire their inn. The recent surge in rice, vegetable, and meat prices was evidently orchestrated by them. He anticipated their direct visit today. Without hesitation, he hastened to inform the innkeeper. "Young master, I initially believed the innkeeper of Wan'an to be a person of composure. Rice prices have risen for several days, yet he remains unperturbed not proactively discussing the acquisition. It turns out he is merely indifferent. The youth among them was Wang Qiming. He gently waved a folding fan in his hand, remaining silent. Such individuals typically lack courage. A slight intimidation will suffice to frighten him into submission and compel him to hand over the deed, remarked another burly man. One does not drink the toast, but rather the penalty wine. This is truly vexing. Wang Qiming finally spoke. Upon hearing this, the steward and the burly man beside him seemed to receive a command, indicating that the young master had lost patience and was prepared to take more forceful measures, which aligned with their intentions. At that moment, a languid yawn resonated from upstairs. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yangkai appeared, escorting a young man down the stairs. The youth appeared to have just awakened, leisurely stretching his body as he descended each step without haste. How audacious! Upon seeing my young master, you do not hasten to kneel in welcome. The burly man beside Wang Qiming frowned and scolded Zhang Yang. However, this reprimand bore no fruit. Zhang Yang continued to stretch leisurely, ignoring them entirely. The three members of the Wang family exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. With the Wang family's prestige, who in Yanhai City would not show them some respect, especially with the young master present? It was unexpected that the innkeeper of Wanan would so boldly disregard them. You truly are audacious. Do you think our Wang family dares not take action against you and Yurin? The steward beside Wang Qiming spoke with a frigid tone. Were it not for our young master's mercy, Yurin would have been obliterated by now. Enough of this idle chatter. Swiftly produce your deed, or Yurin shall no longer operate in Yanhai City, the burly man added angrily, unsheathing a long sword from his waist. At this moment, Ma Lu and others appear beside Zhang Yang, and upon witnessing the situation, his complexion turned pale. He glanced at his innkeeper, who remained unfazed. Ma Lu's heart raced with anxiety. What is happening? This is the young master of the Wang family. How can the innkeeper remain so nonchalant? If we truly offend him, Wananin will be finished. There is no need for such extremes. We are merely here to negotiate with the innkeeper. Why resort to blades and guns? Wang Qiming suddenly interjected. After calming his subordinates, he turned to Zhang Yang and inquired, have you considered parting with this inn after all this time? His fan gently swayed, his countenance maintaining a warm smile. To an outsider, he would appear harmless, one playing the role of the benevolent figure, while others played the villain. Nonetheless, Zhang Yang merely glanced at the trio and flatly replied no. At these words, Wang Qiming's smile abruptly stiffened. This man dared to disregard him entirely. After the intimidation from his two subordinates and his own amiable demeanor, he expected compliance. Typically, others would express gratitude for his leniency in such a situation. Realizing this approach was futile, Wang Qiming's patience waned. A mere innkeeper truly believes he can stand on equal footing with the Wang family? His expression darkened. The burly man, understanding the signal, surged forward, reaching out to seize Zhang Yang. You shall witness the methods of the Wang family. Kneel. His strike, though swift, was merely a manifestation of mundane martial arts. Zhang Yang, possessing skills beyond the ordinary, perceived it as slow as molasses. Just as Ma Lu intended to warn the innkeeper, he was astonished to see Zhang Yang extend a hand, seemingly preparing to confront the attack head-on. The exchange transpired in an instant. Bang! A dull thud echoed, resonating like bone meeting the floor. When the dust settled, Zhang Yang stood in scathe, while the once menacing burly man had collapsed his knees before him. His knees shattering the wooden floor, blood trickling from the wounds. At that moment, silence enveloped the room. Wang Qiming and his steward were left speechless. The burly man himself was bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. He sensed an unseen force dismantling his advance, leaving him with no choice but to bow before the innkeeper. Before he could process this, a sharp slap landed on the back of his head. The burly man fell silent, collapsing to the ground, blood seeping from his ears, mouth, and nostrils. In mere moments, the once bullish figure lay lifeless. Impossible. He was a master. How could he perish so swiftly? This cannot be. Wang Qiming's pupils widened in shock, losing the composure he had maintained. The steward beside him collapsed, desperately scrambling backward. Chapter 22. Are you a celestial master? Before his arrival, Wang Qiming could never have anticipated such a scene. It was merely a humble inn. As long as he revealed his identity as the young master of the Wang family, he believed he could easily assert control. However, the unfolding events took a swift and unexpected turn. You, don't come any closer. This is Yinhai City. Everyone saw me enter your inn. If you kill me, the Wang family will not spare you. Wang Qiming clung to the last vestiges of his sanity as he addressed Zhang Yang. If you let me go now, I promise I will never trouble your inn again. As he spoke, Wang Qiming stealthily moved towards the inn's entrance. Just as he neared the door, he prepared to turn and flee. He was convinced that once he stepped outside, surrounded by so many witnesses, the innkeeper would not dare to harm him. However, just as he was about to pivot, a piercing scream echoed beside him. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the steward who had accompanied him, now with a sudden gaping wound in his chest, blood flowing profusely. If you wish to die, feel free to run. Zhang Yang's voice rang out, cool and detached. Wang Qiming was instantly paralyzed with fear, halting his escape. Was it the innkeeper who had attacked? Turning to Zhang Yang, he observed that the man remained stationary, showing no signs of movement. What was happening? Wang Qiming was utterly perplexed. How could someone be killed from such a distance? Was it a hidden weapon? Yet, upon realizing Zhang Yang possessed the ability to kill from afar, Wang Qiming dared not move an inch. He felt certain that if he recklessly bolted for the door, he would not escape the inn alive. What do you want? Wang Qiming's jaw trembled uncontrollably, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Should I be the one asking you that? My humble inn has faced repeated attacks from young Master Wang, and now it is on the brink of closure, Zhang Yang scoffed. Just let me go. I swear I will never plot against Wan Inn again. Zhang Yang replied with an icy demeanor. Is that so? Yes, I promise. Desperate for survival, Wang Qiming clung to the hope of a reprieve. Very well, I shall let you go, Zhang Yang declared, suddenly manifesting a radiant aura in his hand. Seeing this display, Wang Qiming's eyes widened in shock. You are a celestial master? The aura Zhang Yang emitted was something Wang Qiming had witnessed before in the hands of his uncle. It was an ability that only a celestial master could wield. How could such a powerful being reside in this modest inn? Nevertheless, Zhang Yang offered no response to Wang Qiming's inquiry. Once the aura took shape, it surged towards Wang Qiming. Filled with despair, he braced himself for impact, but nothing happened. This is a seal. If you betray your earlier promise, I can end your life at any moment, Zhang Yang stated calmly. Hearing this, Wang Qiming's face drained of color. Even with a lingering inclination towards treachery, he now dare not act on it. Furthermore, had he known that the innkeeper was a celestial master, he would never have dared to provoke him. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Wang Qiming immediately knelt, bowing repeatedly in earnest. Thank you, celestial master, for your mercy. I promise to uphold my word and will refrain from any actions against Wan Inn from this day forth. Leave. Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively, not bothering to glance at Wang Qiming. He spared Wang Qiming's life because the young man still held some utility. All the previous schemes against Wan Inn had been orchestrated by Wang Qiming himself. Entrusting the resolution of these matters to him seemed only fitting, alleviating Zhang Yang of the need to confront the Wang family directly regarding their pricing issues. If Wang Qiming adhered to his promise, Zhang Yang would not pursue the matter further. However, should he falter, Zhang Yang could simply activate the lingering aura within him to resolve the issue. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's command to leave, Wang Qiming felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, retreating rapidly. As he reached the doorway, he stumbled, failing to notice the threshold, and fell down the stairs, landing in the street outside, attracting the attention of passers-by. Wang Qiming could only cover his face and stagger away in humiliation. What's going on? Who is that? Why did he roll out of Wan Inn? Looks like someone drank too much. How could they get this way in broad daylight? I suppose the inn's business isn't that great, but the liquor must be quite enticing. I'll have to try it sometime. Some onlookers, unable to see Wang Qiming's face, could only speculate. Meanwhile, within Wan Inn, following the recent upheaval, everyone except Zhang Yang remained in a state of shock. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and clean this place. Zhang Yang spoke. adopting a more casual tone. Okay. Ma Lu, Feng Xiulan, and Lu Liangkai finally snapped back to reality and began to tidy up. However, the three of them, visibly preoccupied, appear to be going through the motions, their focus clearly scattered. Zhang Yang shook his head, choosing not to comment. He glanced at the two corpses in the lobby, sighing. It seemed he would have to carry them outside for cremation, just as he had done with Song Feiyang's body. By afternoon, the inn had been more or less restored. It was imperative to avoid violence within the inn in the future, otherwise the aftermath would be too burdensome. Zhang Yang had learned a valuable lesson from this encounter. Once the cleanup was complete, Ma Lu and Lu Liangkai exchanged whispers, occasionally glancing at Zhang Yang. Soon, Ma Lu cautiously approached him. After a moment of hesitation, he finally mustered the courage to ask, "Innkeeper, are you truly a celestial master?" The question drew the attention of Lu Liangkai and Feng Xiulan, who were equally eager to hear the answer. In their eyes, a celestial master represented an exalted, enigmatic being, one that an ordinary person might never encounter in their lifetime. Stories of celestial masters circulated widely, and many aspired to attain such a status, including the trio. However, they had never imagined that their amiable innkeeper was, in fact, a celestial master. If this claim had come from another source, they might have doubted it, but it was Wang Qiming, the young master of a prominent family. Such a family was likely to have dealings with celestial masters, lending credibility to Ma Lu and his companion's suspicions. They recalled how Wang Qiming had immediately bowed and begged for mercy upon learning of the innkeeper's true identity, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. This only reinforced their belief in Zhang Yang's extraordinary status. Initially, Ma Lu had thought the innkeeper merely possessed martial prowess. Now, it appeared that Zhang Yang's abilities surpassed his wildest imagination. Nevertheless, Ma Lu still sought a definitive confirmation from the innkeeper himself. "According to your assertions, I indeed qualify as a celestial master." Zhang Yang displayed no intention of concealing this fact and readily confessed. Upon receiving the proprietor's acknowledgement, Ma Lu turned to gaze at Lu Liangkai beside him. Their eyes met, revealing a mutual astonishment. In that moment, an air of awkwardness enveloped the three of them. Zhang Yang then spoke once more. "However, I am also the proprietor of this Wannan Inn, and you three shall continue to be my employees. Everything shall proceed as usual." Having said this, Zhang Yang ascended the stairs slowly, leaving the trio to contemplate the implications of his words. Chapter 23. Clue. At this moment, a young girl stood at the entrance of the Wannan Inn, witnessing everything unfold. This girl was none other than Wang Suxin, the one Zhang Yang had mentioned a few days prior as a potential disciple. Ever since Zhang Yang had rescued her and remarked on her aptitude for martial arts, a seed of aspiration had been sown in her heart. Deep down, she yearned to learn martial arts, for it would free her from the fear of being robbed of her meager possessions by local ruffians. Each night, before drifting into slumber, she pondered, "Can I truly practice martial arts?" After contemplating this question repeatedly, her curiosity compelled her to seek out the residence of the elderly gentleman who often distributed porridge. In truth, Zhang Yang's concerns had been entirely unfounded. Although Wang Suxin was a beggar, she was literate, having been sold as a servant to a household for a time before circumstances forced her to leave. Today, she had come to merely glimpse the place mentioned on a scrap of paper, but unexpectedly, she witnessed the second young master of the Wang family entering the inn. She recognized him distinctly. She was certain of her identification. Could it be that the Wannan Inn was a property of the Wang family? A wave of surprise washed over her. However, recalling that the gentleman who had saved her might also belong to the Wang family extinguished the flicker of hope that had just ignited within her. The consensus among the lower classes was that none of the four great families were virtuous. The seemingly glamorous faade of the four families in Yunhai City concealed the ruthless exploitation of the impoverished that had amassed their wealth. Frankly, the East District was in such disrepair that the four great families bore the brunt of the blame. Wang Suxin wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Thus, any association with the four great families was relegated to the ranks of villains in her mind. If the Wannan Inn truly belonged to the Wang family, then the gentleman who had rescued her was likely one of them, and she would no longer entertain the notion of accepting any invitation to learn martial arts. Fortuitously, She had not acquiesced to such a proposition. Wang Suxin silently congratulated herself for her prior caution. Having seen what she came for, she intended to leave. Yet her curiosity compelled her to observe a while longer. Before long, however, she witnessed a disheveled figure tumble out of the Wannan Inn. She recognized the attire. It matched the clothing of the second young master of the Wang family, who had entered moments before. A gasp escaped her lips. Truth be told, had she not been lurking outside, few would have discerned that this person was indeed the same young master who had just entered the inn. What was happening? Was this not a property of the Wang family? What had befallen the second young master? A flurry of questions surged through Wang Suxin's mind. Had her previous assumptions been erroneous? Furthermore, the young master had entered with 3 others. Why had only one emerged? Could it be? Wang Suxin contemplated a profoundly unsettling possibility. Surely not. This was a member of the Wang family. Who would dare to harm one of their own? Was the Wannan Inn truly willing to defy the Wang family? She was reluctant to accept such a notion. Nevertheless, it appeared that the Wannan Inn was not, in fact, under Wang family ownership. It seemed she had indeed misunderstood the situation. Curiosity then turned her thoughts to the events that had transpired within the inn. Yet her distance rendered her unable to discern the details. Time passed slowly, and despite her overwhelming curiosity, she ultimately had to depart. The following day, Malu arrived at the inn, brimming with excitement. Innkeeper, the prices at the rice, vegetable, and meat shops have returned to normal. Upon hearing this delightful news, Fang Xiulan and her son were equally elated. Zhang Yang nodded in acknowledgement. It appeared that the young master of the Wang family had kept his word, retracting the animosity directed towards the Wannan Inn. Of course, it could also be out of fear. Regardless, the previous hostilities had ceased, bringing joy to Ma Lu and the others. The inn could resume its normal operations. However, business at the inn remained somewhat lackluster that day. This was hardly surprising, as the inn was not situated in a bustling area. It was unlikely that the removal of the Wang family's aggression would instantly draw in a flood of customers. Nonetheless, even with just a few tables occupied, Ma Lu and his companions treated their guests with utmost warmth, ensuring their satisfaction. Meanwhile, at the Wang family estate, a group of middle-aged men gathered in the drawing room, sipping tea. On the surface, they appeared jovial, yet the tone of their conversation betrayed an underlying tension. Have you heard? Wang Lao has yet to apprehend the murderer responsible for the death of your steward. Is that fiend truly so formidable that they can evade the Wang family's thorough pursuit? A younger man lifted his teacup, glancing at Wang Hetai, who occupied the seat of honor, and casually remarked, "Indeed, could this perpetrator truly be a master?" Another round-faced man chimed in, seemingly jesting. "Given the limited number of experts in Yanhai City, if this is an outsider, your family may struggle to capture them." "Humph." Wang Hetai responded with a cold snort, remaining silent. It was clear that these men had come to gloat over the Wang family's misfortunes. The Wang family had previously boasted about their determination to capture the killer, yet nearly half a month had passed with no results. The other 3 families would certainly not let such an opportunity slip by. Today, the heads of the Ruan Ji and Zhu families had decided to pay a visit to the Wang family patriarch while they were free. Wang Hetai could hardly refuse, leading to the gathering at hand. "I suggest, Wang Xiong, that you call upon a master to intervene. No matter how skilled the adversary, they would stand no chance against a master," one said. "Is your brother still in seclusion? At his age, what good is it? He should be contributing to the family and accumulating resources for the next generation." Indeed, indeed. They all laughed heartily, while Wang Hetai's expression darkened. Just then, a servant of the Wang family approached, whispering urgently in Wang Hetai's ear. His eyes widened in surprise. "Let's go." He sprang to his feet, addressing the heads of the other 3 families. "I apologize, but I must take my leave. My servant has just uncovered a lead on the murderer, and I need to interrogate them personally." With that, he followed the incoming servant, leaving the other 3 heads exchanging bewildered glances. Was it mere coincidence? They had just been discussing how the Wang family had mobilized their resources to no avail, and suddenly a lead materialized? Surely, luck was not so favorable. Meanwhile, Wang Hetai followed the servant to a room. What is the meaning of this? Why had he not discovered this sooner? Upon seeing the steward in charge of the investigation, he erupted in fury. We had not anticipated that this would be connected to a murder case, so... Enough. Just tell me the facts. Wang Hatai, uninterested in excuses, pressed for results. On that fateful day, along with the leader of the Zhang Yang and our steward from the Wang family, 3 other members of the Qinglang gang met their demise. The methods of their killings were strikingly similar. At the time, we suspected that these 3 individuals were slain for having encountered that mysterious expert beforehand. However, in recent days, a thought has dawned upon me. Aside from the similarity in their wounds, there exists another commonality among these deceased individuals. They are all connected to the Wannanin. The Wannanin? Wang Hatai appeared perplexed. Indeed, our steward had approached the Qinglang gang with the intention of instigating trouble at the Wannanin. Furthermore, the other 3 who perished had just returned from there. Today, while inquiring at a certain household, we learned that those 3 members of the Qinglang gang were seen exiting the Wannanin, visibly injured. Are you suggesting that there may be a formidable expert within the Wannanin? Wang Hatai mused, his brow furrowing slightly. While it remains uncertain whether they possess true prowess, it is likely that someone there possesses martial skills, replied the informant. However, this is merely conjecture on my part. Currently, we lack definitive evidence linking the Wannanin to these events. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Hatai declared, evidence is unnecessary. Apprehend the individuals first. Chapter 24. A grand display at this moment, a beautiful woman rushed in from outside, exclaiming, Master, Master, something is amiss. Since yesterday, Qiming has locked himself in his room. The servants mentioned he visited the Wannan in yesterday. Wang Hatai furrowed his brow. Another incident involving the Wannanin? The connection between these events only serves to highlight the peculiarities surrounding that establishment. Let's go. I shall personally lead a team to investigate. I am most curious to uncover the mysteries that lie within the Wannanin. A short while later, Wang Hatai departed from the Wang residence, accompanied by a formidable entourage, instantly drawing the attention of a throng of onlookers. The heads of the other 3 prominent families still present at the Wang estate exchanged glances, puzzled by the commotion that warranted such a large assembly from the Wang family. Among the ranks were renowned martial masters. Could it be that they had truly discovered the elusive expert? Intrigued, the 3 family heads decided to discreetly follow suit. Make way. Clear the path. The Wang family's members commanded, dispersing the crowd, who dared not utter a word of dissent. What could have transpired to require such a mobilization? The palanquin in the center appeared to belong to the head of the Wang family. Surely, something grave had occurred. Let us follow and witness the unfolding drama. The surrounding populace echoed, eager to join the spectacle. Before long, they realized the procession was headed eastward. Those with quick wits began to speculate. Might the perpetrator responsible for the Wang family's troubles have been located? Considering the Wang family's threats to find the murderer, it is indeed plausible. After all, they had declared that upon discovery, the culprit would face dire consequences. Could it be that the mysterious expert had been hiding in the eastern slums, a place notorious for its complexity? It was no wonder the Wang family had failed to uncover the truth for so long. It appeared there would be excitement to witness. However, just as the Wang family's procession was about to cross the river demarcating the eastern and western parts of the city, it abruptly halted. The crowd, bewildered, pondered the meaning behind this pause. Was the assailant not in the east, but rather here, surveying the surroundings? They found no conceivable hiding places, only shops and an obscure little inn. Master, we have arrived. A subordinate respectfully announced from outside Wang Hatai's palanquin. Search the premises. Wang Hatai's deep voice resonated from within. Immediately, a dozen individuals surged forth, charging towards a Wannan inn. Ma Lu, curious about the sudden influx of people at the entrance, wondered if something significant had occurred. Yet, in an instant, he found himself confronted by the advancing crowd. Esteemed guests, this is... he began, but before he could finish, one of the intruders kicked him squarely in the chest. Ma Lu was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the counter. The force of the blow was tremendous, and with a muffled groan, he found himself unable to regain his footing. Search thoroughly. The command echoed as the throng poured into the Wannan inn, turning it upside down. Patrons who had been dining at 2 nearby tables were swiftly apprehended. Clatter. The furniture was overturned in a chaotic frenzy. Onlookers outside gasped in astonishment. Could it be that the enigmatic expert was concealed within this humble inn? Such a notion seemed unlikely. Despite its somewhat secluded location, the Wang family must have previously sent individuals to investigate. Surely, there must be some secret passage that had only recently been revealed. Some expressed sympathy for the inn. Alas, if the mysterious expert truly resides here, this establishment may never reopen. You are mistaken. Given the Wang family's temperament, whether or not they find that elusive murderer, this inn is likely doomed. Not far from the crowd, the palanquins of the three family heads were positioned, their occupants observing the unfolding scene. As they witnessed the Wang family's members unhesitatingly storming the inn, anticipation swelled within them. They too pondered the identity of the one who had slain the Wang family's steward and how the Wang family would handle the situation. After all, the murder within the city was not only a challenge to the Wang family's prestige, but also to that of their own four families. As one of the heads instructed a subordinate, "Go ahead and investigate the situation and report back promptly," the others similarly dispatched individuals to gather intel. Report. Nothing suspicious was found on the first floor. Proceed to the second floor, commanded a steward from the Wang family. Several members of the team hastened upstairs. The steward then turned his attention to Fang Xiulan and her son, who had been apprehended. "Have you been harboring anyone in this inn?" "And no, we haven't tea," Lu Yangkai mumbled, head bowed. You dare to be obstinate?" The Wang steward's eyes glinted ominously, his displeasure evident. "My lord, we truly have not concealed anyone. This is a modest business. We simply conduct our affairs honestly," Fang Xiulan hastily added, fearful for her son's safety. Yet, this was not the response the steward desired to hear. With his master outside, failure to uncover something would surely result in punishment. Thus, he was determined to find something, anything, to justify his actions. You won't weep until you see the coffin. Beat them," the steward ordered. At that moment, a sudden scream echoed from upstairs. Upon hearing the commotion, the thug's fist froze in midair. The steward's gaze darted upwards. "What is happening?" He called out loudly. "My lord, there's a trap in that room. One of our brothers was killed," came the panicked reply from above. Indeed, upon hearing this, the Wang steward felt a surge of excitement. It seemed the inn was indeed suspicious. If he could unearth that elusive expert, he might just earn the favor and promotion from his master. With renewed vigor, he led the charge upstairs. "That room right there." The steward pointed toward a small room nestled in the corner. At the doorway lay a body gruesomely severed in two, blood splattered everywhere. The onlookers were now filled with trepidation. "What has transpired?" The Wang steward inquired of his men. "Our individuals merely pushed the door open, and for reasons unknown, they were immediately dismembered. We couldn't discern what happened," one thug replied, his honesty evident. Upon hearing this, the Wang steward furrowed his brow. In a typical inn, it is inconceivable for such malevolent traps to exist. It seems likely that this room harbors some secrets. However, how could one gain entry? What if there are other mechanisms within? After a moment of contemplation, the steward of the Wang family appeared to have an epiphany. He commanded his henchmen downstairs to bring up a few individuals. "We shall test these few," he remarked with a cold smirk. Yet, before he could await the return of his subordinates, a chilling scream echoed from below. What calamity had transpired? He promptly descended the stairs, only to discover that, unbeknownst to him, another lifeless body had appeared downstairs. It was none other than the henchman who had just been by his side. What on earth is happening? The steward of the Wang family was bewildered by the sudden demise of one of his own men. At that moment, Ma Lu, who had just regained some consciousness, witnessed the entire occurrence. That was the life-saving talisman bestowed upon us by the innkeeper. He had seen a delicate piece of paper emerge from Lu Liankai's body, which swiftly struck down the man descending the stairs. Ma Lu recognized this item. It was the very talisman the innkeeper had given them not long ago, a protective charm for each of them, himself, Lu Liankai, and Antlan. It was said to be an artifact from an immortal, capable of preserving life in critical moments. When he first received it, Ma Lu had been particularly exhilarated. Yet, he had momentarily failed to comprehend the situation. Clearly, the events that had unfolded were the result of Lu Yangkai activating that talisman. However, The members of the Wang family remained oblivious to all of this. Chapter 25. The Grandmaster, is he really dead? Lu Yankai raised his head slightly to observe the intruders who were cautiously surveying their surroundings, feeling a twinge of anxiety within. It appeared that they had not noticed the talisman emerging from his pocket. With this realization, he let out a sigh of relief. Moments ago, he had overheard their discussion, mentioning a suspicious room upstairs, and it was evident to him that they were intent on invading the Master's quarters. The Master had previously warned them against entering his room lightly, and Lu Yankai surmised that it must contain something of great importance that required safeguarding. With the Master absent from the inn, it fell upon him to protect this room and prevent these intruders from succeeding. Instinctively, Lu Yankai recalled the life-saving talisman bestowed upon him by the Master, the only means he possessed to counteract the threat. Without hesitation, as the descending figure approached him, he decisively attempted to activate it in accordance with the Master's instructions. What transpired next was astonishing. No one seemed to notice anything flying out. Yet the enforcer from the Wang family was cleaved in two. Was this the prowess of an immortal master? Lu Yankai felt a profound shock within. He had previously harbored doubts regarding the talisman's efficacy, yet it had proven to be formidable. It seemed the master had anticipated such a day, hence the provision of this talisman for their protection. Who goes there? Step forward. At that moment, the members of the Wang family gradually huddled together, scanning their surroundings with vigilant eyes. This was exceedingly eerie. Within mere moments of their entry, two of their own had met their demise. The steward of the Wang family now scrutinized the area with trepidation, fearing that he might be next. What on earth is happening inside? Outside the inn, Wang Hatai inquired impatiently. Logically, a small establishment like this should yield quick results during a search. Unless, of course, they had stumbled upon a significant secret. I shall investigate at once. With a bow, a knife-wielding subordinate set off towards the Wannan Inn. Meanwhile, the curious onlookers trailing the Wang family pondered whether this grand operation would indeed uncover some clues. However, the presence of the Wang family obstructed their view of the unfolding situation inside the inn. Upon witnessing another individual dispatched within, their curiosity intensified. Had they truly discovered something? Yet, as soon as the Wang family subordinate stepped into the inn, he was met with the anxious expressions of the henchman, causing his countenance to darken. What is going on here? Observing the newcomer, the steward responsible for the search relaxed slightly. This individual, Wang Kai, was a trusted aide and guard of the master, possessing martial prowess that reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. With Wang Kai present, the steward felt reassured against any potential ambush. The steward promptly approached and relayed the earlier events. Hidden weapons? Wang Kai surveyed his surroundings, and with his Grandmaster's intuition, found nothing amiss. Continue the search, starting with the suspicious room upstairs. Upon hearing the steward's report, he deemed it highly suspicious that this modest inn harbored such traps, particularly in the second-floor room, which might conceal unspeakable secrets. The remaining members of the Wang family, upon realizing that a guard of the master had issued the order, felt compelled to proceed upstairs despite their fears. Some even approached Lu Yankai and his companions, intending to enlist them as scouts. However, in the blink of an eye, another flash of cold light shot forth. Puff, puff. This time, two heads soared into the air simultaneously, one belonging to the newly entered Grandmaster, Wang Kai. The remaining Wang family members were immediately paralyzed with terror. If even the Grandmaster could be slain, they had no desire to continue their search. Demons! They cried in a frenzy, scattering chaotically towards the inn's exit. Onlookers at the entrance, who had just witnessed another Wang family member enter the Wannan Inn, were astonished to see a throng of individuals rushing out moments later, evidently in a state of panic. What transpired? They murmured, recognizing these as the same individuals who had entered to conduct the search. Why were they fleeing? The palpable fear among them suggested that there was indeed something amiss within the inn. Wang Hatai, hearing the commotion, could not resist raising the curtain of his sedan to investigate. Upon witnessing the chaos, his expression turned ashen. What on earth is happening to cause such alarm? This is an affront to the Wang family's honor. He scrutinized the fleeing crowd, only to find that the Grandmaster Wang Kai he had dispatched was conspicuously absent, deepening his ire. "Speak. What has occurred inside? Why have you all fled?" A henchman from the Wang family rushed to Wang Hatai's side, kneeling in fear as he stammered, reporting to the master, "There are hidden weapons inside. 4 of our men have already been killed. Among them, damn it, among them what? Among them was Grandmaster Wang Kai." At this revelation, Wang Hatai's pupils widened in disbelief. The Grandmaster, who had just entered, had perished? He was a warrior of the highest realm, and yet he had been slain in an instant? This was beyond comprehension. Gradually regaining his composure, he fixed his gaze intently upon the entrance of the Wannan Inn, now truly convinced that the individual responsible for the death of his steward was indeed within. They had sought this person for so long, and it appeared he had not left the city. However, he was astonished by the strength of this individual, capable of slaying a Grandmaster. Nonetheless, despite this realization, he felt no overwhelming fear. What did it matter if this person could kill a Grandmaster? The Wang family was protected by an immortal master. No matter how formidable this individual might be, could he truly surpass an immortal? Moreover, if he possessed the power to contend with the Wang family, why had he been lurking in the shadows for so long, only now compelled to reveal himself? Wang Hatai glanced at another Grandmaster he had brought along, who immediately understood and stepped closer to the Wannan Inn, calling out loudly, "Who resides within? Are you aware of the consequences of slaying members of the Wang family in Yanhai City? The Wang family is guarded by an immortal master. Though you may easily dispatch Grandmasters, you surely cannot stand against an immortal. Can you? If you are willing to present yourself now and surrender, we, the Wang family, can grant you mercy and spare your life. What say you?" With this proclamation, the surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. It seemed that within this humble inn lay a mysterious expert, one capable of effortlessly annihilating Grandmasters. This revelation was unexpected for the majority present. Chapter 26. The confrontation what? This humble inn conceals a formidable being capable of vanquishing a Grandmaster. When this news reached the ears of the heads of the other 3 great families, they were utterly astounded, rendered speechless for a considerable time. It appears that the Wang family managed to uncover something, albeit it seems rather complex. They must continue to investigate. Upon hearing this, the servants squeezed back into the crowd to gather further information. Meanwhile, within the Wannan Inn, the sudden departure of the Wang family members granted Ma Lu and Lu Liangkai a momentary respite. "Ma Lu, are you all right?" Lu Liangkai and his mother hurried to assist him, for he had just endured a severe kick from the intruders. They then turned to gaze at the corpses on the ground, their expressions darkening. The scene before them was far too gruesome. 3 lives had been extinguished in quick succession. However, there was little they could do, as these individuals had invaded their inn without provocation, and they were merely acting in self-defense. This also attested to the potency of the talisman bestowed upon them by the Innkeeper, which had enabled them to dispatch those intruders without their awareness. What shall we do now that the Innkeeper is absent? Lu Liangkai breathed deeply to steady himself, gripping his mother's hand tightly as he looked to Ma Lu. As the most senior employee among them, Ma Lu naturally became their pillar of strength in the Innkeeper's absence. At this moment, voices from the Wang family could be heard outside, clearly misinterpreting the situation, believing that a master martial artist was present within the inn. Yet the only true master, Innkeeper Zhang, was currently absent. If they prepared to storm it again, it would be exceedingly difficult for the 3 of them to repel the intruders like before. "Let us remain still for now. The Innkeeper may return shortly," Ma Lu replied. In acknowledgement, Lu Liangkai and his mother could only nod in agreement. After a brief moment of silence, Ma Lu turned to Lu Liangkai and remarked, "I never anticipated you would act so boldly." Immediately thinking of activating the protective talisman given to us by the Innkeeper and executing it so adeptly, I must confess, I didn't think much of it at the time. I merely wished for them to refrain from searching the Innkeeper's room and suddenly recalled this method. The talisman is indeed powerful, allowing for such an effect. Lu Liangkai replied honestly. At that moment, the talisman had already lost its efficacy after slaying 3 individuals. The only hope left for the trio rested upon the 2 remaining talismans held by Ma Lu and Feng Xilan. They could only hope that Innkeeper Zhang would return before those talismans were exhausted. Cowardice abounds. It seems those inside are nothing remarkable. Wang Hatai scoffed, noting the lack of response from within. After calling out for a while without receiving any reply, the Grand Master of the Wang family returned to Wang Hatai's side. "Master, what shall we do next?" he inquired. With a calm demeanor, Wang Hatai declared, "Since he refuses to emerge, we shall force him out. Set this in a blaze." The audacity to incinerate a building in Yunhai City would typically be met with severe repercussions, as open arson was a capital offense. Yet, the Wang family held little regard for the so-called laws, as they viewed themselves as the sovereign power within the city. A mere inn, if burned, was of no consequence to them. The fates of any innocent souls within were of no concern to Wang Hatai. Upon receiving the order, the Grand Master promptly departed. Shortly thereafter, several members of the Wang family returned with torches. The onlookers were taken aback. What did the Wang family intend? Were they truly going to set fire to the inn? Such an act was punishable by death, and it appeared there were several people still inside. They never expected the Wang family to act with such audacity. Where were the city lord and the guards? Was there truly no one to restrain the Wang family? I shall see how long you can hide. Wang Hatai sneered as he observed the unfolding scene. However, just as the Wang family members were about to ignite the flames, they were suddenly struck by a shower of crimson. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Something unknown pierced the temples of those poised to set the inn ablaze. In an instant, blood splattered, and they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. What just happened? The crowd gasped in shock. Just moments ago, those individuals were ready to ignite the fire, and now they lay motionless. The speed of the attack was so swift that ordinary onlookers scarcely comprehended how it transpired. Someone has attacked. Who? The Grand Master of the Wang family immediately became alert, scanning the surroundings for the assailant. The velocity of the projectiles had been so rapid that even he had been unable to discern their origin. At that moment, a tall young man emerged from the throng, striding purposefully towards the entrance of the Wannan Inn, drawing the astonished gazes of the crowd. Could it be that this young man was the one responsible for the attack? Who are you? The Grand Master of the Wang family inquired warily, his guard up as he addressed the newcomer. You intend to burn my inn and yet do not know who I am? Zhang Yang's gaze was frosty as he regarded the man before him, his tone devoid of any emotion. He had merely stepped out for a moment, only to return to find this alarming scene. The audacity of these individuals to threaten his and ignited a fierce rage within him. As Zhang Yang's chilling gaze met the Grandmaster's, the latter inexplicably felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, though he quickly suppressed it. After all, he was a Grandmaster, the pinnacle of martial prowess. As long as no celestial master intervened, who could pose a threat to him? With this thought, he felt a measure of comfort. The innkeeper has returned. Within the inn, Ma Lu's heart soared with joy as he beheld Zhang Yang approaching. They had been in a state of anxiety at the prospect of the Wang family setting fire to their establishment, but now that the innkeeper had returned, their fortunes seemed to have shifted. From a distance, Wang Hatai lifted the curtain of his sedan chair to gaze in Zhang Yang's direction. One of the Wang family's stewards, upon noticing the wounds on the fallen man, seemed to make a connection and hurried to report to Wang Hatai. Upon hearing this, Wang Hatai's fury intensified. The one responsible for the death of his steward was none other than the innkeeper of Wannan Inn. At last, he had pinpointed his target. Today, he would ensure that this insolent youth faced dire consequences. Without hesitation, Wang Hatai issued a booming command, "Kill him." At his command, the Wang family's henchmen surged forward in a chaotic rush. The Grand Master of the Wang family was the first to launch an assault. However, in the next moment, Zhang Yang had inexplicably produced a slender willow branch in his hand. Upon perceiving the approaching adversary, he wielded the branch with a swift motion. Although the willow branch appeared pliable, in Zhang Yang's hands it transformed into a formidable sword, striking with the force of a tempest. The Grand Master, who had yet to revel in his initial momentum, was suddenly confronted by a surge of sword energy which swiftly engulfed him. To the onlookers, it seemed as though the once formidable Grand Master of the Wang family, charging forward with great fervor, was effortlessly cleaved in two by the young man wielding the willow branch. Blood splattered, and the assembled crowd was momentarily ensnared in a profound silence. Chapter 27. The Royal Family's Celestial Master Strikes? Kill. The surrounding women, having never witnessed such a scene, immediately let out piercing screams. What has transpired? Some bolder onlookers, their gazes still fixated, were filled with curiosity about the recent events. Was that not the Grandmaster of the Wang family? How could he be slain so effortlessly? Especially those other enforcers from the Wang family, witnessing their Grandmaster fall so easily to this youth, were instantly filled with trepidation. After all, no one desires to court death. What was that technique just now? They had not even caught a glimpse of it, and to rashly approach would surely be akin to delivering themselves to death. What are you doing? Quickly kill him. Wang Hetai, in a fit of agitation, thrust his head out of the palanquin and bellowed at the hesitant Wang family members. In that moment, fear began to creep into his heart. The strength of the innkeeper of Wan'an Inn was even more formidable than he had anticipated. Yet, as the head of the Wang family, he could not believe that this individual dared to openly defy their entire clan. You boy, dare to oppose the Wang family so brazenly? You shall not leave Yunhai City alive. The Wang family is protected by celestial masters. If you are wise, surrender now, and we might show mercy and leave you with a complete corpse. Wang Hetai shouted toward Zhang Yang, steadfast in his belief that no matter how powerful this individual was, he could not possibly rival the Wang clan. If he could, he would not have waited until now to reveal himself. This was the source of Wang Hetai's courage. Unfortunately, he was gravely mistaken. Oh, is that so? Zhang Yang's disdainful voice rang out. In the next instant, his gaze locked onto Wang Hetai, who was still protruding his head from the palanquin, and he shifted his stance. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yang vanished from sight. Before Wang Hetai could react, a willow branch transformed into a sword and struck at the palanquin with a swift chop. Crash! The palanquin splintered apart. Then, a severed head was hurled high into the air. The crowd scattered in shock. Once they regained their composure, they realized that the flying head belonged to Wang Hetai. Wang Hetai's eyes remained wide open, as if he could not comprehend that the young man had dared to kill him. He actually killed the head of the Wang family. The onlookers were in disbelief. The execution was executed with such swiftness. Wang Hetai had merely uttered a few threats before his head was cleanly severed. It was astonishingly rapid. Moreover, no one could believe that someone would dare to openly kill a member of the Wang family within Yunhai City, let alone the head of the family. For many years, numerous individuals harbored discontent towards the four great families' dominance over Yunhai City, yet no one or any force had ever truly threatened their status. The reason was simple. The four great families maintained close ties with celestial masters. These masters could obliterate the finest experts of the mundane world with but a flick of their wrist. Ultimately, this was why the four great families felt emboldened. Even the city lord dared not confront them, let alone other factions. Now, the head of the Wang family had been slain in front of so many witnesses by a mere youth. This was utterly unexpected. It seemed that change was indeed afoot. Some witnesses felt a sense of satisfaction at this turn of events. Yet they had to acknowledge that the one who had killed the head of the Wang family would likely face relentless pursuit from the Wang family's celestial master. However, for Zhang Yang, the person at the center of this chaos, there was little turmoil within him. The Wang family was intent on burning down his inn. How could he possibly spare them? The Wang family was but a trifling matter in his eyes. At that moment, a figure soared through the air. Upon seeing the severed head on the ground, he let out a sorrowful cry. Brother! This middle-aged man glared fiercely at Zhang Yang. You brat, have killed my brother. If I, Wang Heqiang, do not dismember you today, I shall not be worthy of my cultivation. The newcomer was none other than Wang Heqiang, the second master of the Wang family and the celestial master stationed at the Wang clan. Those who had heard of Wang Heqiang's name were now visibly shocked. The celestial master of the Wang family had arrived. It seemed that the fate of the innkeeper of Wan'an Inn was sealed. I thought this time would genuinely threaten the status of the four great families. Yet the outcome remains the same. As long as there is a celestial master in place, the Wang family will remain unyielding. As the confrontation unfolded, Wang Heqiang was the first to strike. His foot slammed onto the ground, causing it to crack, and he transformed into a shooting star, charging directly at Zhang Yang. The momentum he exuded far surpassed that of the previous martial arts grandmaster. prompting some onlookers to instinctively retreat a few steps, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Yet, Zhang Yang remained unfazed. He activated the shadowless step, evading Wang Heqiang's ferocious punch with a graceful leap, escaping the range of the impending attack. He dodged it, witnessing Zhang Yang effortlessly evade the fierce strike. The crowd was taken aback. Ha ha ha, as I surmised, how could this person dare to openly oppose the Wang family? It turns out that the Innkeeper of Wan'an Inn is also a celestial master. Those who had speculated earlier finally found their suspicions confirmed. However, this revelation was astonishing. Celestial masters were typically associated with major powers or secret realms. Why then was a mere innkeeper revealed to be a celestial master? Choosing to reside in such a remote place as Yanhai City? This fact kept many from fully believing their earlier conjectures. Nevertheless, even with this revelation, it was presumed that he would still struggle against the Wang family's celestial master. Otherwise, he would not have spent these past few days hiding away. Given his youth, it was likely that his cultivation was inferior to that of the Wang family's celestial master, which was truly unfortunate. Within the arena, Wang Heqiang's gaze turned sharp as he focused on Zhang Yang. Clearly concealing your strength. However, even if you possess cultivation, your reluctance to reveal yourself and your concealment within this humble inn suggests that your prowess cannot be too formidable. With that, Wang Heqiang's aura surged once more. This time, he intended to unleash his full power, vowing to ensure that this man would pay for his brother's demise. Zhang Yang assessed the energy emanating from Wang Heqiang, and his thoughts began to solidify. 3 layers of qi refinement, merely a step away from the 4th layer. Yet, that step was akin to crossing a chasm, a leap from the initial stage to the intermediate stage of qi refinement. Wang Heqiang, at his age, still languishing at the 3rd layer, signified a clear lack of talent. Understanding Wang Heqiang's true strength, Zhang Yang felt no desire to prolong the confrontation. Since they were all members of the Wang family, he would have to eradicate them to prevent future troubles. As Wang Heqiang prepared to unleash his punch once more, the force behind this strike was evidently stronger than before, creating a gust of wind that rustled the clothing of some onlookers. Prepare to die. Zhang Yang, fixated on the incoming attack from Wang Heqiang, wielded the same willow branch he had used to slay Wang Hetai, swinging it with force. A blade of energy manifested from thin air, meeting Wang Heqiang's strike head-on. Boom! The clash produced a resounding explosion, and for a moment, it was impossible to discern which was superior. Wang Heqiang's heart raced in astonishment. This individual was actually on par with him? Moreover, considering his youth, it was evident that his talent vastly surpassed Wang Heqiang's. Where had the Wang family found such a formidable adversary? Before him today stands a man whose life must not be extinguished. Otherwise, calamity shall surely befall the Wang family in the days to come. Contemplating this, Wang Heqiang could not help but forcefully expend a portion of his latent potential, intensifying his power. As Wang Heqiang's assault began to subtly overwhelm Zhang Yang's sword energy, Zhang Yang remained unfazed. At this moment, his heart was remarkably composed. This marked his inaugural battle against an immortal cultivator, and he knew he must muster every ounce of his spirit. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Zhang Yang fixed his icy gaze upon the distant Wang Heqiang, and his steps suddenly shifted, invoking the shadowless step. He instantaneously abandoned the notion of a head-on confrontation and swiftly maneuvered to the side, aiming to strike at Wang Heqiang. Understanding the extent of Wang Heqiang's strength, Zhang Yang was acutely aware that this strike would not suffice to eliminate him outright. After all, they were merely separated by 2 minor realms. Given that the opponent was thoroughly prepared, it was evident that he could not hope to defeat him directly in a single blow. Thus, Zhang Yang had no intention of clashing head-on with Wang Heqiang from the onset. He resolved to fully exploit his superior agility afforded by the shadowless step. Indeed, Wang Heqiang had just poured nearly all of his energy into that last attack, only to be taken aback by Zhang Yang's unexpected evasion. As the figure suddenly darted towards him from the side, Wang Heqiang's heart filled with trepidation, and he instinctively sought to withdraw and defend himself. However, Lacking any training in mobility techniques, he was no match for Zhang Yang's speed. Before Wang Huqiang could adequately prepare his defenses, Zhang Yang had already closed the distance. A slender willow branch, moving with lightning speed, pierced into Wang Huqiang's abdomen before he could react. In the moment of pain that rendered Wang Huqiang sluggish, Zhang Yang relinquished his grasp on the willow branch, swiftly repositioning himself behind Wang Huqiang. Transforming his palm into a fist, he delivered a powerful blow to Wang Huqiang's back. A spray of blood erupted from Wang Huqiang's mouth as he staggered, his eyes widening in shock. After stumbling a few steps, he collapsed to the ground, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yang in disbelief. "No, it cannot be." "Your agility," he stammered, struggling to comprehend the ferocity of his opponent's assault. Could it be that this individual was indeed superior in strength? Yet before he could finish his thought, Zhang Yang advanced once more, unleashing a punch aimed squarely at his face. Following that, a flurry of punches rained down upon Wang Huqiang's visage and chest like a torrential storm. Only when Wang Huqiang's breath ceased did Zhang Yang finally exhale in relief. This was Zhang Yang's first kill of an immortal cultivator, and he possessed little experience in such matters. To avoid the complications typically associated with slaying cultivators, he deemed it prudent to deliver several blows in rapid succession. Chapter 28. Reaction upon witnessing this scene. Those present were rendered utterly speechless. The Wang family's immortal master was defeated. In an instant, he was pinned to the ground and ruthlessly pummeled. Such an outcome had never crossed their minds. After all, many had never even laid eyes upon an immortal master, let alone witnessed one engaged in combat. They assumed that the Wang family, being one of the 4 prominent families of Yanhai City, with their profound heritage, would surely not face defeat. Across from the Wang family stood merely an individual who had concealed himself for so long, forced to retaliate only after being discovered. Even if he were an immortal master, how could he possibly overpower the Wang family's master? Otherwise, why would he have hidden? Yet, when the 2 immortal masters truly engaged in battle, they realized to their astonishment that the Wang family's master was shockingly fragile. Surely, he must be dead by now. In the arena, Zhang Yang gazed upon the lifeless form of Wang Huqiang on the ground, feeling a slight sense of relief. Lacking combat experience, he could only rely on the element of surprise and deny his opponent any opportunity to breathe in order to swiftly conclude the fight. After all, this was a matter of life and death. It was impossible not to feel tense. Even though his cultivation surpassed that of his opponent, he remained exceedingly cautious. Fortunately, everything had proceeded smoothly. Rising to his feet, Zhang Yang surveyed his surroundings. Anyone who met his gaze instinctively took a step back and lowered their heads. At this moment, Zhang Yang could no longer be described as merely terrifying. The death of the Wang family's immortal master signified that the Wang family, one of the 4 great families, would cease to exist from this day forward. Without an immortal master to uphold them, the Wang family would inevitably crumble. However, no one had anticipated that such a feat could be accomplished by a single individual. The Innkeeper, upon seeing Zhang Yang's gaze directed towards them, Ma Lu and the others were instantly filled with joy. The inn was safe, and the Innkeeper was unharmed. This was the best news they could hope for. Without the Innkeeper, their fate would likely have been to be incinerated to ashes by the Wang family, as they could never hope to contend against such a multitude. Zhang Yang nodded at Ma Lu and the others before addressing the onlookers with a booming voice. This entire ordeal was instigated by the Wang family. Had they not sought to encroach upon my inn, none of this would have transpired. Furthermore, just moments ago, the Wang family attempted to set fire to my establishment. Therefore, my actions in slaying members of the Wang family are entirely justified. If there are still those who wish to voice grievances on behalf of the Wang family, feel free to step forward now. Zhang Yang's declaration was imbued with formidable authority. In that moment, amidst the throng of hundreds, not a single soul dared to utter a word in opposition. Seeing that no one contested his words, Zhang Yang turned and made his way back to the Wannan Inn. The others, witnessing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the root cause of this incident was indeed the Wang family attempting to seize control of another's inn, leading to these catastrophic events. The Wang family had truly encountered a formidable opponent. In the past, their members had always been accustomed to wielding power without fear of retribution. Yet now, they had provoked the ire of an immortal master, leading to their own destruction. I had long found a Wang family distasteful, but previously could only endure. Now, they had finally fallen, and Yunhai City was liberated from one less source of trouble. I wonder what the other 3 great families are feeling right now. Ha! Be cautious. They have people behind you. As the crowd buzzed with conversation, the heads of the 3 prominent families of Yunhai City, positioned not far behind the throng, wore ashen faces, collapsing into their palanquins. Wang Atai, dead. Wang Heqiang as well. The Wang family is to be no more. Each piece of news struck them like a thunderclap. They had just shared tea with Wang Hetai that very afternoon. And now the Wang family was on the brink of annihilation. Who exactly was this innkeeper of Wan'an, capable of effortlessly slaying even Wang Heqiang of the Wang family? This revelation led them to reflect upon their own families. Their strength was comparable to that of the Wang family. And if the Wang family could be extinguished so easily, would they be next? As this thought took root, an increasing sense of panic surged within them. When they were the dominant force in Yunhai City, no one could threaten them. They had acted without fear, regardless of how outrageous their behavior was. But now, with the emergence of someone capable of effortlessly obliterating their families, fear began to take hold. Without a moment's hesitation, several family heads turned and hurried back to their homes, anxious to avoid any impending trouble. Innkeeper, you were truly magnificent just now. The Wang family's immortal master was killed without hesitation. Lu Liansai's admiration for Zhang Yang soared to new heights. Ever since he learned that the innkeeper was an immortal master, a sense of excitement had stirred within him. However, it was only upon witnessing his innkeeper slay the Wang family's immortal master that this feeling was fully unleashed. He yearned to become a person like the innkeeper, so that next time someone sought trouble, he wouldn't need the innkeeper to intervene personally. He could protect his mother himself. Especially when he had utilized the talisman the innkeeper had given him to vanquish those who invaded the inn, the thrill within him grew even more palpable. Was there any significant trouble at the inn? Zhang Yang inquired as he stepped into the establishment, surveying the surroundings. Ma Lu promptly replied, "Those intruders only managed to smash some tables and chairs before Liankai used the protective talisman you had previously given us to eliminate them." Surprised, Zhang Yang acknowledged the unexpected audacity of Lu Liankai, who had decisively activated the talisman. "You did well. I didn't realize you possessed such courage." Zhang Yang commended Lu Liankai. The talismans he had bestowed upon the 3 were intended for emergencies, and now they had been put to good use. Flushed with pride from the praise, Lu Liankai felt a sense of bashfulness. "Thank you for your kind words, innkeeper." Though he feigned humility, he was elated to receive such commendation from a powerful, immortal master. He believed he could boast about it for a lifetime. Then, noticing Ma Lu, who appeared somewhat uncomfortable, Lu Liankai anxiously added, "Brother Ma Lu was kicked by them. It seems he has been injured." "Innkeeper, I'm fine. It's just a minor injury." Ma Lu quickly waved his hand, not wanting to cause further concern for the innkeeper. "I'll check on you." Without hesitation, Zhang Yang took Ma Lu's hand and performed a thorough examination using his spiritual energy. After completing the inspection, Zhang Yang frowned slightly. Seeing the innkeeper's expression, Ma Lu immediately grew anxious. Could it be that he had truly sustained significant harm? At that moment, Zhang Yang spoke, "You have indeed sustained a minor injury, but it is not serious." Hearing this, Ma Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I will use my spiritual energy to nurture your wounds. Please relax," Zhang Yang instructed, as a slender stream of spiritual energy flowed from his hand into Ma Lu's arm, gradually traveling to the injured area. The inherent nurturing quality of spiritual energy would expedite Ma Lu's healing without causing any adverse effects on his body. Soon, Ma Lu felt a refreshing sensation coursing through him, alleviating the lingering pain he had experienced. Within just a few breaths, he found himself nearly restored to his pre-injury state. Is this the power of an immortal master? Maliu marvelid inwardly. This was far swifter than the recovery afforded by medicine. After all, he had only heard tales of the immortal masters from the mouths of others. It was only in recent days that he had truly witnessed the terrifying power of these beings. No wonder everyone harbored such profound reverence for them. Ma Lu then glanced at the bloodstains and corpses on the ground, unable to suppress his inquiry. "Shopkeeper, what should we do next?" "Do not rush into things. I must first pay a visit to the Wang family." At this point, Zhang Yang's gaze suddenly turned sharp. To eliminate future threats, he deemed it essential to visit the Wang family. Zhang Yang was not a bloodthirsty individual, yet he did not wish to invite unnecessary calamity in the future due to his compassion. Chapter 29. Annihilation. As they watched the shopkeeper's departing figure, Ma Lu and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions laden with disbelief. Was the shopkeeper truly intent on exterminating the Wang family and all its members? It seemed so, for as the shopkeeper had just articulated, this was a preemptive measure to prevent any resurgence from the Wang family that could trouble their establishment, the Wan Inn. Once the facade of civility was shattered, it was best to eliminate any potential threats completely. This reasoning held merit. After all, the world was rife with miracles, and should a member of the Wang family experience a stroke of fortune and rise again, it would be their own demise. Moreover, the city of Yanhai had long suffered under the Wang family's tyranny. Many were not merely indifferent to this situation, but rather supportive of the impending downfall. Yet, to think that one of the four prominent families of Yanhai, the Wang family, could face such obliteration, especially at the hands of their own shopkeeper, was a notion that felt surreal to them. Before long, Zhang Yang arrived at the street where the Wang family residence was located. It was already thronged with spectators, the majority drawn by morbid curiosity, their faces betraying an inexplicable excitement. The Wang family's celestial master had been slain. It appeared that the Wang family was indeed on the brink of annihilation. The abruptness of it all was astonishing. Just that morning, they had witnessed the Wang family members marching out in full force, and now only a few remained to return. It was evident that the shopkeeper of the Wan Inn was formidable. Who would have anticipated that such a potent celestial master was concealed within that seemingly humble inn? Some were still reflecting on the recent battle, while others pondered the fates of the other three families. With the Wang family destroyed, how might the Ji, Wan, and Zhu families be feeling? They had just seen members of those families fleeing in panic back to their own residences. What else could they do? If even the Wang family celestial master was no match for the shopkeeper, then the remaining three families' masters, likely of similar strength, would undoubtedly be hiding away. Indeed, the Wang family had committed heinous acts for many years. Such a fate was well-deserved, lest it be a gross injustice. However, it would be splendid if all four families could be eradicated together. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussions, someone suddenly shouted, "Zhang Xianshi has arrived." Clearly, some had managed to ascertain Zhang Yang's name. Upon hearing that Zhang Xianshi had set foot on the Wang family's territory, a wave of skepticism washed over the crowd. Why had he come? Did he intend to ensure the Wang family's total obliteration? As this thought crossed their minds, expressions of disbelief spread across their faces. Zhang Xianshi's methods were indeed ruthless, leaving no avenue for the Wang family to escape. The crowd parted to make way as a young man clad in white approached with measured steps. This figure was, of course, Zhang Yang. Upon reaching the gates of the Wang residence, his gaze remained icy as he scrutinized the tightly shut doors, a frown creasing his brow. Without hesitation, he summoned a surge of spiritual energy, launching it directly at the Wang family's entrance. Crack! The gates splintered into a multitude of shards. Those present, particularly those who had not witnessed the celestial confrontation earlier, were left in a state of astonishment. To have witnessed a celestial master's prowess in one's lifetime was a tale worthy of endless boast. As the gates shattered, panicked screams erupted from within the Wang residence. Just moments ago, their patriarch had been slain. Who was this new assailant? Yet, as they peered closer, they found only one figure standing at the entrance. Some Wang family members, who had barely escaped the Wan Inn, were now paralyzed with fear at the sight of Zhang Yang. In that tense moment, an elderly man with a white beard mustered the courage to step forward and address Zhang Yang. "Do you truly intend to be so merciless? Leave a thread of hope for future encounters. The Wang family still has descendants studying in the celestial sect. If they return to discover that you have eradicated their entire lineage, what do you think will be the consequences? Though you are youthful and accomplished, do you comprehend the vast power of a celestial sect? It is not something you can contend with alone. Though the elder was somewhat intimidated, his tone remained confident, for he spoke truths. The Wang family had endured due to their celestial master's protection and the backing of a powerful sect. Even those who disregarded the Wang family's intrinsic strength often hesitated to confront them out of fear of their formidable allies. His words aimed to dissuade the man before him. However, Zhang Yang's expression remained unchanged as he replied coolly, "If I spare you today, do you think you want to seek revenge in the future?" At this, the elder fell momentarily silent. He had intended to agree, but how could one simply dismiss such profound enmity after the murder of their patriarch and celestial master? Surely, no one could accept that. Yet, he understood that his immediate goal was to pacify this formidable individual, so he refrained from further provoking him. Just as the elder prepared to speak again, a bolt of spiritual energy shot forth, striking him down. His mouth opened slightly in shock as the arrow pierced his forehead, extinguishing the light in his eyes as he fell backward lifelessly. A collective gasp erupted from both the Wang residents and the onlookers outside. The speed of this action was astounding. The elder had barely finished speaking before he was silenced forever. The crowd's gaze toward Zhang Yang now brimmed with awe. His action stemmed from a desire to avoid further meaningless dialogue. Initially, he had no intention of severing ties with the Wang family. He had merely released the Wang family's young master with the hope that they would cease their hostilities toward the Wan Inn. However, with the Wang family's recent plan to incinerate his establishment, the situation had escalated beyond recovery. It was unacceptable for the Wang family to threaten his Inn while he refrained from retaliating against them. Seeing that no one dared to obstruct him any longer, Zhang Yang strode into the Wang residence. The elder he had just slain was a significant figure within the family, and with his demise, the Wang family had lost its anchor. Consequently, upon Zhang Yang's entrance, many within the residence knelt in respect, recognizing that as mere mortals, they stood no chance against the celestial master. Furthermore, the area surrounding the Wang residence was now densely packed with spectators, making escape impossible. They had no choice but to await their fate, hoping that this celestial master might show them mercy. Upon entering the Wang residence, Zhang Yang wasted no time and seized an elderly man who appeared to be seasoned in years. "Who are the core members of the Wang family? Speak the truth, and I shall spare your life." The man, confronted by Zhang Yang's formidable demeanor, quickly yielded, especially at the prospect of survival. He divulged every name he knew associated with the Wang family and even pointed them out for Zhang Yang. His sole hope was that this act of submission would indeed secure his life. However, Zhang Yang's targets were primarily the core members of the Wang family. He had no intention of indiscriminately slaughtering those who merely worked for them. The revelation was merely a means to instill fear amongst the remaining family members. Others, too, were similarly motivated. As long as they were not core members of the Wang family, they could assist in identifying those hidden core members and then depart freely. Upon receiving this promise, some peripheral personnel, who merely worked for the Wang family, instantly became invigorated and eagerly began to assist in the search and identification. They had little sense of belonging to the Wang family, and in the face of a threat to their lives, how could they possibly accompany the family members to their demise without cause? In the blink of an eye, all core members of the Wang family were gathered in a spacious courtyard. "Master Xianshi, everyone is here," reported the elderly man, respectfully addressing Zhang Yang. Except for a grandmaster of the Wang family who had yet to be found. Zhang Yang nodded, his gaze sweeping over the individuals kneeling before him, potential adversaries who might one day seek revenge. Among them, he recognized a familiar figure, Wang Qiming, the young master of the Wang family, upon whom he had previously placed a spiritual mark. At that moment, Wang Qiming looked at Zhang Yang with utter despair. Without offering any explanation, Zhang Yang activated the spiritual mark, causing Wang Qiming's eyes to widen in shock before he collapsed, lifeless. Chapter 30. The Mingyue sect. The young master of the Wang family, Wang Qiming, met his untimely demise. Upon witnessing this, the surrounding crowd erupted in terrified cries once more. However, Zhang Yang remained devoid of any sympathy, continuing to condense his spiritual energy into arrows, poised to eliminate a second target. At that moment, a breathless voice suddenly emerged from behind him, pleading, "Immortal Master, I beseech you to show mercy." Turning to investigate, Zhang Yang beheld an unremarkable middle-aged man who had inexplicably entered the Wang residence. Clad in official robes, this man was the one who had implored Zhang Yang for clemency. Beside him stood several others. Through their hushed whispers, Zhang Yang discerned their identities. Among them was the rarely seen Lord of Yanhai City, accompanied by the heads of the other three prominent families. Given their stature, each of these individuals could easily command authority within Yanhai City. Yet none stood at the forefront of the group. Zhang Yang sensed a subtle aura of spiritual energy emanating from the leader among them. Narrowing his eyes, he directed his gaze towards this individual, realizing that it was this person who had emboldened the heads of the three families to confront him simultaneously. "Are you the one who just dispatched the Wang family's Wang Heqiang?" The man inquired, not displaying any overt anger upon meeting Zhang Yang's gaze. Instead, he offered a warm smile and said, "I am Miao Zhe, the resident steward of the Mingwest sect in Yanhai City." Minggu sect. Indeed, this man's background was not trivial. Zhang Yang had heard of the Mingwest sect before. It was the closest cultivation sect to Yanhai City, which, strictly speaking, fell under the sect's jurisdiction. In this world where cultivators existed, the power of mortal kingdoms was minimal, often merely a fade. Therefore, cities were typically governed collaboratively by kingdoms and cultivation sects. And Yanhai City was no exception. Previously, Zhang Yang had learned that the Mingwest sect stationed disciples in its jurisdiction, yet the current steward had maintained a remarkably low profile. Consequently, Zhang Yang had not gathered much specific information about him. He was taken aback by how swiftly this man had appeared following Wang Qiming's death. However, Zhang Yang possessed his own confidence that emboldened him to act against the Wang family. He did not feel intimidated by Miao Zhe's affiliation with the Mingwest sect. Observing Miao Zhe's amicable demeanor, Zhang Yang respectfully replied, "Ah, it is an honor to meet you, Taoist Miao. What brings you here today?" Zhang Yang's attitude remained composed and unwavering, devoid of any hint of panic. Miao Zhe, in contrast to the rising ire of those accompanying him, appeared unfazed. The others, however, were visibly agitated that Zhang Yang had not shown the slightest sign of reverence for the Mingwest sect's steward. Their collective fury stemmed from the fact that they had come to confront Zhang Yang, yet he seemed to challenge their authority brazenly. Miao Zhe, however, appeared unconcerned by their reactions. He glanced at the lifeless Wang Qiming, sighed softly, and turned his attention back to Zhang Yang. "Taoist Zhang, let us speak plainly. You understand the intent of my visit. I acknowledge that the Wang family acted unjustly towards you, but now that their patriarch and cultivator have been slain by your hand, I ask if you might spare the remaining members of the Wang family for my sake. It would allow me to provide a proper account afterward." Miao Zhe's demeanor starkly contrasted with that of the heads of the other three families. His tone was devoid of anger, instead characterized by a calmness that suggested reluctance to get entangled in this conflict. This was reflective of his personal disposition. He had sought to cultivate in peace, avoiding the myriad of worldly disputes. Since taking on a role of resident steward in Yanhai City, he had largely stayed in seclusion, tending only to minor matters and focusing on his own cultivation, waiting for the term of his service to conclude so he could return to his sect. However, the situation had escalated beyond expectation, and with the heads of the other three families uniting to approach him, it was incumbent upon Miao Zhe to intervene as the Mingwest sect's representative in Yanhai City. Otherwise, he would face repercussions for failing to act. Yet, upon hearing Miao Zhe's request, Zhang Yang remained unyielding. "You asked me to spare them now, but when the Wang family sought to burn down my inn, did anyone plead on my behalf? Did anyone attempt to dissuade their actions? And now, as I prepare to eliminate the remaining members of the Wang family, you expect me to show them mercy? What if one of them were to gain a fortuitous opportunity in the future, becoming far more powerful than I? How would I then respond?" Zhang Yang's words were resolute, for they rang true. When the Wang family attempted to incinerate his inn, not a single soul had intervened. Yet now that he sought retribution, the heads of the three families, the city lord, and the steward of the Mingyu sect had converged upon him. To suggest that they had merely been unable to act previously was something Zhang Yang could hardly believe. After all, the time elapsed since he had entered the Wang residence was quite brief. The swift reaction of these individuals was notable. At that time, they had chosen to remain passive spectators, for it had not directly affected them. However, following the annihilation of the Wang family, the other three families and the city lord felt their interests were now at stake, prompting their urgency. How audacious of you, Zhang Yang! Do you truly disregard the presence of the Mingyu sect steward? Exclaimed a middle-aged man with a small mustache, unable to contain his outrage. Our four families offer tributes to the Mingyu sect annually. Your brazen destruction of the Wang family is a direct affront to the sect. If you persist in this course, know that the Mingyu sect will not spare you. Zhang Yang cast a sidelong glance at the man, recognizing him as the head of one of the families, albeit unfamiliar to him. As their eyes met, the man was immediately struck with fear, his face paling. He had previously felt emboldened by the presence of the Mingyu sect's steward, believing he could provoke Zhang Yang into a violent confrontation, hoping that the steward would swiftly eliminate this unexpected challenger. This, he thought, would stabilize the position of the three families. Yet, to his astonishment, Zhang Yang showed no sign of retreat. The chilling glint in Zhang Yang's eyes had not gone unnoticed, instilling further trepidation in him, prompting him to step back involuntarily. Fortunately, another figure stepped forward, breaking the intense gaze between them and allowing him to regain his composure. This newcomer was none other than his family's cultivator. While Zhang Yang's piercing gaze could intimidate mortals, it held little power against fellow cultivators. Zhang Yang initially intended merely to intimidate his opponent. He would not irrationally contemplate exterminating all who opposed him, as such an outcome would be utterly uncontrollable. He chose to disregard the flamboyant jester who had brazenly emerged and redirected his attention to Miao Zhe, standing prominently among the crowd, and said, "What if I were to insist on eliminating these members of the Wang family today?" A hint of helplessness flickered in Miao Zhe's eyes. After a soft sigh, he replied candidly, "Then I shall naturally report today's events truthfully to the sect and await their judgment." Upon hearing this, the heads of the three prominent families who accompanied him expressed their discontent. Was it truly as simple as merely reporting back to the sect? Shouldn't this audacious individual be dealt with on the spot to demonstrate the prestige of the Moon sect? Surely, this was the duty of the city's enforcer. This was the outcome they had all hoped to witness. Why else would they have sought the Moon sect's enforcer to preside over the situation so urgently? However, Miao Zhe's recent words left them greatly disappointed. Miao Xianshi, this person is committing murder in Yunhai City with such arrogance. Should he not be summarily executed? A voice of dissent arose among them. Yet, Miao Zhe maintained his calm demeanor, turning to address them. Alas, you are no match for him. His cultivation level is at least above the 5th level of qi refinement, and even I am uncertain of my ability to defeat him. Should we engage him, it would only result in greater casualties. We should return for now and await my report to the sect for their decision. At this revelation, the crowd was taken aback. The adversary's strength surpassed the 5th level of qi refinement. His power was indeed formidable, to the extent that even the Moon sect's enforcer could not contend with him. The heads of the three families felt their spirits wane significantly. It became clear why this individual had so effortlessly slain Wang He and Shang. His strength exceeded theirs by 2 whole realms. Moreover, judging by his age, he was significantly younger than Wang He and Shang, yet his prowess had already surpassed theirs, indicating extraordinary talent. The strength of the three families was not vastly different from that of the Wang family. If they were to offend this individual openly and fail to eliminate him, they might very well follow in the footsteps of the Wang family in the future. As this realization dawned upon them, a sense of trepidation gripped the members of the three families, especially the one who had just threatened Zhang Yang, whose lips turned pale with fear. If even the Moon sect's enforcer could do nothing against Zhang Yang, what could they possibly achieve? At that moment, the notion of retreat began to take root in everyone's minds. It seemed they would have to wait for the Moon sect's response before making any further plans. Miao Zhe turned to leave. Having gauged Zhang Yang's strength, he no longer intended to engage directly. After all, while duty was duty, it was not worth risking his life to enforce it. Noticing Miao Zhe's intent to depart, the others dared not linger. Just as Miao Zhe was about to step out of the Wang family gate, Zhang Yang spoke once more. Miao Daoyu, you may report truthfully. If the Moon sect should hold me accountable, I am willing to personally compensate the Wang family for the offerings that were insufficient this year in Yanhai City. Upon hearing this, Miao Zhe hesitated slightly and turned back to Zhang Yang. Seeing no deceit in his demeanor, he nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, I will report truthfully. With that, the crowd finally departed, swift in their arrival and equally swift in their exit. Chapter 31, Unexpected Heat. After a brief moment, Zhang Yang stepped out of the Wang family's grand gate. At this time, the crowd that had gathered to watch the commotion had been dispersed by the arriving soldiers. Zhang Yang did not linger, making his way directly to his own Wan'an Inn. From this moment forth, the Wang family would no longer exist in Yanhai City. News of their downfall spread rapidly, and soon the city was abuzz with excitement. Could it be true that the Wang family had indeed perished? Remarkably, even with the other 3 prominent families attempting to intervene, they could not save the Wang family. Clearly, the proprietor of the Wan'an Inn was exceptionally powerful, showing no deference even to the united front of the 3 families. This shift in power dynamics meant that Yanhai City was about to undergo a transformation. With the Wang family gone, the landscape now comprised the 3 prominent families and the Wan'an Inn. The mere juxtaposition of these 4 forces seemed peculiar, yet it was an undeniable reality. Consequently, the Wan'an Inn itself began to flourish, drawing in an influx of visitors. This establishment, owned by a true celestial master, had become a point of intrigue. Those who had dined at the celestial master's inn could now boast about the experience to others for quite some time. During a lull in serving dishes, Lu Liangkai could not help but engage in a brief conversation with Ma Lu. Brother Ma, it seems we've had an unexpected surge of customers these past few days. It's becoming a bit overwhelming. Ma Lu, wiping the sweat from his brow, responded with evident delight. Indeed, the proprietor has become quite renowned throughout the city, attracting numerous patrons. Despite their fatigue, Ma Lu and his colleagues felt a profound joy as the inn's business thrived. Here it is, esteemed guest. Your complimentary warming soup. Wait, you offer complimentary warming soup here? Some guests expressed their surprise, curious about this unexpected generosity. Yes, it was a decision made by our proprietor, intended as a token of appreciation for your patronage. Ma Lu explained candidly. Upon learning that it was the innkeeper's initiative, curiosity heightened among the guests. Is your proprietor the esteemed Zhang Xianshi? Indeed, that is correct, honored guest. Ma Lu did not shy away from this revelation, speaking with pride. Seeing Ma Lu's proud demeanor, others felt not resentment, but rather a tinge of envy. After all, he was associated with a genuine celestial master, one who could effortlessly vanquish the Wang family. In the past, many had only heard tales of the celestial master. Even a mere glimpse of such a figure was a distant dream. To be employed by a celestial master was an aspiration beyond their wildest imaginings. Now that someone had achieved this, it was indeed a source of pride. Who would have thought that Zhang Xianshi would consider us mortals, preparing warming soup for us? I must return to the Wan'an Inn frequently. This sentiment resonated with many, for such treatment was previously unheard of. In establishments they had frequented, patrons often faced charges for even a simple glass of water. To discover that a celestial master's inn offered complimentary warming soup was nothing short of a revelation. This unexpected kindness stirred excitement among the crowd. Many who initially sought merely to observe or experience something new found themselves raving about the dish after tasting it. Thoughts of their next visit began to form in their minds. Meanwhile, from the upper floor of the Wan'an Inn, Zhang Yang observed the scene below, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this complimentary warming soup had proven to be a wise investment. Just moments ago, his system had received dozens of new personal resumes, evidently generated by patrons who had indulged in the complimentary soup. This validated Zhang Yang's spontaneous idea from the previous day. Besides distributing porridge, this was his second method for screening potential investors en masse. Such a modest offering could yield resumes of individuals with potential investment prospects. How could he not embrace such an opportunity? Thus, upon conceiving this notion, he promptly tasked Ma Lu and the others with its implementation. The so-called warming soup was merely a commonplace dish in this world. It bore little nutritional value and was hardly costly. Yet, the fact that patrons could enjoy it for free, in contrast to other establishments that charged for it, deeply moved many. This was, in essence, an unexpected delight. Zhang Yang had previously dined at various inns and taverns to gather intelligence on the Wang family's true strength, as such venues often served as hubs for information dissemination. He had noted that many inns and taverns in this world seemed to lack the concept of complimentary services or giveaways. In his past life, many restaurants offered free beverages as standard practice, a tactic to attract customers. A prime example was a certain brand's birthday service, where waitstaff would awkwardly serenade patrons with birthday songs, creating a memorable experience that turned the establishment into a popular choice for celebrations. Regrettably, the innkeepers in this world seemed oblivious to such practices. It was only through the juxtaposition of memories from his previous life and this one that Zhang Yang conceived the idea of offering complimentary warming soup. The enthusiastic reception of this initiative was entirely unforeseen. Zhang Yang's intention was not to attract a multitude of customers. Rather, he merely sought to fulfill the system's requirement for obtaining investor information. The system stipulated that an item must be gifted to an individual for their information to be acquired. Zhang Yang found himself somewhat helpless in this regard. Master, everyone is exceedingly pleased to learn of the complimentary warming soup today. Many are praising the Wannan Inn for its integrity. As evening descended and the inn prepared to close, Ma Lu and his associates joyfully reported to Zhang Yang about the day's events. Business had been even more prosperous than the previous day. Initially, they had assumed that yesterday's influx was merely due to curiosity, expecting fewer patrons today. To their surprise, the number of visitors had increased, particularly in the afternoon when word of the complimentary soup spread, prompting even more guests to flock to the inn. Some patrons even waited patiently at the entrance for a table to become available. The bustling activity left Ma Lu and his team with little time to spare. Yet they felt a sense of fulfillment. Is that so? Zhang Yang replied with a wry smile. However, this was not his original intention. Observing the sweat on Ma Lu and the others, he slowly spoke. You three have worked hard today. Starting tomorrow, your wages will be doubled. Upon hearing this, the initially jubilant expressions of the trio froze in disbelief. Ma Lu thought he had misheard. Why had the proprietor suddenly decided to raise their wages? Master, we are not fatigued, and considering how long the inn has gone without income, you have been subsidizing its operation. This business has only improved for 2 days. It would be prudent to save resources for unforeseen circumstances. Yes, indeed, Lu Yangkai and his mother chimed in, equally astonished. They had only recently joined the inn. The notion of a wage increase was difficult for them to comprehend. Upon witnessing several individuals still actively considering their own interests, Zhang Yang felt a warm sensation in his heart, mingled with a touch of amusement. To be candid, it is indeed rare to find workers who are so considerate of their employer. Fortunately, Zhang Yang is not the sort of odious capitalist. As he observed the three attempting to decline, he promptly interjected, "There is no need to say more. As a celestial master, do you think I would be lacking in a few wages from you?" Upon hearing this, the three were rendered speechless. Indeed, as the proprietor, he is a celestial master and seemingly should not be concerned about such trifles. However, they found it somewhat disconcerting to receive an unsolicited increase in wages. Particularly for Lu Yangkai and his mother, they felt their brief tenure at the inn rendered them unworthy of such compensation. Nevertheless, since the proprietor had spoken, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Consequently, the three soon found themselves uplifted by the unexpected raise. The proprietor remained the same as ever. Despite displaying a formidable demeanor towards the Wang family, he continued to exude warmth and kindness towards them. Chapter 32. Taking apprentices breaking through again. Before the three could utter a word, Zhang Yang continued. Additionally, if you know of any trustworthy individuals, please consider introducing them to our inn for work. Otherwise, It may prove quite taxing for just the three of you to manage all these tasks alone. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances. Were they really hiring again? The business had only improved for 2 days, and now the innkeeper sought to recruit more staff. Was this not a bit hasty? If business were to dwindle later, they would be burdened with an unnecessary salary. Yet, recalling the innkeeper's earlier words, their concerns began to dissipate. After all, the innkeeper was a celestial master and likely not short on funds. With this in mind, they acquiesced. Very well, they replied, each digging into their memories for suitable candidates. Most notably, it was primarily Ma Lu who had potential contacts, as Lu Yangkai and his mother had very few acquaintances due to their previous circumstances. As they pondered, Zhang Yang turned his gaze specifically to Lu Yangkai and said, "Liangkai, please stay behind for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Surprised by the innkeeper's request, Lu Yangkai wondered what could be so significant that it required a private conversation. Nevertheless, he nodded obediently. As time passed, only Lu Yangkai and Zhang Yang remained in the inn. Fang Xilan, persuaded by Lu Yangkai, had left for home early. "Master, you summoned me. Is there something you wish to discuss?" In the face of the innkeeper, Lu Yangkai realized he was not as composed as he had thought. Previously, he had spoken so easily with the innkeeper because Ma Lu and his mother were there for support. Now, confronted by Zhang Yang's towering presence, he felt an unexpected nervousness. This was likely due to Zhang Yang's aura as a cultivator, which naturally exuded a pressure that ordinary people could feel even without him displaying his full power. Had he chosen to showcase his strength, Lu Yangkai might have reacted like that family head who had been intimidated by a mere glance. Without further ado, Zhang Yang directly inquired, "Do you wish to cultivate?" This question struck Lu Yangkai like a thunderclap within his heart. Cultivate? The innkeeper was asking if he wished to pursue cultivation? What could this possibly mean? Noticing the boy's momentary confusion, Zhang Yang continued, "I have noticed your potential for cultivation. Although it is modest, it is sufficient to embark on the path. After observing you over the past few days, it seems you have a keen interest in cultivation, which is why I decided to inquire. If you wish to pursue this path, I can teach you." With that, Zhang Yang fell silent, allowing the boy to contemplate his words. In truth, Zhang Yang had brought Lu Yangkai to the inn for this very purpose. However, due to the pressing situation with the Wang family, he had been preoccupied with cultivating and gathering information, delaying his inquiry. Now, he felt it was the right time. Moreover, after days of observation, he had discerned that Lu Yangkai was not of ill character. Whether it was his courage to confront Song Feiyang or his decisive actions to protect his room, these traits spoke volumes. Thus, if the boy truly desired to cultivate, Zhang Yang would not hesitate to impart his knowledge. More importantly, this would allow him to invest in Lu Yangkai with greater legitimacy, which was the primary reason for their private conversation. After a brief pause, a sudden sound broke the silence. Thud. "Master, please allow me to bow before you as your disciple." Zhang Yang turned to see the boy kneeling on the ground. He had not anticipated such a direct act of apprenticeship. However, given his intention to teach the boy the ways of cultivation, it seemed reasonable for him to formalize their relationship. "Rise," Zhang Yang instructed. Cautiously, Lu Yangkai lifted his head, his eyes glistening with tears of excitement. "In public, you shall still address me as the innkeeper, and our work will continue as usual. After the inn closes, I will personally instruct you in the ways of cultivation," Zhang Yang stated plainly. "Your disciple shall heed your command." Thus, Lu Yangkai became Zhang Yang's first disciple in this world. In the following days, Zhang Yang indeed began to guide Lu Yangkai in his cultivation. Each evening after the inn closed, he would keep Lu Yangkai behind, prompting confusion from Ma Lu and Fang Xilan. Lu Yangkai explained that the innkeeper had recognized his extraordinary potential and wished to teach him martial arts. He further claimed that once he mastered these skills, the innkeeper would no longer need to intervene if trouble arose. Ma Lu and Fang Xilan believed his explanation wholeheartedly, having witnessed the innkeeper's prowess firsthand. Learning martial arts from a celestial master was indeed a matter of great envy. Fang Xilan was deeply touched by this, earnestly advising her son to heed the innkeeper's instruction. She even expressed gratitude to Zhang Yang, assuring him that if Lu Yangkai misbehaved, he should feel free to discipline him. without concern for her feelings. To this, Lu Liangkai could only smile wryly. His mother had never laid a hand on him throughout his life, and now she so readily relinquished the right to discipline him. Zhang Yang fangsiulanes gratitude, emphasizing that talent, comprehension, diligence, and resources were all crucial factors for success in cultivation. However, one could not simply learn to cultivate through punishment alone. Days passed, and the business at Wannanin remained as bustling as ever, showing no signs of decline. A significant factor contributing to this success was the complimentary warm soup offered to guests, which attracted many visitors. Consequently, Zhang Yang received numerous applications from prospective workers, many of whom were distinct from those who had come for the free soup previously. The latter had been impoverished individuals struggling for sustenance, while the new arrivals belonged predominantly to middle-class families, already meeting their basic needs and possessing some disposable income. Essentially, these two groups had little overlap, which was precisely what Zhang Yang hoped for, as the influx of newcomers provided a broader selection. Of course, the soup distribution did not cease. With a shortage of manpower, Zhang Yang hired a few people to assist him. He discovered that even without personally overseeing the soup distribution, he could still receive applications from new individuals, as long as he had arranged for it. This revelation indicated that the system offered substantial operational flexibility. Finally, he broke through to the 6th level of qi refinement. On this day, Zhang Yang sensed a renewed surge of spiritual energy within him, signaling a breakthrough. It had been over a month since his arrival in this world. Achieving the 6th level of qi refinement within such a time frame was commendable, he mused. He could not help but wonder how Xiao Yingtian was faring. Unintentionally, he recalled Xiao Yingtian once more. Everything had commenced with his investment in that fortunate child. At the time, Xiao Yingtian had mentioned a family emergency that required his immediate attention, leaving in a hurry. Zhang Yang felt a pang of regret at having lost such a promising investment opportunity. He pondered when Xiao Yingtian might return, eager to seize another opportunity. However, with the assistance of the elderly gentleman possessing a ring, handling matters at home should pose no significant issue. As for what transpires thereafter, it remains to be seen. In a moment of reflection, Zhang Yang recalled Wang Suxin from a few days prior. She was indeed a wielder of superior spiritual roots, far surpassing Lu Liangkai in aptitude, promising substantial returns on investment. The protective talismans he had previously provided to Lu Liangkai and others were acquired through his investment in Wang Suxin. Nevertheless, it had been several days since Zhang Yang last laid eyes on the young girl. Could it be that she truly held no interest in martial arts? Zhang Yang pondered, recognizing that not everyone's aspirations aligned, and he could not impose his desires upon her. If she lacked interest, it would be unbecoming for him to approach her, pleading for her to accept his offerings. Ultimately, Yinhai City was rather small, with few individuals possessing the qualifications for cultivation. Should his strength grow in the future, he might consider exploring more prosperous neighboring cities. With these thoughts, Zhang Yang resumed his training for the day. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Suxin was in a state of turmoil and inner conflict. Contrary to Zhang Yang's assumptions, she was not disinterested in martial arts. Rather, she held a profound interest. However, her inherently cautious nature led her to withhold an immediate response to Zhang Yang, and her excessive prudence deterred her from seeking him out in the subsequent days. Yet, as she began to hear whispers about Zhang Yang's exploits within the city, her caution gradually transformed into regret. Chapter 33. Wang Suxin's visit today. Did the gentleman not come to distribute the porridge? In the eastern part of the city, in front of the porridge stall at the Wannanin Inn, Wang Suxin stood on her tiptoes, peering into the stall where several individuals were serving porridge, yet she found no trace of the tall gentleman who had saved her before. A sense of disappointment inevitably swelled within her. Wang Suxin had already deduced that the gentleman who rescued her that day was the innkeeper of the Wannanin Inn. Ever since she had fortuitously witnessed the Wang family's young master fleeing from the inn in a state of disarray, her curiosity about the true identity of the gentleman who had saved her had only deepened. On that day, aside from the fleeing young master, had the other two truly perished within the Wannanin Inn? If so, what kind of person was the innkeeper to be unafraid of the Wang family? Or perhaps the innkeeper was simply unaware of the consequences of offending the Wang family, daring to act in such a manner. In any case, a myriad of speculations lingered in the young girl's mind. Occasionally, she felt an impulse to visit the Wanted Inn and offer a warning to them. Yet, upon reflection, she reminded herself that she was merely a beggar who could barely afford a meal. Why worry so much? Nevertheless, the gentleman had saved her before and even spent his own money to buy her steamed buns. Thus, daily, two conflicting thoughts battled in her mind. This was the downside of maturing too soon. Having experienced too much often led Wang Suxin to overthink. Ultimately, she resolved to casually remind the inn staff of her concerns when she went to collect her porridge. Regardless of whether they listened or not, she would have done her part. With this thought, Wang Suxin almost routinely visited the porridge stall at the Wanted Inn. However, for several consecutive days, she failed to spot the gentleman's figure at the stall. This inexplicably stirred a slight sense of loss within her. Until recently, she heard the news of the Wang family's downfall. The Wang family gone? Initially, upon hearing this news, Wang Suxin's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the Wang family, one of the four prominent families of Yunhai City, a family that wielded immense power in Yunhai City. How could they simply vanish? Moreover, she had not heard any prior indications of such a fate. As she began to inquire further, she discovered that the Wang family had been obliterated by a formidable immortal master. Upon learning this, Wang Suxin was astounded. An immortal master, a figure often found only in legendary tales. Even when she had served as a maid in a prominent family, she had never witnessed the appearance or methods of an immortal master firsthand. It was said that powerful immortal masters could soar through the skies and traverse mountains and seas. Such beings could easily annihilate a mortal family. The Wang family's destruction seemed logical. They must have unwittingly offended a passing powerful immortal master, thus inviting this calamity. With this thought, the young girl could not help but feel a tinge of delight. The Wang family had committed numerous misdeeds, a fact known to nearly everyone in Yunhai City, yet they had been powerless to voice their anger. Now that the Wang family had met such a fate, many rejoiced in secret. Wang Suxin felt the same. However, as she continued to gather information and learned that this immortal master was, in fact, from Yunhai City, her astonishment deepened. Could there truly be such a powerful immortal master hidden within Yunhai City? Wang Suxin had never heard of this before. Driven by curiosity, she eagerly pressed the informant for more details. Hey, you don't know this? The powerful immortal master who destroyed the Wang family is actually the innkeeper of the Wanted Inn. Or rather, we should call him Master Zhang. When the informant spoke these words, an expression of admiration involuntarily appeared on his face. Yet he failed to notice that the once excited and curious little girl had now become utterly dazed. Wow, what? Are you saying that the innkeeper of the Wanted Inn is a powerful immortal master? Yes, isn't it astonishing? To be honest, it truly caught all of us by surprise. You should have seen how the Wang family threatened to set fire to the Wanted Inn, only to be effortlessly countered by Master Zhang. Even the Wang family's own immortal master, Wang He, was no match for him. That scene, incredible. In truth, the one recounting this tale had not witnessed the events firsthand. He had merely heard others recounting them. However, this did not prevent him from vividly imagining the scene in his mind, relishing the memory. And, no way, Wang Suxin remained in disbelief, struggling to accept the revelation. Hearing her skepticism, the informant grew anxious. Hey, you little girl, how could that be impossible? Many people witnessed this. It's undeniable. You could ask anyone in Yunhai City, and they would know about it. And that's not what I meant. Wang Suxin hurriedly explained. She then inquired with various others, ultimately confirming the truth of the matter. Indeed, it was as stated. The young girl began to ponder aloud. The gentleman who once saved her was the innkeeper of the Wanted Inn. And now, everyone claimed that this innkeeper was an immortal master. Moreover, one capable of effortlessly annihilating the Wang family. This thought lingered in her mind, dimming the sparkle in her eyes. The answer was simply too incredible to fathom. Most importantly, such a formidable immortal master had stood before her, even asking whether she wished to learn martial arts from him. At that time, out of caution, she had not immediately responded. If only she had not declined then, she might have become the apprentice of an immortal master by now. Realizing this, Wang Suxin suddenly felt a wave of regret. How could she have not chased after him to give her answer? Now that everyone knew the innkeeper of the Wannan Inn was an immortal master, it would be too late for her to change her mind. After all, in a city as populous as Yanhai, there were undoubtedly many more capable than her, a mere girl with a limp. With this thought, Wang Suxin's heart sank even further. Thus, in the following days, she arrived early at the porridge stall to queue, yet she no longer encountered that familiar figure. She also inquired with the porridge servers, discovering that they were merely hired by the Wannan Inn and did not know the immortal master personally. Perhaps I should visit the Wannan Inn, Wang Suxin contemplated. She recalled how the innkeeper, the immortal master, had mentioned that she could seek him out if she came to understand. While she had visited once before, she had not truly entered the inn, merely observing from a distance. But now, if she were to go, would she be met with disdain? The young girl once again found herself wrestling with uncertainty. She glanced at her attire, feeling somewhat out of place against the backdrop of the bustling West City, especially as she was about to enter a lively inn filled with patrons. This made the young girl even more conflicted. As time passed slowly, evening approached, and the Wannan Inn was nearing closing time. The flow of guests began to dwindle. Ma Lu, finally finding a moment to himself, began to smile as he counted today's earnings. How wonderful! I never expected that, even after such a long time, our inn's business would remain so vibrant. Indeed, Brother Ma Lu, our inn's business is rivaling that of some larger establishments. If only our inn were a bit bigger, we could surely attract even more guests. Lu Yangkai chimed in. It is primarily due to Aunt Fong's exceptional culinary skills. My previous dishes were nowhere near as delectable. Ma Lu turned his gaze towards Aunt Fong, who was busily carrying plates into the kitchen, and praised her. Before Fong Xiulan joined, the dishes at the inn were prepared by Ma Lu and Song Feiyang, consisting merely of simple fare that could be readily served. Since Fong Xiulan took on the significant responsibilities of the kitchen, her meticulous handling of the dishes has undoubtedly elevated their quality and flavor compared to the past. Fong Xiulan quickly modestly replied, "Not at all. The credit belongs to the proprietor's brilliant idea. Offering complimentary warming soup has attracted a large number of guests. This is indeed true. Many have come to our establishment simply because they heard about the free warming soup." Ma Lu recalled the proprietor's words from a few days prior, saying, "If business continues like this, we should consider hiring more help. Otherwise, we might find ourselves overwhelmed." "Yes, but neither my son nor I know many people here, so." Fong Xiulan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Ma Lu fell into contemplation. I shall think on it some more. Since the incident involving Song Feiyang, he had come to realize that not everyone is worthy of trust. Thus, despite the proprietor's earlier offer to introduce some trustworthy individuals, Ma Lu remained hesitant to make a decision. Just as they were deep in thought while clearing the tables, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. "What a filthy little beggar. Go away quickly, don't dirty my clothes." The source of the voice was a guest who had just finished dining at the Wannan Inn. Upon stepping outside, he noticed a dirty little beggar peering around and scolded him sharply. The little beggar, upon hearing the reprimand, immediately lowered his head and began to retreat. Satisfied, the man gave a huff and walked away. After a short while, the little beggar noticed that no one was around at the entrance of the Wannan Inn and decided to return. Miss, do you need anything?" At that moment, a gentle voice emerged from the entrance of the inn, and a middle-aged woman stepped outside. It was, of course, Fong Xiulan. Since she had noticed the beggar earlier, her heart had been particularly concerned. After all, not long ago, she too had been a beggar, often at the mercy of harsh words and blows while seeking alms, which stirred a sense of empathy within her for the current situation. Especially when she saw the little beggar return, she felt compelled to inquire about his circumstances. It's nothing," the little beggar, who was actually Wang Suxin, replied. After much hesitation in the afternoon, she had ultimately decided to visit the Wannan Inn once more. However, upon discovering that the once quiet inn was now bustling with activity, she felt even more insecure. After much deliberation, she had mustered the courage to approach, only to collide with the guest exiting after his meal, resulting in a reprimand. Yet, she had yet to see that gentleman from the other day, and leaving without having done so left her feeling somewhat unsatisfied, prompting her to return. Little did she know that this time, she would be spotted first by the inn staff. Chapter 34. The new employee have you not eaten yet, and thus feel hungry? Fang Xilan, noticing the young girl's hesitance to speak, took the initiative to inquire. Ah, I. Wang Suxin found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to articulate her request. She feared that if she were to directly state her intention to seek out Master Zhang, she would likely be driven away. For not everyone is granted an audience with such a revered figure. However, to Fang Xilan, Wang Suxin's internal struggle only served to reinforce her earlier suspicions. After a moment's thought, she turned to her son, Lu Liankai, and said, Liankai, there should still be some pancakes left in the kitchen. Please fetch 2 for her. Upon hearing this, Lu Liankai stepped forward, glanced at Wang Suxin, and nodded before heading toward the kitchen. Subsequently, Fang Xilan prepared a bowl of warm soup for Wang Suxin, handing it to her along with the pancakes. Wang Suxin looked at the mother and son before her, then at the food being offered, and instinctively swallowed hard. She was indeed feeling somewhat hungry. After a moment of hesitation, she accepted the food and began to eat heartily. These pancakes are delicious, and the soup is exquisite, was the sole thought occupying the young girl's mind. Seeing her begin to eat, Fang Xilan smiled gently and returned to tidying up the inn. Once Wang Suxin finished her meal, she turned her attention back to the entrance. Cautiously, she took a few steps forward and positioned herself at the doorway. It was then that Wang Suxin truly beheld the interior of the Wannan Inn. Finished eating? Fang Xilan noticed the young girl's presence and smiled warmly. Yes, thank you. This is your bowl, Wang Suxin replied, feeling her earlier anxiety dissipate considerably. These individuals did not seem as malevolent as she had imagined, nor did they look down upon her for her beggar status. You look so familiar. At that moment, Ma Lu Kai, having just completed his cleaning upstairs, spotted the small figure standing at the door. Previously, he had met Wang Suxin alongside Zhang Yang, and now, upon seeing her again, he felt a sense of familiarity wash over him, though he could not immediately recall why. After a brief moment, Ma Lu Kai smacked his forehead in realization. Of course, I saw you when I was distributing porridge. I remember the shopkeeper even bought you 2 steam buns. At this, he truly recalled their previous encounter. Wang Suxin had recognized Ma Lu Kai from the start. He was the gentleman who had stood beside the one who had given her the pancakes. Seeing a familiar face, Wang Suxin felt increasingly convinced that the Wannan Inn was indeed the place she sought. If this gentleman was present, then surely that esteemed figure. No, the master must still be within the inn. Suddenly, Ma Lu Kai's eyes widened in delight as he recalled something. The shopkeeper instructed me to notify him directly if he came by. I nearly forgot, given how long it's been since your last visit. With that thought, he hurried back upstairs. However, upon reaching the upper floor, he discovered that the shopkeeper's door was already ajar. Zhang Yang stepped out from within. The young girl you mentioned has arrived, Ma Lu Kai informed him. Ah, I see, Zhang Yang nodded. He had just received a notification from the system indicating that he had earned a rebate from Wang Suxin. This rebate was not due to the porridge, but rather the pancakes and warm soup, leading Zhang Yang to surmise that the young girl had indeed come seeking him. Having completed his own training, he exited his room without delay. Soon, both Ma Lu Kai and Zhang Yang descended the stairs. Below, upon learning that this was the person the shopkeeper had specifically requested to meet, Fang Xilan and her son welcomed Wang Suxin into the inn. Initially, Wang Suxin hesitated, fearing her appearance might frighten away the other patrons. However, after peeking inside and noticing there were no guests present, she reluctantly stepped inside. Even so, she remained cautious and measured in her movements until she caught sight of the figure descending the stairs. This silhouette felt remarkably familiar. Yes, it was indeed the gentleman who had rescued her that day. Upon seeing him, Wang Suxin immediately stood upright. How is it? Have you come to a decision regarding what I said that day? Zhang Yang inquired directly as he approached the young girl, fully aware that her visit was undoubtedly related to this matter. Yes, I have thought it over. I initially misunderstood your intentions, fearing you might deceive me. I never imagined you were a master. How could a master deceive a mere beggar like me? So, it was my short-sightedness. If you do not mind, I wish to follow you and learn martial arts. Standing before Zhang Yang, Wang Suxin felt an unexpected surge of courage. and she poured out her thoughts, perhaps due to having rehearsed them in her mind countless times over the past few days. Zhang Yang found it somewhat amusing to see a girl of merely 10 years adopt such a serious demeanor. However, he discerned from her words that her prolonged absence had stemmed from cautious deliberation rather than a lack of literacy. This situation could be traced back to a certain individual who, in an attempt to appear gallant, had left a note for the girl and then walked away, believing himself to be quite impressive. Yet, that was a matter better left unspoken. Zhang Yang had previously wondered if Wang Suxin's absence might indeed be due to her illiteracy, preventing her from knowing his exact whereabouts. Now, it became clear he had been overly concerned. Well, it turns out the only one I was imagining was myself, dash. Ahem. In that case, come work at the inn starting tomorrow. For further details, you may inquire with Aunt Fong and the others, Zhang Yang stated, clearing his throat. His words implied that he was willing to recruit Wang Suxin to work at the inn, without mentioning any formal apprenticeship. The reason was that taking on an apprentice was a serious commitment, and Zhang Yang felt the need to observe her for a while longer. After all, his understanding of Wang Suxin was limited. He had only met her briefly and was not yet familiar with her character, background, or values. To directly take her on as a disciple would be rather impulsive. Zhang Yang was not establishing a sect, nor did he need to recruit disciples for the continuity of a lineage. It could even be said that whether or not to accept an apprentice was entirely at his discretion. Lu Liangkai had followed a similar path. Zhang Yang had only proposed taking him on as a disciple after he felt he had a good grasp of his character. However, as long as Wang Suxin chose to remain at the inn, Zhang Yang could still gain some benefit from her through minor investments, ensuring that he would not incur any losses. As it happened, the inn was in need of new staff. The issue of apprenticeship could be addressed at a later time. Upon hearing that Master Zhang was willing to allow her to stay, Wang Suxin instinctively raised her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. She had prepared herself for rejection, knowing that many sought to follow a master, and she felt inconspicuous and lacking in advantages. She even believed that the master's earlier remark about her extraordinary potential had merely been a means of comforting her. Yet this outcome was entirely unexpected, leaving Wang Suxin overwhelmed with an urge to cry. She had not experienced this feeling for a long time. The days of begging had nearly stripped her of the power to weep. Tears welled in her eyes, and her lips involuntarily quivered, yet she managed to suppress it. All right. Fine. Wang Suxin immediately acquiesced. Is there a new employee joining us? In response, Fang Xiaolan and the others expressed their delight. Only Lu Liangkai appeared somewhat bewildered. Had she just mentioned that the master would teach her martial arts? Did that mean she would be akin to him? Not long ago, when Lu Liangkai heard that the master intended to teach this young girl martial arts, he felt a twinge of surprise, not from jealousy, but rather from intrigue. He wondered if he might soon have a junior sister. However, the master did not seem to have formally accepted the girl as a disciple, so perhaps she did not yet qualify as a junior sister. Moreover, the master had imparted to him the path of immortality. If he were merely teaching the girl martial arts, it remained uncertain whether they would be considered fellow students of the same sect and whether they should address each other as siblings. If he truly did acquire a junior sister, should he not set an exemplary standard as an elder brother? Wouldn't he need to adopt a more serious demeanor from then on, as stories often suggested? Yet, he was uncertain how to proceed. Oh, the vexation. In any case, a torrent of complex thoughts surged within Lu Liangcai's young mind. If Zhang Yang were aware of the musings occupying the little one's thoughts at that moment, he would surely burst into laughter. It seemed that the tendency to overthink was not unique to him. Thus, Wang Suxin became yet another new employee at the Wannan Inn. Fang Xiaolan took it upon herself to guide the young girl, assisting her with clothing purchases and accommodation arrangements, particularly upon learning that Wang Suxin suffered from a leg ailment. Her compassion surged, causing her to inadvertently neglect her own son somewhat. Of course, this was also because Fang Xiaolan was reassured by the knowledge that her son was learning martial arts from the innkeeper. You provided Wang Suxin with 2 brand new garments. Investment successful, reward, 5 second-grade spirit talismans. You arranged new accommodation for Wang Suxin. Investment successful, reward, 1 medium-grade spirit artifact, heart-rich jade. Observing the system's successive notifications, Zhang Yang could not help but smile. Chapter 35. Temptation. Miao Oshi approaches. Today, I shall formally instruct you in the art of cultivation, Zhang Yang declared to the solitary Lu Yangkai after the inn's doors were closed. Upon hearing this, Lu Yangcai's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He had previously been informed by his master that upon mastering the techniques, he would be able to absorb spiritual energy and ascend as a cultivator. This prospect had long filled him with eagerness. Take this Xianyang Ju, a low-grade profound technique, sufficient for you to cultivate to the golden core realm. I shall first elucidate the fundamentals, and thereafter, remember to reflect upon it in your leisure time daily. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to consult me. Zhang Yang instructed, handing over the cultivation manual to the exhilarated Lu Yangkai. Much like the classification of martial techniques, cultivation methods are also categorized into 4 tiers: celestial, earthly, profound, and yellow, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. A low-grade profound technique is indeed a rare find. For Lu Yangkai, it is more than adequate, especially considering his low-grade spiritual root. Higher-level techniques would hinder his comprehension. The remainder of the time was devoted to Zhang Yang elucidating the cultivation process. Once he had sufficiently explained the essentials, Lu Yangkai took his leave. Teaching an apprentice is no simple task, Zhang Yang mused. Fortunately, despite Lu Yangcai's lackluster aptitude, he seemed to possess commendable insight. At that moment, a notification from his system chimed in. You have imparted Xianyang Ju to Lu Yangkai. Investment successful. Reward: Grade 2 array plate for Spirit Gathering Array X1. Indeed, as Zhang Yang had previously surmised, investment does not solely pertain to material contributions. Verbal transmission of techniques counts as well. Once Lu Yangkai masters the technique and truly steps into the Qi refinement stage, there should be another wave of returns. Upon returning to his chamber, Zhang Yang initially intended to meditate and cultivate in lieu of sleep. However, just as he commenced his practice, an inexplicable sensation compelled him to open his eyes. In the next instant, a leaf suddenly shot through his window with astonishing speed, reaching Zhang Yang's temple in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, his cultivation allowed him to swiftly intercept the leaf before it could strike him. As he felt the spiritual energy emanating from the leaf, Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes. This was clearly a technique employed by a cultivator. In the following moment, he activated his shadowless step and darted towards the window from which the leaf had come. Indeed, as Zhang Yang emerged from his room, he discerned a figure imbued with spiritual energy not far from the inn. Upon noticing Zhang Yang, the figure did not linger, but promptly turned away. Zhang Yang pondered for a moment before deciding to pursue. Who could this cultivator be, appearing so near his inn? His first thought was of the 3 great families, as each had cultivators stationed within. Given his previous display of remarkable prowess, he had undoubtedly become a threat to their standing, compelling them to act swiftly against him. The 3 great families had ample motive. Moreover, Zhang Yang sensed that the leaf which had just assaulted him was devoid of any mercy. Had he been slightly negligent or less formidable, he would have met his demise. Yet, there was a peculiar aspect to consider. Based on the spiritual energy he had sensed from the leaf, the assailant's power should exceed the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. The cultivators of the 4 great families typically possessed similar strength, akin to the one he had previously slain, Wang Heqiang, who was around the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. If the attacker was indeed from one of the 3 families, their strength would not be so formidable. The assailant's power evidently surpassed the 3rd layer, likely at least at the 4th or even 5th layer of Qi refinement. Did any of the 3 families harbor such a powerful individual? If so, why had they only chosen to act now? Ultimately, Zhang Yang resolved to cautiously follow. While he harbored concerns that this might be a trap designed to lure him, the assailant's reluctance to confront him directly suggested a fear of his capabilities. If he remained vigilant, he should be safe. Furthermore, Zhang Yang possessed the trump card obtained from the previous system reward, as long as the opponent's strength did not exceed his by more than 2 minor realms. He was confident in breaking free from any perilous situation. At the very least, he needed to ascertain the assailant's intentions. Passively waiting would only render him more vulnerable. Before long, the two arrived at an artificially excavated lake within the city. This locale appeared to have been created by the Wang family, intended to complement their grandest tavern with an elegant new venture, which had attracted numerous wealthy scions. However, it was now night, and with the Wang family having fallen, the area had become desolate. Zhang Yang halted as the figure before him also came to a stop. After scanning the surroundings to ensure there were no hidden ambushes, he turned his gaze towards the silhouette. "Might I inquire your identity? Why did you attempt to assail me in the dead of night?" Upon hearing Zhang Yang's query, the figure displayed a hint of exasperation in their tone. "I did not intend to take your life." This voice struck Zhang Yang as somewhat familiar. "Moments latte." The figure turned around, revealing Miao Osha, the steward of the Mingyue sect stationed in Yunhai City. Zhang Yang felt a mixture of surprise and a sense of inevitability upon recognizing him. "Miao, are you seeking to eliminate me to avenge the Wang family? Perhaps you wish to provide an explanation to your sect as well?" Zhang Yang quickly deduced Miao Zhe's motives, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. If the situation were as he suspected, it seemed another life would be lost today. Zhang Yang was resolute. He would not allow anyone harboring hostility and posing a threat to his existence to survive. However, upon witnessing Zhang Yang's demeanor, Miao Zhe's expression shifted to one of regret. "Please, Zhang Daoyu, do not be angered. I did not intend to be your adversary. Tonight's incident was not deliberate." Seeing the drastic change in Miao Zhe's attitude, Zhang Yang remained unyielding, his icy gaze still fixed upon him. "Not deliberate? Your earlier actions certainly showed no restraint." Upon hearing this, Miao Zhe sighed in resignation. "Indeed, I was in the wrong. I apologize, Zhang Daoyu. My intention in ambushing you was merely to test your strength, and it appears you are indeed superior to me. It seems my decision to refrain from attacking you that day was wise." Miao Zhe continued, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Yang's continued hostility. "Your eradication of the Wang family has stirred quite a commotion. However, the Wang family was at fault from the outset, and I have no retorts to that. Yet, as the steward of the Mingyue sect in Yunhai City, it is my duty to maintain order. I cannot simply ignore this matter. Otherwise, upon my return to the sect, I would undoubtedly face scrutiny from my peers." Zhang Yang was taken aback. The seemingly docile Miao Zhe had managed to articulate so much in one breath. "And what of it?" Zhang Yang remained unmoved, inquiring further. Though Miao Zhe had his grievances, they did not justify the sudden attack he had just endured. Miao Zhe continued, "Alas, to speak frankly with you, Taoist Zhang, I have yet to report the demise of the Wang family back to the sect." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang was somewhat taken aback. No report had been made. It was no wonder that, after so many days, he had not received any news regarding the Mingyue sect. He had assumed that the Mingyue sect held little regard for the Wang family, considering that it governed over a dozen cities, with Yunhai City being merely the smallest and most remote among them. Compared to the influence of other cities, how much could a single Wang family possibly contribute to the Mingyue sect each year? If that were truly the case, Zhang Yang could save himself some trouble. Yet, it appeared that matters were not as Zhang Yang had surmised. The lack of incidents was simply because Miao Zhe had not relayed the information. Zhang Yang continued to gaze at Miao Zhe, eager for him to elaborate. "In fact, I am to complete my mission in the city shortly. Upon its completion, I shall return to the sect. Subsequently, other disciples from the sect will come to assume my position. Thus, I had intended to report this matter upon my return, at which point how it is handled would no longer concern me." Miao Zhe explained, "I have always been singularly focused on my cultivation, indifferent to these mundane affairs. Alas, one cannot escape the realities of life." Zhang Yang began to grasp the essence of his city, steward from the Mingyue sect, a devoted seeker of the Tao. He shunned the entanglements of worldly matters. The reason he had yet to inform the Mingyue sect of the Wang family's obliteration was to liberate himself from such burdens, allowing him to return to the sect for tranquil cultivation. As for his visit this evening, Zhang Yang could surmise the purpose behind it. The leaf, indeed, as Miao Zhe had suggested, served to test his strength. However, it was not solely that. Zhang Yang had previously employed the 5 elements reversal technique, rendering his true cultivation level difficult for others to discern. Therefore, Miao Ze remained unaware of Zhang Yang's precise abilities. The reason he had retreated that day was merely precautionary. Additionally, Zhang Yang had not exhibited any signs of fear, leading Miao Ze to conclude that Zhang Yang must possess some hidden card. However, what if Miao Ze's assessment that day was erroneous, and Zhang Yang's cultivation was truly inferior to his own? In that case, the leaf that had been directed at Zhang Yang could indeed have been lethal. Such a turn of events would simplify Miao Ze's subsequent report to the sect. A disturbance had arisen in Yunhai City, yet the insurrectionists had been personally vanquished by him. This manner of reporting might even garner Miao Ze a commendation and reward from the sect. What a clever scheme. Although Miao Ze had not explicitly stated this, it was merely Zhang Yang's conjecture. He was accustomed to envisioning the worst in his adversaries, even when they had not yet fully become his foes. Moreover, the leaf he had just launched had shown no intention of holding back, further validating Zhang Yang's suspicions. Miao Ze's eyes flickered as he regarded Zhang Yang, who inwardly sneered in response. An unspoken understanding lingered between the two. Here, it should be noted that both the techniques and skills are categorized according to the levels of heaven, earth, profound, yellow, and further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, while other rare materials are classified from grades 1 to 9. Previously, some chapters appeared inconsistent due to oversight during review, but those have now been corrected, thus this clarification. Chapter 36. Miao Ze's commitment? No, I want it all. Upon witnessing Zhang Yang's expression, Miao Ze could only smile wryly. He understood that even without uttering a word, his inner thoughts had likely been discerned by the other party. It appeared that this Zhang Dao Yu was not an ordinary individual. On the surface, he seemed merely a humble innkeeper, yet his strength was comparable to that of a disciple from Miao Ze's sect, if not superior. Such a person could hardly be underestimated. Most importantly, he was an astute and intelligent individual. It was wise to never consider such a person an adversary at any time or place. Reflecting on this, Miao Ze promptly sought to amend his previous actions. Zhang Dao Yu, I acknowledge that I have indeed overstepped my bounds. Consider it a favor owed to you. Should you require my assistance in the future, I shall not hesitate to oblige. Furthermore, I will be returning to the Mingyue sect shortly, and the news of the Wang family's demise will undoubtedly reach the sect. However, I assure you, I will report the situation truthfully and without bias. Regardless of the Wang family status, I will inform them of the Wang family's attempts to seize your inn and their subsequent act of arson. As for how the sect decides to act, that is beyond my influence. Miao Ze was well aware of Zhang Yang's desire. He simply wished for the events surrounding the Wang family's downfall not to be exaggerated in reports to the Mingyue sect. Thus, he articulated these assurances in the hope that Zhang Yang would overlook his earlier offense given his promise. On the other side, Zhang Yang fell into a brief silence after hearing Miao Ze's words. Indeed, what Miao Ze proposed held a certain allure for him. He had no intention of provoking a cultivation sect prematurely, as his current strength was insufficient to contend with one. Therefore, he had previously expressed his willingness to compensate for the Wang family's lack of offerings to the Mingyue sect this year. Of course, this was contingent upon the sect's willingness to act reasonably. If Miao Ze distorted or favored the circumstances in his report, the outcome could take a dire turn, and Zhang Yang would need to devise alternative strategies. Undeniably, Miao Ze's role was significant in this matter. The unfolding of events would heavily rely on his influence. As for the earlier mention of owing a favor, Zhang Yang regarded it as mere rhetoric, paying it no mind. Noticing Zhang Yang deep in thought, Miao Ze felt a sense of relief. It appeared that Zhang Yang still harbored some trepidation regarding the Mingyue sect's power, confirming his gamble had paid off. Yet, the next moment, Zhang Yang spoke up. Nevertheless, I fear that Miao Dao Yu still lacks sincerity. Why should I place my trust in an unsubstantiated promise? Do you think a mere verbal assurance can outweigh your earlier ambush against me? Upon hearing this, Miao Ze's expression stiffened slightly. He sensed that Zhang Yang's tone remained hostile, unaffected by his previous words. There was no doubt that should he display even the slightest hint of abnormality, Zhang Yang would strike without hesitation. After contemplating for a moment, Miao Ze finally replied, "You are indeed correct. Zhang Daoyu, my actions were indeed presumptuous. I possess a few spiritual herbs within this storage bag, and I offer them as an apology for my earlier rudeness. Miao Ze produced a small, burlap-like bag from his waist and tossed it toward Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang regarded Miao Ze, extending his hand to catch the storage bag. Although he had never encountered such a bag before, he understood its purpose by name. Once infused with spiritual energy, it could be controlled by one's consciousness. Inside were several first-grade cloud ginseng and a second-grade silver threadgrass, which could be consumed for cultivation or utilized in alchemical processes. Miao Ze continued to elaborate. Zhang Yang remained vigilant, scrutinizing Miao Ze while simultaneously attuning to the storage bag as he had been instructed. Indeed, he soon discovered several herbs nestled within, exuding a refreshing aroma. One particular herb emanated a notably rich spiritual energy, indicating it was of a higher grade. Zhang Yang had previously received spiritual plants from the system, and although the rewards varied, their value remained consistent. Thus, he could approximate the worth of a spiritual plant. Given their use in alchemical concoctions, spiritual plants were inherently valuable, particularly second-grade ones. Zhang Yang was taken aback that Miao Ze was willing to part with a second-grade spiritual plant as recompense. For a qi refinement stage cultivator, this was a considerable sacrifice. How about it? This is the most sincere offering I can provide. I truly do not wish to make an enemy of you. Zhang Daoyu, I hope you can show magnanimity and overlook past grievances, Miao Ze urged, sensing Zhang Yang's shift in demeanor. This was indeed the best he could muster, and these items were exceptionally rare for a cultivator at the qi refinement stage. He had made this decision with great reluctance. Surely, Zhang Yang would be satisfied now. At this moment, Zhang Yang diverted his gaze from the storage bag to Miao Ze. Miao Daoyu does indeed possess sincerity. Thus, I shall overlook your earlier ambush. Zhang Yang said with a faint smile. Hearing this, a look of joy spread across Miao Ze's face. However, the next moment, Zhang Yang continued. Yet even so, I still find it difficult to believe that the promises you just made will come to fruition. What do you mean, Zhang Daoyu? I have already given you my things. Are you still dissatisfied? Miao Ze's temper flared. How could this person be so insatiable? Did he truly think Miao Ze was so easily bullied? I advise you, Miao Daoyu, against any thoughts of escape. I am quite confident that I can eliminate you the moment you make a move, Zhang Yang said, a smirk playing on his lips, his tone calm. He then withdrew the concealment of his cultivation aura, revealing his qi refinement 6th layer energy. The 6th layer of qi refinement? Miao Ze's expression grew somber. Indeed, this individual's cultivation level surpassed his own, as Miao Ze had only recently broken through to the 5th layer. It seemed unlikely he could win in a direct confrontation. However, to claim that a 6th layer qi refinement cultivator could instantly slay him seemed a stretch. Suddenly, he noticed a talisman in Zhang Yang's hand, which had seemingly appeared from nowhere. The spiritual energy radiating from this talisman was even more potent than Zhang Yang's own power. A second-grade talisman, Miao Osh Shualodhart. Such a talisman could be employed against Foundation establishment cultivators. Even the most inferior second-grade talismans could effortlessly slay those at the 8th layer of qi refinement or below. Why did this fellow possess such an item? Upon witnessing the emergence of the second-grade talisman, Miao Ze abandoned any thoughts of escape. What do you intend to do? He asked, resignedly adopting a posture of submission. At this moment, a sinister smile crept across Zhang Yang's face, his intentions far from benign. My apologies, Miao Daoyu. Since you have come to my door, it would be a shame not to take advantage of the situation, wouldn't it? The spiritual plant you just provided can be regarded as an apology for your earlier assassination attempt on me. However, I too desire the commitment you just mentioned. To summarize, it could be expressed in 7 words. I, Zhang, want it all. Chapter 37. The Dark Arts, alas. My resolve is still insufficient. Miao Ze reflected inwardly. He had intended to disregard worldly matters. Yet as the moment of departure approached, the prospect of receiving sect rewards after killing Zhang Yang ignited a rush of impulsiveness, leading him to attempt an assassination. Miao Ze now deemed his decision to confront Zhang Yang at midnight as the gravest error of his recent endeavors. Not only did he fail in his assassination attempt, but he also sacrificed his cherished second-grade spirit plant. Moreover, he found himself ensnared in Zhang Yang's grasp, unable to escape. What does my fellow Taoist, Zhang, intend for me to cooperate with? Given the impossibility of escape, Miao Zhe could only look resignedly at Zhang Yang, who wore a mischievous grin. He was curious to discover the nature of this cooperation. Upon Miao Zhe's inquiry, Zhang Yang promptly began to elucidate. Do not be anxious. Miao Taoist, I possess a method that can ensure you are likely to fulfill the promise you previously made. As he spoke, Zhang Yang slowly approached Miao Zhe, yet indicated that he would require Miao's consent and admitted that the process might entail some discomfort. Miao Zhe frowned slightly at the mention of this cooperation method. He was puzzled by Zhang Yang's intentions. However, in the next moment, he witnessed a wisp of black mist materializing in Zhang Yang's hand. His pupils widened in alarm. Dark arts. Miao Zhe recognized that this aura was characteristic of practitioners from demonic sections. Dark energy, a form of spiritual energy, invariably accompanies spiritual energy wherever it exists. All cultivators absorb both types of energy during their training. However, righteous cultivators typically manage to absorb only the spiritual energy, expelling the dark energy with each breath. Only disciples of the demonic sects harness dark energy for their cultivation. But why was this person invoking dark energy? Could he truly be a practitioner of the demonic sect? A flurry of doubts surged within Miao Zhe, prompting him to instinctively retreat a few steps. Demonic practitioners often act with extreme measures. Should the person before him indeed be one of them, he would risk everything to escape. Seeing Miao Zhe's reaction, Zhang Yang finally spoke. There is no need for such alarm, Miao Taoist. I am not a demonic practitioner. I merely acquired certain techniques by fortuitous chance. Without concern for Miao Zhe's skepticism, Zhang Yang continued. This is a marking technique from the demonic sect. Once implanted in an ordinary person, activating this mark will cause them immense distress, akin to being clawed at by 100 talents. Though the effect diminishes somewhat for cultivators, it can still disturb the mind during practice, making it exceedingly difficult to enter a meditative state. Are you suggesting you wish to implant this mark in me to ensure I remain true to my word? Miao Zhe's anger flared as he realized Zhang Yang's intentions. Indeed, that is precisely my intention. Zhang Yang was candid, revealing his motives without pretense. Absolutely not. If I am marked, I would be unable to cultivate without your permission, effectively severing my path and future. Miao Zhe roared. The methods of the demonic sect were too treacherous. If he acquiesced now, he would be forever bound to Zhang Yang. This was something Miao Zhe could never accept. This is no longer a matter of your consent. You have no choice. Zhang Yang set ani pretense. Releasing the aura of a sixth-layer qi practitioner, readying a talisman in his hand, prepared to act should Miao Zhe refuse to comply. Miao Zhe's heart swelled with resentment. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, he sighed softly and replied, How can you assure me that you will not activate this mark at will? Ultimately, Miao Zhe chose to compromise. His primary desire was to survive. Confronted with Zhang Yang's second-grade talisman, he felt no confidence in his ability to escape. Upon hearing Miao Zhe's willingness to cooperate, Zhang Yang smiled slightly, his tone softening. As you mentioned, I'm not one to betray my word. If you honor your previous promise, you may return here anytime, and I will immediately assist in removing the mark. Miao Zhe could only bitterly smile at this. He now understood Zhang Yang's earlier sentiments. How could one trust the assurances of a stranger, especially one they had only met on 2 occasions? Thus, Zhang Yang sought to seize the initiative for himself. The mark was derived from a demonic technique that the original host had practiced, which ultimately led to their demise. This technique, known as the sunset technique, was not merely a means of cultivation, but also a method for establishing a special slave mark of the demonic sect. Should a practitioner fail to master it, they would meet a fate similar to that of the original host. However, if mastered, it would transform them into a puppet with considerable power, and a sunset mark would naturally manifest within them. The effects of this mark, as Zhang Yang had described, would inflict unbearable torment upon activation. Once implanted, the individual would become subject to manipulation. Furthermore, if the mark originated from the practice of the sunset technique, its effects would be even more potent, remaining undiminished even for cultivators. Zhang Yang was able to extract a technique similar to the sunset mark primarily because the sunset technique was not particularly profound. After all, how sophisticated could a deceptive technique truly be? Zhang Yang's cultivation of the celestial primordial technique had endowed him with a comprehension of techniques that surpassed others of his level, rendering the extraction of a new technique relatively uncomplicated. What he extracted could only be deemed a weakened version of the sunset mark. Its effects would be reduced, yet could still be utilized against those of lower realms. Miao Daoist, you are a scion of a great sect, backed by the Mingwei sect. I, however, am a mere loose cultivator, without any support. This compels me to act with caution. This is indeed a course of action I undertake out of necessity, Zhang Yang continued. Though Miao Zhe was reluctant, he could only nod in understanding, recognizing that he had no options left. The process of marking him with the sunset mark was now imminent. Throughout this, in order to prevent Miao Zhe from fleeing, Zhang Yang remained vigilant, observing Miao Zhe's every move while simultaneously proceeding with the marking. Fortunately, everything appeared to progress without incident. Miao Zhe seemed resigned to his fate. At the moment the mark was implanted, Miao Zhe's face unmistakably reflected a twinge of pain. Fortunately, Zhang Yang promptly halted the agony conveyed by the mark. All done. After confirming that everything was in order, Zhang Yang revealed a warm smile. Retracting the talisman from his hand, "Ha ha, Brother Miao, from this point forward, we are comrades in the same path. Come, after standing for so long. I imagine your feet must be weary. Let's sit and converse." As Miao Zhe regained his composure, he was taken aback by Zhang Yang's sudden shift in demeanor. Can one really transition between expressions so seamlessly? Now, his understanding of Zhang Yang has deepened somewhat. Ultimately, the two found themselves seated in a tranquil pavilion. How is it? There should be no unnecessary disturbances, right? This mark, when dormant, bears no distinction from its usual state. Observing Miao Zhe with closed eyes as he examined his own body, Zhang Yang began to explain. After a brief moment, Miao Zhe opened his eyes, indeed discovering no other anomalies. "Miao brother, you need not worry. As long as no unforeseen events occur, I shall naturally lift this mark for you once the matters concerning the Wang family are resolved." In response to Zhang Yang's seemingly opportunistic demeanor, Miao Zhe retorted somewhat irritably, "I am only responsible for reporting the situation accurately. How the Mingwei sect chooses to handle it is beyond my control." Zhang Yang smiled gently, "Of course. I do not expect the Mingwei sect to hold me accountable in the slightest. The conditions I previously mentioned still stand. Zhang Yang am willing to compensate for the offerings that the Wang family has lost." Upon hearing this, Miao Zhe nodded in acknowledgement. Noting that Miao Zhe was no longer as guarded as before, Zhang Yang continued, "Furthermore, since Miao brother has so readily allowed me to plant the mark, I am willing to return the spiritual plants you graciously gifted me." With that, Zhang Yang retrieved the storage bag that Miao Zhe had given him earlier and tossed it back to him. Miao Zhe, somewhat taken aback, did not expect Zhang Yang to be willing to return these spiritual plants. At that moment, his level of trust in Zhang Yang was somewhat elevated. Zhang Yang, beaming as he watched Miao Zhe accept the storage bag, felt quite satisfied. Suddenly, a notification appeared before him. "Detected that you provided Miao Zhe with 5 first-grade cloud ginseng and 1 second-grade silver silkgrass. Investment successful. Reward. Low-level enlightenment card X1." Seeing this notification, Zhang Yang could no longer contain his laughter. However, from Miao Zhe's perspective, Zhang Yang's laughter seemed to embody a cheerful disposition, thus easing his own tension. "Thank you." Miao Zhe finally clasped his hands in gratitude toward Zhang Yang. "No need." Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively, indicating there was no need for formality. He merely returned the items to their rightful owner, which essentially amounted to Zhang Yang having gained an investment for free. Moreover, he had even received thanks in return. Chapter 38. The true face of Miao Zhe, to speak candidly, prior to Miao Zhe's approach. Zhang Yang had devised an alternative strategy to confront the Mingwei sect. Ideally, He hoped that the members of the Mingyu sect would agree to a civil conversation, allowing Zhang Yang to compensate them with a few resources to resolve the matter amicably. The resources that the Wang family supplied annually were, in fact, of little consequence to Zhang Yang at this juncture. Should it come to a confrontation, Zhang Yang still possessed a second-grade escape talisman as a reward from the system, which would enable him to evacuate several individuals from the inn ahead of the impending conflict in Yanhai City. This would be a desperate measure, one he hoped to avoid at all costs. However, Miao Zhe's unexpected appearance that night prompted Zhang Yang to alter his plans, or perhaps to incorporate an additional element into his original scheme. Miao Zhe's stance could significantly influence the subsequent trajectory of events, and if he were to ally with Zhang Yang, it seemed likely that a fatal conflict with the Mingyu sect could be averted. Fortunately, Zhang Yang possessed the means to sway Miao Zhe to his side, and thus, everything unfolded seamlessly. Zhang Yang Inquiret, may I ask how long you intend to remain in Yanhai City before returning to the Mingyu sect? For Zhang Yang, knowing the specific timeline would facilitate his preparations, as Miao Zhe's departure would signify that news had reached the Mingyu sect. In less than half a month, Miao Zhe replied calmly. The exact date remains uncertain, but you will undoubtedly be informed when I depart. Nodding in response, Zhang Yang concluded that there was no immediate urgency. He believed that within this half-month period, he could further enhance his own strength. After a few more exchanges, the two decided to part ways. As they were about to leave, Miao Zhe hesitated for a moment before advising Zhang Yang. My friend, I must caution you. After my departure in a few days, the Mingyu sect will dispatch a new city steward to take my place. I am unaware of the character of this individual, and should they choose to collaborate with the three major families against you, I urge you to prepare accordingly and exercise caution. Zhang Yang acknowledged this warning with a nod, recognizing it as a matter worthy of consideration. The reason Miao Zhe had not allied with the three major families against him was likely due to his own lack of confidence and his aversion to creating trouble. However, the new appointee might not share the same reservations. Should such a scenario transpire, it could indeed lead to vexatious, albeit superficial, complications, which are often the most irksome. Furthermore, Miao Zhe continued, the Wang family you vanquished had individuals who were affiliated with the Mingyu sect, although their standing within the sect may be modest. I advise you to remain vigilant. Having already chosen to cultivate a favorable relationship with Zhang Yang, Miao Zhe resolved to be forthright and share all pertinent insights he could muster. Once he returned to the sect, these matters would no longer concern him. So why not extend a gesture of goodwill? Miao Zhe sought no ulterior motive, merely hoping that when he returned to Zhang Yang to lift the Qinyang seal, he would receive a willing agreement. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yang returned to his inn and entered his modest room. Sitting alone on his bed, he accessed the system interface to peruse the personal information he had just acquired about Miao Zhe. Name, Miao. Gender, male, age, 32. Talent, inferior spiritual root, cultivation, 5th layer of Qi refinement. Basic information, outer disciple of the Mingyu sect. City steward in Yanhai City. Needs, enhancement of cultivation resources, removal of Qinyang seal, stable training environment. To his astonishment, Zhang Yang discovered that Miao Zhe was already 32 years old. Such a fact was inconspicuous at first glance. Zhang Yang had previously assumed they were of similar age. Perhaps this distinction exemplified the disparity between cultivators and ordinary individuals. It was Zhang Yang's first encounter with this aspect of difference. He realized that in future interactions with cultivators, he could no longer gauge age based on his experiences with ordinary people. How could one ascertain that the person opposite was not a youthful immortal? From the system's brief, Miao Zhe appeared to be an unremarkable cultivator without any extraordinary traits. Moreover, it seemed he possessed clarity regarding his desires. His motive for attempting to assassinate Zhang Yang was to secure greater resources from the sect's rewards, a far superior ambition than that of many aimless cultivators. However, that was the extent of it. After reviewing the profile, Zhang Yang closed the interface and began his meditation. Once the matter concerning the Wang family was resolved, should Miao Zhe harbor no animosity towards him, Zhang Yang might contemplate the prospect of an investment. Before long, the night passed. The inhabitants of Yunhai City remained unaware of the previous night's events, continuing with their daily lives as usual. Yet on this day, a piece of news emerged, somewhat significant yet not overly alarming. This morning, a corpse was discovered in a city ditch, and upon retrieval, it was identified as a former grandmaster of the Wang family. The state of the body suggested that it had been pierced through the heart by a sword and had likely been deceased for several days. Notably, the timing correlated closely with the destruction of the Wang family. Individuals privy to inside information began to deduce a crucial connection. It was said that on the day Zhang Xianshi invaded the Wang family, a grandmaster had fled in advance and had not been found. Now, it appeared that this deceased individual was likely that very fleeing grandmaster of the Wang family. Could it be that this person had failed to escape successfully, ultimately falling victim to Zhang Xianshi of the Wannanin? Such a revelation caused many to regard Zhang Yang's capabilities with newfound respect. Zhang Yang learned of this news through casual conversations among guests at the inn. Upon hearing it, he was equally astonished. What nonsense! He had not slain that individual. On the day of his assault on the Wang family, Zhang Yang was aware that a grandmaster had indeed fled, and he had made efforts to locate him afterward. But to no avail. Zhang Yang had surmised that the individual, being intimately familiar with the geography of Yunhai City, had managed to escape before Zhang Yang could find him. Once out of the city, he would be free as a bird. Yet now, this person had turned up dead within the city, leaving Zhang Yang perplexed. If he had not been the one to act, then who else could it be? Given the Grandmaster's strength, the assailant would have to be a cultivator. The only cultivators present in the city were a select few, and it was evident that the three major families had no motive to engage in such actions. The deduction was straightforward. Miao Zhe. There was a strong likelihood that Miao Zhe had eliminated the fleeing grandmaster of the Wang family. As for the motive, Zhang Yang could surmise the reasoning behind it. A cold smile crept across Zhang Yang's face. One would not expect such decisiveness from someone who outwardly appeared so innocent. Yet, upon reflection, the truth became apparent. If the grandmaster of the Wang family were to survive, he would likely flee to the Mingyue sect in search of the sole disciple of the Wang family who has taken refuge there, to inform them of the events transpiring in Yunhai City. Should this occur, Miao Zhe's plan to delay reporting to the sect would undoubtedly fail. Thus, Miao Zhe made the decision to take action. Moreover, given Miao Zhe's capabilities and status, it appears that locating this hidden grandmaster of the Wang family would not pose a significant challenge. Under these circumstances, Miao Zhe seems to be the most probable individual to accomplish this task. It seems that Zhang Yang's earlier assertion, labeling Miao Zhe as merely an ordinary, low-level cultivator, was somewhat misguided. He had not anticipated that this individual harbored such a ruthless side. However, upon reflection, it makes sense. Miao Zhe, possessing only mediocre talent, must adopt a more ruthless and decisive approach to advance in his cultivation journey. Zhang Yang believes he should take a leaf out of Miao Zhe's book. Nevertheless, such individuals are often the most protective of their own lives, and they would refrain from engaging in mutually destructive actions unless absolutely necessary. This realization lends Zhang Yang a measure of confidence in Miao Zhe's commitment. Chapter 39, New Dish Spicy Hot Pot. Master, what are you doing? In the kitchen of the Wannan Inn, Fang Xiaolan noticed Zhang Yang gazing intently at a large pot of hot oil beside him, prompting her to inquire. Oh, it's nothing much. I just suddenly recalled a delectable dish and wanted to see if I could recreate it, Zhang Yang replied, sensing that the oil had reached the right temperature. He swiftly grabbed some scallions, ginger, and garlic nearby, tossing them directly into the pot. Sizzle. The sound of spices exploding in the hot oil filled the air, followed by a wave of enticing aroma. Once the hot oil had extracted the fragrance from the spices, Zhang Yang used a slotted spoon to remove the remnants, then added various seasoning ingredients he had discovered in this world. Finally, he tossed in a large bowl of vibrant red chilies, instantly filling the kitchen with a tantalizing scent. A splash of white wine further amplified the aroma, enveloping the entire kitchen. Ma Lu and Lu Liangkai, along with others, caught a whiff of the fragrance and eagerly peeked through the kitchen curtain. Wang Suxin was the last to enter. Master, it smells wonderful. What dish are you preparing? Ma Lu cannot help but ask first. The scent in the air was both fragrant and pungent, yet it intoxicated the senses. It was almost closing time for the inn, and with hardly any guests around, Ma Lu and the others were tidying up while resisting the urge to eat. Upon hearing the question, Zhang Yang turned slightly and responded, "Hot pot base. Hot pot base." The others exchanged puzzled glances, clearly unfamiliar with this culinary term. "You'll find out shortly," Zhang Yang replied mysteriously. Reluctantly, they waited. Before long, the hot pot base was ready. Zhang Yang called for the others to bring out the freshly purchased meat and slice it into thin pieces. He then retrieved a pot and, in front of everyone, began assembling the rudimentary form of the hot pot. After adding several spoonfuls of the hot pot base to a smaller pot, he quickly brought the broth to a boil over low heat. Gurgle, gurgle. The bubbling of the broth coincided with the sound of the others swallowing in anticipation. Finally, at Zhang Yang's declaration to begin, they could no longer contain their excitement. The group first dipped their chopsticks into the hot pot broth, only to discover it was filled with spices resembling Sichuan peppercorns. Lu Yankai initially believed that the hot pot was meant to be consumed this way, so he impulsively tasted a peppercorn, only to find himself overwhelmed by the numbing sensation, leaving him unable to articulate clearly. Ma Lu, seizing a large chili that still resembled a vegetable, bit into it, eliciting a series of gasps as the heat hit him. "This smells delightful, but why does it taste so unpleasant? Can we only drink the broth?" Confusion spread among them. Zhang Yang stepped out of the kitchen, observing their disheveled appearances, and burst into laughter. How do we eat this?" Lu Yankai asked first, his speech still garbled from the lingering spice. "Of course. You add the meat and vegetables. The broth is merely for cooking. The ingredients in the broth are primarily for seasoning and are generally not consumed," Zhang Yang explained with amusement. Upon hearing this, they finally grasped the concept. "I told you to wait for the master to arrive before diving in. You should have listened." Fang Xiulan and Wang Suxin chuckled at Ma Lu and Lu Yangsai's predicament, which made them feel a bit embarrassed. The aroma had been so irresistible that they could not help but sneak a taste. Following Zhang Yang's demonstration, they began to learn step by step. The moment a piece of meat slid down their throats, an indescribable sensation coursed through them. "This is absolutely delicious, a flavor I've never experienced before," Lu Yankai exclaimed, panting as he reached for another slice of meat. Ma Lu, not to be outdone, continued to add meat to the pot, though they quickly became drenched in sweat. Their appetites remained insatiable. In contrast, Fang Xiulan and Wang Suxin ate more delicately, pausing to recover from the heat before continuing. Overall, everyone thoroughly enjoyed the spicy hot pot Zhang Yang had created. Compared to the bland dishes they had previously consumed, the impact of the hot pot on their taste buds was monumental. Seeing everyone relish the meal brought joy to Zhang Yang. In truth, his sudden urge to create this hot pot stemmed from his own cravings. After months of eating bland meals, he had grown weary of the simplicity of the local cuisine, which primarily consisted of boiled beef and steamed cabbage, often with just a bit of oil and salt. The lack of basic seasonings was a disappointment, and the locals seemed accustomed to this flavor, unaware of its inadequacy. However, as a traveler from another world, Zhang Yang found it intolerable. Thus, when he had the time today, he decided to recreate one of his favorite dishes from his past life. Fortunately, he had often come across videos of hot pot-based preparation on short video platforms, and the general process was still fresh in his memory. The only challenge was sourcing some of the spices, as their names differ between the two worlds, and some were quite difficult to obtain. Fortunately, with sufficient funds, everything went relatively smoothly, leading to the birth of the spicy hot pot in this strange realm. This familiar taste was simply nostalgic. Hence, Zhang Yang indulged in 2 extra bowls of rice today. "Excuse me, don't stop me, I can still eat," Ma Lu exclaimed, nearly burping thrice after each dip of meat, yet he remained relentless. Lu Yankai was in a similar state, both of their bellies noticeably rounder. Recently, some larger inns have started offering warm soup, which has slightly diminished our business. However, if we introduce this hot pot, it will surely revive our bustling trade, Fang Xiulan suddenly remarked, her eyes lighting up with realization. Upon hearing this, Ma Lu and the others finally understood. Indeed, We were so engrossed in eating that we didn't think about selling it. This was a unique dish. If they found it irresistible, surely others would as well. With this thought, Ma Lu could not help but spring up excitedly, only to collide with the table leg, causing him to wince in pain. The others burst into laughter at the sight. "Master, can we sell this hot pot dish?" Ma Lu inquired hopefully after recovering. "Feel free, if you wish to learn. I can teach you. Whether or not to sell, it is entirely up to you," Zhang Yang replied, already accustomed to delegating responsibilities for the inn's affairs to Ma Lu and the others. Upon receiving a positive response, Ma Lu and his companions erupted into joyous laughter. In a corner, Wang Suxin observed the cheerful scene and felt a warmth in her heart. This sense of camaraderie was something she had not experienced in a long time. From a tender age, she was sold by her parents to serve as a maid in a wealthy household, only to be abandoned later due to a leg ailment. During her arduous journey, she survived by begging and relying on the kindness of strangers, a warmth she had long since forgotten. Yet, at this moment, the scene around her evoked memories of that comforting sensation. Tears welled up in the young girl's eyes, and she discreetly turned away to wipe them, unnoticed by the others. After the meal, Zhang Yang observed those tidying up the dishes and spoke up. "Wang Suxin, Lu Yangkai, please stay behind for a moment." Upon hearing this, Lu Yangkai nodded in agreement, as this had become a customary routine for him. However, it was Wang Suxin's first experience of such a request. A flicker of speculation ignited in her heart at the manager's words. Could it be that he was finally going to teach her martial arts? In that instant, the young girl felt a surge of anticipation and joy. Chapter 40. Healing the leg ailment. So it is. Thank you, Master, for clarifying. Inside the inn, Lu Liangkai, upon hearing Zhang Yang's explanation to his earlier question, felt as if he had grasped some pivotal opportunity, and his excitement surged instantly. Noticing his moment of enlightenment, Zhang Yang encouraged, "Give it a try. If you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to return and ask me." Lu Yangkai nodded eagerly and promptly seated himself on the ground, beginning his practice. Meanwhile, Wang Suxin remained somewhat apprehensive, standing rigidly in place. Her slender figure hesitated to approach, wary of disturbing Zhang Yang as he explained matters to Lu Liangkai. Once Zhang Yang had finished instructing Lu Liangkai, he turned his attention to Wang Suxin. Seeing this, she straightened her posture immediately, though her slightly trembling hands betrayed her nervousness. "Do not be anxious. Come here," Zhang Yang beckoned gently. He continued, "You must have noticed that Lu Yangkai is not only an employee of my inn, but also my disciple." Wang Suxin glanced at Lu Liangkai, who sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, and nodded in acknowledgement. "The reason I sought you out initially was due to the remarkable potential I discerned in you. Indeed, it far surpasses that of Lu Liang's size." As Zhang Yang spoke, he keenly observed the expressions of the young girl before him, curious to see if his words would evoke any emotional response in her. However, aside from a flicker of surprise, Wang Suxin displayed little emotion. This steadiness brought a slight nod of approval from Zhang Yang. Her composure was indeed commendable. For an ordinary individual, receiving praise from an esteemed master is a cause for great pride, particularly when it pertains to one's aptitude for cultivation. Some might even become conceited, gradually losing sight of those around them. Wang Suxin's demeanor was thus exceptionally rare. Nevertheless, further observation would be necessary in due course. Seeing that the young girl had calmed, Zhang Yang continued, "The reason I retained you today is to assist in treating your leg ailment." Upon hearing this, Wang Suxin's eyes widened in disbelief, even more so than when she learned of her superior potential compared to Lu Liangkai. This affliction had plagued her for over 2 years, during which she endured mockery from those around her, silently suffering. Since she could not alter her condition, she resigned herself to adaptation. Yet deep within, she harbored a fervent desire to return to a normal state. The limp not only hindered her daily movements, but also inflicted excruciating pain during rainy, humid periods. Once, in desperation, she sought the counsel of a physician, who, after examining her leg, shook his head and remarked, "This injury must have been inflicted by some ferocious beast." Alas, you are fortunate to be alive. Had you sought treatment immediately after the injury, there might have been hope. Now, However, complete recovery seems utterly impossible. Those words had left a profound mark on the 9-year-old girl, extinguishing her will to persevere. I do have a prescription that might ease the pain, but the cost. You may find it burdensome, the physician added, his business acumen evident. Ultimately, Wang Suxin could only depart the clinic in silence. Time passed, yet the memory of that encounter lingered, particularly on stormy nights when her leg would ache anew. She had long since relinquished hope until just moments ago, when the innkeeper spoke of healing her ailment. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes as she knelt before Zhang Yang. "Thank you," sob. "Thank you, master." At that moment, Wang Suxin felt a newfound indifference towards learning martial arts. If only Zhang Yang could restore her leg, she would gladly dedicate herself in gratitude. Zhang Yang, standing nearby, was taken aback by her emotional response. Seeing her kneeling, he quickly approached to assist her up. There is no need for such formality. Truth be told, the instances of being bowed to had surpassed those of his entire previous life, yet he still felt somewhat unaccustomed, especially in the presence of such a young child. After helping Wang Suxin to her feet, he lightened the mood with a jest. "Your leg ailment may pose a challenge for ordinary physicians, but for me, it is but a trivial matter. After all, you are now an employee of Wan Inn, and working with such a condition is indeed inconvenient. Addressing this issue in advance will enhance your efficiency, will it not?" As Wang Suxin listened to the innkeeper, she wiped her tears away. Although Zhang Yang feigned a casual tone, she understood he was merely trying to alleviate any psychological burden she might bear. Yet, she could not forget this kindness. "All right, please fetch a stool and sit comfortably," Zhang Yang instructed once he sensed her emotional state had stabilized. Wang Suxin obediently returned with a stool and seated herself properly. Zhang Yang gazed at the young girl's face, gathering a thread of spiritual energy in his hand, which he gently placed upon her head. A gentle warmth flowed from his arm, traversing through her meridians, eventually reaching her thigh. Wang Suxin soon felt enveloped by a soothing warmth, particularly evident at the sight of her painful injury that had tormented her during rainy nights. Time seemed to slip away as she basked in this warmth, and eventually, when the sensation faded, she slowly opened her eyes. "All done. I will provide you with some pills shortly. Taking one each day will soon restore you completely," Zhang Yang announced. Wang Suxin, in disbelief, looked at the innkeeper, and upon seeing his nod of affirmation, she cautiously stood and took a few tentative steps. The discomfort she had always felt was truly gone. She felt as if she was no longer limping. The joy and excitement swelling within her were indescribable. And once more, tears brimmed in her eyes. "This is the medicine I mentioned, containing 12 pills. Begin taking one daily from today," Zhang Yang said, handing her a small white porcelain vial. Gratefully, Wang Suxin accepted it and, after receiving Zhang Yang's confirmation, poured out a pill no larger than the tip of a chopstick and swallowed it whole. "Congratulations, you have provided Wang Suxin with a pulse-cleansing pill. Investment successful. Reward, 10 spirit herb, ghost orchid." Indeed, the purpose of the pill Zhang Yang provided extended beyond merely healing Wang Suxin's leg ailment. It was primarily intended to help her refine her meridians, as the name suggested. A remedy designed for those who had either just begun or were only recently introduced to the practice of cultivation. The efficacy of the pulse-cleansing pill may not be particularly potent. However, it serves as a foundational elixir for cultivators, proving sufficiently effective. As for more powerful pills, they are simply beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to endure. Lu Yankai is indeed consuming this pill, though Wang Suxin remains unaware of this fact. Notably, after Zhang Yang's examination, he discovered that Wang Suxin's injury had indeed affected her meridians, and fortuitously. The pulse-cleansing pill could assist in restoring the normal flow of her energy pathways. Thus, Zhang Yang's statement could hardly be deemed a deception. As the day wanes, he advised her to wait a moment and return with Lu Yankai. With that, Zhang Yang refrained from further conversation and resumed his observation of Lu Yankai's cultivation progress. Chapter 41. The spicy hot pot crazed the following day, when Ma Lu and Fang Xiulan encountered Wang Suxin. Their faces lit up with joy. "Suxin, your leg is healed?" In truth, Fang Xiulan had learned this news from her son, Lu Yankai, the previous night, Thus it was Ma Lu who was most astonished. Yes, the shopkeeper helped me recover, Wang Suxin replied, shyly nodding while glancing towards the staircase on the second floor, her heart brimming with gratitude. Upon hearing this, Ma Lu immediately broke into a broad smile and couldn't help but extol the virtues of their shopkeeper. I told you, our shopkeeper Zhang is undoubtedly the finest in the world. First, he offered free porridge, and now he teaches Liangkai martial arts and helps you heal your leg. Where else could one find such a benevolent employer? I must have done something truly remarkable in my past life to have joined our Wan'an Inn. Everyone had long grown accustomed to Ma Lu's admiration for shopkeeper Zhang. Even though he frequently expressed such sentiments, the patrons of the inn never exhibited any discontent. After all, they had witnessed and experienced the goodness of shopkeeper Zhang firsthand. Such a selfless individual who expected nothing in return was truly unparalleled in their lives. Before they knew it, 2 days had passed. Aunt Lan, your learning is remarkably swift. You've managed to prepare the hot pot base so quickly. Early that morning, Ma Lu and Fang Xilan were in the kitchen, preparing the ingredients for the day's menu. Today marked the introduction of a new dish at Wan'an Inn, the spicy hot pot that Zhang Yang had previously taught them. After 2 days of diligent practice, Fang Xilan had finally succeeded in independently crafting a complete pot of hot pot base. Before them, the pot had solidified into chunks, now requiring only to be portioned out for guests to heat and serve, making it incredibly convenient. Soon, the first table of customers arrived at Wan'an Inn, comprising 5 or 6 individuals. Initially, they were indecisive about what to order, but upon noticing their hesitation, Ma Lu eagerly stepped forward to make a recommendation. Dear guests, would you care to try our newly launched dish, the spicy hot pot? Its flavor is absolutely delightful. Spicy hot pot. The patrons, unfamiliar with the term, felt intrigued. However, they were somewhat weary of their previous meals, and someone promptly took the lead in making a decision. Waiter, please serve us that new dish you mentioned, the spicy something pot, according to our group size. Upon hearing that their first order was placed for the spicy hot pot, Ma Lu instantly perked up. Certainly, he exclaimed before rushing back to the kitchen. In the blink of an eye, he returned with the hot pot. The guests looked on, somewhat puzzled, wondering what dish was being served in its entirety. Yet, the enticing aroma wafting through the air immediately captivated their senses. This smells incredible. As Ma Lu guided them on how to enjoy the dish, their taste buds ignited with delight upon sampling the first piece of meat. Delicious. So very delicious. Soon, they were eagerly adding more meat to the pot. At that moment, Ma Lu arrived with a platter of vegetables. Dear guests, this is our complimentary offering of 1 pound of vegetables and a warming soup placed here for you. Upon hearing that they received free vegetables, the guests were even more thrilled, clapping and exclaiming their approval. While 1 pound of vegetables may not seem like much, the allure of receiving them for free was irresistible. Furthermore, when added to the hot pot broth, the vegetables were incredibly tasty. Seeing the first table of customers so joyously indulging, Ma Lu felt exhilarated. It seemed that this dish was indeed a resounding success, especially with winter approaching. Such a warm dish would surely garner even greater popularity. Before long, the second table of customers entered the inn. As they prepared to place their orders, the tantalizing aroma wafted towards them, compelling them to turn and investigate. Upon witnessing a table of patrons relishing a pot of food, they couldn't help but swallow hard, prompting one to inquire of Ma Lu, "Waiter, what is this?" Ma Lu, having prepared his pitch in advance, smoothly delivered his response. Ultimately, after this customer swallowed 5 times in quick succession, the second order of spicy hot pot was successfully placed. Subsequently, other patrons began to mimic the actions of the second customer, and the inn grew increasingly lively. As the number of spicy hot pots being served multiplied, the irresistible aroma wafted outside, enticing passers-by to unconsciously swallow in anticipation. Those who initially lacked appetite found themselves drawn to Wan'an Inn, curious about the delectable scent. Before long, a long line formed outside the inn. Initially, Ma Lu eagerly welcomed each new customer, extolling the virtues of the spicy hot pot, but soon he began to feel fatigued. By early afternoon, the hot pot base they had prepared the previous day had completely sold out. "I apologize, but our spicy hot pot is sold out for today. We will prepare more for tomorrow, and we welcome you to return and experience it then. Ma Lu explained apologetically to each incoming patron. He had not anticipated such rapid sales, especially on the first day. Some patrons chose to leave disappointed, while others opted for different dishes from the menu, their appetites whetted by the lingering aroma. Ma Lu initially feared that the lack of adequate preparation would disappoint the customers waiting in line, potentially harming future business. After all, the expressions on the faces of some departing patrons were far from joyful. Had it not been for the knowledge that Wan Inn was operated by a revered master, some might have voiced their frustrations. Consequently, Ma Lu engaged in a deep self-reflection. However, come the following day, the number of patrons lining up had increased, far surpassing les expectations. At this moment, Zhang Yang remarked, if Ma Lu were familiar with the concept of hunger marketing, he would surely grasp the situation at hand. Moreover, from a strict perspective, this truly was an authentic instance of hunger marketing. In an instant, the emergence of spicy hot pot reignited a culinary craze in Yunhai City. Unlike the previous strategy of offering warming soup, the introduction of spicy hot pot was something that other inns could scarcely replicate in the short term, as they lacked knowledge of the ingredients involved. This left those larger establishments, which had lost customers, feeling both anxious and helpless. Had Wan Inn been an obscure establishment, they might have resorted to coercion or persuasion to extract the recipe. However, now that Wan Inn was backed by a master, it was evident that the Wang family had been swiftly dealt with when they sought to acquire the inn. Furthermore, no news had emerged regarding any attempts to undermine Wan Inn, underscoring the strength of its management. Thus, even if these larger inn and restaurant owners possessed 100 times the audacity, they would not dare to harm Wan Inn in any way, merely left to stare in disbelief. Some owners of other inns and restaurants even carved out time each day to enjoy hot pot at Wan Inn. Without a doubt, the flavor was simply irresistible, and so time flew by. Today marks the moment when Miao Zhe is set to depart from Yunhai City. Allow me to clarify that this narrative encompasses elements of both management and micro-character portrayals, which may result in seemingly mundane daily events. However, these scenes are not devoid of significance, as they serve to lay the groundwork for future developments. I kindly ask for your patience as you continue to engage with the story. Thank you. Chapter 42. Miao Zhe's departure and the new city steward today. At the gates of Yunhai City, the heads of the three prominent families, Jiang, Ruan, and Zhu, along with their respective immortal masters, gathered in a grand display. Such a significant event naturally drew the attention of numerous onlookers, who eagerly whispered among themselves. Especially for the younger children, it was their first encounter with such a spectacle. Whereas for the older generations, it was merely another occurrence in a series of similar events. The biannual change of the city's immortal steward was upon them, a routine that many had grown accustomed to over the years. At the forefront, Miao Zhe, clad in an ice blue robe, mounted his steed and turned to acknowledge the crowd gathered to bid him farewell. You need not accompany me further, he stated with a respectful nod. Miao Master, during your 2 years in Yunhai City, you have shown great kindness to our Ruan family. Your departure will leave us longing for your presence, expressed the Ruan family head earnestly. Indeed, my Zhu family has also greatly benefited from your guidance, Miao Master. The news of your departure has kept me awake many nights, lamented the Zhu family head. I, too, share similar sentiments. Your kindness will be forever etched in our memories, added the head of the Ji family, visibly emotional. The three family heads displayed genuine sorrow, their expressions akin to those who might shed tears if they could. However, if Miao Zhe were to reflect on the truth of the matter, he had spent most of his time in solitary cultivation and thus recognized the theatricality of their displays. He held no real affection for these individuals, fully aware that their sentiments were mere performances. The next steward sent by the Mingyue sect will arrive soon, so there is no need for undue concern. The hour grows late. I thank you all for your well wishes, and I shall return to the sect to report, he concluded, bidding farewell as he turned his horse towards the city gates. As he departed, Miao Zhe cast a glance in the direction of the Wan Inn, a location not far off. The commotion surrounding his departure was so significant that he presumed someone there would surely be aware of it. With that, He left without a backward glance. Once his figure faded from view, the expressions of the three family heads solidified momentarily before quickly returning to calm. With Meow Master gone, I wonder what temperament the incoming steward will possess. If they were to be as indifferent to city affairs as Meow, it would be quite fortunate, mused the Ruan family head, gazing towards the city gates. Indeed, these past 2 years have been the most carefree of our lives. We have faced no repercussions as long as we supplied resources punctually, added another. I hope the newcomer is not one of those rigid individuals. Otherwise, our days of ease may soon come to an end. The other family heads nodded in agreement. At that moment, the Zhu family head suddenly recalled something and inquired. Speaking of which, what about the Wang family situation? Why has there been no resolution from the Minghui sect? Could it be that they intend to let the Wanin in off the hook? The Ji family head replied, I am not entirely certain. But Meow Master had previously assured us that he would personally report the matter to the sect, and we were to await further instructions. Given the time that has elapsed, I trust the Minghui sect must have received the information by now. With narrowed eyes, the Ruan family head interjected. Let us not concern ourselves too much with the affairs of the immortal masters. As mere mortals, we should refrain from interference. We shall observe how this unfolds. And as long as we do not provoke anyone from the Wanin Inn, we should be fine. The Zhu and Ji family heads nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, the very presence of the Wanin Inn made them increasingly cautious, fearful of inadvertently following in the footsteps of the Wang family. This was a discomforting shift for those who had long been the dominators of Yinhai City. Recently, they had heard whispers of the Wanin and causing quite a stir with the introduction of a delectable new dish, drawing crowds from across the city. This incessant mention of the inn only served to heighten their agitation. Soon after a brief exchange, the Ruan family head departed in a carriage, promptly followed by the other two heads. In an instant, the once bustling city gate returned to its former quietude. Word of Miao Zhe's departure from Yinhai City quickly spread. Within the inn, Zhang Yang received the news. I must prepare myself, he murmured, taking a deep breath. With Miao Zhe gone, the focus would shift to how the Minghui sect would handle the Wang family's affairs. Yet, for safety's sake, he resolved to be ready for any eventualities. Fortunately, during the past half-month, Zhang Yang's strength had notably increased, having broken through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. According to the system's information, Xiaoying Tian had also reached the 6th layer. Both developments brought Zhang Yang immense joy. The resources at his disposal had significantly alleviated his training concerns, allowing him to surpass Xiao Yingtian in a mere 2 months. I wonder how Xiao Yingtian is faring now. Zhang Yang mused, recalling the fortunate child of destiny, whose investment had yielded substantial returns. Alas, in this world devoid of modern conveniences like mobile phones, Zhang Yang found himself at a distinct disadvantage. The next day, in the afternoon, outside the gates of Yinhai City, 2 elegantly dressed and strikingly beautiful young women quietly joined the procession into the city. Senior Sister One, I simply cannot understand why the sect would assign you to this remote little city as the city steward. Such tasks are typically reserved for outer disciples. Yet here you are, a direct disciple, undertaking such a simple and unrewarding mission, exclaimed the younger of the two, visibly disgruntled. Beside her stood a more composed and insightful woman, though her beauty was accentuated by her ample bosom. Calm down, Zishuan. This arrangement was personally made by my mother, replied the woman known as Senior Sister One. What? Why would she do such a thing? Zishuan's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind reeling with confusion. Though my mother did not provide explicit reasons, I can surmise. Ever since my father went missing, my mother has been managing the Zizhu Peak alone. Unfortunately, her strength has been insufficient, leading to a decline in our peak's power. Over the years, many within the sect have voiced their criticisms, even resorting to underhanded tactics to seize resources. I suspect my mother wished to send me away on a task to protect me from becoming embroiled in this conflict. Senior Sister One explained with a soft sigh. Zishuan's large, sparkling eyes widened further upon hearing this, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. Upon gaining insight into the circumstances, Zishuan's indignation intensified. These individuals were utterly detestable. They were all members of the same sect, Why would they resort to such actions? Was it truly for a mere handful of resources? Hearing this, senior sister one could only display an expression of helplessness. A few resources? For every cultivator. These resources are undeniably paramount. After all, cultivation is fundamentally about refining resources, is it not? Perhaps acquiring just a bit more could elevate you to the next realm and bestow upon you an abundance of longevity. Resources, in any case, are never deemed excessive. The young woman named Zishuan, still anxious, retorted, but we are all disciples of the Mingyu sect. To turn against our own is akin to self-destruction. Although senior sister's words held merit, for a girl unaccustomed to hardship, it remained a challenging notion to accept. In response, senior sister one could only smile wryly. She chose not to delve further into this topic, and instead turned to Zishuan with a probing question. By the way, I was the only one who accepted this task. Why did you choose to accompany me? Upon hearing this inquiry, Zishuan's face flushed with embarrassment. I was merely concerned for you, senior sister, which is why I followed to see how you fared. I assure you, once you are settled in the city, I shall return to the sect immediately. Seeing the young girl's endearing demeanor, senior sister one felt powerless against her charm and let out a resigned sigh. You, with such exceptional potential, fail to cherish it. If I were in your position, I would relish every moment in meditation and cultivation. Yet you seem unable to remain idle for even a day. This was not the first time she had expressed such sentiments about her junior sister. But alas, Zishuan remained unyielding, leaving senior sister with no recourse. Faced with her senior's teasing, Zishuan could only shyly stick out her tongue. In the blink of an eye, the two had already entered the bustling confines of Yunhai City. Chapter 43. Drawn by the fragrance as the newly appointed steward of Yunhai City, the two women entered the city unannounced. Entering through the eastern gate, they were immediately struck by the dilapidated state of the buildings within. For a moment, they were rendered speechless. Why were the houses inside the city in such a worse condition than those outside? Upon witnessing this scene, Zishuan could not help but exclaim her astonishment. The filthy and chaotic environment was an unprecedented experience for them as cultivators. In their past travels, they had always encountered bustling scenes. Never before had they seen such a rundown area within a city. Despite Yunhai City's remote location, the living conditions within should not have been so abysmal. This sight caused Zishuan, who possessed a strong sense of justice, to frown deeply, a sentiment echoed by her companion, senior sister Wen. The two slowly made their way through the city. Upon reaching the junction between the eastern and western districts, the stark contrast in prosperity between the two sides intensified their frowns. How could the conditions in this city vary so dramatically? Had the previous disciples completely neglected their responsibilities? Zishuan said indignantly, a surge of unnamable anger rising within her as she glanced at the disparity between the eastern and western districts. Let's go take a look, suggested senior sister one, her demeanor far more composed. She reasoned that the issues present in the city likely stemmed from more than just one steward's negligence. Urging caution against premature conclusions, Zishuan nodded obediently in response to her sister's words. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. What is that smell? It's so fragrant. The two soon found themselves in a bustling street, where Zishuan's keen nose detected a unique scent that was both pungent and tantalizingly appetizing, something she had never encountered before. Almost instinctively, she swallowed hard, her appetite piqued. Senior sister one also caught a whiff of the aroma. Following its source, they soon discovered a crowded establishment, its sign adorned with the ornate characters Wan and In. What on earth do they serve here that smells so good? Zishuan's spirits lifted instantaneously. The delectable scent promised delightful flavors, and she was eager to indulge. It had to be more delectable than a spirit-replenishing pill. As she noticed a queue of patrons outside Wan and In, her suspicions were confirmed. Senior sister, let us go ask, Zishuan implored, turning to her companion with an eager expression. Captivated by the enticing scent, senior sister one, who frequently traveled, found this fragrance equally unfamiliar and intriguing. Originally, they had intended to suffice with a spirit-replenishing pill, but now it seemed an exploration of local culinary delights was in order. Let us go. They quickly joined the line, anticipating a brief wait for their turn, as they believed a simple meal wouldn't take too long. To their dismay, the wait stretched longer than expected. What's going on? Why is it taking so long? This is taking longer than a typical meal, Zishuan complained, noticing the long queue ahead of them. Apologies, esteemed guest. We have sold out of our hot pot today, came the explanation from the server, Malu. As the last order was fulfilled, the patrons in line expressed their disappointment, quietly departing. We still haven't been served. It seems we must come back tomorrow, Zishuan mused, puzzled by the sudden exodus of customers. Driven by curiosity, she approached a waiter and inquired, "Excuse me, what is it that smells so wonderful? Could we have a portion?" Malu was momentarily taken aback by Zishuan's beauty. It was his first encounter with such a striking young lady. Quickly recovering, he replied, "I'm sorry, but our spicy hot pot has sold out. Please visit us again tomorrow." Sold out? Zishuan felt an immediate sense of disappointment. Yet she now knew the name of the tempting dish, spicy hot pot. She resolved to inquire with the kitchen staff upon returning to her sect. Returning to her senior sister, she sighed, "The spicy hot pot has sold out. We can only return tomorrow." Senior sister Wen paused momentarily before recognizing the name of the dish that had piqued their interest. "No witties. Since we're here, let us sample some other dishes from this inn." "Yes, perhaps the other offerings here are equally delightful." Zishuan brightened, leading her senior sister back into the inn. "Excuse me, do you have any other dishes available? Please prepare a table for the two of us," she asked the server. Malu was astonished to see the beautiful girl return with another equally lovely companion, causing his cheeks to flush slightly. "Certainly," he stammered in response. After a brief wait, the two women found an available table and sat down. "Here are your dishes. Please enjoy," the server announced as the food was served. Zishuan eagerly began to taste the meal, only to find it somewhat underwhelming. Disappointment washed over her. It was not as delightful as the offerings from the inn in Yuanfeng City. Senior sister Wen savored each bite, providing her assessment. In her opinion, the flavor was commendable for a small city, and she continued to eat without complaint. Zishuan soon set down her utensils, clearly disenchanted by the meal. She began to doubt whether the famed spicy hot pot was merely fragrant, with little substance to its flavor. Chapter 44. Irresistibly delicious, dear guests. Here is a warm soup offered by our establishment. At this moment, Wang Suxin served the two a steaming bowl of soup. They were somewhat taken aback to discover that a meal came with complimentary soup. They had not anticipated such attentive service in this modest inn. Such hospitality was typically reserved for high-end dining establishments, and even then, only under the condition of substantial expenditure. They had never encountered such generosity in a humble inn before. After expressing their gratitude, they politely accepted the soup from Wang Suxin's hands. The flavor was quite ordinary, yet it was free, which filled Zishuan with a delightful sense of having gained something. She eagerly drank it down. "Young lad, do you happen to know anything about the eastern region of Yanhai City? Could you share some insights with us?" Sister Wen had finished her meal and, upon noticing Wang Suxin passing by, seized the opportunity to inquire about the specifics of Yanhai City. Though Yanhai City was merely a remote little town, she hoped to witness the citizens living in peace and prosperity since she had taken up the position of resident steward here. Being new to the city, it was essential for her to gather information about the area. Upon hearing a guest inquire about the local situation, Wang Suxin immediately discerned that they must be from out of town. Having spent considerable time in the eastern part of the city, she readily began to elaborate on the circumstances in Yanhai City and the eastern district. Zishuan leaned in with curiosity, and as they listened to Wang Suxin's explanations, their brows frequently furrowed. At times, Zishuan would even exclaim in frustration, "How utterly detestable!" As time passed, only 3 or 4 tables of guests remained in the inn, including Zishuan and her companion, Master Zhang. On the staircase, Malu respectfully greeted Zhang Yang, who had stretched and descended from upstairs. With evening approaching and dinner time nearing, Malu, noticing the innkeeper's descent, remarked, "Master, the hot pot for tonight is ready. We can begin dining shortly, for the sake of the inn's patrons." Malu and the others made it a habit to prepare a portion of hot pot base every day, and today was no exception. After all, hot pot was a dish one could never tire of. Zhang Yang nodded lightly in acknowledgement, his gaze drifting towards Zishuan and sister when seated nearby. And he began to piece together the situation. Just moments ago, his system had received the profiles of the two cultivators. Given the triggered investment event, it appeared they had made their entrance at his inn. Thus, after finishing his cultivation, he had come downstairs directly. It seemed evident that these were the individuals in question. Furthermore, upon acquiring their information, he had confirmed their identities. Were they the newly appointed resident stewards of Yanhai City? Wenqi and Yao Zishuan. However, Zhang Yang chose not to approach them immediately, opting instead to observe for a while. Before long, Ma Lu emerged from the kitchen carrying the hot pot. A tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, causing Yao Zishuan, who had been intently listening to Wang Suxin's account of Yanhai City, to turn her head towards Ma Lu. What is that delightful fragrance? Her nose twitched, and a smile crept onto her lips. Unable to contain herself, she stood up and inquired, "Young lad, didn't you say that your spicy hot pot was sold out? Why is there one now?" Ma Lu quickly clarified, "Dear guest, this is for our staff's dinner. The ones for sale are indeed all gone." Upon hearing this explanation, Yao Zishuan realized her misunderstanding. I apologize. Yet, gazing at the bubbling hot pot, accompanied by the enticing aroma, she found herself swallowing hard. An idea suddenly sparked within her. She turned to Ma Lu, her tone pleading, may we join you for dinner? Saying this, Yao Zishuan felt quite embarrassed. However, the enticing scent had already triggered an overwhelming curiosity about the flavor of such delectable food. If the male disciples from Mingwei sect were to witness her like this, they would surely be taken aback. For although Yao Zishuan was naturally vivacious, she typically maintained an aloof demeanor in front of strangers, only revealing her more amiable side to those she was close to. Yet, the allure of the food had now overshadowed her concerns about her image. Even a mere taste would suffice. Seeing Ma Lu seemingly at a loss, Yao Zishuan quickly added, "Master, what do you think?" Uncertain, Ma Lu turned to Zhang Yang for guidance. It seemed prudent to let the innkeeper decide. Realizing that Zhang Yang was the master of the inn, Yao Zishuan immediately sought his approval. "Master, we only wish to sample it. Rest assured, we will pay double the price. We've just eaten, so we won't take much, and it won't interfere with your dinner service." Zhang Yang smiled gently. "Since both of you wish to experience the flavor of the hot pot, feel free to stay." With their request granted, Ma Lu set down the hot pot and went back to the kitchen to prepare additional bowls and chopsticks. Yao Zishuan, upon receiving the approval, couldn't contain her excitement and leaped up in joy. Cough, cough. Meanwhile, when she cleared her throat to regain Yao Zishuan's attention. Hearing this, Yao Zishuan subdued her exuberance somewhat. The joy of being out with her mentor, coupled with the prospect of indulging in delicious food, made her feel a sense of glee that she struggled to contain. "Thank you, master. We were merely curious due to the irresistible aroma of the food. I assure you, we will only taste a little and then depart. It will not disrupt your dining time." When she stood up, offering an apologetic expression to Zhang Yang as she explained. "Not at all. Just a few extra sets of chopsticks," Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly. In truth, he was more concerned about the personalities of these newly arrived resident stewards and how they might affect his future life. However, from their conversation and demeanor, they did not seem like unreasonable individuals, which alleviated his concerns considerably. Before long, the inn was left with only the staff of Wan and Inn, along with Yao Zishuan and Wenqi. The ingredients for the hot pot, including vegetables, meat, and dipping sauces, were nearly prepared. "Please, have a seat," Zhang Yang invited them. Wenqi nodded slightly, leading Yao Zishuan to sit down beside her. To be honest, the spread of raw meat and vegetables before them was a novel sight for both of them, and they found it quite intriguing. After receiving guidance from Wang Suxin and Feng Xilan, the two women finally understood the dining etiquette associated with this so-called spicy hot pot. "Wow, this dining style is quite peculiar, yet it looks delightful." Yao Zishuan couldn't help but exclaim her astonishment. Subsequently, the two women, emulating her, began to immerse the meat into the pot. Under Wang Suxin's reminder, they finally retrieved the fully cooked slices from the boiling broth and cautiously placed them into their mouths. The instant the morsels touched their tongues, Both women widened their eyes in surprise. The flavors that danced upon their taste buds were unexpectedly rich and unique, a sensation they had never encountered before. Yet, despite it being their inaugural experience, they felt no aversion. Rather, an insatiable craving began to blossom within them. The piquant flavors continuously stimulated their palates, leaving them yearning for more after finishing each slice. "Oh, it's so hot, so spicy, so delicious," Yao Zishuan proclaimed after swallowing her first bite, immediately offering her assessment. When she nodded vigorously in agreement, "I must have another slice." Without hesitation, Yao Zishuan seized another piece of meat. Witnessing the two women reveling in their feast, the other patrons of the inn couldn't help but chuckle, a testament to their delight. Before long, the two had consumed an unquantifiable amount of meat. It was when she who first regained her composure. Upon noticing that the plate designated for the meat was now entirely emptied by her, a wave of embarrassment washed over her. Just moments ago, they had assured the innkeeper that they would merely sample the flavors before departing. Now, each had devoured 2 plates with no intention of stopping. She instinctively glanced at her companion, only to find Yao Zishuan seemingly undeterred, engaging in a silent competition with a youthful attendant of the inn. The two were alternatingly lifting slices from the same plate, devouring them with fervor before eagerly reaching for the next one. Chapter 45. Rebate of entries. Why are you eating so quickly, Liang Kai? You've had this before. Leave some for the 2 sisters. Fang Xiulan reprimanded her son, who was greedily competing with 2 guests for the meat. Upon hearing her words, Lu Liangkai slowed his pace. Indeed, he had eaten this every day. How could he snatch from the guests? Yet, the flavor of the hot pot was so exquisite that even daily consumption did not diminish his appetite. Seeing her rival distracted, Yao Zishuan immediately displayed a triumphant smile, thinking that all the meat would now be hers. Just as she was about to grab another piece, when she interjected, "Ahem, Zishuan." Yao Zishuan turned, cheeks puffed out in surprise. Why was her senior sister calling her now when she was enjoying her meal? But upon noticing the look in her senior's eyes, she quickly understood. She glanced back at her chopsticks, still hovering over the meat platter, and hastily withdrew her hand. When she then turned to Zhang Yang, apologizing, "Ahem, I sincerely apologize. We couldn't resist and ended up eating so much. We hope we didn't delay your meal." Zhang Yang waved it off casually. "It's nothing. We still have plenty of dishes left. Feel free to enjoy. This meal is on the house." "No, we must compensate for disturbing your dinner," when she insisted, though Zhang Yang's insistence ultimately led to the 2 women not spending any money. Of course, if they had paid, Zhang Yang's investment rebate would vanish. Knowing that the 2 before him were cultivators, he could not allow such a scenario to unfold. The value of the system's rebate far outweighed that of a single hot pot meal. To the 2 women, however, this was merely an expression of Zhang Yang's hospitality. After dinner, as they exited the Wannan Inn, when she still felt a twinge of guilt, Burp Yao Zishuan could not suppress a satisfying belch. It had been ages since she had eaten so heartily, and the flavors were perhaps even superior to some spirit beast meat. She never imagined that accompanying her senior sister on this outing would lead to such delightful dining experiences in the mortal realm. Alas, we were indeed too presumptuous, saying we would only sample a bit, yet we unwittingly consumed so much, and they didn't even charge us in the end. Wen Qi's words resonated with Yao Zishuan's growing sense of guilt. "It's all right. The innkeeper said we should visit more often to support their business. If nothing else, we can take care of Wannan in moving forward, especially since you'll be staying in Yanhai City for the next 2 years." Hearing this, Wen Qi smiled helplessly. "It seems we have no other choice. By the way, when the inn staff discovers that my senior is the newly appointed city cultivator in Yanhai City, will they be surprised? After all, mortals seem to hold great admiration for us cultivators. Perhaps they will feel honored." However, before Yao Zishuan could finish, she caught the warning glare from her senior. Yao Zishuan promptly fell silent. The title of cultivator is merely a term of respect from ordinary people. In the realm of cultivation, we are but minor qi refining practitioners, with many tiers above us, such as Foundation Establishment and Golden Core. How can we exploit our status to take advantage of these ordinary folk? Such thoughts are utterly unacceptable. seeing her senior's stern demeanor. Yao Zixuan quickly bowed her head in acknowledgement. I understand, senior. With that, the two made their way toward the city lord's residence, where the city steward resided. Inside the inn, only Zhang Yang and Lu Liankai remained. Master, it has been a month, yet why do I still not sense any trace of spiritual energy? Lu Liankai inquired, sitting dejectedly on the floor. Since his master had taught him the cultivation technique, he had diligently practiced the Xianyang Ju, dedicating every moment outside of work to mastering it. Despite his efforts, nearly a month later, he felt disheartened by the lack of progress, leading him to question his talent and determination. Perhaps his master had misjudged him. Perhaps he truly lacked the aptitude for cultivation. Zhang Yang smiled gently. Have you perhaps underestimated the complexity of cultivation? Upon hearing his master speak, Lu Liankai immediately perked up, eager to listen. Do you know how many cultivators exist in this world, and how few can reach the foundation establishment stage? Lu Liankai replied honestly, I do not know. In truth, Zhang Yang was uncertain himself, but to bolster his disciples' confidence, he continued, you see, I have already assessed nearly everyone in Yunhai City and selected only you and Wang Suxin as worthy candidates. Upon hearing this, Lu Liankai's eyes lit up with hope. Only 2 individuals found among the countless inhabitants of Yunhai City possessed the potential for cultivation. This was indeed a rare occurrence. Could it be that he was one in a million? Your talent may not be exceptional among cultivators, but in the journey of cultivation, innate ability is merely the foundation. To achieve success, diligence, resources, comprehension, and fortuitous encounters are all essential, with effort being paramount. If you give up now, how will you ever traverse the long road of cultivation ahead? Of course, this is your choice. If you regret your decision now, I will not stop you. From now on, you need only focus on your work. Hearing his master's admonishment, Lu Liankai felt a wave of shame wash over him. Indeed, to give up now would mean betraying the hopes of his master and mother. Furthermore, he had initially chosen the path of cultivation out of admiration for his master's strength demonstrated during the fall of the Wang family. How could he abandon it so easily? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Liankai rekindled his motivation and looked up at his master, exclaiming, Master, I understand. I will continue to work hard. Seeing his disciple regain his resolve, Zhang Yang nodded in approval. Have you heard the tale of Han Laoma? He is the epitome of mortals achieving cultivation. To strengthen his disciple's resolve, Zhang Yang decided to share a story from his previous life. Upon hearing his master's words, Lu Liankai's curiosity piqued. He had never encountered this tale before. Can a mortal truly cultivate and become immortal? Then, drawing from his remaining memories, Zhang Yang began to recount the life of Han Laoma. As he listened, Lu Liankai's eyes sparkled with inspiration. This individual, with comparable talent to his own, had ultimately achieved immortality. Why could he not do the same? Encouraged, Lu Liankai silently motivated himself, knowing that with his master at his side, guidance was always within reach. Seeing his disciple's renewed confidence, Zhang Yang nodded approvingly. Upon detecting that you have provided psychological counseling to Lu Liankai, you have achieved investment success and received a rebate of detailed explanation of basic arrays 1. Upon noticing that the host has established a deeper connection with the disciple Lu Liankai, the intimacy of the investment has increased, granting you the rebate entry effective guidance. Zhang Yang was somewhat astonished by the series of prompts that appeared before him. Beyond the fundamental item rebates, the system surprisingly offered entry rewards as well. Intrigued, Zhang Yang promptly began to click and explore further. Effective guidance. When instructing your disciple, you may receive an enhancement effect, making it easier for the disciple to comprehend and accept your teachings. Simultaneously, the host can gain greater insights from mentoring the disciple, which aids in accelerating the progress of cultivation. Currently associated individual, Lu Liankai. Chapter 46, The Mingyue Sect. Wang Chuan, the Mingyue sect, is a cultivation sect situated in the southern part of the Qisha mountain range. The sect comprises 4 principal peaks: Yunin Peak, Sangyin Peak, Zizhu Peak, and Bixiao Peak, with Yunin Peak being the foremost. At this moment, it is early morning. The miscellaneous disciples residing at the foot of the mountain have begun to rise, heading to the management office to collect their tools before ascending the mountain to fulfill their respective tasks for the day. As the only cultivation sect in the southern Xixia mountain range, Mingyue sect is quite renowned in the surrounding major cities. Each year, numerous young individuals, drawn by its reputation, aspire to join the sect. Unfortunately, those lacking aptitude or entirely devoid of talent can only be inducted as miscellaneous disciples. The tasks assigned to these disciples often consist of menial and laborious work, placing them at the lowest rung within the sect. Nevertheless, many eagerly vie for these positions, primarily because Mingyue sect is a sect of immortals, rich with the traces of immortal masters. Although their status within the sect is lowly, they can still wield their identity with pride outside. Moreover, there exists a glimmer of hope for those of lesser talent. Remaining within the Mingyue sect as a miscellaneous disciple still offers a slight chance of advancing to the inner sect, provided they can break through to the Qi refinement stage within 3 years. How blind can you be? Can't you even greet our brother Wang when you see him? At this moment, a plump young man was halted mid-step by a sharp rebuke as he made his way up the mountain. Upon hearing the voice, a flicker of terror flashed in the plump man's eyes. He had already quickened his pace, yet he was still called out by these individuals. Realizing he could not escape, he hurriedly turned to face the one who had addressed him, bowing and scraping. "Oh, it's you, brotherly. My apologies, I was a bit dazed from sleep just now." On the surface, the plump man appeared to be somewhat older than the one who had stopped him, yet he could only respectfully address him as brother in this moment. This was due to the presence of 3 or 4 others standing behind the speaker. Collectively, they formed a notorious group among the miscellaneous disciples of the Mingyue sect, infamous for their frequent acts of bullying and oppression against their peers. Naturally, the plump man had no desire to become their next victim, and thus adopted a more accommodating demeanor. "Damn it, brotherly. There's also Brother Wang over there. Didn't you see him?" The individual referred to as brotherly immediately delivered a kick to the plump man's abdomen, causing him to stumble backward, nearly collapsing onto the steps. Frustrated that he had not knocked the man down at first try, Brother Li's anger intensified. However, to avoid wasting time, he shouted at the plump man, "Hurry up and get over here." The plump man, hearing this, wore a bitter expression and reluctantly approached the group. "What is your name?" "Brother Wang," the one referred to, asked with narrowed eyes as the plump man drew near. I am Long Dahai," the plump man stammered. Brother Wang showed little interest in the name itself, and continued, "You should know why we called you over." "Brother Wang, I'm not sure," Long Dahai replied. Upon hearing this, Brother Wang snorted derisively. "Humph, we're sick today and cannot perform our duties for the immortal masters. So we're assigning today's tasks to you. Do you understand?" Long Dahai's eyes widened in disbelief as he processed the implication. "Wait, you want me to complete the tasks meant for so many people? What's wrong? Do you have objections?" Brotherly interjected sharply. Seeing the group's readiness for confrontation, Long Dahai immediately felt a surge of anxiety and stammered, I'm just worried I won't be able to handle so many tasks alone. Damn it, just do as you're told. Stop talking nonsense. Complete Brother Wang's tasks first, then ours. You can leave your own tasks for last." Brotherly barked again. Long Dahai hesitated, knowing that if he followed their arrangement, he would surely fail to complete his tasks. Failure to complete tasks would lead to deductions from his already meager wages. Repeated failures could result in punishment from the sect, which he was desperate to avoid. However, the intimidating demeanor of the group only fueled his fear. He had heard tales of those who defied their orders and were beaten to the point of being bedridden for days, only to be expelled from the sect for failing to fulfill their duties. After much internal conflict, he finally nodded begrudgingly. "I understand." "Good. Rest assured, as long as you perform well, we won't hold anything against you," Brother Wang concluded, attempting to offer a semblance of reassurance. A moment later, as they observed Long Dahai's dejected departure, a mocking smile crept onto their faces. Once he was out of sight, the miscellaneous disciple namely respectfully addressed Brother Wang. "Brother Wang, I've heard that Long Dahai possesses a spiritual root. If we have him complete our work, he will surely have no time left for his cultivation, thus eliminating one more threat to you." He is merely a farmer. How could he possibly compare to me?" Brother Wang scoffed disdainfully. In response, Li quickly offered flattery. "Indeed, Who doesn't he know that Brother Wang hails from a prominent family in Yanhai City, with an immortal master in residence? How could a mere commoner ever stand against you? Yes, Brother Wang, given your background and innate talent, it's only a matter of time before you break through to the Qi refinement stage and enter the outer sect. Don't forget about us when that time comes. Indeed, we have always held Brother Wang in high esteem. It would be wonderful to visit your family home one day, basking in the compliments of his subordinates. Brother Wang's smile broadened. Indeed, this so-called Brother Wang is Wang Qiwen, a descendant of the Wang family in Yanhai City, who has been accepted as a disciple of the Mingyue sect. Upon hearing the suggestion of a visit to his home, Wang Qiwen waved his hand generously. It's nothing. After this period passes, I'll take you all to my home for a visit. At this, his subordinates were filled with joy. Although Yanhai City is relatively small, its top-tier forces are not to be underestimated. The prospect of forging such connections thrilled them immensely. After being reminded by his subordinates, Wang Qiwen recalled some unusual occurrences regarding his family over the past month. Now that I think of it, why haven't I seen any money sent from home this month? My savings are nearly depleted. Wang Qiwen pondered, intending to descend the mountain and send a letter inquiring about the situation. Without financial support from home, he found it increasingly difficult to cultivate or manage relationships with the seniors and overseers within the sect, making this matter of utmost importance. Chapter 47. Desperate Wang Qiwen. The management of the miscellaneous workers at the Mingyue sect was not particularly stringent. As long as they completed their tasks on time each day, they were free to allocate their remaining hours as they wished. After delegating his duties, Wang Qiwen soon departed alone from the sect's gates and made his way to a small town at the foot of the mountain. This town, though modest in size, appeared quite bustling due to its proximity to the Mingyue sect. Wang Qiwen had even rented a room here, returning occasionally to spend the night. Upon entering his abode, he was greeted by a soft, delicate voice. "Young master, you have returned?" It was his personal maid, Xiang'er, whom the Wang family had carefully selected to keep him company, both for her beauty and her graceful figure. As Wang Qiwen stepped inside, he playfully reached out to touch Xiang'er, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. "Has anyone from the Wang family in Yanhai City come to find me today, or delivered any messages?" Wang Qiwen inquired, his tone cool and detached. "Reporting to young master, there have been none," Xiang'er replied. At her words, Wang Qiwen furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. He resolved to send someone to inquire about the situation at home. "Fetch me some writing materials," he commanded. Without questioning his motives, Xiang'er dutifully went to prepare them. Just as Wang Qiwen finished writing his letter, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed from outside. Xiang'er hurried to open the door. Brother Wang, it's bad news. The steward specifically requested to see you. You must return at once." The bearer of this alarming news was none other than Li, a fellow worker who had been accompanying Wang Qiwen earlier. They had not parted for long when he received word that the steward wished to see Wang Qiwen, prompting him to rush down the mountain. Wang Qiwen stood up immediately, fully aware of whom Li referred to. It was Steward Kai, the one who oversaw all matters concerning the miscellaneous workers. The fact that the steward had personally requested to see him indicated that something grave had transpired. What did Steward Kai say? Wang Qiwen asked Li urgently. He did not specify, but his expression suggested that it was quite serious, Li replied. Wang Qiwen's heart sank. This shouldn't be happening. He had always been on good terms with Steward Kai. What could have occurred that even the steward could not contain? Pondering this, Wang Qiwen wasted no time and followed Li back up the mountain. As they walked, Wang Qiwen reflected on his recent actions, contemplating the potential consequences he might face. Do you think they discovered our evasion of tasks? Li voiced his own apprehensions cautiously. However, Wang Qiwen swiftly dismissed this notion. Impossible. Such trivial matters would not warrant Steward Kai's personal involvement. Indeed, Wang Qiwen's influence among the workers was considerable enough to avoid repercussions for minor infractions, let alone for merely compelling others to assist with tasks. There must be something of greater significance at hand. Soon, they arrived at the base of Yunin Peak. Wang Qiwen made his way to the steward's office, where he spotted Steward Kai pacing anxiously before he could even approach. Steward Kai, Wang Qiwen called out cautiously. Upon hearing his name, Steward Kai turned, his expression a mixture of frustration and urgency. "Damn it, you finally returned. I've been searching for you everywhere." Without hesitation, he stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap across Wang Qiwen's face, the force of which left him momentarily stunned. Even so, Wang Qiwen dared not retaliate. He stood rigidly, head bowed, awaiting the stewardess' reprimand. "Do you have any idea what trouble you have stirred up? Even the elders of the affairs hall have specifically requested to see you." Steward Kai's words made Wang Qiwen's eyes widen in disbelief. "The elders want to see me? That cannot be true. Steward Kai, are you sure you've not made a mistake?" The very idea that a figure of such authority would summon a mere worker was unfathomable to him. While he had been somewhat overbearing within the ranks of the miscellaneous workers, he had always acted with restraint, targeting only those without significant backing. How could he have caused such considerable uproar? "I wish it were a mistake, but it is confirmed. They have called for you. You must prepare yourself and come with me to meet the elders immediately." Seeing the steward's anxious demeanor, Wang Qiwen realized that even Steward Kai was in the dark about the nature of the situation. Although he was displeased by the steward's earlier assault, he nodded in compliance. A moment later, the two ascended Yunnin Peak together. As they climbed, they encountered several individuals adorned in distinct garb, their powerful auras unmistakable. These were evidently formal disciples of the Mingyu sect. The previously arrogant Steward Kai now dared not raise his head, and Wang Qiwen himself felt dwarfed in their presence. They kept their heads down, striving to minimize their visibility until they reached the Grand Hall. "The Affairs Hall," Steward Kai announced. The Affairs Hall was responsible for managing various sect duties and assigning simple tasks, typically bustling with activity. However, today it seemed relatively quiet, with fewer tasks being issued. They soon located an elder leisurely sipping tea within the hall. Steward Kai approached him cautiously. "Esteemed elder, I have brought Wang Qiwen from the miscellaneous workers." Upon hearing this, the elder raised his gaze. "Wang Qiwen? Which one of you is he?" "That one." Steward Kai pointed to Wang Qiwen without hesitation. "Very well, you may stay. The rest of you, please wait outside." It was evident that the elder wished for Steward Kai to leave. Relieved, Steward Kai departed, casting a warning glance at Wang Qiwen, as if to threaten him against speaking unfavorably about him. Left alone, Wang Qiwen approached the elder. "Is your family from Yanhai City?" "The Wang family. One of the 4 great families of Yanhai City?" "Indeed. I hail from the Wang family of Yanhai City," Wang Qiwen replied, puzzled by the elder's inquiry regarding his lineage. "Good. Take a look at this intelligence document." The elder gestured to a paper on the table, then resumed sipping his tea, disregarding Wang Qiwen. Curious, Wang Qiwen cautiously picked up the paper. Upon reading it, his expression shifted dramatically, and he felt his legs weaken, instinctively stepping back. This cannot be. Absolutely impossible. How could it be that the Wang family simply ceased to exist? The message on the note undoubtedly conveyed the news of the family's obliteration. Wang Qiwen could hardly fathom that this was indeed true. However, given that this information had emanated from the Sex Affairs Hall, it was likely to be substantiated. Still reeling from the immense shock, Wang Qiwen found himself confronted by the elder opposite him, who showed no intention of granting him any further time for reflection. After taking a sip of tea, the elder languidly uttered, "You are already aware of the situation. Thus, you may leave." At these words, a chill coursed through Wang Qiwen's heart. Having just regained some semblance of composure, he lifted his gaze to the elder. "May I inquire, esteemed elder, does the Mingyu sect not intend to intervene in this matter? My Wang family has, after all, contributed numerous resources to the sect over the years. Should the sect not avenge us by eliminating the perpetrator who annihilated my family?" In response, the elder remained unperturbed. "The sect will handle this matter in due course. You need not concern yourself with it. Return to your duties." Upon hearing this, despair seeped deeper into Wang Qiwen's heart. The elder's words alone sufficed to reveal the sect's stance on the issue. The sect appeared disinclined to involve itself. Or perhaps it simply had no intention of aiding him in avenging the destruction of his family. His summons had merely served to inform him of this grim reality. The sect, so cold and indifferent, his family had barely just fallen, and yet they were already forsaken. In that moment, Wang Qiwen felt as though he had plunged into the depths of despair, akin to descending into the abyss of hell. Just that morning, he had boasted to his companions about his family's might, and now it had been reduced to nothing. A sudden thought struck him. If word of this calamity spread, his few loyal followers might abandon him. Moreover, without wealth or connections, those he had once bullied could very well return seeking retribution. With this realization, Wang Qiwen was engulfed by an even greater sense of dread. Chapter 48. The astonished Wen Qi and Yao Zishuan, however, despite being merely a servant disciple, Wang Qiwen found himself utterly powerless. Shortly after his departure, a young steward entered the affairs hall. How did the interrogation proceed? Upon seeing the newcomer, the elder who had been sipping tea in the hall inquired in a rather indifferent tone. Reporting to Elder Yu, the disciple named Miao Zhe has divulged all regarding the matters of Yanhai City. It appears that the rogue who annihilated the Wang family possesses considerable wealth, markedly distinguishing him from ordinary rogue cultivators. According to his previous statements, if that individual is willing to offer resources to our Mingyue sect in place of the Wang family, it is indeed beyond what a typical rogue could achieve. Quite possibly, we could demand even greater compensation from him. Upon hearing this, Elder Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Remember, it is not a matter of possibility, but necessity. Since he has destroyed the Wang family, he must assume their position and provide resources double the previous offerings. Otherwise, he ought not to exist at all. Understood, the steward promptly affirmed. This was precisely why Elder Yu had so directly instructed Wang Qiwen to leave earlier. For the Mingyue sect, the fall of the Wang family did not warrant significant concern, as such occurrences were quite commonplace in various cities. Today, it is this family in power, tomorrow another. It is merely the cycle of succession. Rather, the more pressing concern is how to extract greater benefits from this situation. As long as the other party requires to reside within the jurisdiction of the Mingyue sect, they must obediently comply with our directives. If they refuse, seeking revenge can always follow. By the way, which disciple has taken over the position of resident steward in Yanhai City? Inform him to monitor the killer of the Wang family closely and report any unusual developments immediately. Upon hearing Elder Yu's words, the steward felt a bit embarrassed. He had anticipated Elder Yu would pose such a question, and thus had already looked into the identity of the resident steward in Yanhai City. To his surprise, he was taken aback by the discovery. The latest individual to undertake this task was none other than Wen Qi, the daughter of the Peak Master of Zizhu Peak and a direct disciple of the Mingyue sect. A direct disciple? Taking on a task meant for outer sect disciples? Anyone would find this rather peculiar. Reporting to Elder Yu, it is indeed Wen Qi, the direct disciple of Zizhu Peak. Upon hearing this answer, Elder Yu's body momentarily froze. He too had not anticipated it would be her. Initially, he had thought it would be some inconspicuous disciple from another peak. She. How could she have taken on this task? After a brief moment of contemplation, Elder Yu began to understand. She must fear her daughter being targeted by others within the sect. Elder Yu, hailing from Zhang Peak and currently serving as the elder of the affairs hall, was aware of the recent happenings within the sect. Since the Peak Master of Zizhu Peak had been absent, no late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators remained to oversee it, leaving only 2 mid-stage cultivators struggling to maintain stability. As Zizhu Peak's strength waned, the other peaks sought to reclaim a portion of its resources, employing various tactics. Many disciples of Zizhu Peak frequently found themselves challenged by those from other peaks, enduring relentless harassment. Some even fell victim to ambushes during nighttime, with the assailants remaining unidentified. With the sect leader currently in seclusion, he had no time to manage affairs, leaving the disciples of Zizhu Peak in a state of panic. Choosing to distance oneself from such a place was, in fact, a reasonable strategy. Although Elder Yu did not directly engage in these matters, he was well aware of some of the intricacies involved. In that case, it is a relief. Let Wen Qi handle negotiations with this individual. Being at the 9th level of Qi refinement, if the destroyer of the Wang family refuses to accept the conditions proposed by our Mingyue sect, Wen Qi may simply eliminate him on the spot. Upon receiving the command, the steward nodded in agreement. Furthermore, gather all the wealth left behind by the Wang family. Any who defy this order shall meet a similar fate. Elder, what about Miao Zhe? Finally, The steward inquired about his lingering concern. Miao Zhe is still detained in the affairs hall. How should we handle him? Release him, and inquire if he would be willing to join Zhang Yang Peak for cultivation, as he has already reached the 5th level of qi refinement and is eligible for the inner sect. Understood. With this, the steward nodded and slowly exited the affairs hall. Meanwhile, in Yunhai City, when she officially began her duties as the resident steward. Upon hearing the news, the 3 major families and the city lord came to offer their congratulations. When the crowd learned that the new resident steward of the Mingyue sect was an enchanting woman, many were taken aback, particularly the younger members of the families, who found their gazes lingering on Wen Qi and Yao Zixuan. Fortunately, the elders reminded them that she was a celestial being from the Mingyue sect, and they had initially brought their juniors to establish familiarity to avoid inciting the new steward's displeasure. If they were to offend her upon her arrival, their future dealings would likely become quite troublesome. At this moment, it was hardly a time for the younger generation to act recklessly. Is it not said that Yunhai City has 4 prominent families? Why have only 3 of you come? When she, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the documents before her, spoke in a low yet firm voice. Beside her stood Yao Zixuan, her head held high, sword at her waist, arms crossed over her chest, deliberately adopting a demeanor of indifference to apply pressure on the local powers. Reporting to the celestial being, Yunhai City originally had 4 families, but just recently, one has vanished. In truth, as the 3 family heads heard Wen Qi's inquiry, they were equally puzzled. The Wang family's downfall had transpired over a month ago. Could it be that those from a Mingyue sect were still unaware of this news? While bewildered, they still remembered to respond carefully, uncertain of the Mingyue sect's stance on the matter. Upon hearing this response, Wen Qi grew even more confused. Elaborate. Seeing her insistence, the head of the Ruan family stepped forward and recounted the entire sequence of events. After hearing the full account, Wen Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. Even Yao Zixuan struggled to maintain her facade of indifference. For a moment, the room fell into silence. Witnessing the celestial being's lack of response, the family heads dared not move, exchanging furtive glances amongst themselves. After a lengthy pause, Wen Qi finally regained her composure. Ahem, very well, I understand. The revelation had indeed taken her by surprise. The proprietor of the Wan'an Inn, it seemed, bore a remarkable background. Furthermore, Wen Qi had gathered a wealth of information from a young maid at the Wan'an in the previous day, yet this particular detail had eluded her. Could it be that the maid, sensing Wen Qi was not a local, had deliberately concealed this information out of caution? After all, the Wan'an Inn was the catalyst for this incident, and exercising caution was only prudent. Yet, could a mere girl of no more than a decade truly possess such discernment? This left Wen Qi feeling incredulous. The master of the Wan'an Inn possesses formidable strength, capable of withstanding even the previous overseer. We have been living under this individual's oppressive influence for some time, and we implore you, esteemed master, to advocate on our behalf. At this moment, the head of the Ruan family spoke up once more. His intent was clear. He sought to discern the stance of the Mingyue sect and the esteemed master before him regarding the Wan'an Inn, as this would determine the future interactions between his family and the inn. As he spoke, the heads of the other 2 families echoed his sentiments. However, Wen Qi remained unaffected by their influence, calmly responding, "Very well, I shall further investigate this matter before proceeding." Upon hearing her words, the heads of the families exchanged varied glances, yet could only nod in silent acquiescence. Chapter 49. A return visit. Not long after, the crowd dispersed. Within the business hall of the city's resident stewardess mansion, only Wen Qi and Yao Zixuan remained. Senior sister, I can't believe that the manager of the Wan'an Inn is actually a cultivator. This is outrageous. At this moment, Yao Zixuan could no longer contain her excitement, grasping Wen Qi's left hand and shaking it fervently. It's simply infuriating. We felt so guilty towards him yesterday, not realizing that they were deceiving us. I'm going to confront him and uncover the truth right now. Naturally, Wen Qi would not allow her impulsive junior sister to act recklessly. She swiftly reached out to stop Yao Zixuan, saying calmly, "You didn't inquire about his cultivation status yesterday, so how can you claim he deceived you?" At this, Yao Zixuan found herself momentarily speechless. Moreover, one matter does not negate another. Your guilt stemmed from consuming so much of their delicious hot pot yesterday, not because he had misled your feelings. Upon hearing this, Yao Zixuan felt her composure slip further, pouting playfully. Senior sister, how can you still side with an outsider at a time like this? I was just trying to stand up for you. Yet, when she maintained her calm demeanor, replying, I am merely stating the facts. All right. I want to say anything more, Yao Zixuan conceded, turning her head away in a mock display of sulking, as silence enveloped them. When she fell into contemplation. Indeed, this situation was something she had never anticipated. Furthermore, it had been over a month since the incident, and when she had gone to accept the task, the personnel from the affairs hall had not mentioned it at all. There were only two possibilities. Either the affairs hall deliberately withheld this information from her, or they were also unaware of the matter. The latter seemed far more probable. This implied that the resident steward had not reported the incident to the sect in a timely manner. What could be the motive behind such an action? When she found herself perplexed. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, this matter now rested squarely on her shoulders, and it was up to her to decide how to handle it. Yao Zixuan, too, pondered for a long time, only to find her thoughts becoming increasingly tangled, ultimately deciding to wait and see what her senior sister would suggest. Senior sister, what should we do next? Should we consult the sect? After all, the Wang family can be considered a subordinate force of our Minghui sect. We ought to respond in some manner. Shun Tiwi, let us not rush. We need to gather more information first, and we should also inquire with the sect. When she replied, maintaining her composed demeanor throughout. This unwavering calmness was precisely why Yao Zixuan found her senior sister so dependable. Whenever her sister was by her side, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. All right, nodding in agreement, Yao Zixuan suddenly recalled something crucial, her eyes widening in hesitation as she continued. But what if the sect orders us to take revenge on the Wang family? Would that mean we can never enjoy that delicious hot pot again? Hearing her junior sister's peculiar line of thought, when she felt as though the air had been let out of her. At a time like this, she was still fixated on hot pot. If she were to grow up with such priorities, she might end up being sold while counting someone else's money during her adventures. No, if it comes to that, I must extract the recipe for that hot pot before the manager meets his end. When she shook her head, dismissing her junior sister's musings. However, based on her understanding of the individuals within the sect, the likelihood of the sect ordering them to annihilate the Wanin was nearly non-existent. Comparatively, the sect was far more interested in securing greater benefits. Unless absolutely necessary, the sect would not eradicate these small forces that continuously provided them with resources. This was one of the strategies that allowed the Minghui sect to survive in this barren land. Manager, don't you think our inn is too small? Every day, many people queue up only to leave without a meal by nightfall. Ma Lu, witnessing the manager's rare descent from the upper floors, voiced his concerns. What? Are you suggesting we expand? Zhang Yang inquired, following up on Ma Lu's thoughts. Over time, Zhang Yang had come to thoroughly understand Ma Lu's character and demeanor. Despite his youth, Ma Lu was stable, honest, and diligent. Unlike the previously opportunistic Song Feiyong, Ma Lu was someone Zhang Yang felt he could trust. From the recent operational performance of the inn, it was evident that since Zhang Yang had taken a hands-off approach, Ma Lu had effectively organized the new staff, ensuring the inn operated smoothly. Although the booming business was largely attributable to the hot pot Zhang Yang introduced, Ma Lu had also invested significant effort into managing other aspects. Thus, Zhang Yang deemed Ma Lu's suggestion worthy of consideration. No, I was thinking, what if we open a branch and recruited more staff? This could alleviate the pressure on our inn and allow us to earn more. Opening a branch? Zhang Yang had indeed contemplated this idea before. However, his motivation was not merely for profit, but to expand the scope of investment. After all, beyond the basic revenue. Then also provided Zhang Yang with rebates through the system. While most of these items were of little use to cultivators, they nonetheless proved the viability of the inn's rebate scheme. Currently, the inn was situated in the mortal realm, but if it were to be established in a location frequented by cultivators in the future, the profits would surely be substantial. However, that step was still a distant prospect. One reason was a lack of strength. Another was that running an inn required managerial talent, something Zhang Yang himself could not oversee entirely. Passive income was far more appealing to him. In Zhang Yang's mind, earning $1 daily without lifting a finger was far superior to exhausting himself for 100. As for Ma Lu's suggestion of opening a branch in Yanhai City, Zhang Yang was indifferent. As long as Ma Lu and the others felt they could manage, he had no objections. In fact, opening a branch could also serve as a means to test Ma Lu and the others' management abilities, if feasible. It could pave the way for Zhang Yang to entrust them with the management of future inns in more distant locations. With this in mind, Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. As long as you all believe you can handle it, I have no objections. Upon receiving the manager's affirmative response, Ma Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had prepared himself for a possible rejection, considering that the inn had only recently begun to thrive, and his suggestion might have seemed a bit rash. To his surprise, the manager exhibited such faith in him, which deeply moved Ma Lu. Then we'll evaluate the situation further. Having made a decision, Ma Lu eagerly shared the news with the others. The other employees expressed their delight at the announcement. In the evening, after the guests had dispersed, the inn staff gathered around a table with Zhang Yang to enjoy their dinner. Just then, two figures suddenly appeared at the door. Zhang Yang looked up and immediately recognized the newcomers. What a coincidence! Are you both here again to mooch a meal? Zhang Yang intentionally spoke in a teasing tone as he addressed the entrance. Upon hearing this, Wen Qi and Yao Zixuan at the door couldn't help but feel a slight flush on their faces, experiencing an awkward sensation as if their thoughts had been laid bare. Chapter 50. Entanglement before their arrival. Wen Qi and Yao Zixuan had convinced themselves that their purpose was to thoroughly understand the intricacies of the Wannan Inn. Yet, simultaneously, both harbored a fond nostalgia for the spicy hot pot they had relished the previous day. The flavor was indeed exceptional, leaving an indelible impression on their palates. While they outwardly claimed to be there for business, the unspoken intentions in their hearts were all too evident, and by either design or serendipity, they arrived at the perfect moment. Thus, when Zhang Yang had so bluntly articulated the truth, both women felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, Yao Zixuan was far too proud to concede, and her more restless mind prompted her to retort. Nonsense. Do you know our identities? We would never come to a place like this for a free meal. Yet, had her gaze not been furtively darting towards the hot pot before Zhang Yang, her words would have carried more weight. Glug, glug. Furthermore, your hot pot is rather mediocre. Yesterday was merely about novelty. Glug, glug. In fact, I am quite tired of it now, Yao Zixuan declared, swallowing audibly 4 times, which left Wen Qi beside her wishing she could vanish into thin air. She thought she could never again take this hopelessly immature junior sister out, as it was simply too embarrassing. Just moments ago, she had intended to question Zhang Yang with a serious demeanor, but the incessant sounds of Yao Zixuan gulping had deflated her resolve. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yang found it rather amusing. However, before he could speak, Lu Yangkai had already voiced his displeasure, for someone dared to belittle his beloved spicy hot pot. He distinctly remembered this sister had been the one to compete fiercely for meat the day before, nearly leaving him unsatisfied. The combination of old grievances and new rivalries prompted Lu Yangkai to engage in a debate. How can you say the hot pot is merely average? I wonder who feasted so heartily yesterday. Yet, he was soon silenced by Feng Xiulan's reprimand. Hearing this, Yao Zixuan shot an indignant glare at Lu Yangkai, yet she found herself at a loss for a retort, for his words did indeed reflect her own joy from the previous day. At this moment, when she managed to rein in her emotions and intervened to halt the farce. Please excuse my sister. She is still quite young and her maturity is lacking. Our primary purpose for visiting is to inquire about certain matters. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang appeared unsurprised, as though he had anticipated it. With a faint smile, he responded, "No harm done. Since fate has brought us together, you may enjoy your meal first. Any questions can wait until later." "Indeed, absolutely," Yao Zixuan exclaimed, eagerly nodding in agreement before she realized her lapse in decorum and hurriedly sought to amend her words. "Since you have graciously extended an invitation, I cannot possibly decline." Without hesitation, she stepped into the inn, leaving Wen Qi to let out a heavy sigh behind her. However, the thought of savoring the delectable, spicy hot pot again brought a flicker of joy to Wen Qi's heart. My sincerest apologies for the intrusion. Wen Qi followed suit into the inn, her voice laden with regret, even as she settled comfortably into a seat. As dinner commenced, Yao Zixuan and Lu Yangkai wasted no time in competing for meat, particularly Lu Yangkai, who silently vowed to best Yao Zixuan after the earlier commotion. Coincidentally, Yao Zixuan harbored the same ambition, igniting a fierce contest between them. After a hearty meal, Yao Zixuan let out a loud belch, the sensation of satisfaction rendering her indifferent to any semblance of decorum. Their battle for meat concluded with Yao Zixuan triumphing, her cultivation allowing her unparalleled speed, far surpassing that of Lu Yangkai. Once satiated, Wen Qi remembered the true purpose of her visit was to question Zhang Yang. Adjusting her posture, she cautiously turned her head towards him, momentarily at a loss for words. Ordinarily, as the appointed steward of Yanhai City, she could have directly interrogated Zhang Yang. However, having just shared a meal, a sense of reluctance to be overly harsh crept over her. Zhang Yang noted Wen Qi's hesitation and found it amusing. Clearly, this steward was somewhat ensnared by the nuances of social etiquette. Initially, they had approached with a firm stance, yet now they appeared somewhat flustered. Nevertheless, it seemed that this new steward was not entirely unreasonable. At least, there was room for negotiation, which Zhang Yang regarded as a favorable development. By the way, didn't you two mention having questions for me? Zhang Yang finally prompted. At this, Yao Zixuan snapped back to reality. She recalled their ulterior motive for visiting Wan'an Inn and swiftly projected an air of authority. Formally addressing Zhang Yang, I forgot to mention that my sister is the newly appointed steward of Mingyue sect in Yanhai City. Upon hearing this, Lu Yangkai and Ma Lu exchanged astonished glances. Who would have thought these two possessed such significant identities? The only one to react differently was Wang Suxin, who quietly felt relieved she had refrained from discussing the grievances between the innkeeper and the Wang family. Although uncertain of its relevance at the time, she had intentionally avoided such topics with these outsiders. Among the group, only Zhang Yang maintained a placid expression. Zhang Daoyu does not seem surprised. When she quickly seized upon this observation and inquired, I had my suspicions previously. Receiving confirmation merely reassured my thoughts, Zhang Yang replied, withholding the full extent of his knowledge regarding their backgrounds, including their powers and needs. Acknowledging this, Wen Qi nodded. Indeed, the individual before her was no ordinary rogue cultivator. Consequently, she refrained from further pleasantries and directly posed her inquiry. Zhang Daoyu, did you annihilate the Wang family? Indeed. Why? The Wang family sought to forcibly seize my inn. Wen Qi paused momentarily before continuing. Are you aware that the Wang family is a subordinate force of our Mingyue sect? Have you considered the repercussions of your actions? I certainly have, but they had already overstepped their bounds. How could I continue to endure such behavior? Approximately half an hour later, Wen Qi and Yao Zixuan finally departed from Wan'an Inn. Wen Qi walked in silence, while Yao Zixuan attempted to console her. Sister, I believe the Wang family brought this upon themselves. The innkeeper has done nothing wrong. Moreover, did he not just express his willingness to continue providing resources to our Mingyue sect in place of the Wang family? This situation seems to have reached a perfect resolution. At this moment, Zixuan, who had just savored the delicacies of the Wan'an Inn, had entirely forgotten her earlier resolute intention to confront the innkeeper. However, when she harbored some concerns, for she was all too familiar with the conduct of those within the sect. Through her recent inquiries, she had come to understand and sympathize with the innkeeper's predicament, believing the Wang family had brought this upon themselves. Yet, the individuals within the sect cared little for such nuances. Their vision was solely fixated on profit. Thus, the outcome of this matter would undoubtedly not conclude so easily. Furthermore, since she was present, the responsibility for the implementation of this affair would likely fall upon her shoulders. But would she truly confront the Wan'an Inn on behalf of those within the sect? From her experiences over the past few months, when she had grown thoroughly disillusioned with certain members of the Mingyue sect, their relentless pursuit of resource gains had incited internal strife. with some even taking ruthless actions against her disciples from the Zizhu Peak. In such a sect, when she felt a diminishing sense of belonging. For now, she decided to observe and gather more information. The specifics of her actions could be determined later. Ultimately, when she remained uncertain in her resolve. Chapter 51. Unexpected Effects of the Entry Master. I can sense the spiritual energy. That night, while cultivating, Lu Yankai suddenly felt a refreshing aura surging into his body through his skin, filling him with immense joy. This sensation was precisely as described in the texts. Lu Yankai was certain that he had indeed experienced the influx of spiritual energy. This moment was one he had eagerly awaited for a long time. Excellent. Keep up the good work, Zhang Yang praised him. Internally, he marveled at how rapidly Lu Yankai was able to sense the spiritual energy. According to Zhang Yang's understanding of this world, it typically took someone with inferior spiritual roots at least 2 years to break through a small realm in the qi refining stage. By that logic, it should take about a year to even begin sensing spiritual energy. Yet Lu Yankai had achieved this in just a little over a month, which was truly remarkable. Was it the result of providing more cultivation resources, or perhaps the influence of the effective teaching entry? Zhang Yang pondered silently, concluding that it was likely the latter. After all, external resources were merely aids. The effects of the entry might have fundamentally altered some innate aspects of Lu Yankai. Regardless, Zhang Yang felt genuine happiness at the prospect of his disciple becoming a cultivator sooner rather than later. It seemed he had previously underestimated the significance of the entries. Gently stroking his chin, Zhang Yang reflected that compared to the resources gained from the system's rewards, the entries were evidently far more valuable. They not only enhanced his disciple's aptitude, but also provided him with certain feedback, and most importantly, the effects of the entries seemed to transcend the limits of innate talent. Zhang Yang resolved that if he were to obtain more entries in the future, he would take the time to discern the patterns of this entry's benefits. Master, I feel as though your explanations have enlightened me profoundly these past couple of days. Is it possible that my deeper comprehension of the Xian Yang technique is the reason? After finishing his practice, Lu Yankai posed this question to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang merely smiled and nodded, although it was likely the result of the entry's influence. He was pleased that this young man was experiencing some positive reinforcement. Once Lu Yankai departed, Zhang Yang turned his attention to his system space. Over the past few days, it had become filled with an array of resources, all acquired through rewards. Some of these were of little use to Zhang Yang. For instance, various spiritual plants that he had no intention of refining into elixirs, as he neither possessed the skills nor the necessity to do so. Fortunately, the system space appeared to be infinite and offered preservation capabilities, alleviating any concerns about the plants withering or rotting. There were also some beauty elixirs and fasting pills that could not aid in cultivation, which Zhang Yang had no immediate use for. Next were the spiritual array flags, which proved somewhat useful to him. Recently, he had acquired a detailed volume on basic formations, encompassing foundational knowledge and some common low-tier formations. Upon receiving it, all the information had automatically imprinted itself in his mind, allowing him to grasp it completely without the need for further study. Currently, Zhang Yang had arranged a low-tier gathering formation in his room. Its effectiveness was decent, though it paled in comparison to medium-grade spirit stones. For someone like Zhang Yang, who had an abundance of spirit stones, this low-level gathering formation seemed somewhat superfluous. Since Lu Yankai had yet to enter the qi refining stage, he did not require it at the moment. However, Zhang Yang was more interested in defensive formations or traps. If such formations were to be placed around the Wanted Inn, they could potentially catch any troublemakers off guard. His concerns were not directed towards minor factions like the Wang family, but rather towards more formidable cultivators, such as those from the Mingyue sect. When it came to matters of life and safety, Zhang Yang believed that caution was never excessive. The second-tier flowing light formation and the second-tier strangling formation appeared to be suitable. He had enough materials to set them up. The flowing light formation served as a defensive array, while the strangling formation was designed for ambushes. Although these formations were not particularly powerful within the second tier, they would suffice against late-stage qi refiners and even early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Ordinarily, for most array masters, it was impossible to set up two formations simultaneously in one location. However, Zhang Yang's understanding of array techniques clearly exceeded that of a typical array master. The insights provided by the system were of the highest caliber, and Zhang Yang found himself effortlessly manipulating even low-tier formations. Once he confirmed the feasibility, Zhang Yang set aside the necessary materials for both formations. He then categorized and organized other resources, determining which were of little use or impact, and selected the most appropriate means of consumption for them. The following evening, Yao Zixuan and Wen Qi visited again. This time, they were straightforward about their intentions. They were there to enjoy a meal. According to Yao Zixuan, if the sect truly aimed to seize the Wanan Inn, she would no longer be able to savor such delightful hot pot. So she needed to indulge while she still could. Was it really possible to eat to her heart's content? This girl even asked first thing in the morning when they would be going for hot pot. Were it not for Wen Qi's restraint, Yao Zixuan would have eagerly come to the inn for lunch as well. Wen Qi, exasperated, still chose to accompany her. The staff at the inn had gradually grown accustomed to their presence. After 3 days of interaction, they realized that these two celestial beings were not malicious. So they warmly welcomed Yao Zixuan and Wen Qi's visits. The only one who might have felt a twinge of resentment was Lu Liangkai, as he had again missed the opportunity to compete with Yao Zixuan. Ironically, this only fueled Lu Liangkai's determination to train harder. On the third day, when she finally received a letter from her sect, the sect demanded that the Wanan submit double the original profits. After reading the letter, Wen Qi felt a sense of calm resignation wash over her. However, the implications of the subsequent actions weighed heavily on her heart. Non-compliance would result in immediate execution. Upon seeing those words, Wen Qi inexplicably felt a pang of concern for the Wanan Inn. Perhaps it was due to the camaraderie she had developed over these days. She had come to realize that the staff and the innkeeper were not ill-intentioned, which stirred a flicker of sympathy within her. Nonetheless, could the Wanan truly produce such resources? That was Wen Qi's primary concern. If they could not, it would mean that the only path left for the inn would be one of destruction. Deep down, Wen Qi genuinely hoped that such an outcome would not transpire. Chapter 52. Spirit Plant's Hot Pot. Within Wen Qi's heart, there lies a line that serves to discern right from wrong. This line does not compel her to seek justice in every hardship, yet prevents her from actively bullying the weak or acting against righteousness. This is the root of her current turmoil. It is evident that the individuals at Wanan are not irredeemably wicked, and the situation has arisen due to the Wang family's prior misdeeds. If she were to slay everyone at Wanan for the sake of her sect's interests, it would leave Wen Qi with an unsettling conscience. Sigh. Wen Qi let out a soft exhale. What wrong, senior sister? Behind her, Yao Zixuan immediately inquired upon hearing the sigh. It's nothing. Wen Qi had no intention of discussing the matter with Yao Zixuan just yet. Observing this, Yao Zixuan ceased her questioning. She unconditionally believed in her senior sister's reasoning. By the way, when will you return to the sect? At that moment, Wen Qi suddenly turned to ask Yao Zixuan. I just came out a few days ago. Are you already sending me back? Yao Zixuan's expression fell slightly at this remark. Although she had anticipated this day, it felt too swift for her liking. Furthermore, she hadn't yet satiated her craving for that spicy hot pot. The last part was murmured softly, but Wen Qi still caught it. Unable to resist, she shot a disapproving glance at her younger sister. All you think about is eating. Can't you devote some of that thought to your cultivation? In response, Yao Zixuan timidly replied, Haven Tea, I already broken through to the 6th level of qi refinement. Besides, I do put in the effort to cultivate every day. Yao Zixuan felt quite aggrieved. Indeed, considering her achievement of reaching the 6th level of qi refinement within 3 years of joining the sect, her progress was commendably swift. This was the advantage of possessing a superior spiritual root, allowing her to break through to the foundation establishment stage in just 4 or 5 years. For those with inferior spiritual roots, they might still be languishing at the 1st or 2nd level of qi refinement. In contrast, Wen Qi herself possessed a medium-grade spiritual root and had taken 7 or 8 years to reach the current 9th level of qi refinement. The disparity in their talents was glaringly evident. Those with superior spiritual roots were exceedingly rare within the Mingyue sect. Ultimately, it was no small feat for Yao Zixuan to have joined the currently weakened Zizhu Peak. With her potential, if she were to cultivate for a few more years, she could very well become a direct disciple of Zizhu Peak. Wen Qi's desire to urge her junior sister to hasten her training stemmed from her concerns for both Zizhu Peak and her mother-S situation. She aspired for Zizhu Peak to strengthen its capabilities, which would alleviate some pressure on her mother. As for sending her junior sister back to the sect, it was partly due to the more abundant spiritual energy and resources available there. Additionally, Wen Qi wished to shield her sister from any potential conflict with the people from Wannanin. Yet, to be truthful, given the current chaos within the sect, sending her sister back might not be the wisest choice. Wen Qi could not help but let out another sigh as she grappled with her indecision. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Yang slowly descended from the upper floor, a storage bag in hand. Manager, Ma Lu happened to spot Zhang Yang and immediately bowed in greeting. Zhang Yang noted in acknowledgement. He then noticed, with keen eyes, that two unfamiliar middle-aged individuals had appeared in the inn today. They were not guests, but rather employees responsible for serving and delivering dishes, like Ma Lu and the others. Seeing that the manager had noticed something unusual, Ma Lu quickly explained, "Manager, these two are my neighbor's brother and sister. They're new helpers I've recruited." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang nodded. He had indeed mentioned that as the business of the inn grew, Ma Lu and the others could recruit additional staff to assist. Thus, he was not particularly surprised. Rest assured, their character is beyond reproach. They have been good to me over the years, and they happen to be available right now. So I took the liberty of bringing them on board. Moreover, they won't require any wages for the next couple of days. Ma Lu provided further clarification. There's no need to explain so much. Just use your discretion, Zhang Yang replied. He had already entrusted the operational autonomy of the inn to Ma Lu and the others, so he had no strong opinions regarding their hiring decisions. However, his words touched Ma Lu, making him feel the manager's trust. Zhang Yang then made his way towards the inn's kitchen. "Manager, what are you doing?" Fang Xiaolan questioned upon seeing Zhang Yang enter the kitchen. "No need to mind me. I just want to gather some items." "You all carry on with your tasks," he replied. In the following quarter of an hour, Zhang Yang traversed every corner of the inn with the storage bag in hand. The surrounding guests observed with curiosity, yet felt hesitant to disturb the celestial master. Time swiftly passed into the evening, and the guests had departed, leaving only the staff diligently tidying up the aftermath. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yang completed his cultivation and descended the stairs. Due to the busyness of the day, the two newly arrived employees had not formally met Zhang Yang until now. This was their first proper encounter with the celestial master of Wannanin. Unlike Ma Lu and the others, this was their initial close proximity to such a figure. At first glance, he indeed possessed an aura unlike that of ordinary people. The thrill of being in the presence of such a legendary figure stirred their hearts. Subsequently, they joined the others in greeting him. "Greetings, manager." After the exchange, Zhang Yang handed a bundle of green wild vegetables to Fang Xiaolan, saying, "Let this be served as a vegetable dish as well. We'll use it for hot pot later." Although puzzled by the manager's acquisition of wild vegetables, Fang Xiaolan nodded and accepted them. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that these wild vegetables were not only varied but comprised 7 or 8 different types, most of which she did not recognize. Witnessing this, the others were equally baffled. Only Lu Yangkai seemed to sense the gravity of the situation. Just now, he had detected a faint resonance from these wild vegetables, strikingly similar to spiritual energy. Could it be that the vegetables the master procured are not mere wild produce, but rather some kind of heavenly treasure? Though he pondered this, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. In truth, Lu Yangkai had struck upon an accurate assumption. These seemingly ordinary wild vegetables were indeed classified as precious herbs, at least from the perspective of ordinary people. They were, in fact, quasi-spiritual plants that Zhang Yang had obtained through system rebates in recent days. While the efficacy of quasi-spiritual plants does not rival that of true spiritual plants, they are significantly superior to ordinary wild vegetables. Placed in some apothecaries, they could even be regarded as prized medicinal ingredients. Moreover, If these plants were cultivated properly, they could eventually grow into genuine spiritual plants. However, Zhang Yang could not afford the time to nurture these plants, as such an endeavor would not yield a favorable cost-benefit ratio. Rather than nurturing them or allowing them to languish, Zhang Yang felt it would be more prudent to utilize them directly for a hot pot. Furthermore, such items are acquired almost daily through system rebates. In comparison to genuine spiritual plants, they hold little monetary value. Even with a modest investment in ordinary individuals, there exists a certain probability of obtaining these items from them. They are, indeed, exceedingly undervalued. Conversely, using them as ingredients would not only be practical, but could also provide nourishment for everyone. Chapter 53. Is this really just an ordinary inn? At this moment, the Wannin was almost entirely gathered around a single table, with even the two newly arrived employees joining in. As they waited for the hot pot to heat up, Ma Lu and the others began to exchange tidbits of news they had heard throughout the day. Today, I heard that the Wang family's previous assets seem to have been auctioned off. Is that so? Yes. And after our innkeeper annihilated the Wang family, there was no effort made to manage the properties they left behind. I heard these assets were gradually consumed by members of the other three prominent families. But today, it seems they have been summoned. Such a thing exists? Who could possibly seize these assets from the three prominent families? Need you ask? It must be the newly appointed steward. Rumor has it that all of the Wang family's possessions are to be reclaimed by the Mingwei sect. Naturally, the other three families dare not resist the decree of the Mingwei sect. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in understanding. The images of the two familiar figures who often came to dine with them surfaced in their minds. They appeared quite amiable, yet they were unexpectedly decisive in their actions. This information had been gleaned from the patrons who dined at the inn earlier that day. To put it in Zhang Yang's previous life terms, they were merely aligning their understanding. At that moment, Zhang Yang sat nearby, absorbing every word. To be honest, this development was not entirely unexpected for him. The reason he did not seize the Wang family's properties when he eliminated them was precisely due to this consideration. Taking lives was for revenge, but plundering their assets afterward would be an entirely different matter. Another reason was that the Wang family's meager possessions held little value to Zhang Yang. He could likely acquire greater resources through a few investments in cultivators. Thus, he saw no need to risk exacerbating tensions over something that was inconsequential to him. By the way, aren't the two stewards coming today? Ma Lu glanced towards the entrance, expecting to see two familiar silhouettes by now. However, they were conspicuously absent. Let us eat, Zhang Yang said nonchalantly, urging everyone to begin. At his prompting, the others eagerly picked up their chopsticks and commenced their meal. For the two new employees, it was their first experience with hot pot. Throughout the day, they had been tantalized by its enticing aroma, and now their wishes were finally being fulfilled. As the first bite entered their mouths, both were wide-eyed in disbelief. Despite having mentally prepared themselves for the experience, the flavor exceeded their wildest expectations. This time, Lu Liangkai did not immediately dip meat as he usually did. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the wild vegetables that the innkeeper had just brought. His curiosity prompted him to select this so-called wild vegetable first, and after briefly submerging it in the broth, he took a bite. Initially, he felt nothing unusual, leading him to believe he had misjudged. However, as he chewed and swallowed, a gentle warmth began to rise within his abdomen. This warmth was distinctly unlike the temperature of the food, resembling the sensation he experienced after consuming the elixirs given by his master. Lu Yansai's eyes lit up, indeed. He had not been mistaken. This similar wild vegetable was a form of heavenly treasure, though its effects were not as potent as the elixirs from his master. It was far superior to ordinary vegetables. What is this delectable dish? Ma Lu, noticing Lu Yansai's unusual reaction, became curious. He too sampled the new vegetable brought by the innkeeper, only to find it rather unremarkable. However, upon catching a glimpse of Lu Yansai's astonished expression, he began to question the reliability of his own taste buds. In truth, these so-called quasi-spiritual plants were meticulously selected by Zhang Yang, suitable for both ordinary people and cultivators. Both could benefit from their consumption. However, ordinary individuals, lacking spiritual roots, experienced relatively lesser effects and would not perceive them as acutely as cultivators would. Hey, 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 why is everyone eating without us? You didn't save any for us. Just as they were thoroughly enjoying their meal, a familiar voice called from outside. Indeed, when they turned to look, they found that it was Wen Qi and Yao Zishuan. I thought you two weren't coming, Lu Yangkai remarked, curling his lip at Yao Zishuan, though he still got up to fetch bowls and chopsticks for them. I just got a bit caught up with work. You haven't eaten all my meat, have you? After a few days of dining together, Yao Zishuan seemed to have completely shed any pretense of being an outsider. Speaking without a hint of politeness, without waiting for a response, she began to inspect the meat and vegetables on the table. When she, however, had fixed her gaze upon Zhang Yang from the moment she entered. Only when Zhang Yang met her eyes did she shift her gaze away. I can't fathom the strength of this innkeeper, when she mused internally. Just moments ago, she had attempted to gauge the innkeeper's power but found a slight disarray in the aura surrounding him, rendering her unable to ascertain his capabilities. However, based on the accounts of the previous steward, who had been no match for this innkeeper, it was clear that his strength must be at least that of the 5th layer of qi refinement. As a loose cultivator, if his age truly appeared as it did, reaching the 5th layer of qi refinement at this age was commendable. Moreover, judging by his cultivation speed, it seemed his aptitude was not lacking, at least comparable to her own mid-grade spiritual root. Wow, you're using such ingredient for hot pot? Yao Zishuan suddenly exclaimed, her astonishment surpassing even her first encounter with spicy hot pot. Wen Qi, drawn back to reality by her words, followed Yao Zishuan's gaze and was equally taken aback. This is actually a plate of quasi-spiritual plants. Seeing this scene, Wen Qi herself was astonished. What surprised her most was not that someone had used quasi-spiritual plants as food, but that the individuals or group responsible for this act were merely employees and the owner of an ordinary small-town inn. This was the most incredulous aspect. Who could use quasi-spiritual plants as food? Even our Mingyue sect cannot claim that everyone can afford such luxury. Furthermore, when she noticed several relatively rare spiritual plants among the dish, which, after some cultivation, could transform into a first-grade spiritual plant suitable for alchemy. The value of a first-grade spiritual plant far surpassed that of a quasi-spiritual plant. Now, it was being served on the table of small inn? How could she not be astonished? Where did you acquire this? When she hesitated for a moment before mustering the courage to inquire. The innkeeper brought it back from outside today. Ma Lu glanced at the dish, perplexed by the astonished expressions of the two city stewards. Could it truly be something extraordinary? Had he misjudged it? At this moment, Wen Qi and Yao Zishuan simultaneously turned their heads towards the affable Zhang Yang. However, Zhang Yang offered no explanation. Instead, he gestured towards the two newly vacated seats and smiled, saying, "Since you have arrived, let us dine together." It was evident that the innkeeper of Wan'an Inn, as a cultivator, could not possibly be unaware of the significance of these spiritual plants. The only plausible explanation was that this innkeeper seemed utterly indifferent to such matters. This was simply too unreasonable. Even with Wen Qi's extensive knowledge, she found herself at a loss. Was this truly the sort of establishment one would expect from a normal inn? P.S. Today I must catch a ride home to celebrate the new year. I wish everyone a happy new year, good health, and plenty of delicious food. Chapter 54. So willingly agreed? Yao Zishuan placed one hand on her hip and pointed toward the patrons in the inn with a heart-wrenching expression. You are utterly excessive. How could you indulge in such exquisite delicacies while my senior sister and I were delayed, even for a brief moment? Where's your sense of morality? Where's your bottom line? And where are the bowls and chopsticks? Gulp. At this moment, Yao Zishuan felt a genuine surge of anger. Thus, she resolved to transform this wrath into a ravenous appetite, intending to eat until she could consume no more. She aimed to demonstrate the consequences of neglecting her presence. Upon witnessing her younger sister's demeanor, Wen Qi felt deflated like a punctured ball. Indeed, whenever her younger sister was around, it was impossible for her to maintain any semblance of authority. Once Lu Liangkai handed the bowls and chopsticks to Yao Zishuan, she eagerly picked up a piece of quasi-spiritual plant, quickly dipped it in the hot pot, and placed it in her mouth. This was something Zhang Yang had previously informed her about. The food doesn't require extensive cooking to taste delightful. Yao Zixuan found this rationale entirely convincing. As the quasi-spiritual plant graced her palate, an extraordinary flavor she had never encountered before enveloped her senses. As a cultivator, Yao Zixuan could distinctly appreciate the uniqueness of the quasi-spiritual plant. Senior sister, you must try this. Slurp. It tastes delightful. Yao Zixuan's eyes widened, as if she had discovered the gates to a new world. Cooking spiritual plants in a hot pot was certainly more palatable than the traditional method of brewing them into medicine. With the delightful flavors of hot pot paired with nourishing benefits, the genius behind this culinary innovation was truly remarkable. Why hadn't she thought of it before? Oh, perhaps it was because hot pot didn't exist prior? Well, that was of no consequence. Observing her younger sister reveling in enjoyment, Wen Qi felt a tinge of skepticism. She glanced over at Zhang Yang, who wore a perpetually cheerful expression, and decided to disregard her doubts. She simply sat down and picked up her chopsticks to join Yao Zixuan in savoring the spiritual plant. Upon tasting it, Wen Qi was indeed surprised by the novelty of the flavor. Only Ma Lu, watching the others savor their meal, began to question his own sense of taste. Unable to resist, he grabbed a piece of the quasi-spiritual plant and put it in his mouth. Puff! The piece he had selected this time bore a hint of bitterness compared to his previous experience. It almost made him spit it out. Fine. He now acknowledged that he could not stomach such delicacies. He would stick to consuming meat. However, just as he was about to pick up a piece of meat, another pair of chopsticks swiftly snatched it away. Looking up, he saw Yao Zixuan wearing a triumphant grin, as if to say, I want both the spiritual plant and the meat. Seeing everyone enjoying their meal together so heartily brought Zhang Yang immense joy, especially when he observed Wen Qi and Yao Zixuan relishing the quasi-spiritual plants. The notifications popping up in front of him made him nearly beam with delight. Indeed, ancient wisdom holds true. Truly being able to eat is a blessing. The more they consume, the more I gain. These quasi-spiritual plants were inherently useless, and this method of consumption was akin to repurposing waste. Ahem. When Zhang Yang spoke of waste, he referred to the quasi-spiritual plants, not to Wen Qi and Yao Zixuan, of course. After a hearty meal, everyone unconsciously sank into a state of relaxation. Indeed, the meal had been exceedingly satisfying. Yao Zixuan placed her hands on her plump little belly, reveling in the moment, almost resembling a seal patting its belly. Senior sister, why don't we invite them back to the sect to be our royal chefs? Clearly, after indulging, her mind was no longer capable of rational thought. When she instinctively brushed aside her younger sister's nonsensical remark and turned to Zhang Yang, saying, Zhang Daoist, may I speak with you privately? She had not forgotten the purpose of her visit, which was to discuss the matter of double compensation with Zhang Yang. Of course, Zhang Yang readily agreed. Soon after, the inn was tidied up and the doors locked, leaving only Zhang Yang and the Wen Qi sisters, along with Lu Liangkai. Wen Qi glanced at Lu Liangkai, who had not departed, and then turned curiously back to Zhang Yang. She was puzzled as to why Zhang Yang would keep an employee at the inn present. Fortunately, Zhang Yang quickly provided an explanation. I neglected to introduce him to you both. Besides being a staff member at the Wannan Inn, he is also my disciple. So feel free to speak openly. Upon hearing this, Wen Qi was slightly taken aback. She had not anticipated that the innkeeper of Wannan Inn had taken on a disciple. It was quite rare for a young loose cultivator to accept a student. Perhaps out of curiosity, Wen Qi instinctively inquired, May I ask about your disciple's spiritual root aptitude? After posing the question, she felt it might have been somewhat inappropriate. However, Zhang Yang appeared unfazed, responding candidly, My disciple possesses merely a low-grade spiritual root, certainly incomparable to the two of you. This outcome did not surprise Wen Qi. It was already challenging to find individuals with cultivation potential in the mundane world, let alone in a small place like Yanhai City. Discovering someone like Yao Zixuan with a high-grade spiritual root was indeed a blessing for the Zizhu Feng sect. Moreover, Wen Qi had also noticed that Lu Liangkai seemed to lack any cultivation, indicating he had only recently begun his journey. Without any cultivation, He posed no threat to the matters they were about to discuss. Thus, when she soon ceased to regard Lu Yangkai with any concern, her sole focus remained on Zhang Yang. "What brings you to seek my counsel, esteemed steward?" Zhang Yang suddenly inquired, altering his address intentionally. When she understood that he had likely guessed her true purpose for coming. "I heard from the previous steward that after annihilating the Wang family, you expressed willingness to assume their full tribute to the Minghui sect. Do you recall this matter?" "I certainly do," Zhang Yang confirmed without hesitation. He then continued to inquire, "Has the Minghui sect agreed to the conditions I proposed?" "Your conditions are indeed reasonable. However, the Wang family have been a subordinate force of our Minghui sect for many years, providing tributes. The abrupt destruction of the Wang family necessitates a response from our sect. Otherwise, it could tarnish our reputation." After laying much groundwork, when she finally revealed her true objective, upon the sect's awareness of this matter, "We have reached a verdict. The Wan Inn, which annihilated the Wang family, must provide tributes equivalent to double the original resources. Otherwise, there will be no mercy." Wen Qi's expression was serious, conveying that she was not jesting. Meanwhile, both Yao Zixuan and Lu Yangkai exchanged glances, their faces paling at her words. While Yao Zixuan could somewhat surmise her senior sister's intent in conversing with the innkeeper, she remained unaware of the specific content of their dialogue. She hadn't anticipated that the sect would issue such a severe punishment. Although she had often joked about not being able to enjoy hot pot once the Wan Inn was destroyed, she had already come to regard the people there as her friends. Everyone is remarkably innocent and unpretentious, and Yao Zixuan similarly does not wish to find herself at odds with these individuals. Correspondingly, Lu Yangcai's demeanor shifted to one of gravity upon hearing the phrase "kill without mercy." Until now, he had been unaware that the inn faced such a significant crisis. Life had been carefree, and the inn was thriving. He could devote himself to his training under his master without a worry. Yet now, it seems that everything is not as harmonious as it appears. Their tranquility is solely because his master has borne the weight of these pressures alone. The realization of this truth is what causes Lu Yangcai's heart to feel as though it has been abruptly seized. After speaking, when she continued to observe Zhang Yang's expression, hoping to glean some insight into the realities surrounding Wan Inn, especially following the recent incident involving the quasi-spiritual plants and hot pot, she felt increasingly uncertain about the true nature of Wan Inn, or rather, the enigmatic Zhang Yang before her. Unfortunately, her efforts yielded disappointment. Zhang Yang's expression remained unchanged, devoid of even the slightest telltale sign, as if he had anticipated her words long before they were spoken. "I agree," Zhang Yang stated flatly. "Huh?" When she was taken aback by the swiftness of his response. "I agree to the request from the Minghui sect." Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words again, when she was reassured that she had not misheard. However, his prompt acceptance left her somewhat incredulous. After all, she still had many words left unspoken. Chapter 55, Empathy Indeed. Zhang Yang had anticipated the demands of the Minghui sect, and he had even foreseen worse outcomes. However, for reasons unknown, the Minghui sect refrained from imposing more severe demands. Perhaps his humble status as a mere innkeeper served to obscure their judgment, leading them to believe that double the amount was the utmost he could offer. Nevertheless, this news was positively fortuitous for Zhang Yang. At least, for now, he did not have to confront the members of the Minghui sect directly. Based on past experience, the Minghui sect collected resources twice a year, mid-year and year-end. With winter now upon them, it meant that the time to submit this year's resources was imminent. After this submission, the next would not occur until half a year later. In that span, many things could transpire. It was entirely possible that Zhang Yang's cultivation could advance to a level where he need not fear the Minghui sect any longer. As the saying goes, fortunes can shift dramatically over time. Additionally, there was another reason. The offerings submitted by the Wang family were, in essence, negligible to Zhang Yang. A mere 100 low-grade spirit stones, even doubled, that amounted to only 200 spirit stones. Apologies, but he had just profited considerably from Wen Qi and her companion. The paltry amount was not due to the Minghui sect's modest expectations, but rather a reflection of the Wang family's limited capacity to produce more. Furthermore, the Minghui sect appeared to prefer sustainable gains rather than depleting their resources entirely. Do you know how much the Wang family submits in resources? When she inquired, observing Zhang Yang es un offering de mianor. It's 100 spirit stones. That is equivalent to 100,000 taels of silver in the mundane world. She seemed to want to elucidate for Zhang Yang in simpler terms. In truth, this was an understatement, given the rarity of spirit stones. The exchange rate was likely more favorable than 1,000. When she wondered if a small inn in Yunhai City could genuinely amass such a fortune in silver. Moreover, the Minghui sect required double that amount, totaling 200 spirit stones. Is that so? Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yang feigned hesitation, as if he had deliberated for quite some time before resolutely declaring, I have managed to save a modest amount over the years, sufficient to meet this offering. For the sake of the inn's survival, I must reluctantly part with it. This performance was utterly flawless. Even as when she and her companion departed, Zhang Yang maintained a facade of sorrow. It was only after they had distanced themselves that his expression shifted dramatically. Master, perhaps we should flee. We cannot allow you to sacrifice your entire savings. Lu Liangkai suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with sadness. He had genuinely been moved by his master's heartfelt act. Zhang Yang turned to his foolish disciple, thinking that allowing him to eavesdrop had been a wise decision. How could anyone be deceived by such a flimsy performance? If he ventured into the world, he would surely be easily misled by others. Not to mention, the elixirs Zhang Yang had given Lu Liangkai were worth far more than 200 spirit stones. With a light tap on Lu Liangkai's head, Zhang Yang remarked, do not worry. My savings are quite substantial. I will not suffer ruin anytime soon. Focus on your studies in the meantime. Initially, Lu Liangkai failed to grasp his master's intent. However, observing the absence of any sorrow on Zhang Yang's face, he began to sense something deeper. The world of adults is truly complex. Meanwhile, on another path, Yao Zixuan and Wen Qi were making their way back to their residence. Sister, that Zhang Yang looks so pitiful. Shouldn't Tiwi ease his burden and demand fewer spirit stones? Wen Qi gazed at her innocent sister's eyes, shaking her head in resignation. If she were able to connect with Zhang Yang's thoughts at that moment, she would discover that they shared similar concerns. Was this not a form of empathy? Yet, one was due to her foolish disciple, while the other stemmed from her Navi junior sister. Did Zixuan truly not realize that Zhang Yang was merely putting on an act? Wen Qi felt a surge of frustration towards her oblivious sister. However, as her elder sister, she had a duty to guide her. After some explanation, Yao Zixuan finally experienced a moment of clarity. Wow, Zhang Yang is quite clever. He even managed to deceive me. Truly, you're the wise one, sister, who saw through it at a glance. Although Yao Zixuan's words were meant as flattery, for some reason, when she felt no joy in receiving it. Then, sister, what do you think Zhang Yang's purpose is? Yao Zixuan began to ponder. After a moment, she suddenly slapped her forehead. Could it be they intend to escape? Is this a tactic to buy time? Very good. You're making progress. When she finally felt a flicker of pride. However, this was swiftly overshadowed by greater concern. If even her sister could deduce such a possibility, might it not be a ruse set by their adversaries? It was no wonder when she harbored such thoughts. She had genuinely grown fearful of her sister's sporadic moments of brilliance. I sincerely hope so, when she responded nonchalantly. If the individuals from the Wanan could indeed slip away unnoticed from the Minghui sect's surveillance, it would spare Wen Qi much trouble. Moreover, she would have ample justification to report back. Yet, this needed to be accomplished without her knowledge, for otherwise, she could not remain entirely passive, given the interests of both parties. However, even though Wen Qi had seen through Zhang Yang's feigned performance, she remained oblivious to his true intentions. Zhang Yang not only had no plans to flee, but aspired to expand the Wanan's influence in Yunhai City significantly. Chapter 56, Strength Enhanced. The status of Wanan in the ensuing period, life continued as usual for everyone. Wen Qi and Yao Zixuan still frequented Wanan daily, indulging in its hospitality. Yao Zixuan remained her boisterous self, while Wen Qi gradually became more at ease, shedding her former restraint. Meanwhile, under Ma Lu's meticulous management, preparations for a branch of Wan'an were well underway. Upon hearing this news, the three prominent families of Yinhai City proactively came to present gifts, a gesture that was quite unexpected given their prior stance. Logically, the three families should not have been so amicable toward Wan'an, as one was an established force in Yinhai City, while the other was a newly emerged entity. If the three families wished to maintain their dominance, their best strategy would have been to unite and isolate this burgeoning power, a tactic they had employed previously, albeit with limited success. Now, their decision to send gifts signified a complete acknowledgement of Wan'an's rising influence. On another level, it indicated the family's willingness to yield. Many, upon hearing this sudden shift, expressed surprise, though some astute observers seemed to decipher the underlying cause. Rumors have been circulating that the newly appointed city steward dined at Wan'an every evening since his arrival in Yinhai City, an occurrence that had not gone unnoticed. The implication was clear. The steward had chosen to align himself with Wan'an, rendering the three families' isolation strategy futile. Thus, their capitulation was almost preordained. The power dynamics of Yinhai City appeared poised for a significant transformation. Smaller factions, previously navigating the crevices of power, began to seek connections with Wan'an. However, for Zhang Yang, who was quietly cultivating in a small room on the second floor of the inn, these developments were of little concern. The three families had become entities he could easily manipulate, and he no longer regarded them with any seriousness. Moreover, he was indifferent to the so-called changes in Yinhai City structure. Zhang Yang had largely stepped back from the management of Wan'an, leaving it to Ma Lu and others. Whether the inn suffered losses or turned a profit was of little interest to him. Zhang Yang's primary focus lay in two pursuits. One involved investment returns, including mentoring his disciples and occasionally introducing rare spirit plants to assist two distinguished disciples of another sect in refreshing their resources. The other was his personal cultivation. It appeared he was on the verge of breaking through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. He carefully sensed the spiritual energy within him, his expression brightening with joy. After advancing to the 7th level, he had recently reached the 8th level, and now he sensed yet another impending breakthrough. The 9th level would lead to foundation establishment, and achieving this milestone in just over 2 months seemed remarkably swift. Previously, to gauge his progress against other cultivators in this realm, he had consulted Wen Qi and Yao Zishuan, who, as disciples of his sect, possessed broader insights. When Qi had informed him that a typical cultivator with inferior spiritual roots required approximately 20 years to reach foundation establishment, while those with mid-grade roots needed about 10 years, and those with superior roots around 4 years. By extrapolation, Earth's spiritual roots might take 2 years, and Heaven's spiritual roots about half a year. However, when she speculated about the latter categories, as she had yet to encounter such prodigies firsthand. Nevertheless, Zhang Yang believed her estimates were fairly accurate. Noticing Zhang Yang's contemplation, when she provided further insights, the grade of spiritual roots was merely a general guideline, and even among the same grade, variations existed. Some cultivators with inferior roots might take 2 decades to establish their foundation, while others might never succeed. Zhang Yang had not been well versed in these nuances. But considering his situation as a heaven spiritual root, achieving foundation establishment in under 3 months was indeed quite rapid. Perhaps his heaven spiritual root was among the finest of its kind. Of course, his seemingly inexhaustible resources for cultivation contributed to this speed. Yet in terms of quality, these resources were not extraordinary. Zhang Yang's system space lacked miraculous elixirs capable of propelling one through several realms or formidable artifacts and talismans that could wreak havoc. Instead, he primarily possessed first and second-tier resources, with the occasional third-tier resource being a rare stroke of luck. Nonetheless, for a Qi refinement cultivator, this was more than sufficient. Zhang Yang found solace in this steady progress. As long as he did not recklessly endanger himself, the potential of his heaven spiritual root, combined with his abundant resources, made the prospect of transcending to immortality seem almost assured. At least, this was his current belief. However, were Wen Qi and Yao Zishuan to learn of his perspective, they would undoubtedly express disbelief. For them, the idea of achieving foundation establishment in under 3 months would seem utterly ludicrous, especially since when Qi had taken 8 years without success and Yao Zishuan had also been cultivating for 2 years. That afternoon, Wannanen welcomed a remarkable group of visitors. Leading the procession was a man with an oily visage, radiant with a broad smile, followed by several individuals carrying a large wooden box. It was immediately apparent that their purpose was not merely to dine. Other patrons instinctively parted to make way, for they recognized the figure as Ruan Yuping, the young master of the Ruan family, one of the 3 prominent families in Yanhai City. Despite the current decline in the power of the 3 families, this was only in relation to Wannanen. Ordinary citizens still dared not provoke them. Esteemed guest, may I inquire your purpose? The first to notice Ruan Yuping was Lu Liangkai. Although he had never seen Ruan Yuping in person, the spectacle surrounding him provided enough clues. I represent the Ruan family to extend our congratulations to Wannanen on the occasion of its new branch opening, Ruan Yuping proclaimed, and to wish for its prosperous business. I am but a humble waiter at Wannanen, unworthy of the title young master, Lu Liangkai replied politely, glancing at the wooden box behind Ruan Yuping, already suspecting its contents. He then turned to Ruan Yuping and spoke in a calm tone. The Ruan family's kindness has been duly noted, but gifts are unnecessary. I shall convey my gratitude on behalf of the manager, and I kindly ask you to take your leave. At these words, the smile on Ruan Yuping's face faltered momentarily. To be turned away before even entering, representing the illustrious Ruan family, was an unprecedented experience for him. Yet, upon reflecting on his father's admonitions and the formidable presence of the innkeeper at the Wannanen, he could only silently swallow his indignation. Moments later, Ruan Yuping once again set off with a chest brimming with glistening silver coins. At that juncture, one of his sycophants, observing his master's apparent discontent, swiftly stepped forward and remarked, "Young master, that waiter just now showed you a complete lack of respect. How dare he treat you with such indifference? Shall I gather some individuals to teach him a lesson?" Ruan Yuping promptly delivered a sharp slap to the lackey's face, sending him staggering. "Blast it! Use your pig's brain to think. Do you truly believe you can simply sway the staff of the Wannanen?" The sycophant hastily acquiesced. Although he feigned grievance, he was secretly elated. He was well aware of this truth. However, as a subordinate, his primary role was not to outshine his master in intellect, but rather to channel his master's emotions appropriately at opportune moments, such as the wisdom of a seasoned lackey. At that moment, Ruan Yuping indeed felt a slight release of his frustrations. If it weren't for the fact that that fellow is merely a waiter at the Wannanen, I would certainly make him regret it. In the end, Ruan Yuping could only console himself in this manner. Chapter 57. Wang Suxin's Anomaly. What just happened to you? At that moment in the Wannanen, Fang Xiaolan inquired with genuine concern towards Wang Suxin, who appeared somewhat lost in thought as she gazed towards the entrance. Following Wang Suxin's gaze, Fang Xiaolan noticed that apart from her own son, only a few individuals were standing there, carrying boxes. Clearly, Wang Suxin could not have been fixated on her somewhat foolish son. Thus, it must have been those individuals who had come to deliver gifts that captured her attention. Over the past few days, Fang Xiaolan had come to regard Wang Suxin as her own daughter, prompting her to express concern upon witnessing such behavior. "Oh, it's nothing, Aunt Fang. I was merely reminiscing about some past events," Wang Suxin replied, snapping back to reality at the sound of Aunt Fang's voice, offering a faint smile without elaborating further before returning to her tasks. Yet, her unusual demeanor persisted. Even at the dinner table, she remained somewhat distracted. "Hey, are you all right?" Yao Zishuan, seated beside Wang Suxin, perceptibly sensed the young girl's disquiet. Although Wang Suxin appeared more mature in character, Yao Zishuan was, in fact, considerably older. "Oh, I'm fine." Wang Suxin forced a smile once more. Noticing Wang Suxin's reluctance to share, Yao Zishuan chose not to press further. After dinner, as everyone departed, Wang Suxin intended to leave as usual, but was surprisingly detained by Zhang Yang, along with Lu Yangkai. Wang Suxin recalled the last time she had stayed behind was when the innkeeper had treated her leg ailment. Since then, she had not experienced the painful nights that had once plagued her. It had been nearly a month since then. Now, uncertain of the reason for her detention. She stood obediently in place, her large eyes occasionally daring to glance at the tall figure of the innkeeper in the distance, evoking memories of when he had rescued her from a group of ruffians. Was your leg injury caused by that young master of the Ruan family? Zhang Yang's inquiry caused Wang Suxin's expression to shift dramatically. How could he discern this? She had said nothing. Lu Yangkai, upon hearing this, was initially taken aback but then enlightened. No wonder his mother had remarked that Wang Suxin had seemed downcast since the afternoon. It was because that young master from the Ruan family had visited. If Wang Suxin's injury was indeed the result of the Ruan family, everything fell into place. Though Wang Suxin had previously been somewhat anxious in the innkeeper's presence, she typically spoke fluently. This time, however, she struggled to articulate a complete thought. From her reaction, it was evident that Zhang Yang had surmised correctly. Noticing their silence, Wang Suxin gradually steadied her emotions and finally replied softly, "Yes, my leg injury was indeed caused by the Ruan family, and the culprit was that Ruan Yuping." As she spoke, her pace quickened, clearly fueled by anger. At that time, I had just been sold to the Ruan family by my parents and was learning the duties of a servant. One day, while washing clothes by the stream, Ruan Yuping passed by with a large dog. The dog charged wildly, causing pedestrians to scatter. I had no time to evade and accidentally collided with it. Ruan Yuping witnessed this and, with a cold glare, loosened the leash. There was no need to recount the ensuing events, as Wang Suxin's left leg was bitten, nearly costing her life, and she was subsequently expelled from the Ruan household due to her injury. Desiring to return home, she found herself rejected by her parents, who viewed her as a burden. After being driven away with a stick on 2 occasions, she was left to wander alone. Over the years, she managed to survive through begging and the kindness of others. It was only upon arriving at Wannan that she began to experience a semblance of familial warmth once more. Reflecting on her past brought a tightening in her heart, as the endless suffering seemed ineffably vast. This time, she had only spoken of her past in front of the innkeeper and others because she had been prompted by the innkeeper's question. Otherwise, she intended to keep those memories buried forever. Upon hearing Wang Suxin's tale, Lu Yangkai felt a surge of sympathy. He had never imagined that Wang Suxin had endured so much. Compared to her, he considered himself quite fortunate. At least he still had his mother by his side. After a moment, Zhang Yang resumed, "What feelings arise when you see Ruan Yuping again?" At this, Wang Suxin lifted her head, her gaze locking onto Zhang Yang's. "I would kill him if I could." Her words came without a hint of hesitation, as if they had been bottled up for far too long. The fury in her eyes was unmistakable. This side of Wang Suxin was one that the staff at the inn had never witnessed before. Zhang Yang, however, did not display any particular reaction, speaking calmly. "I now present you with 2 options. First, if you wish, I can assist you in eliminating him. Second, I can teach you the arts of cultivation so that you may confront him yourself." Wang Suxin was momentarily taken aback by this proposition. Lu Yangkai shared her astonishment. Could it be that I am to have a junior apprentice? Although he had anticipated this possibility, he still felt a rush of excitement at the prospect. Zhang Yang remained silent, awaiting Wang Suxin's response. After a month of observation, he had developed an understanding of her character and behavior. He found no fault in her integrity or disposition, which prompted him to consider taking her on as a disciple. Coincidentally, Ruan Yuping's reappearance provided an opportune moment for such a proposition. Nevertheless, Zhang Yang was prepared to respect Wang Suxin's wishes. Should she choose the first option, he would carry out the deed and refrain from mentioning apprenticeship again. At that moment, Wang Suxin quickly regained her composure, beginning to contemplate her decision. Although she already had an answer in mind, reflection was simply her nature. Chapter 58, Breakthrough, Foundation Establishment. "I choose the second option," Wang Suxin said solemnly. She then knelt down to pay her respects to her master. Zhang Yang accepted her gesture with pleasure. "Sister, junior sister?" Lu Yangkai looked at Wang Suxin, finally voicing his thoughts, feeling a bit embarrassed. Conversely, Wang Suxin appeared more poised. "Brother Lu, that's sufficient. You may refer to me as the shopkeeper in front of outsiders." Just like Lu Yangkai, Zhang Yang handed her the manual for her cultivation technique, Shuiyue Heart Sutra. Take a look at it first. I will explain the details of the cultivation process shortly. He swiftly assigned tasks to Wang Suxin, who diligently accepted the manual and began to read attentively. Observing her earnest demeanor, Lu Yangkai felt an inexplicable surge of motivation within himself. He could not allow himself to be surpassed by his junior sister so easily. Although it was inevitable given her talent, he still hoped to delay that moment. Watching the two of them concentrate on their cultivation, Zhang Yang silently nodded in approval. He then found himself revisiting the effective teaching entry on his system panel. Currently, it was still bound to Lu Yangkai. Zhang Yang had already witnessed the transformative effects of this entry. It not only enhanced Lu Yangcai's abilities, but also benefited Zhang Yang through a return mechanism. He distinctly sensed an acceleration in his own cultivation speed. Moreover, it appeared that the effects of this entry could be compounded with the benefits derived from cultivating or consuming resources, akin to having an additional self simultaneously cultivating and consolidating the results into one. This was indeed remarkable. Thus, in his spare time, Zhang Yang deemed it necessary to further explore the functionalities of this system. He felt that the typical resource returns were not the limits of its capabilities. Unfortunately, the system lacked intelligence. Despite several attempts to inquire about other forms of rewards, no response ever surfaced. The previous entry reward was obtained through guiding Lu Yangkai, and Zhang Yang was curious whether instructing Wang Suxin would yield a new entry. The following day, "Sister, weren't we told that Zhang Yang was just stalling for time? Why has he opened a branch now?" In the city's steward's residence, Yao Zixuan, curious during her cultivation break, inquired of her elder sister. Recent rumors about the Wanin's branch had stirred quite a commotion in the city, piquing Yao Zixuan's interest. "Why are you concerned with such matters? If you have so much free time, it will be better spent in seclusion for cultivation," when she replied nonchalantly. In truth, she did not grasp Zhang Yang's intentions, but she was indifferent to them. As long as there was a satisfactory account at the time of resource submission, that sufficed for her. Presently, when she was more worried about her mother's situation, as the news she had received indicated that the plight of Zizhu Peak was worsening. Some individuals had become increasingly brazen and unrestrained. Her mother was still struggling to hold on, which weighed heavily on Wen Qi's heart. Yet, she had no better solutions. Her only course of action was to strive to enhance her own strength. Once she reached the foundation establishment stage, she would have more avenues to explore. Alas, the breakthrough to foundation establishment was not a trivial matter. The most basic requirement was the foundation establishment pill to significantly increase the success rate of the breakthrough. Fortunately, when she had one prepared, but merely one was insufficient. Ideally, consuming 3 or more at once would better ensure success. Regrettably, the price of the foundation establishment pill, coupled with Zizhu Peak's current situation, meant Wen Qi could not swiftly procure a second one. "By the way, sister, I feel my cultivation speed has noticeably increased lately. Perhaps my next breakthrough is not far off," Yao Zixuan remarked, recalling recent changes in her cultivation progress. "That's obvious. You have access to the semi-spiritual herbs from Wanin and almost daily. It's no surprise your cultivation speed has accelerated," Wen Qi retorted, somewhat exasperated. Indeed. The treatment here in the sect can't compare. In truth, Yao Zixuan, with her talent, had access to abundant resources within Minghua's sect. However, the sect's resources were not as delectable, which created this illusion. Time passed, and another half-month went by. One evening, as usual, Wen Qi and Yao Zixuan went to Wanan Inn to enjoy a meal. To Wen Qi's astonishment, she discovered a person within the inn who exhibited a fluctuation of spiritual energy. To her surprise, it was the typically taciturn little girl, Wang Suxin. She possesses cultivation potential. When she was taken aback, ignoring Wang Suxin's protests, she reached for her hand, intending to assess her aptitude. Ultimately, it was Zhang Yang who intervened. "What are you trying to do, steward?" Zhang Yang regarded Wen Qi with a calm gaze. Wen Qi met Zhang Yang's eyes without flinching. Does this child possess spiritual root potential? Recently, Wen Qi's tone seemed to have shifted from her previously gentle demeanor. Even Yao Zixuan had noticed that her sister's emotions appeared somewhat off. Several times, Yao Zixuan attempted to inquire, but was brushed off. Thus, she felt powerless. In response to Wen Qi's accusatory tone, Zhang Yang simply nodded, offering no further explanations. This incident cast a palpable chill over dinner that evening, making it feel eerily quiet compared to usual. The next day, Yao Zixuan was the only one to come for dinner. Sister said she was feeling unwell, so she won't be joining us today. Uncharacteristically, Yao Zixuan spoke without her usual playful tone. At this, the others said nothing, continuing their meal as usual. Only Zhang Yang seemed to have discerned the underlying issue. It appeared that when she was preparing for a breakthrough to foundation establishment. The previous day, Zhang Yang had sensed that when Qi's aura had become somewhat unstable, a condition typically associated with impending breakthroughs. However, for some reason, her emotions seemed equally unstable. With such a mindset, attempting to break through to foundation establishment might prove challenging. Yet, as an outsider, Zhang Yang would not bring this up. Moreover, he had no time to spare, as he too was preparing for his own breakthrough. Not long ago, he had reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. With the last instance yielding 20 foundation establishment pills, he would not require that many. Zhang Yang silently tallied the items needed for his breakthrough. Aware that the density of spiritual energy was also a factor, the higher the density, the easier the breakthrough. Fortunately, he still had ample spirit stones, which should suffice. Another half-month passed. Finally, the branch of Wannanen opened, bringing a lively atmosphere to the city. After all, Wannanen had undeniably become the foremost power in Yanhai City, with every move garnering the attention of the townsfolk. Unlike the previous 4 major families, Wannanen did not exploit the common people. Moreover, the inn had recently intensified its charitable efforts, significantly enhancing its reputation in the Eastern District. Even when considering the Western District, Wannanen's renown had begun to overshadow the other 3 families. A single force dominating was unprecedented in Yanhai City. Meanwhile, there is another matter that brings even greater joy. Zhang Yang has finally transcended to the foundation establishment stage. P.S. Wishing everyone a happy new year. There should be another chapter later, though it may be after midnight. Chapter 59. A simultaneous breakthrough. The lost Wen Qi. Is this the sensation of reaching the foundation establishment stage? Zhang Yang meticulously sensed the density of spiritual energy within his body. The difference compared to the Qi refinement stage was indeed like heaven and earth. The spiritual energy in the foundation establishment stage was not only more abundant, but also significantly more potent, several times greater than what he had experienced at the 9th level of Qi refinement. In his exhilaration, Zhang Yang felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility. However, he quickly realized that this feeling of elation might be due to his recent breakthrough and that he should not become overly complacent. It would be unwise to feel inflated with pride. After all, my breakthrough to foundation establishment is but a minor achievement, with many more realms yet to traverse. It is still too soon for celebration. With this thought, Zhang Yang steadied his mind once more. Stepping out of his room, Zhang Yang felt a refreshing clarity envelop him. As he surveyed the inn, he spotted only one familiar face, Wang Suxin, while the other 3 seemed to be newcomers recently recruited by Ma Lu, whom Zhang Yang did not recognize. Upon seeing Zhang Yang descend the stairs, Wang Suxin promptly approached him. "Master," she greeted, recalling Zhang Yang's earlier instruction to refer to him as such in public. "Where are Ma Lu and the others?" Zhang Yang inquired, curiosity piqued. "Oh, today marks the opening of our branch at the Wannan Inn. Ma Lu, Aunt Fang, and Liang Kai have gone there to assist," Wang Suxin explained. Zhang Yang nodded in acknowledgement, surprised at how quickly the branch had opened and pleased to see that the newly recruited staff had become quite capable, particularly Ma Lu, who managed everything with remarkable efficiency, seeming more like a manager than Zhang Yang himself, who merely held the title. Nonetheless, this arrangement suited Zhang Yang. Since Ma Lu and Aunt Fang lacked spiritual roots, he was more than willing to support their endeavors in commerce. After all, he had an abundance of mundane wealth stored away in his system space, with no clear idea on how to spend it. Your cultivation should be nearing the 1st level of Qi refinement, right? Zhang Yang turned his attention to Wang Suxin, instinctively gauging her progress. Following his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, Zhang Yang's mental acuity had sharpened remarkably. Previously, he needed to concentrate to sense others' conditions at the qi refinement stage. Now, it was effortless. With the recent influx of staff at the inn, Wang Suxin and the other long-term employees found themselves with more leisure time, especially after learning about Liang Kai and Wang Suxin's pursuit of immortal techniques. Ma Lu had arranged for them to have additional rest periods. Thus, even amidst the bustling business, Wang Suxin could engage in private conversations with Zhang Yang. "I believe I am nearly there," she affirmed. "Indeed, you possess a superior spiritual root," Zhang Yang acknowledged, nodding. Although he had advanced from novice to the third level of qi refinement in just a month, he was aware that his heavenly roots set him apart from her. It seemed that Liang Kai had also made progress in his cultivation recently, but Zhang Yang was uncertain who among them would break through first. As evening fell, they gathered for dinner once more. This time, only the seasoned employees, including Ma Lu, sat at Zhang Yang's table, while the new recruits had been assigned to dine at the branch. This arrangement brought back a sense of warmth and nostalgia. Zhang Yang had secluded himself for nearly 10 days to achieve his breakthrough, making him long for the taste of hot pot. Lord Yao Zixuan has reportedly returned to the Mingyu sect, and Lord Wenqi has not dined with us for quite some time. Ma Lu informed Zhang Yang of recent developments. Zhang Yang nodded in response, feeling indifferent. His relationship with them was not particularly deep. They could only be considered ordinary acquaintances. The interactions between Wenqi, Yao Zixuan, and the staff at Wan'an resembled the camaraderie of dining companions in Zhang Yang's past life. Thus, he felt little need to inquire further about their affairs. However, the absence of two significant resources did leave Zhang Yang feeling somewhat regretful. Time passed slowly over the course of a month. One day, Liang Kai finally broke through to the first level of qi refinement, even earlier than Zhang Yang had anticipated. He was elated. "Master, I finally—" Zhang Yang merely patted the young man's shoulder in encouragement. Yet, before Liang Kai could revel in his joy for long, Wang Suxin also achieved her breakthrough. Remarkably, they had both advanced around the same time. Liang Kai had trained for nearly 2 months longer than Wang Suxin and had the benefit of certain enhancements, which only underscored the gap in their innate talents. Moreover, this was only the first level of qi refinement. As the challenges increased in subsequent realms, their differences would only become more pronounced. Nevertheless, Liang Kai did not let this disparity dampen his spirits. He was well aware of his junior sister's exceptional talent and felt content to have surpassed her in this instance. He resolved to work even harder in his cultivation to ensure he would not lag behind his master and junior sister in the future. "Excellent work, both of you. I've been observing your efforts these days," Zhang Yang praised, not holding back his commendation during this joyous occasion. The following day, when she unexpectedly paid a visit, everyone turned to her, the long-absent overseer from Yunhai City. At that moment, Wenqi's gaze seemed forlorn, lacking the confidence she once radiated. Still at the 9th level of qi refinement, her spiritual energy appeared disordered. Had she failed her breakthrough? Zhang Yang quickly discerned her predicament. Wenqi lifted her gaze to the inn's patrons, and upon seeing the steaming hot pot and their cheerful faces, warmth began to blossom within her heart. "Please have a seat." Zhang Yang spoke calmly, his demeanor unchanged from before. Wenqi, moved by his words, settled down at the table. As the dishes were placed before her, she picked up her chopsticks and dipped a slice of meat into the pot. The familiar flavor nearly overwhelmed her composure. In her desperation to aid her mother, she had made the ill-fated decision to attempt her breakthrough to foundation establishment prematurely, resulting in the anticipated failure. In her determination to lighten her mother's burden, she had even pressured her junior sister, Zixuan, to return to the sect. After all, Zixuan's innate talents held weight within the sect. When she felt immense guilt for having manipulated her junior sister, betraying her trust. With so many conflicting emotions intertwining, the outcome of her breakthrough seemed fated. Not only had she squandered a precious foundation establishment pill, but her strength had likely diminished significantly. Contemplating these matters, an overwhelming sense of regret surged within Wenqi. In that moment of despair, her thoughts instinctively turned to Wan'an. Though modest in size, it always provided her with a sense of tranquility. True to form, the inn's atmosphere did not disappoint. The presence of familiar faces offered her a brief respite from her chaotic thoughts. Chapter 60. Digging the wall? Delicious. As the exquisite delicacy graced her palate, when she couldn't help but express her delight. Sister, do indulge a little more, Wang Suxin encouraged with a gentle smile. When she turned her gaze towards Wang Suxin and nodded, yet that glance inadvertently reminded her of her own junior sister, Zishuan. It was once that very individual who sat beside her, often displaying a lack of awareness, yet her peculiar demeanor had alleviated much of when she had stress. Now, however, Zishuan had been sent back to their sect. In that moment, when she found herself lost in reminiscence. At that instant, Wang Suxin also savored a bite of the profound spiritual herb. Ever since she had attained a level of cultivation, she had developed a deeper appreciation for the medicinal properties concealed within the herb. Once ingested, the medicinal energy would naturally stimulate the flow of spiritual energy within her. Akin to an automatic cultivation process, a sensation that brought her immense comfort. Yet this very phenomenon seemed to resonate with when she, who astonished, turned her gaze back to Wang Suxin. Your spiritual energy, have you broken through to the first level of qi refinement? She exclaimed, her chopsticks poised but forgotten. Wang Suxin hesitated, unsure if she should affirm this revelation, her eyes drifting toward Zhang Yang. When she followed suit, and Zhang Yang, without reservation, confirmed, yes, I just broke through to the first level of qi refinement. In truth, when she had already discerned the answer, Zhang Yang's acknowledgement held little significance for her. Suxin is also a cultivator? Ma Lu remarked, gazing at Wang Suxin with astonishment. Since Wang Suxin had not previously mentioned her status, Ma Lu was blissfully unaware until now, and his joy was palpable. The Wannin had gained yet another cultivator, a momentous occasion indeed. While the other three prominent families each had but one cultivator, they were fortunate enough to have two, no three, for Ma Lu, who was unfamiliar with the intricacies of spiritual roots. The fact that Wang Suxin had become a cultivator implied that Lu Liang, who had been cultivating longer than Wang Suxin, must also be a cultivator. Thus, it was indeed plausible that the Wannin boasted three cultivators. Seeing her master's openness, Wang Suxin could only smile and nod. When Qi's heart was in turmoil. Ever since she learned that Lu Liang possessed a spiritual root and was Zhang Yang's disciple, she had been astounded. Now, to discover that another young girl at the inn also possessed a spiritual root. Moreover, Wang Suxin's rate of cultivation was bewildering. A dreadful thought suddenly surfaced in Wen Qi's mind. Could it be that Wang Suxin's spiritual root talent was on par with her own junior sister's, belonging to the superior category? Previously, she had suspected that Wang Suxin might possess a spiritual root and had intended to investigate further, but Zhang Yang had intervened. At that time, her emotions had been too convoluted and her focus solely on her own cultivation breakthrough, leaving little room for contemplation. Yet upon reflection, it appeared that the Wannin was indeed not as simple as it seemed. Those with spiritual roots were exceedingly rare, and now, an impressive collection had gathered within a single inn. Was this mere coincidence? Furthermore, an individual with a superior spiritual root. Her own Mingyue sect could scarcely claim 5 such individuals, while this humble and harbored one. How could Wen Qi not be astonished? She found it hard to believe. If these individuals had not converged to the Wannin by chance, then only one possibility remained. They had been deliberately chosen, and the one capable of selecting them could only be Zhang Yang, the innkeeper before her. Did Zhang Yang possess some artifact that could measure spiritual aptitude? Wen Qi pondered, filled with intrigue. Yet, as she observed Zhang Yang, he remained engrossed in his meal, seemingly disinterested in providing any explanations. Why are you staring at me? Have you finished eating? Zhang Yang's question broke her reverie, prompting a flush of embarrassment to color her cheeks. She feigned busyness, returning to her hot pot. Yet, curiosity gnawed at her. How had Zhang Yang gathered an individual with a superior spiritual root to serve as his attendant in the inn? To voice such a query felt somewhat presumptuous. Time slipped by, and even after finishing the hot pot, Wen Qi lingered, reluctant to depart. Do you have further inquiries, esteemed steward? Zhang Yang inquired, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her unwavering gaze. I wish to inquire about Wang Suxin, she finally admitted. After so many days, she had indeed learned Wang Suxin's name and was now articulating her request directly. What does the esteemed steward wish to know? Zhang Yang asked, bro furoet. Is she a superior spiritual root? This was the crux of Wen Qi's curiosity, although she had inferred much from Wang Suxin's cultivation speed. Obtaining a definitive answer was paramount. She sought affirmation from Zhang Yang. Does this pertain to the esteemed steward? Zhang Yang replied, diverting the conversation. Could it be that the esteemed steward wishes to recruit a maidservant from my humble inn? His inquiry caused Wen Qi's face to flush crimson. Zhang Yang had indeed hit upon a kernel of truth. She did harbor such intentions. While her Mingyue sect might not rival the might of the more powerful sects, it was nevertheless a prominent entity in the vicinity, boasting a long-standing heritage and a golden core master overseeing it. If Wang Suxin's aptitude truly lay within the realm of a superior spiritual root, her entry into Mingyue sect would undoubtedly afford her the finest training. However, Zhang Yang remained unfazed. Was Mingyue sect truly esteemed for its own merit, or merely because it was the only cultivation sect in the area? Moreover, did the esteemed steward genuinely believe Mingyue sect to be so exceptional? If that were the case, why had a cultivator of the 9th level of Qi refinement found herself relegated to the role of a mere city steward? Zhang Yang's rebuttal was sound and well-reasoned. The remoteness of the region and scarcity of resources rendered Mingyue sect the sole cultivation sect nearby. Furthermore, given that Miao Zhe had only recently broken through to the 5th level of Qi refinement, Wen Qi's position as a steward at the 9th level was indeed peculiar. She had previously alluded to the fact that the strongest cultivators in Mingyue sect were the Golden Core stage, indicating that a 9th level cultivator was not to be taken lightly. She was likely an inner disciple. Would an inner disciple take on a position with minimal profit as a city steward? The myriad of doubts suggested that Wen Qi's appointment was not as straightforward as it seemed. It appeared more likely that she was compelled to assume this role, either as a consequence of punishment or to evade certain matters. Regardless, this indicated that Mingyue sect was not as splendid as Wen Qi had portrayed. In light of these revelations, Wen Qi found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 61. Surrendering Resources, a corpse puppet emerges. Upon being unmasked by Zhang Yang, Wen Qi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Indeed, the recent unrest within the sect had compelled even a direct disciple like her to seek refuge. Nevertheless, the sect's profound heritage remained intact. Wen Qi still believed that Wang Suxin's prospects would be far brighter at Mingyue sect than serving as a mere attendant at the Wan'an Inn. Alternatively, one could simply inquire directly with Wang Suxin herself. Zhang Yang chose not to engage further in debate with Wen Qi, instead granting the choice to Wang Suxin. Wen Qi turned her gaze toward Wang Suxin, but before she could speak, Wang Suxin had already provided her answer. I find the inn quite agreeable. Thank you, Sister One. But I fear it may not be suitable for me. Wen Qi finally resigned herself to the decision. Since Wang Suxin had made her choice, it would be unreasonable to force her to follow. Perhaps others might attempt such a thing, but Wen Qi knew she could not bring herself to do so. Thus, she quietly turned to leave. Zhang Yang, observing Wen Qi's retreating figure, remained silent. Soon after, only Zhang Yang, Wang Suxin, and Lu Yangkai were left within the inn. Since you have both entered the first layer of Qi refinement, I shall impart a technique to you, enabling you to protect yourselves should trouble arise, Zhang Yang declared. At this, Wang Suxin and Lu Yangkai instantly brightened with excitement. Finally, they were about to begin learning techniques, something they had anticipated for quite some time. Techniques serve as the means to wield one's cultivation. A cultivator without techniques, regardless of their level, cannot be deemed a complete practitioner. Half a month swiftly passed, and it was finally time to surrender resources to Mingyue sect. Contrary to Wen Qi's earlier assumptions, the Wan'an Inn had not fled at the last moment. Upon her arrival, Zhang Yang promptly presented 200 low-grade spirit stones for submission. Wen Qi cast a lingering glance at Zhang Yang, saying nothing as she departed. Manager, both our inns are fully booked, and business is thriving. Ma Lu exclaimed at the dining table. Word of our reputation has spread. And even patrons from the neighboring Huangshe city have come specifically to enjoy our hot pot. Notably, when she was absent today, the others seemed accustomed to Ma Lu's enthusiastic chatter about the inn's operations. Zhang Yang occasionally nodded in agreement, pleased with the flourishing state of affairs. With more visitors to Wan'an Inn, he could garner greater resource returns, although most were of little use to him, who wouldn't appreciate passive income. Moreover, this allowed Zhang Yang to better understand the conditions of nearby cultivators. By the way, it seems there was a death in the city yesterday. When the body was discovered today, it had already turned into a desiccated corpse, and the scene was quite gruesome, Ma Lu added. Besides discussing the inn's business, he also gathered and disseminated various gossip from within the city. Zhang Yang had acquired much information through Ma Lu's accounts. I also heard from a guest that there's talk of some malevolent spirits haunting the city. In any case, let us all be cautious on our way back. Ma Lu advised. The others nodded, adopting a mindset of cautious belief. But there is no need for alarm. We all possess the talismans gifted by the manager. Even if there are indeed spirits, they would pose no threat to us, he reassured. Ma Lu's boldness stemmed from his confidence in Zhang Yang's strength. Indeed, the others felt a little more at ease after hearing this. Excellent progress. Your techniques are now sufficient for combat, Zhang Yang remarked one night outside Yanhai City, as he led Wang Suxin and Lu Liangkai to practice their skills. The inn space proved too constricted for proper training. Lu Liangkai, your grasp of the technique surpasses my expectations, Zhang Yang praised sincerely. Lu Liangkai blushed, scratching his head in modesty. He too had not anticipated that his speed of mastering techniques would far exceed that of cultivating his foundational skills. This indicated that while Lu Liangkai's innate talent may be lacking, his comprehension was commendable. Cultivating formidable techniques would prove invaluable in battle, with diligent practice. Even overcoming stronger opponents could become a possibility. It seemed Lu Liangkai had discovered a new path of endeavor. Zhang Yang then turned to Wang Suxin, stating calmly, "Your technique has also developed exceedingly well. In that case, why don't you two spar so I can observe?" At this, both Lu Liangkai and Wang Suxin exchanged glances, excitement brewing within them. This would be their first real sparring match. While they knew that neither would genuinely attempt to harm the other, the anticipation invigorated them. With a swift motion, both drew the long swords given to them by Zhang Yang, barely qualifying as spirit weapons, yet more than adequate for these fledgling practitioners. Their gazes sharpened, a fierce determination igniting within them. In the next instant, they surged forward to engage. Clang, clang, clang. After several exchanges, the duel revealed a stalemate. Wang Suxin possessed a slight edge in cultivation, yet Lu Liangkai's mastery of the techniques allowed him to hold his ground. Their movements remained too rigid. They must learn to apply their techniques with greater fluidity. Zhang Yang would occasionally interject with pointers. Finally, as the hour approached the early morning, the training session concluded. Zhang Yang returned to the inn while Lu Liangkai and Wang Suxin headed home. "Truly, Master, your guidance renders us immensely grateful." They mused as they walked, still savoring the lessons learned. If only we could battle a true adversary. Lu Liangkai thought wistfully, feeling somewhat unfulfilled after their recent duel. The following day, another murder unfolded in the city. The victim's body bore the same horrific signs as the previous one, having similarly been desiccated. As the city's resident enforcer, when she rushed to the scene upon hearing the news, in ordinary circumstances, she would not concern herself with such matters, even when lives were lost. However, the bizarre nature of this death, coupled with the recurrence of such incidents, compelled her to investigate. Upon a mere glance, her brow furrowed in concern. This method of death, could it be the work of demonic sect practitioners? A wave of foreboding washed over her as she contemplated the implications. The first incident might be attributed to other causes, but the consecutive tragedies could not help but evoke thoughts of the sinister methods employed by demonic sections. Such practitioners are known for their ruthless killing, consuming their victims without remorse, employing grotesque and unfathomable techniques. If her suspicions held any truth, it would spell significant trouble. As when she pondered, she suddenly sensed danger and swiftly dodged to the side. Just as she moved, a figure lunged toward the spot she had just occupied. What? What is this?" the city lord accompanying, when she fell to the ground in terror upon witnessing the figure that had erupted from the crowd. The onlookers screamed in fright and scattered, when Qi's gaze locked onto the figure that had just attempted to ambush her. At first glance, this individual appeared to be an ordinary citizen of the town. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that the person was exceedingly gaunt. The fabric of their clothing clung tightly to their protruding ribs, as if the wind itself could unveil the starkness beneath. This assailant resembled nothing more than a lifeless, desiccated puppet. Strikingly, their eyes were entirely devoid of color, mere whites devoid of any semblance of life. A corpse puppet? Recognizing certain characteristics, when she quickly identified the entity before her. She had previously encountered information regarding the dark sex corpse puppets within her sex library. This method was a prevalent practice among the malevolent sections. Typically, after a normal person has had their vital essence drained by the disciples of the dark arts, the remaining shell is often fashioned into a corpse puppet. These puppets lack consciousness, akin to mere automatons. The strength of a corpse puppet is contingent upon both the prowess of the dark disciple who crafted it and the vigor of the original body. The stronger the vessel and the practitioner, the more formidable the resultant puppet. However, upon further examination, when she sensed that this particular puppet appeared to possess only the strength of a mere Qi refinement stage, this suggested that the dark disciple controlling it was likely not of significant power, which was somewhat reassuring. Nevertheless, the emergence of a dark disciple within the town at an unknown time left when Qi feeling far from at ease. Chapter 62, Trial Hiss. The corpse puppet snarled at Wen Qi, baring its teeth before charging once more. Upon comprehending the strength of the corpse puppet, Wen Qi's expression turned slightly cold. Channeling her spiritual energy, she struck out with her palm the instant the puppet lunged at her. In an instant, the corpse puppet was shattered into countless pieces by her blow. A practitioner at the first level of Qi refinement was no match for Wen Qi, who was at the 9th level. The pressing concern was to identify the necromancer controlling this puppet. Wen Qi pondered, scanning her surroundings. She surmised that if the corpse puppet was nearby, its master could not be far off. Regrettably, she found no suspicious individuals. Meanwhile, in a concealed room that Wen Qi could not perceive, a plump man observed everything with keen interest. His gaze fixed menacingly on Wen Qi. He ground his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, a city cultivator in this remote area possesses late-stage Qi refinement prowess?" After a brief moment, the man's expression shifted from fury to a more composed greed. "However, this woman is rather attractive. If I could turn her into a corpse puppet." He could not help but chuckle at the thought. Yet, that time was not now, for his current power was insufficient. He needed to absorb more blood to enhance his strength. With this in mind, the man seemed to recall something. He produced a small slip of paper. It appeared that someone had previously visited this city to gather intelligence, and had secretly disseminated fragments of a cultivation technique. He wondered if any of these individuals had managed to cultivate successfully. Unfolding the note, he found it contained basic information about those who had taken the technique. If any among them succeeded in their cultivation, he could approach them and exert control through a mark. Although their strength might be lacking, they could serve as useful pawns and tools. The first name was from the Ruan family, Ruan Yuping. The man smiled faintly, planning to pay a visit to this so-called Ruan family shortly. "Are you asking me to help you investigate the whereabouts of the necromancer in the city?" Zhang Yang looked at Wen Qi, perplexed. "Yes, a necromancer has infiltrated the city, and people are being drained of their essence daily, yet the perpetrator remains elusive. I hope to collaborate with various cultivators in the city to swiftly uncover the necromancer's location." Wen Qi gazed at Zhang Yang with an earnest yearning. "Shouldn't you seek assistance from your own Mingyue sect? Why come to me? I have already paid the protection fee," Zhang Yang retorted. Wen Qi sighed helplessly. This minor matter does not warrant a formal delegation from a sect. Besides, I have yet to ascertain the enemy's strength. She continued, "Consider this my debt to you. Zhang Daoyu, I sincerely hope you can lend your assistance." For reasons unknown, Wen Qi adopted a surprisingly gentle tone only when negotiating with Zhang Yang, even feeling the need to offer a promise. In contrast, the other 3 prominent families would eagerly comply with her requests without hesitation. Only Zhang Yang seemed reluctant. Perhaps it was because the Wannanen did not rely on the Ming-West sect for survival like the other families did. The other families had disciples studying in the Ming-West sect, while the Wannanen did not. Consequently, they had no need to curry favor with the sect. The Wannanen maintained a collaborative relationship with the Ming-West sect, never appearing obsequious even when asked to contribute resources. This distinction set the Wannanen apart from other factions. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yang nodded. It is not impossible, but not through me. It will be through them. He gestured toward Lu Yangkai and Wang Suxin, who were seated nearby. Lu Yangkai and Wang Suxin exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Yet, after a brief pause, their expressions transformed from confusion to excitement and seriousness. Indeed, Zhang Yang aimed to provide them with an opportunity for practical experience. Both Lu Yangkai and Wang Suxin had only recently entered the realm of cultivation and had yet to undergo any real combat training. This was the perfect chance, and Zhang Yang immediately thought of them. Allowing them to venture out now would be beneficial. In fact, even if Wen Qi had not approached him, Zhang Yang might have initiated a task for them, treating it as an assessment for the two novices. Moreover, as long as they remained in the city, Zhang Yang could swiftly respond to any troubles that arose, ensuring the two did not fall into peril. Huh? You mean Wang Suxin and Lu Yangkai? Wen Qi looked incredulously at the two. Although they had recently reached the Qi refinement stage, did they possess any combat capability? What if they encountered real danger? Rest assured, esteemed steward, these two disciples, though young, possess considerable strength, Zhang Yang replied calmly. Of course, if you find them lacking, consider my words unspoken. Upon hearing this, Wen Qi could only let out a resigned sigh. Very well, I am merely concerned for their safety. There is no need for you to worry, esteemed steward. Since they are my disciples, I will ensure they are thoroughly prepared, Zhang Yang reassured her. This statement eased Wen Qi's concerns somewhat. In her mind, Zhang Yang was at least a practitioner at the 5th level of Qi refinement, the highest in the city aside from herself. Having Zhang Yang's aid was preferable to facing the challenges alone. However, had Wen Qi known that Zhang Yang had actually surpassed the foundation establishment stage, her jaw would have dropped in astonishment. Due to the concealment of the 5 elements reversal technique, Wen Qi could not discern Zhang Yang's true cultivation level, leading her to mistakenly assume he was at the 5th or possibly 6th level of Qi refinement. After all, as a wandering cultivator without a sect, how much stronger could he be? Seeing Wen Qi nod, Zhang Yang displayed a satisfied smile. Detected Wen Qi's gratitude towards you. Investment successful. Reward received. 100 Healing Jade Elixir X10. Chapter 63. Retribution. Another murder case arises. Everyone, please exert yourselves a little. Let us conduct daily patrols throughout the city. On this day, Wen Qi stood before the assembled cultivators and began to assign tasks. Lu Yangkai and Wang Suxin were among them, along with 3 others who were esteemed cultivators from the 3 prominent families of Yanhai City. Lu Yangkai and Wang Suxin, you shall temporarily take charge of the Eastern District. Wen Qi instructed, as the cultivators from the 3 families appeared somewhat reluctant to venture into that area. Thus, she had no choice but to assign the 2 of them there. They expressed no objections, as they had resided in that vicinity for quite some time and were familiar with the terrain, making their patrolling duties more convenient. Here are short-distance communication talismans. Each of you take one. Should any issues arise, activate the talisman, and I will rush to your aid immediately. Wen Qi further instructed as she distributed the talismans. Once the assignments were completed, the group dispersed. However, the cultivators from the 3 families did not part ways immediately. Instead, once Wen Qi, Lu Yangkai, and Wang Suxin had left, they exchanged glances filled with intrigue. Have 2 more cultivators emerged from the Wannanen? What on earth is happening? I am baffled. These 2 seem to have been mere attendants at the inn. It is said they were beggars until recently when the innkeeper took them in. I never expected them to possess spiritual roots. Upon hearing this, the other 2 were equally astonished. The innkeeper of Wannan had an extraordinary eye for talent, having identified 2 children with potential amidst the throngs of the city. To attribute this solely to luck was something the 3 would never accept. Thus, it could only imply that Zhang Yang the Innkeeper was indeed a person of remarkable ability. Alas, Yinhai City is no longer the domain of our three families. Henceforth, we must tread carefully around the people of Wan and In. A sense of helplessness washed over the three. With only Zhang Yang as the sole cultivator of the inn, they had already felt immense pressure. Now, with the addition of two young cultivators, they realized their families could no longer compete. Stop! Hand over your belongings. In a narrow alley in the eastern part of Yinhai City, several youths chased after a child. The fleeing child clutched a half-eaten bun. You can't escape. If we catch you, you'll regret it. As the chase continued, the child finally exhausted his strength, cornered in a dead end. Still trying to run? What a waste of my energy. Let me teach you a lesson. The leader of the ruffians rolled up his sleeves, preparing to strike the boy clutching the bun. However, before his fist could descend, a small hand intercepted it. The group turned in surprise to see a little girl standing before them. It's you? One of the shorter ruffians exclaimed, having recognized the girl's face, as he still bore the marks of her bite. Who are you? How dare you meddle in my affairs? The leader of the ruffians, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and shouted at the girl, ready to throw a punch again. No, please don't hit me. I realize my mistakes. Moments later, Wang Suxin led the boy, still holding the bun, out of the alley. Go home now, she instructed. The boy nodded obediently, casting a lingering glance at Wang Suxin before turning to leave. Once the child had departed, Wang Suxin cast a cold gaze towards the ruffians sprawled on the ground. To her surprise, in the course of her patrol, she had encountered some of those who had once bullied her. Now, with her newfound strength, she intended to reclaim her dignity. After delivering a beating to them, she surmised they would likely struggle to walk normally for at least a month. However, after completing the patrol, she found no trace of the corpse puppets. She wondered if Lu Shixiang had made any discoveries. Wang Suxin surveyed her surroundings, and seeing that their patrolling was nearly complete, she began her return. No abnormalities were reported. When she reconvened with Lu Liangkai, he too had seen nothing out of the ordinary. In the following days, they continued their patrols in the Eastern District, but unfortunately, they uncovered no signs of unusual activity. Perhaps their vigilance had resulted in a temporary lull, as there had been no reports of individuals being drained to the point of becoming desiccated corpses. Despite several days of tranquility, when she remained uneasy, she could not ascertain whether the demonic cultivator had truly departed or was merely lying in wait. Let us persist in our patrols and report any issues promptly. Though when she was reluctant to relax her vigilance, some had already begun to lower their defenses. The cultivators from the three families collectively believed that the steward was overreacting, dismissing the deaths of a few commoners as inconsequential. As long as their own interests were unaffected, what did it matter if a few lives were lost? This sentiment was not held solely by the three cultivators. Most of their family members shared the same perspective. It's not our concern. Let it be. In these recent days, they continued to pursue their leisure activities, entirely indifferent to the tragedies occurring around them, with great masters and esteemed cultivators guarding their homes. What kind of monsters could dare trouble them? However, that afternoon, a dire piece of news arrived. A whole family had been drained to the point of becoming mere husks. This family was not composed of ordinary citizens. They were collateral relatives of the Ruan family, residing less than a kilometer from the main household. This revelation sent the Ruan family into a state of panic. Steward, what on earth is happening? The Ruan family cultivator anxiously inquired of Wenqi, who had rushed to the scene. It is likely that the demonic cultivator had been hiding in this household, siphoning the family's essence over the past few days. Wenqi concluded. Upon hearing this, the Ruan family cultivator and the family head turned ashen. The demonic cultivator had been ensconced within their very walls, and they had detected not a hint of its presence. This was utterly terrifying. Lu Liangkai and Wang Suxin, who had accompanied Wenqi, were witnessing the remains of those drained by the demonic cultivator for the first time. The sight was unsettling, yet they steeled themselves against their discomfort. Nonetheless, it served as a grim reminder that one must never underestimate the threat posed by demonic cultivators. Otherwise, they could share the fate of the unfortunate family before them. The methods of these fiends were indeed devious. Steward, what shall we do? Although the Ruan family cultivator possessed the strength of the third level of qi refinement, he lacked combat experience and was now in a state of confusion. We must rely on the steward now. Let us inquire if anyone has visited this household in the past few days, when she suggested after a moment as contemplation. Upon hearing this, the Ruan family head promptly issued orders. Quickly, find out who has been here recently. After a brief interval, a steward from the Ruan family returned with a list of names. Reporting to the master, here are the names of those who have visited in recent days. The Ruan family head took the list and immediately began to scrutinize it. Pinker was here too? Upon seeing the name Ruan Yuping, his expression transformed into one of disbelief. Chapter 64. The thoughts of Ruan Yuping, what is happening? When she inquired immediately. In nothing. The head of the Ruan family did not elaborate, but handed over the list in his hand. When she took the list, glanced at it briefly, and instructed the head of the Ruan family to summon these individuals for questioning. In her view, these individuals might have had contact with the demonic cultivators. Even if they had not directly interacted, they could have sensed something unusual. Therefore, she believed they would surely provide some valuable insights. The list predominantly included members of the Ruan family or their servants, so they quickly gathered most of them. Reporting to the master, young Master Yuping left early this morning and has yet to return. At that moment, a steward came to report. What is the situation? Does Ping have matters to attend to today? The Ruan family celestial master also inquired. It seemed that Ping had just happened to visit this place and was likely unaware of the demonic cultivator's affairs. Perhaps the steward should begin questioning these individuals first. Upon hearing this, Wen Qi's brow furrowed slightly. This matter is of great significance. Surely, you do not wish for the Ruan family to experience such incidents again. It is best to gather everyone first. Upon her words, the head of the Ruan family ceased to speak and promptly sent someone to find Ruan Yuping. Wang Suxin had remained silent throughout. Before long, a well-groomed young man approached from outside. Father, what has happened? Ping, come here quickly. Let the steward examine you. The head of the Ruan family beckoned his son forward to stand before Wen Qi. Wen Qi's consciousness stirred as she began to assess Ruan Yuping's condition. Well, it appears there are no issues. Wen Qi utilized the aura of the previous corpse puppets to probe those present. If any of them bore a similar aura, they would undoubtedly be connected to the demonic cultivators. However, after a thorough examination, she found no anomalies. This situation could suggest two possibilities. Either these individuals had not encountered the demonic cultivators, or the cultivators possessed some skill to evade her detection. Let's interrogate them one by one and ascertain if they have noticed anything unusual in recent days. In response, several officers stepped forward to question the suspects. With no fruitful results, Wen Qi felt somewhat exasperated. At that moment, she turned around and noticed Lu Liangkai and Wang Suxin gazing towards Ruan Yuping. Their expressions seemed complex. Did these two have some grievances with the Ruan family? Wen Qi was puzzled, yet she paid it little mind. Ruan Yuping appeared to have sensed their gazes and proactively approached to greet them. It is young Master Lu. I apologize for my earlier oversight. I did not realize you two are a celestial master. I extend my sincerest apologies. After addressing Lu Liangkai, he turned to Wang Suxin. You must be Miss Wang Suxin, right? I have long admired your name. Who would have thought that both of you have become celestial masters at such a young age? How envious. Should you both have no other engagements, might I treat you to a lavish meal? Ruan Yuping chattered on, seemingly oblivious to the unease of Lu Liangkai and Wang Suxin. Had they not known the true nature of the person before them, they might have been swayed by his enthusiasm. It appeared Ruan Yuping had completely forgotten their prior encounters. After all, Wang Suxin was merely one of the many maids in the Ruan household. Why would a young master bother to remember the name and appearance of a maid? Since learning of Ruan Yuping's previous treatment of his junior sister, Lu Liangkai had lost all interest in the young man before him. He knew that once his sister matured, she would surely seek vengeance upon Ruan Yuping. Thus, he felt no need to engage in further conversation with someone whose fate was all but sealed. No need. Ruan Yuping was not surprised by the rejection. Just then, it was Ruan Yuping's turn to be questioned. After the inquiries were mostly concluded, Wen Qi prepared to leave the Ruan residence with the results in hand. Naturally, Lu Liangkai and Wang Suxin accompanied her. Ping, what brings you here these past few days? The head of the Ruan family finally had time to inquire about his son. Father, did I not just mention? Someone owes me money, and I came to collect. Upon hearing this, the head of the Ruan family sighed in relief. Very well, we shall discuss debts later. Recently, there have been disturbances in the city. It will be best for you to stay indoors. Ruan Yuping nodded obediently, I understand. After appeasing his father, Ruan Yuping's gaze turned towards the retreating figures of Lu Liangkai and Wang Suxin, and a thought arose in his mind. The master has said that absorbing the essence blood of cultivators can expedite his progress. These two appear to possess some cultivation. If I could bring them before my master, he would surely impart the complete Qinyang Ju to me, and perhaps my strength could reach new heights. With such thoughts, greed glimmered in Ruan Yuping's eyes, and he unconsciously licked his lips. Not long after, Lu Liangkai and Wang Suxin had parted ways with Wenqi and were heading towards the Wanan Tavern alone. As they walked, Lu Liangkai pondered and then asked, "By the way, how powerful is this demonic cultivator? It has been days, yet we have found not a trace of him." Wang Suxin shook her head. "I do not know, but I believe it is highly likely that we are not his match. At most, we could deal with the corpse puppets. If we truly encounter the demonic cultivator, we must summon the steward for assistance." That may not be the case. Lu Liangkai smiled slightly. "Do we not have the talismans bestowed by our master?" He said, "As long as the opponent's strength is below foundation establishment, they cannot harm us. With talismans for protection, I am genuinely eager to witness the demonic cultivator's techniques." While he spoke, Wang Suxin clearly did not share Lu Liangkai's combative spirit. She felt his approach was somewhat reckless. "Do not worry. Did not our master also say we should observe the techniques of other cultivators during this trip? If it comes to it, he will personally protect us? It is a rare opportunity to encounter a demonic cultivator. We must witness the methods of such individuals." Upon hearing this, Wang Suxin fell silent. Her senior brother's reasoning held merit. Gaining knowledge of various techniques would undoubtedly aid them in future battles. With their master's protection, indeed seemed like a valuable opportunity for learning. However, all of this depended on finding the demonic cultivator first. They had yet to catch even a glimpse of him. Alas, if only someone could guide us to find that demonic cultivator. Lu Liangkai understood the difficulty of tracking the demonic cultivator and couldn't help but start to fantasize. Chapter 65, A Scheme? On this particular day, Lu Liangkai, while conducting his routine inspection in the Eastern District, unexpectedly encountered the elegantly dressed Ruan Yuping. The latter even took the initiative to greet him, which left Lu Liangkai puzzled. Logically, a young master like Ruan Yuping should disdain such impoverished areas and would never personally set foot here. Yet, his presence was undeniably peculiar. Lu Liangkai merely nodded in response, opting for silence. His primary focus was on the inspection, leaving little room for pleasantries with someone of Ruan's stature. However, Ruan Yuping seemed determined to engage in conversation, saying, "Master Lu, you must be here for an inspection. Coincidentally, I have recently taken a master who resides nearby, and I was just about to visit him. Would you care to join me?" Upon glancing in the direction Ruan pointed, Lu Liangkai noted it aligned with his intended route. So he chose not to object and began walking ahead. As they proceeded, Lu Liangkai remained vigilant, scrutinizing his surroundings for any anomalies. Meanwhile, Ruan Yuping frequently initiated topics of conversation, which Lu Liangkai either ignored or responded to without discomfort. Unbeknownst to Lu, a glimmer of excitement gradually ignited in Ruan Yuping's eyes. Just a little further, Ruan thought to himself, once this fool steps into that area, my master will be able to directly seize his essence. The anticipation of acquiring a more powerful technique after achieving success filled Ruan with eagerness. Meanwhile, at the Ruan family estate, the head of the Ruan clan expressed his frustration. "What in the world is happening? Our family has lost 2 Grandmaster warriors in quick succession, while the other 2 families remain unscathed. Could it be that the dark cultivator has set his sights on the Ruan family?" Seated beside him, the clan's master also wore a frown. "If this continues, our family's strength will undoubtedly wane. At that point, we may not even hold a candle to the Ji and Zhu families, let alone the Wanan Inn. What does the steward have to say? Have any leads on that dark cultivator surfaced?" The clan head inquired. The master shook his head. "Not yet. However, The steward has indicated that the dark cultivator's ability to operate undetected within the city suggests he has someone gathering intelligence for him. It is suspected that he employs some secretive means to manipulate certain individuals in the city, keeping a constant watch on our movements, which explains our repeated failures. The clan head paused, taken aback. An insider? If this is the case, our family is most likely the one harboring a traitor. This would certainly explain why we have been frequently targeted by the Dark Cultivator. As the leader of the clan, he was quick to deduce the implications. Investigate immediately. Look for anyone whose recent behavior deviates significantly from a norm. With a decisive command, he dispatched his subordinates to carry out the task. Not long after, a graceful figure entered the Ruan estate, prompting all present to rise in respect. The newcomer was none other than Wenqi, the city's resident steward. After surveying the room, her gaze landed on the clan head, and she spoke with a chilling tone. "Where is Ruan Yuping?" The assembly was collectively perplexed. Why is the steward seeking the young master? The clan's master was the first to voice his confusion. "Have you discovered something unusual?" Wenqi, with a serious expression, clarified. "I suspect Ruan Yuping has fallen under the control of that dark cultivator." Her words sent shockwaves through the assembly, especially the clan head, whose face turned pale. "A traitor. Is it my son?" Despite his shock, he immediately ordered someone to find Ruan Yuping. A moment later, the messenger returned with a report. "Master, the young master has not been at home since early this morning. The servants have searched extensively, but have yet to locate him." Upon hearing this, the clan head sensed something amiss. His son had never been one to rise so early. He usually preferred to sleep until noon. However, in recent days, "Quickly, go look for him." Wenqi, having caught a glimpse of the dark cultivator's trail, barked orders. The entire Ruan family mobilized, joined by the city guards, transforming the city into a flurry of activity. "Master Lu," Ruan Yuping said respectfully before a somewhat luxurious residence, "my master's abode is just within. Would you care to inspect it?" Lu Liangkai looked up, scrutinizing the estate with hesitation. Ideally, a thorough inspection of every household would yield better results in uncovering the dark cultivator's hideout, yet the sheer volume of houses in the city rendered that impractical. Thus, his inspections typically involved a cursory glance from the outside, delving deeper only upon spotting something unusual. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not entertain Ruan Yuping's invitation. However, something about the young master struck him as peculiar. The Ruan family was affluent and influential. Why would Ruan Yuping seek his master in this impoverished district? Furthermore, the timing of his appearance on Lu's patrol route felt oddly orchestrated, as if he had been waiting for Lu to arrive. Of course, these suspicions could merely stem from Lu's heightened anxiety, as it was his first assignment. Nevertheless, after careful consideration, he decided to accompany Ruan Yuping inside for a brief look. Very well. Ruan Yuping was taken aback by Lu Liangcai's agreement, but his surprise quickly transformed into excitement. "I've got him hooked. The master's reward is within reach," he thought jubilantly. Upon entering Ruan Yuping's master's residence, Lu Liangcai surveyed the surroundings but found nothing suspicious. Everything appeared normal, albeit somewhat desolate. "Master Lu, why not take a closer look inside?" Ruan Yuping continued to coax. "No, I shall merely glance and then depart." Lu Liangcai declined. Had he been overly tense? After confirming the absence of anything unusual, he planned to leave. However, at that moment, a chilling voice suddenly echoed. "Hey, you've come, yet you think to escape? Be a good boy, and let me drain your essence." The voice cut through the air like a cold wind on a dark road, sending shivers down the spine of all who heard it. "Who goes there?" Lu Liangcai immediately assumed a defensive posture, scanning the area until he locked eyes on a shadowy figure clad in black. First layer chi refining. Not bad. Not bad. A fine morsel indeed. Just what I need to replenish myself. The figure's mouth stretched wide, eyes gleaming with greed as they fixated on Lu Liangcai. Lu Liangcai's pupils dilated. At that moment, he recognized that this was the dark cultivator they had been desperately seeking. To his astonishment, the individual was indeed colluding with Ruan Yuping. He realized that his instincts had not failed him. Looking back at Ruan Yuping, he noted the young man's demeanor had shifted. There was no longer any pretense in his gaze, only mockery. "Ha ha ha! At last, I have accomplished something in front of my master, who needs spiritual roots. As long as I serve my master faithfully, I too can ascend to the status of a master. Yet, what neither the Dark Cultivator nor Ruan Yuping perceived was that, in this perilous situation, Lu Liangkai remained remarkably composed. Chapter 66. The list Lu Liangkai assumed a defensive stance against the demonic cultivator. The latter, upon seeing this, scoffed disdainfully, "You overestimate yourself." With that, the demonic cultivator lunged forward, his hand morphing into a claw, surrounded by swirling black energy, aimed directly at Lu Liangkai. A mere first-layer Qi refinement cultivator was hardly worth his full effort. Lu Liangkai's expression grew grave as he swiftly drew his sword to parry the attack. The collision sent him hurtling backward. Despite his prompt reaction, the disparity in power was insurmountable. Still wielding a spirit weapon? Quite impressive, I must say. It's worth a fair amount of spirit stones, the demonic cultivator observed with growing excitement, noting Lu Liangkai's long sword. He had initially believed that a single strike would suffice to eliminate this insignificant Qi refinement novice, but the opponent's technique was surprisingly adept, augmented by the presence of a spirit weapon. Nevertheless, Lu Liangkai had sustained injuries from the encounter. The gap in strength was indeed too vast. He recognized the harsh reality. He could not afford to be overconfident. "You shall become a mere puppet once I drain your blood. You will undoubtedly surpass that useless Ruan Yuping," the demonic cultivator taunted, launching another assault on Lu Liangkai, this time without holding back. He aimed to conclude the battle swiftly to avoid attracting unwanted attention from other cultivators. However, Lu Liangkai met the attack with unwavering resolve. In the next instant, as the demonic cultivator advanced, a talisman shot forth from Lu Liangkai's waist, instantly positioning itself between him and the foe. Clang! The impact resonated with a powerful recoil. What? The demonic cultivator was taken aback, retreating hastily. A talisman? His gaze fixated on the suddenly manifested talisman, confusion flickering in his eyes. Impossible! How can you possess such a formidable defensive talisman? He discerned that the talisman's strength surpassed his own cultivation level. How could this be? Though talismans are less precious than elixirs, they are easily acquired, especially in such a remote locale. How could a mere first-layer Qi refinement cultivator possess such a treasure? Could it be bestowed upon him by the city steward? Cursing under his breath, the demonic cultivator began to retreat, ultimately fleeing without a backward glance. How decisive! Lu Liangkai was equally astonished by the suddenness of the retreat. Devoid of any hesitation, Ruan Yuping, too, was left bewildered. What just happened? Isn't Lu Liangkai merely a first-layer Qi refinement cultivator? Why didn't the master eliminate him outright? He failed to kill this fellow with a single blow, and now he seems to have fled? Turning slowly, Ruan Yuping cast a glance at Lu Liangkai, who mirrored his gaze. Gulped just as Ruan Yuping contemplated escape. A cold glint obstructed his path. Though Lu Liangkai intended to intervene, the assailant was not him. Following the trajectory of the sword at her neck, Ruan Yuping turned to see a young girl's face, Wang Suxin. Lu Liangkai had already alerted others via a communication talisman, and Wang Suxin, being the closest, was the first to arrive. Shortly thereafter, Wen Qi arrived with other cultivators. "Where is he?" Wen Qi scanned the vicinity, noting the absence of the demonic cultivator apart from a headless corpse. Yet, the lingering demonic aura was palpable. "He has fled," Lu Liangkai replied nonchalantly. After a thorough search, Wen Qi confirmed the absence of any others and then turned to the two, inquiring, "Did you see what he looked like?" Lu Liangkai nodded. Wen Qi's gaze fell upon the solitary headless corpse. "Who is this?" "Ruan Yuping." Wang Suxin stepped forward to answer. Upon hearing this, the Ruan family's cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the lifeless body. Their young master had met his end? He was a promising heir groomed to become the Ruan family patriarch. The Ruan family cultivator glared at Wang Suxin, incredulous. "Did you kill him?" "Indeed." Wang Suxin did not shy away. Lu Liangkai interjected. Ruan Yuping conspired with the demonic cultivator to lure others into being drained of their essence. "I nearly fell victim to his scheme." Despite this, The Ruan family cultivator remained skeptical, his eyes still burning with anger towards Lu Yangkai and Wang Suxin. Even if a member of my family errs, it is not for outsiders to execute judgment. Sensing the rising tension, Wen Qi promptly intervened. Enough. Since he has been ensnared by the demonic cultivator, his fate was sealed. This action is justified. At this, the Ruan family cultivator subdued his fury, but still huffed in discontent towards Lu Yangkai and Wang Suxin. Are you both unharmed? When she assessed the two closely. We're fine. The demonic cultivator seemed rather timid and fled upon seeing my communication talisman, Lu Yangkai explained. Wen Qi nodded, though her expression reflected skepticism. It was evident she found it hard to believe that the demonic cultivator had escaped so easily. The opponent's cultivation level was undoubtedly superior to Lu Yangcai's, possessing the power to dispatch him, yet refraining from doing so. This implied that Lu Yangkai must have possessed some means of survival, which deterred the demonic cultivator from striking decisively. Could it have been a protective measure left by Zhang Yang? Wen Qi speculated. Indeed, the proprietor of the Wan'an Inn appeared to be quite extraordinary. Following Wen Qi's request, everyone conducted another search of the area, yet found nothing. The demonic cultivator had successfully evaded capture. After this incident, locating him again would likely prove even more challenging. However, it was beyond their control. The methods of demonic cultivators were notoriously elusive. This was Wen Qi's first encounter with such a practitioner, leaving her without any specific countermeasures. For the next few days, they would need to intensify their patrols. In a secluded part of Yinhai City that night, a plump figure clad in black emerged from a building. This was the demonic cultivator who had fled earlier that afternoon. Damn it, this remote little town is fraught with surprises. I thought I could absorb more essence and bolster my strength before the impending conflict. And that Ruan Yuping, what a useless fool. He lured others without even ascertaining their true strength, rendering my efforts fruitless. The demonic cultivator cursed under his breath. I must find another subordinate. With Ruan Yuping gone, he is surely doomed, so I need to recruit someone else to assist me. This time, he resolved to find multiple candidates. Drawing out the previous list, he noted that it contained fewer than 20 names, including Ruan Yuping. Excluding those who had perished while cultivating the canyon arts, the viable options were limited. Now that Ruan Yuping was no longer available, only Peng Yinlin, Gao Cheng, and Zhang Yang remained. He wondered how many were still alive. He would need to visit each one, which was quite the hassle. The demonic cultivator sighed in dismay. Chapter 67. An unexpected visitor in the evening. Zhang Yang was in the inn, instructing his two disciples on their cultivation while inquiring about the situation concerning the demonic cultivators in the city. Have there been any findings? Not much. The demonic cultivator is extremely timid. Ever since his escape last time, he has been rather quiet, and we have no leads, one disciple replied. Zhang Yang nodded in response. He held no particular interest in the demonic cultivators. As long as they did not disturb his training, he was content. His inquiry had merely been casual, and since this was the first encounter for his disciples with matters concerning cultivators, he had no intention of intervening excessively. He believed they should make their own decisions. Shortly after the two disciples departed, the inn fell into silence once again. Zhang Yang returned to his room, intending to resume his cultivation when he suddenly sensed an unusual presence. He glanced out the window, where a male voice murmured, "This should be Zhang Yang's place." Moments later, a figure leaped into the inn. As the figure entered, he intended to survey his surroundings, but was taken aback to find someone on the bed staring back at him. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily rendered speechless. The demonic cultivator had not anticipated being spotted, having taken such precautions. He had felt no presence moments prior. Perhaps he had let his guard down. Nevertheless, he concluded that this person could not be allowed to remain. Yet, it presented an opportunity to capture this individual and inquire about Zhang Yang's whereabouts. With that thought, he swiftly moved forward, intending to seize the person on the bed. However, just as he approached, the figure vanished into thin air. Alarm surged within him. He had underestimated this individual, who evidently possessed cultivation skills. In the next instant, he felt a tremendous pressure from behind. As he attempted to evade, a powerful hand clutched his throat. In that moment, He realized any movement would lead to his demise. Senior, please spare my life. I meant no offense. I merely seek someone, and interrupting your cultivation was entirely unintentional. I implore you to let me go, he pleaded, the words spilling forth as an instinctual reaction. Panic surged within the demonic cultivator. How could he encounter a cultivator stronger than himself in such a place? Since arriving in Yanhai City, he had only encountered a city steward at the late stage of chi refinement and another junior with formidable defensive talismans. Now, he faced an elder whose cultivation level he could not discern. He estimated this elder was at least at the peak of chi refinement, if not at the foundation establishment stage. What a predicament! He had chosen this remote town precisely to avoid stronger cultivators. Yet here he was, encountering so many powerful beings in just a few days. Did they not venture into the outside world? As the demonic cultivator wrestled with his thoughts, Zhang Yang's cold voice interrupted. Looking for someone? Who? Hearing that the elder was willing to engage in conversation brought a glimmer of hope to the demonic cultivator. At least he still had a chance to survive. He dared not conceal anything, promptly stating, I am here to seek a man named Zhang Yang, the Innkeeper. He is a close friend of mine, and I intended to visit him. He refrained from revealing his identity as a demonic cultivator, knowing that such a revelation would likely lead to his immediate end. Zhang Yang? The elder's tone was laced with curiosity. The demonic cultivator sensed that perhaps this elder knew Zhang Yang. After a brief pause, the elder continued, How could I not know that Zhang Yang has such a friend? Well, I have known Zhang for quite some time, so it is no surprise that you have not heard him mention me. I happened to pass by and thought of my old friend, which is why I came by at this hour. If I have disturbed you, I shall take my leave. His intention was clear. He hoped to convince the elder to release him. However, it was evident that leaving was not going to be so simple. The elder responded, I am indifferent. Why not accompany me to meet this Zhang Yang? His tone was tinged with jest. The demonic cultivator felt a wave of trepidation. Why was this elder not following the expected protocol? Are you not going to sleep at this hour? Shouldn't you be cultivating? After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly admitted, To be honest, it has been so long that I do not recall what Zhang looks like. I only know he is the innkeeper. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang, who was still holding the demonic cultivator, couldn't help but smile slightly. He had begun to piece together the identity of the individual before him and felt no urgency in the situation. That is of no concern. I know what he looks like. What? The demonic cultivator was taken aback by the elder's insistence. He pressed on. Do you know where he is? Did you not just see him? Zhang Yang shifted the demonic cultivator to reveal his full form. At that moment, the demonic cultivator finally beheld Zhang Yang's visage. When he had first burst into the room, he had acted hastily without observing carefully. Now, his initial impression was one of disbelief. The elder appeared remarkably youthful. However, he quickly regained his composure. What had the elder just said? That he had just seen Zhang Yang? Surely, this elder was jesting. The Zhang he sought was merely an ordinary person, perhaps someone who had only practiced the remnants of the Zhang technique, unlikely to exceed the first layer of chi refinement. What cultivation level was this elder? He couldn't even discern the elder's true strength. How could he possibly be the Zhang Yang he sought? Time passed, and Zhang Yang's expression remained unchanged, indicating he was not jesting. The demonic cultivator's smile gradually faded, replaced by disbelief. No, it cannot be. How could it be? His mind raced, and soon he concocted a method to verify the elder's identity. If this individual was indeed Zhang Yang, he would most likely have practiced the Zhang technique, and there must be a residual mark within him. By channeling his energy, he could confirm it. The residual mark, once formed, was not easily removed, and without actively probing into another's body, it was exceedingly difficult to detect. This was precisely why the mark was so favored within their sect. It was a technique that allowed one to control others without a sound. With this thought, the demonic cultivator silently began to invoke the incantation to activate the residual mark. Unfortunately, the elder showed no sign of response. Indeed, this elder was merely jesting, and he had foolishly entertained the notion. However, in the next moment, Zhang Yang's words caused the expression of the demon cultivator to become utterly rigid. Just now. Were you activating the sunsetting seal? Gulped. The demon cultivator widened his eyes in disbelief. How could this senior discern that he had just been activating the sunsetting seal? Could it be that this senior was, in fact, also a practitioner of the demon sect? Chapter 68. The complete sunset seal predecessor. Do you know of the sunset seal? Could it be that you're also a practitioner of the demonic path? The demonic cultivator inquired cautiously. However, Zhang Yang merely cast his gaze upon him, offering no response. Seemingly lost in contemplation. Observing this, the demonic cultivator felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that the esteemed elder before him intended to silence him permanently? Instinctively, he retreated a couple of steps, heightening his vigilance. Yet after a brief moment, the elder did not act as he had anticipated, but instead spoke. Surely you possess the complete techniques of the sunset seal? The demonic cultivator was momentarily taken aback by this inquiry. What could this mean? Why had the elder suddenly posed such a question? Nevertheless, he quickly responded, Indeed, I have practiced this technique. Show it to me, Zhang Yang commanded, extending his hand. This. The demonic cultivator found himself in a predicament. What you may not know is that the techniques of the sunset seal are a closely guarded secret of our Twilight Phantom sect. If you're not a member, I cannot impart this knowledge, lest I face severe punishment upon my return. However, before he could finish, he was met with Zhang Yang's icy gaze. Either you comply, or you shall perish. At that moment, Zhang Yang felt a twinge of regret. If he had possessed a soul-searching technique, he would not have been compelled to engage in this conversation. His desire for the sunset seal stemmed from its ability to silently control others. It must be acknowledged that while the methods of the demonic sect may occasionally be ruthless, their various techniques were remarkably practical. Control techniques like the sunset seal and interrogation methods, such as soul-searching, were highly specialized skills, particularly suited for specific scenarios. The demonic cultivator shivered at Zhang Yang's words. Ultimately, faced with the choice between his life and sect rules, he chose to preserve his existence. The sunset seal must be used in conjunction with the technique's sunset formula. Unfortunately, I do not have the formula on hand. It resides solely in my mind, so I need to transcribe it here. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang wasted no time. He retrieved writing materials from the room and placed them before the demonic cultivator. About 15 minutes later, the demonic cultivator completed the transcription. Elder, here is the complete technique of the sunset formula. Please review it. Zhang Yang accepted the scroll and perused it briefly before addressing the cultivator. You haven't tampered with this, have you? Upon hearing the question, the demonic cultivator quickly knelt and replied, I would not dare. Ignoring the response, Zhang Yang's consciousness sank into the system space. Whether there had been any deception would soon be revealed. Would you like to use an enlightenment card on this technique immediately? This was one of the rewards Zhang Yang had previously obtained. While he had automatically mastered the techniques and skills awarded by the system, he needed to actively learn any techniques acquired outside the system. The enlightenment card would expedite his understanding of external techniques. Upon seeing the system prompt, Zhang Yang promptly selected yes. As he flipped through the scroll, knowledge of the sunset formula flooded into his mind. The demonic cultivator stood in stunned silence, witnessing the elder directly attempting to learn the sunset formula. What was this? Though the sunset formula was not an advanced technique, it was not something one could grasp in an instant. Shouldn't the elder have taken it away to study in peace? However, soon he realized his error. Unbeknownst to him, the elder seemed to emanate a familiar aura. Was it demonic energy? The demonic cultivator was astonished. The elder was actually absorbing demonic energy. He could clearly see that the method of channeling was precisely as recorded in the sunset formula. Had he truly learned it so quickly? Was this still a human being? The demonic cultivator was certain he had never encountered someone of such caliber in his life. Even those of much higher cultivation had never exhibited such prowess. The individual before him was undoubtedly a prodigy of extraordinary talent. Fortunately, he had not deliberately miswritten anything. Otherwise, he feared for his life. He had indeed hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to intentionally make a mistake or two, hoping that the elder might go astray in his practice and thereby avenge himself. Ultimately, he refrained from such folly. The reason was simple. The elder had recognized his application of the sunset seal, indicating a significant understanding of it. If he had made an intentional error, he might have been discovered immediately, leaving him with no hope of survival. Unbeknownst to him, fortune favored his cautiousness. Who could have predicted that the elder would grasp the sunset formula so swiftly? Zhang Yang continued his enlightenment, while the demonic cultivator remained kneeling nearby, paralyzed by fear. Even with Zhang Yang's eyes closed, the demonic cultivator dared not move. The elder's audacity in practicing so freely indicated he was not concerned about any underhanded tricks. He might even face lethal traps before he could act. In truth, the demonic cultivator's suspicion was warranted. Zhang Yang had indeed prepared contingencies. Not to mention, he had previously set up 2 formations within the Wanted Inn. Whenever he wished, he could activate the formations to obliterate the individual before him. Time passed, and at last, Zhang Yang fully comprehended the sunset formula. Naturally, he had also mastered the sunset seal. Previously, his understanding of the sunset seal had been derived from an incomplete version of the sunset formula, which was primarily intended for puppet cultivation, hence lacking in depth. The insight he had gained previously paled in comparison to the complete technique he now possessed, which promised significantly enhanced effectiveness. Zhang Yang's gaze fell upon the still kneeling demonic cultivator, who had unwittingly become a subject for his experiment. As the demonic cultivator sensed Zhang Yang's intent, he attempted to resist, but an imposing hand pressed down upon his head, forcing his body back to the ground. In the following moment, he felt a surge of demonic energy violently flood into his being, eliciting a cry of anguish. He recognized this as the means of planting the sunset seal. The more he resisted, the greater his suffering. Conversely, surrendering his resistance would alleviate the pain. Yet, once under control, he would be bound to obey the elder completely. How could he possibly submit without a struggle? No. However, his resistance did little to halt the process of the sunset seal's implantation. It merely slowed its pace. Gradually, as the demonic cultivator's initial struggles subsided, and he came to terms with his reality, he ultimately surrendered his mind. The sunset seal was successfully inscribed within him. The demonic cultivator lay sprawled on the ground, while Zhang Yang observed with satisfaction. It appeared the technique had proven effective. Following his mastery of the sunset formula and the sunset seal, Zhang Yang learned that although the sunset seal was indeed a demonic technique, it did not possess inherently destructive qualities. This technique does not devastate the soul of the opponent as the soul search does. Those subjected to the soul search become mere shells of their former selves, rendered utterly devoid of intellect. In contrast, the practitioner remains fundamentally unchanged, retaining their rationality, albeit with an additional mark within them, which can be summoned by the practitioner at will. Zhang Yang's desire to master such a technique stems primarily from its compatibility with the investment return system. This is particularly advantageous for individuals of remarkable talent who lack loyalty. Zhang Yang can employ this technique to exert control over them, thereby refreshing his returns. Despite possessing resources, Zhang Yang is reluctant to squander them on his adversaries. Hence, the emergence of the sunset seal appears to provide an effective solution to this dilemma. This notion had previously crossed Zhang Yang's mind, yet he had postponed it due to the relatively weak control effect of the sunset seal derived from the fragmented text of the sunset art. Now that a complete version has fortuitously presented itself, he sees no reason to refrain from learning it, regardless of whether the means are of a demonic or righteous nature. As long as the objective is achieved, they are deemed effective methods. Thus, Zhang Yang is open to all possibilities. However, this remains merely a preliminary thought. Only through experimentation can he ascertain its feasibility. Chapter 69. The Twilight Phantom sect enough with the charade. Get up at once, Zhang Yang urged as he kicked the floor beneath the fallen demon cultivator. However, the figure merely convulsed slightly, failing to rise immediately. With no other option, Zhang Yang activated the sun's remnant seal. Instantly, the man on the ground felt as though countless insects were gnawing at his flesh, and no amount of thrashing could alleviate his torment. This was the full effect of the sun's remnant seal, which proved formidable even against cultivators. Master, please spare my life. Upon witnessing the man finally awaken, Zhang Yang ceased the incantation of the sun's remnant seal. The individual on the ground seemed to regain a semblance of life. After a moment, he slowly rose. Speak. What is your name? Where do you hail from? What brings you to Cloud Sea City? Hearing this, the demon cultivator took a deep breath and responded, I am called Xiong Chumo, a practitioner from the Twilight Phantom sect. I have come to Cloud Sea City to seek individuals for the purpose of blood extraction to enhance my cultivation. Having been marked by the sun's remnant seal, Xiong Chumo readily referred to the person before him as Master. He had previously addressed his puppets in the same manner. However, after delivering his answer, he awaited further inquiries from his master, only to find that the gaze directed at him had taken on an odd quality. What did you say your name is? Zhang Yang asked, seemingly incredulous. Xiong, Zhu, Montag. Xiong Chumo was perplexed as to why his superior placed such significance on his name. Was there something amiss? The name Chumo signifies the beginning of all things, while Imo represents the path forward. My father bestowed this name upon me in hopes that I would remain steadfast on my cultivation journey. He explained, if you do not favor this name, I can easily adopt another. I humbly request a new name from you, Master. That is unnecessary, Zhang Yang replied, shaking his head. It is a fine name. It simply evokes a sense of familiarity in me. I often heard it during my childhood. Oh, is that so? Xiong Chumo finally grasped the reason behind Zhang Yang's reaction. It appeared that his name coincided with that of a childhood companion of Zhang Yang. It was likely that this person's parents had also held high hopes for him. Very well, you mentioned you hail from the Twilight Phantom sect? Please enlighten me about your organization, Zhang Yang prompted. Master has not heard of the Twilight Phantom sect before? Xiong Chumo inquired with curiosity. Logically, our sect's reputation is quite extensive, and given your strength, you should have encountered some information regarding us. I have been in seclusion here and rarely venture out, Zhang Yang replied dismissively. Observing this, Xiong Chumo nodded and began. We, the Twilight Phantom sect, are a demonic force within the Southern Star domain, renowned in the nearby cultivation circles. Our disciples are notorious for their malevolence, committing heinous acts without remorse. Even now, any righteous cultivator who hears our sect's name is likely to be struck with fear. I mean to say, the Twilight Phantom sect possesses formidable strength, with a nascent soul ancestor overseeing our affairs. At this, Zhang Yang frowned slightly. Nascent soul? Is that the pinnacle of cultivation one can attain? He had previously heard that the most powerful sect was the Mingyue sect, led by a Golden Core master. It seemed that the Mingyue sect was not even worthy of comparison to this Twilight Phantom sect. How far is the Twilight Phantom sect from Cloud Sea City? Zhang Yang inquired, focusing on his primary concern. Not too far. If one travels south, considering rest breaks, it would take approximately 3 days on foot to enter the Twilight Phantom sect's territory, Xiong Chumo replied. 3 days? With your chi refinement level, you should cover about 100 kilometers in a day, totaling around 300 kilometers in 2 days. The Mingyue sect is less than half a day's journey from Cloud Sea City. The Twilight Phantom sect is naturally much farther, yet it is still relatively close, Zhang Yang mused. This presented a potential threat. He had not anticipated the existence of such a powerful demonic sect so near to his location. The disciples of demonic sects were known for their ruthlessness, and should they seek him out, Zhang Yang feared he would find it challenging to cultivate in peace. Moreover, with Xiong Chumo's presence in Cloud Sea City, it was plausible that another foundation-building demon cultivator might soon follow. Are you the only one from the demonic sect visiting Cloud Sea City? Zhang Yang asked once more. Master, besides myself, there is indeed another individual within the city. However, this person arrived a few days later than I, and we have yet to cross paths, Xiong Chumo replied. Zhang Yang had learned from his disciples about the recent occurrences in the city. Based on the locations where the corpses had been discovered, it seemed unlikely that one person was responsible. This information confirmed his suspicions. There was indeed a second demon cultivator in the city. What is this individual's strength? Zhang Yang continued his inquiries. This person is slightly stronger than I, having reached the 9th level of chi refinement, Xiong Chumo answered truthfully. Is your sole purpose in Cloud Sea City truly just to find individuals for blood extraction and cultivation? Zhang Yang's gaze sharpened as he pressed further. This? Xiong Chumo hesitated, seemingly grappling with an unspeakable truth. He remained silent for a moment, Then, sensing Zhang Yang about to reinitiate the sun's remnant seal, he quickly spoke up. In truth, we have come not only to absorb blood for cultivation, but also to gather intelligence. Gather intelligence? Zhang Yang questioned, puzzled. Xiong Chumo continued. Recently, the higher-ups of the Twilight Phantom sect received word that our disciples have been acting excessively reckless, severely disrupting the order of the Southern Star Domain's cultivation world. Consequently, various righteous sects plan to unite and launch a major purge against the Twilight Phantom sect. Upon hearing this, our sect dispatched disciples to ascertain the truth of the matter and the movements of the righteous sections. This is also a significant purpose of our expedition. Chapter 70. An unexpected encounter. Though the Twilight Ghost sect is not far from Cloud Sea City, it is still a considerable distance away. The arrival of two demonic cultivators in Cloud Sea City to siphon blood for their cultivation is, to say the least, a peculiar occurrence. Zhang Yang had previously pressed Xiong Chumo for any deeper motives, and to his surprise, he unearthed some intriguing information. His mind wandered into contemplation. The age-old conflict between righteous and demonic paths is a well-worn topic, yet Zhang Yang found it neither surprising nor particularly concerning. His primary concern was whether this conflict would have any repercussions on him. Aside from gathering intelligence, do you have any further plans? Zhang Yang inquired, seeking to ascertain the Twilight Ghost sect's next course of action, so he could prepare accordingly. He also felt the need to gain insight into the righteous faction to avoid being caught off guard should they choose to strike. Though remaining in Cloud Sea City for cultivation provided a sense of security, it also meant a lack of awareness regarding external affairs. Had he not fortuitously encountered Xiong Chumo, he might have remained oblivious to the brewing conflict between the righteous and demonic factions for a much longer time, perhaps until it was too late. Zhang Yang resolved to rectify this deficiency in information. Despite his disinterest in the shifting tides of the outside world, he could not afford to wait until danger was upon him to react. After a moment of reflection, Xiong Chumo replied candidly, "As for the next steps, I'm not entirely certain, but I do know it pertains to a sect nearby." "Is it the Mingwest sect?" Zhang Yang Surumi said, realizing that the Mingwest sect was indeed the closest sect in the vicinity. "Yes," Xiong Chumo affirmed. "The Mingwest sect is theoretically a member of the Righteous Sect Alliance, albeit one of the weaker factions. Given its isolation from other sects, it seems the elders of the Twilight Ghost sect have decided to exploit this as a potential breakthrough. As for their specific intentions, I am unaware." Zhang Yang nodded, surprised to have gleaned some secrets. "Is there a specific timeline for a confrontation between the two factions?" he pressed, recognizing the importance of this information for his own preparations. "Unfortunately, I do not know. However, it is unlikely that a large-scale conflict will erupt in the short term, perhaps only minor skirmishes." As expected, Xiong Chumo had no concrete timeline. Zhang Yang decided not to press further. Xiong Chumo glanced nervously at Zhang Yang, aware that the next words would determine his fate. "Go find a room next door to rest. We shall discuss other matters tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Xiong Chumo's body relaxed, and he inwardly sighed with relief, grateful for his temporary reprieve. "Yes," he replied respectfully, bowing as he retreated. Once the door was closed, Zhang Yang cast a glance in the direction Xiong Chumo had left. The young man still held value. Not only would he serve to test the efficacy of the sunsetting seal, but Zhang Yang had also noticed that Xiong Chumo possessed mid-grade spiritual roots, a rather commendable trait. Keeping him around would allow Zhang Yang to gradually experiment with his plans. Time passed swiftly, and soon night gave way to dawn. The following day, Ma Lu and Lu Liangkai pushed open the doors of the Wanted Inn, signaling the start of a new business day. As was his custom, Lu Liangkai brought breakfast for Zhang Yang, who occasionally indulged in this morning ritual. He placed a steamer of dumplings on the small table outside Zhang Yang's door. Just as he was about to descend, he noticed something unusual about the room adjacent to the manager's quarters. The door was tightly shut, and there were signs of recent occupancy, as if someone had moved in. Driven by curiosity, Lu Liangkai cautiously approached and pushed the door open. Inside, a figure on the bed sprang up alertly, eyes fixed on the entrance. For a fleeting moment, both men stared at each other in astonishment. Clang! Clang! In unison, the sound of two swords being drawn echoed in the air. "What are you doing here?" What are you doing here? The swords were pointed at one another, their words spoken in perfect synchrony. Both were taken aback, recalling their brief encounter days prior, when Xiong Chumo had been driven off by Lu Liangkai's second-grade defensive talisman. The audacity of a mere chi-refining cultivator wielding a talisman capable of repelling a foundation establishment practitioner had left Xiong Chumo incredulous. After that encounter, he had speculated that Lu Liangkai might be a disciple of some sect out on training, and, being of a timid disposition, had refrained from taking lives for fear of encountering stronger opponents. Yet, unexpectedly, they now found themselves face to face once more. Lu Liangkai was equally astonished. He was the only one who had directly confronted a demonic cultivator and had seen the latter's visage. In the days following their initial encounter, he had been vigilant, patrolling meticulously, yet he could hardly fathom that he would encounter the very demonic cultivator that haunted his thoughts in his own inn. Neither had anticipated meeting one another in such a setting. Downstairs, Ma Lu and the others heard the sound of swords being drawn and inquired, "What is going on?" "Stay down," Lu Liangkai shouted, attempting to prevent Ma Lu and the others, who lacked cultivation, from ascending the stairs. Upon hearing this, Ma Lu and the others remained still, but Wang Suxin, sensing something was amiss, hurried upstairs to investigate. Upon witnessing the standoff, she was momentarily perplexed. Lu Liangkai quickly explained, "He is the demonic cultivator we have been searching for throughout the city." Wang Suxin's expression shifted to one of shock. Clang! In an instant, she drew her sword, joining the confrontation. Yet, the next moment, she realized something was amiss. If this individual could appear here, how could her master possibly be unaware? Given that the talismans gifted to her senior brother could effortlessly withstand a strike from this demonic cultivator, it stood to reason that her master must be significantly stronger. In an instant, Wang Suxin found herself engulfed in confusion. Creak at that moment, the door to Zhang Yang's room stirred. Zhang Yang, stretching lazily, emerged to find the three locked in a standoff. "What's going on this early in the morning? Are you all putting on a play?" Zhang Yang inquired with a smile, surveying the scene. Chapter 71. Have we engaged again? "Master, he is the demonic cultivator we have been searching for these past few days." Lu Liangkai was the first to voice his grievance upon seeing his master emerge. "Master?" Hearing this address, Xiong Chumo's eyes widened in astonishment. So it was true. Everything suddenly made sense. That talisman was indeed given by the master. After all the twists and turns, he never expected to fall into the hands of the same person. Xiong Chumo felt a wave of despair wash over him. "I understand now. Please put away your sword." In contrast to Lu Liangkai's excitement, Zhang Yang remained remarkably composed. Though Lu Liangkai was momentarily puzzled by his master's words, he obediently sheathed his sword. Wang Suxin followed suit. Observing this, Xiong Chumo also relinquished his weapon. Zhang Yang then picked up a small steamed bun from the entrance and took a bite. The dough is a bit excessive, and the filling is somewhat lacking, but it's still edible. As their master refrained from providing an immediate explanation, Lu Liangkai grew anxious. "Master, what about this person?" Wang Suxin, having formed some suspicions in her mind, also inquired. However, before Zhang Yang could respond, Xiong Chumo stepped forward and declared, "Not long ago, I completely pledged my allegiance to the master." Upon hearing this, Lu Liangkai's face was filled with disbelief. What is happening? Just one night has passed, and this demonic cultivator has been subdued by the master? Though the circumstances were indeed fortuitous, they were true. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the claim. "So, this is the young master. I apologize for any previous offenses." Xiong Chumo, clearly a person of social grace, immediately bowed in apology to Lu Liangkai. For a moment, Lu Liangkai was at a loss for how to respond. Had the matter of the demonic cultivator truly been resolved? Should he inform Sister Wen? After a brief pause, Lu Liangkai smacked his forehead and said, "Well, not exactly," just as Zhang Yang was about to mention that there was another demonic cultivator in the city. A sudden exclamation erupted from downstairs. "Not good. The Ruan family's immortal master has died." At this, everyone turned to look. The speaker was a soldier who had come to deliver the news. Upon entering the inn, he continued, "The steward requests that Immortal Lu and Immortal Wang come to discuss matters." Hearing this, Lu Yangkai and Wang Suxin exchanged glances, then looked toward Zhang Yang. After receiving a nod from him, they hurried downstairs. "It seems your other companion has taken action," Zhang Yang remarked, chewing on his bun, as he turned his gaze towards Xiong Chumo. Xiong Chumo was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. "Do you have a way to contact him?" Zhang Yang Taswali Inquiret. "Indeed, I can easily track him down by following some traces," Xiong Chumo promptly replied, then asked in return, "Does the master wish for me to find him?" However, Zhang Yang merely smiled, providing no answer. Meanwhile, when she was surrounded by the immortal masters from the Ji and Zhu families, as well as the recently arrived Lu Yangkai and Wang Suxin. Before them lay a desiccated corpse, unmistakably that of the Ruan family's immortal master. The head of the Ruan family, having suffered consecutive blows, was now struggling to maintain his composure. His face was ashen, and he appeared dazed, as if unable to believe the grim reality before him. Without the support of the immortal master, the Ruan family would likely follow the path of the Wang family, though not facing immediate annihilation. It was evident that the three great families of Yinhai City would soon dwindle to two. The immortal masters from the Ji and Zhu families also wore grim expressions. The demonic cultivator has begun to target cultivators. Their strength was comparable to that of the deceased individual, and if confronted by the demonic cultivator, they might meet a similar fate. Panic set in among them, dispelling their earlier nonchalant attitudes. "Steward, you must save us. We are certainly no match for the demonic cultivator, and if he targets us, we would have no escape." Their voices trembled with fear. When Chi's gaze remained fixed on the corpse, her brow furrowed. She had not anticipated the demonic cultivator's audacity to strike against cultivators so swiftly. This was a blatant provocation against the Mingyue sect, given their proximity. The strength of this demonic cultivator must exceed the 6th level of Qi refinement, when Qi concluded. Upon hearing this, the Ji and Zhu family masters grew even more fearful. Such strength would likely overwhelm them, even in unison. Only the steward might stand a chance against him, they murmured. "Steward," they implored again, nearly on the verge of kneeling. They had never imagined the situation would escalate to this point. They had thought the demonic cultivator would merely feed on ordinary people's essence and leave. Little did they know that the essence of cultivators was far more potent. "I will report this matter to the sect promptly. Until the sect sends reinforcements, everyone should exercise caution," when she stated, realizing she could not resolve the issue immediately. After all, she had yet to even lay eyes on the demonic cultivator, who evidently excelled in concealment. It was clear that one person was insufficient. They needed to seek additional assistance from those at least in the later stages of Qi refinement. Aside from the sect, it seemed that only Zhang Yang, who was currently at the Wannan Inn, could potentially offer some aid. With this thought, when Qi turned her attention to Lu Yangkai and Wang Suxin, "Your strengths are limited. For your safety, it would be wise to remain close to Daoist Zhang." In response, both Lu Yangkai and Wang Suxin nodded. However, compared to the others, their expressions revealed not much fear, but rather confusion. Just moments ago, had they not encountered the demonic cultivator in their own inn? If the demonic cultivator had remained within their inn, then who was behind this incident? This was the source of their greatest perplexity. Upon returning to the inn and inquiring Zhang Yang about the matter, they finally received clarity. "You have another accomplice?" Lu Yangkai asked Xiong Chumo in astonishment. Strictly speaking, that was a former accomplice. I have now turned over a new leaf." Xiong Chumo consistently emphasized his current loyalty and stance. Lu Yangkai, unfazed by this, pressed for details about the other demonic cultivator. "Do you know his cultivation level? It should be at the 9th level of Qi refinement." Upon hearing this, Lu Yangcai's eyes widened. 9th level of Qi refinement? Goodness, that is significantly higher than Sister Wen's estimation. What can we possibly do against such a formidable demonic cultivator? Zhang Yang took a sip of tea and then turned to his disciple. "Can Wen Qi track down the demonic cultivator's whereabouts?" Wang Suxin shook her head. Sister Wen mentioned that she might need to seek assistance from a sect. This answer did not surprise Zhang Yang. He continued, "Go summon her. Inform her that we have located the demonic cultivator." Upon hearing this, both Lu Yangkai and Wang Suxin exchanged incredulous glances at their master. Xiong Chumo looked equally astonished at his newly recognized master. Is the master truly contemplating selling oneself? Has the recent loyalty been rendered futile? Chapter 72. Discussion, however. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiong Chumo realized he had misjudged the situation. His master intended for him to capture another demonic cultivator lurking within the city. A sigh of relief escaped him. As long as it was not his own demise, he could accept the predicament. Shortly thereafter, Wen Qi swiftly followed Wang Suxin to the door, her first inquiry direct and urgent. Zhang Daoyu, have you located the whereabouts of that demonic cultivator? The opposition between righteous and demonic forces has always been stark, and with a demonic presence wreaking havoc in the city and claiming numerous lives, Wen Qi was understandably anxious. Had she not been unable to track that particular demonic figure herself, she would have rushed to eliminate the threat without hesitation. Now that Zhang Yang claimed to have found the demonic cultivator, she wasted no time in arriving. Indeed, Zhang Yang nodded. But I must inform you in advance that this demonic cultivator is also at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Are you confident in subduing him? Upon hearing this, Wen Qi's eyes widened in shock. The demonic cultivator had reached the 9th level of Qi refinement as well. It seemed she had previously underestimated his strength. Gradually, she composed herself. How do you know this? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. After searching for days without success, she wondered how Zhang Yang could so effortlessly speak of the demonic cultivator's whereabouts and even ascertain his power. Zhang Yang merely smiled enigmatically, choosing not to divulge further. That is of no concern to you. Simply prepare yourself, and I shall disclose the location of the demonic cultivator shortly. With Zhang Yang withholding information, when she had no choice but to reflect on the situation. If the opponent was also at the 9th level of Qi refinement, it indeed posed a considerable challenge for her. She needed to be adequately prepared. To capture the demonic cultivator in one fell swoop, it would be prudent to seek assistance. Currently, there were 2 avenues for gathering help. The first option was to request reinforcements from her sect, waiting for them to arrive before making a move. This was undoubtedly the safest route, but it also had its drawbacks. The demonic cultivator might take more lives in the interim, and his actions could change at any moment. Delaying action until the sect's arrival could lead to missed opportunities. The second method would be to rally the townsfolk for a concerted attack on the demonic figure. This approach could be executed swiftly, almost immediately. Yet, when she was concerned that their combined strength might not suffice to subdue the demonic cultivator in one attempt. Particularly after learning about the combat capabilities of the 3 prominent families' celestial masters, her confidence waned. Furthermore, she was uncertain of Zhang Yang's precise strength. She had only heard of his previous victory over celestial master from the Wang family, but the disparity in their powers made it difficult to gauge his true capabilities. Nevertheless, based on prior indications, she believed Zhang Yang possessed commendable strength. At the very least, he had some depth to him. Thus, should she opt for the second plan, the key would be to persuade Zhang Yang to join her efforts. Wen Qi did not require him to take the lead. She only needed him to intercept the demonic cultivator should he attempt to flee, affording her the time to react. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Qi seemed resolute. Might I request your assistance, Zhang Daoyu, in this endeavor to capture the demonic cultivator? Clearly, she had decided to implement her second strategy. Seeking aid from the sect would take at least a day or 2, and with time being of the essence, she preferred to resolve the matter sooner rather than later. To her surprise, Zhang Yang consented with remarkable swiftness. In truth, when she had mentally prepared herself for a potential rejection, considering Zhang Yang was merely a rogue cultivator and had no obligation to assist in a perilous endeavor. Detected that when Qi has developed gratitude towards you, investment successful. Acquired spirit nourishing pill 1. Zhang Yang's expression remained unchanged upon hearing the notification. His agreement stemmed from a desire to broaden his own understanding. Gaining insight into the methods of demonic cultivators would enhance his preparedness for the impending battle between righteous and demonic forces. Of course, the potential rewards from Wen Qi were an added incentive. Can you now disclose the location of that demonic cultivator, Zhang Daoyu? Wen Qi inquired eagerly. I do not yet know the precise location, but he possesses the means to guide us to the demonic cultivator, Zhang Yang replied. At this, when she turned her gaze toward a somewhat plump man standing not far away. Upon hearing the news of the demonic cultivator's whereabouts, she had been too anxious upon entering the Wannan Inn to scrutinize his appearance closely. Now, under Zhang Yang's introduction, she examined him more attentively. Xiong Chumo immediately flashed a simple, affable smile, appearing utterly harmless, an image that seemed inconsistent with his identity as a demonic cultivator. This is, when she began, perplexed. I am a master's newly acquired servant. I possess some knowledge regarding the habits and techniques of demonic cultivators, Xiong Chumo explained. Servant? When she was taken aback, such terminology seemed rather uncommon, or at the very least, rare in her environment. It was more frequently encountered among prominent families or demonic cultivators, while righteous cultivators seldom spoke of servants. Moreover, Zhang Yang had not been absent from Yunhai City for long. When had he acquired a stranger in his service? Wen Qi's gaze shifted between Zhang Yang and Xiong Chumo, struggling to comprehend the situation. When do you plan to act, esteemed steward? Zhang Yang interjected, breaking Wen Qi's chain of thought. Regaining her focus, Wen Qi began to strategize for the impending operation. Let us proceed tonight. I will inform the celestial masters from the other two families, and we shall convene here at the Wannan Inn. Zhang Yang had no objections. After Wen Qi departed, Lu Yang turned to Xiong Chumo and asked, how confident are you in locating that person's residence? He was still somewhat apprehensive. Confidence? I would say it is tenfold. I have some assurance in this regard, Xiong Chumo declared, patting his chest. At this moment, he needed to demonstrate his value. After all, the individuals nearby held the power over his life and death. He could only endure the temporary discomfort of being a servant. Hearing Xiong Chumo's self-assured response, Lu Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, as thoughts of the forthcoming intense battle flooded his mind, he felt a surge of excitement. Only Wang Suxin, with her cautious nature, found herself contemplating more deeply, appearing less enthusiastic than Lu Yang. Before long, darkness enveloped the sky, and the Wannan Inn had closed for the night. Within the inn, only Zhang Yang, Lu Yang, Wang Suxin, and Xiong Chumo remained. Shortly thereafter, a commotion was heard outside. Indeed, the next moment, three figures pushed through the door. Leading the way was none other than Wen Qi, flanked by the celestial masters from the other two families. However, the expressions of the two celestial masters betrayed a hint of trepidation and reluctance, clearly indicating that they were not here of their own volition. Chapter 73. Wen Qi's doubts, Master Butler. Our abilities are quite limited. Your summons are of no consequence. Perhaps it would be better for us to return. The two celestial masters from the families, after hearing tonight's action plan, immediately began to feel a sense of trepidation. They were already shaken by the morning's harrowing incident involving the Ruans, who had been drained to husks by a demonic cultivator. The prospect of actively seeking trouble with that fiend only deepened their reluctance. Do you not fear that the demonic cultivator might seek you out tonight if you return? When she had long since discerned the nature of the two, attempting to persuade them with lofty ideals would be less effective than instilling a sense of terror. Indeed, upon hearing her words, they fell silent. It seemed that returning home was not safe. Rather, staying together could increase their chances of survival should they encounter the demon. Noticing the silence from the celestial masters, when she respectfully addressed Xiong Chumo, then I must trouble this esteemed friend to lead the way. Not at all. It is my duty, Xiong Chumo humbly replied. Thus, the group exited the Wannan Inn. Before long, Xiong Chumo discovered traces left by another demonic cultivator. This way, he guided them through a series of twists and turns, occasionally pausing to observe their surroundings. Eventually, they halted on a relatively luxurious street. It should be nearby. Upon hearing this, the group immediately became alert. Behind them, the celestial master from the Ji family suddenly turned pale. This location was alarmingly close to his own home. Did this imply that he was the next target of the demon? A wave of dread washed over him at the thought. Thankfully, he had chosen to join them tonight. Otherwise, the consequences. Be cautious. When she cautioned, the group advanced with utmost care. The street was lit only by a few oil lamps, and the darkened surroundings were almost void of sound. They soon arrived at the entrance of a courtyard. As Xiong Chumo abruptly stopped, everyone instinctively looked up. Could it be that the demon resided within this estate? He has set up a warning mechanism, Xiong Chumo discerned after scrutinizing the entrance. The revelation shocked the group. They had failed to notice it entirely, and even when Qi, a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, was taken aback. Despite her recent instability from a failed foundation establishment, she should have perceived something amiss. It was evident that the demon's concealment techniques were exceedingly sophisticated. When she focused intently as she watched Xiong Chumo extend his hand, and within moments, a swirl of demonic energy materialized before them. It formed a circle that entirely encircled the courtyard. Had they not detected this arrangement and charged in recklessly, even their utmost caution would have drawn the attention of the demon, resulting in a loss of initiative and a far more uncontrollable situation. When Qi's gaze shifted to Xiong Chumo, then back to Zhang Yang, who appeared unfazed behind her. From just the recent tracking and probing, she deduced that this corpulent cultivator possessed considerable abilities. How could such a person be in Zhang Yang's company, even referring to himself as a servant? When Qi was perplexed, but now was not the time for contemplation. She turned to Xiong Chumo and whispered, "Do you have a way to resolve this?" Xiong Chumo appeared troubled. While he could indeed resolve the situation, it would involve using demonic energy, thereby exposing his identity as a demonic cultivator. He hesitated, uncertain whether Zhang Yang would permit such a course of action. Moreover, could he trust that these individuals would not turn against him upon revealing his true nature? Especially the woman behind him, whose cultivation seemed to far surpass his own. This was the source of his inner conflict. He glanced back at Zhang Yang, seemingly awaiting a final decision. When Qi too looked to Zhang Yang, she was astonished that this rotund cultivator needed to seek Zhang Yang's counsel for such matters. It appeared that this servant was indeed taking Zhang Yang as his master. "Proceed," Zhang Yang said calmly. With this affirmation, Xiong Chumo felt a surge of confidence. If revealing his identity as a demonic cultivator prompted hostility from those around him, only his master could shield him. Thus, Zhang Yang's approval was paramount. As the group's attention returned to Xiong Chumo, he began to channel the demonic energy within him. The moment he commenced, when Qi immediately sensed something amiss, this was demonic energy. Earlier, she had regarded Xiong Chumo as merely an ordinary righteous cultivator. Now, however, it appeared he might indeed be a demonic cultivator. Her wariness intensified, and her gaze shifted from benevolent to wary. After a moment of careful observation, her suspicions solidified. Yet, despite realizing Xiong Chumo's true identity, she refrained from interrupting his actions. Instead, she turned her attention back to Zhang Yang, curious to see his reaction. When she saw him maintain his composure, she concluded that he must have known of Xiong Chumo's demonic affiliation all along. Why would Zhang Yang associate with a demonic cultivator? And why did Xiong Chumo seem to regard Zhang Yang as his superior? This left Wen Qi in a state of confusion. Had she not already confirmed that Zhang Yang was not a demonic cultivator, she might have suspected him of secretly practicing demonic arts in Yanhai City. While Wen Qi could easily discern Xiong Chumo's identity, the others lacked her perceptiveness. Xiong Chumo's cultivation exceeded that of the celestial masters from several prominent families, and he had also practiced techniques to conceal his true abilities. It was only by virtue of her slightly higher cultivation and his recent use of demonic energy that she was able to see through his disguise. All set. After a brief moment, Xiong Chumo announced. Indeed, a gap had appeared in the circle of demonic energy before him. If they entered through this opening, they would remain undetected by those within. This was a significant achievement for Xiong Chumo, given that the cultivators inside were likely stronger than he. Then, the demon is inside? The celestial masters from the other two families felt a fresh wave of apprehension at the thought of confronting a being capable of effortlessly slaying their one celestial master. Their speech became hesitant. "You two stay outside. I shall enter alone," Wen Qi declared, casting a glance at the two. She sighed inwardly, regretting bringing them along. Had it not been for the lack of personnel, she would never have made such a choice. She could only hope that when the demon attempted to flee, they could at least contribute a little to slowing him down. At this moment, Wen Qi found herself placing greater trust in Zhang Yang, despite his seeming to be anything but an ordinary loose cultivator. Chapter 74. Something hidden? Wen Shi glanced at Zhang Yang, then prepared to enter the courtyard alone. However, Zhang Yang spoke up at that moment. You two should come in and take a look as well. He was referring, of course, to Lu Liangkai and Wang Suxin. Yes, they both agreed immediately, with Lu Liangkai particularly eager to proceed. When she did not anticipate Zhang Yang's arrangement and quickly cautioned, this may not be appropriate. Their cultivation levels are too low. What if something unexpected happens? It's fine. Consider it a training experience, Zhang Yang replied with a slight smile, seemingly unconcerned. Seeing this, when she chose not to press further. In truth, she had been hesitant about entering the courtyard alone, especially after discovering the presence of another demonic cultivator nearby, who appeared to have a significant connection with Zhang Yang. Should anything go awry, even with her protective talisman, her situation could turn dire. Now, with Zhang Yang allowing his two disciples to accompany her, she felt considerably more at ease, no longer worrying that Zhang Yang might be conspiring with the demonic cultivator against her. Lu Liangkai and Wang Suxin stepped forward to follow Wen Shi, and the three entered the courtyard through the newly opened breach. Upon entry, Wen Shi was immediately struck by a wave of chilling energy. She hastily activated her protective aura and reminded the two behind her, "Be careful. The demonic energy inside is far heavier than outside." Upon hearing this, Lu Liangkai and Wang Suxin became vigilant. Outside, Zhang Yang's gaze roamed the courtyard, seemingly searching for something. The formation here is quite decent, though the one who set it up appears to lack expertise. Zhang Yang was observing the demonic energy alarm array that Xiong Chumo had just dismantled. For Zhang Yang, who had studied detailed explanation of basic formations, such matters were exceedingly simple, except for some obscure formations. He could discern the nuances and key weaknesses of first and second-tier formations with just a cursory glance. In fact, he had noticed this warning array before Xiong Chumo did. However, since Xiong Chumo could resolve it, there was no need for him to intervene personally. At this moment, seeing that the city steward had entered the courtyard, Xiong Chumo approached Zhang Yang. "Master, what should we do next?" Zhang Yang glanced at Xiong Chumo, but did not respond immediately. Instead, he inquired, "What is the status of the individuals inside, according to your Twilight Ghost sect?" After a moment of thought, Xiong Chumo replied, "In our sect, this person is merely an outer disciple. One must reach the foundation establishment stage to be considered an inner disciple." Zhang Yang nodded, then revealed a knowing expression and continued, "I noticed your impressive understanding of formations. You managed to dismantle a formation set by a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator with your 7th-level cultivation. It seems you handled it quite adeptly. Given some time, you could likely dismantle it without the individuals inside realizing." Xiong Chumo was momentarily taken aback. "Master, you understand formations as well?" Zhang Yang soudain remarque surprise at Xiong Chumo. The fact that Zhang Yang could see through his previous concealment only added to his astonishment. To be honest, Xiong Chumo's true pride lay not in his cultivation, but in his mastery of formations. Among his peers, he could claim to have no rivals, or at least very few. He had indeed concealed his expertise earlier, as the warning array before them was one of his specialties. The demonic cultivator inside was not particularly skilled in formations, allowing him to decipher it quickly. However, being exposed by Zhang Yang left him feeling flustered. I did not intend to hide it. I merely wished to avoid drawing too much attention," Xiong Chumo continued to explain. Zhang Yang really smiled faintly, remaining silent. This only deepened Xiong Chumo's unease, as he feared Zhang Yang might harbor suspicions about him. Yet, with the Sun Remnant seal implanted by Zhang Yang within him, even if there were doubts, he had no means to escape. His only option was to find ways to please Zhang Yang. "Have you previously studied the second-tier demonic ring formation?" Xiong Chumo attempted to gauge Zhang Yang's current attitude through his response. "No," Zhang Yang replied succinctly, his tone devoid of any particular emotion. Hearing no anger in Zhang Yang's voice, Xiong Chumo seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Following this, he began to flatter. "You must have encountered it before. I never imagined your innate talent was so exceptional. Merely having seen it once, you could effortlessly unravel the mysteries of the formation. It truly leaves me in awe." Zhang Yang only smiled in response, remaining silent. Moments later, A powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from within the courtyard. Are they fighting? The celestial masters from the Ji and Zhu families instinctively took a few steps back from the courtyard, their gazes drawn inside, eager to discern the unfolding situation. Crack! Boom! Soon, the sound of the courtyard collapsing echoed as it was struck down. A figure enveloped in black energy leaped out, seemingly sensing the presence at the main entrance, and swiftly darted in another direction. Following closely behind was another figure, pursuing the one shrouded in black. After a brief moment, Wang Suxin and Lu Liangkai emerged from the courtyard. They both looked to Zhang Yang and reported, "Everyone inside is dead. That demonic cultivator had other preparations, and Sister Wen accidentally allowed him to escape." Zhang Yang nodded upon hearing this, his gaze directed toward the direction in which the demonic cultivator had fled. He spoke calmly, "Let us follow him." At his words, aside for the celestial masters from the two families, everyone else nodded in agreement. In the next instant, they pursued the fleeing demonic cultivator and Wen Qi. "Huh, I didn't expect you to come to me first. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The demonic cultivator, after flying for a moment, suddenly grinned and halted, turning to face Wen Qi with a cold gaze. "You're not bad-looking, little girl. Why not submit to me now? Serve me well, and I might spare your life. What do you say?" The demonic cultivator was a slender man with shoulder-length hair. Upon seeing Wen Qi, particularly her ample bosom, his eyes gleamed with desire, and he licked his lips. "Humph, one audacious demonic cultivator. This is the territory of my Mingyue sect. You have no right to act recklessly here." Wen Qi's voice was filled with anger and disgust. Without further ado, she unsheathed her sword and charged at the demonic cultivator. However, in the face of her fierce strike, the demonic cultivator merely chuckled. "We are both at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Why must we make things difficult for one another? I merely partake in the essence of ordinary individuals, which bears no consequence for practitioners like us. You may simply choose to ignore it." In the next moment, a surge of demonic energy erupted. At that instant, the residents nearby, even in the depths of slumber, involuntarily exhibited expressions of anguish. They could feel their vitality dissipating continuously. Upon witnessing this, Wen Qi's fury intensified. How dare this demonic cultivator audaciously consume the life force of others in his presence? Such insolence was utterly intolerable. In light of the situation, Wen Qi could not help but accelerate his advance even further. Chapter 75. How dare you? With a swift motion, the longsword was thrust before the demonic cultivator, only to be met by a surge of dark demonic energy that thwarted the attack. In the next moment, another wave of malevolent energy erupted from the left side of Wen Qi, leaving her no choice but to draw her sword in defense. In midair, the two soon found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. Their powers were evenly matched, and the demonic cultivator employed cunning tactics, leaving Wen Qi momentarily at a loss. "Haha, since this is the case, prepare to meet your demise." At a certain moment, it seemed the demonic cultivator had discerned a flaw in Wen Qi's defense, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He immediately gathered his dark energy, unleashing a lethal strike aimed to severely injure the woman before him. His intent was clear: to incapacitate her, ensuring no one in Yanhai City could thwart his hunger for blood. However, in an unexpected turn, a golden light flashed from Wen Qi's waist, and a protective shield instantaneously absorbed the brunt of the demonic cultivator's deadly attack. A protective talisman? The demonic cultivator was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. He swiftly prepared to retreat. Yet, Wen Qi appeared to have anticipated this, adjusting her stance in that fleeting moment of disruption and launching a counterattack. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from the tip of her sword. The two combatants staggered back, landing on their feet. Wen Qi fixed her gaze ahead, her brow furrowing slightly. The strike she had deliberately executed, exposing her defenses to draw out her trump card, had failed to severely wound or eliminate her opponent. Not far from her, the demonic cultivator remained standing, his face adorned with that same defiant grin. "Haha, is that all you can muster? It seems I overestimated you. Had I known, I wouldn't have needed to hide." The long-haired demonic cultivator spoke in a low, mocking tone. In the next instant, Yet another torrent of demonic energy surged forth, hurtling towards Wenqi. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang and his companions arrived nearby, witnessing the fierce confrontation. How can this demonic cultivator be so powerful? Wang Suxin gasped in shock as she observed the resilience of the demonic cultivator against Wenqi's formidable strike. Beside her, Xiong Chumo hesitated, glancing at Zhang Yang, who was intently watching the battle unfold. Finally, he spoke up. He has employed a secret technique that temporarily enhances his strength. Upon hearing this, both Wang Suxin and Lu Yankai's eyes widened in surprise. As novices, it was their first encounter with such tactics. This secret technique, while offering a brief boost in power, came at a steep cost, leaving the user exhausted in no more than 15 minutes. Through their time together, Xiong Chumo had noted Zhang Yang's considerable care for these two fledgling cultivators. The decision to bring along these two novices seemed to stem from an intention to expose them to the world of cultivation. Thus, Xiong Chumo believed that he might win favor with Zhang Yang by elaborating on this matter. After explaining, he cautiously glanced at Zhang Yang, only to find him focused solely on the distant battle. This is bad. Sister Wen seems to be at a disadvantage. Master, we must assist her, Wang Suxin exclaimed anxiously. In an instant, it appeared that the demonic cultivator had gained the upper hand against Wenqi. Given their limited strength, both Wang Suxin and Lu Yankai could only implore Zhang Yang for intervention to turn the tide. Observing the scene, Zhang Yang did not turn back, but called out, Xiong Chumo, you go help her. Me? The command caught Xiong Chumo off guard. He had presumed that with the presence of this foundational cultivator, he would not need to intervene at all. Yet, here he was, suddenly summoned. Realizing Zhang Yang was serious, Xiong Chumo's eyes flickered, and with some reluctance, he lunged into the fray. The demonic cultivator sensed the impending threat and immediately withdrew his attack aimed at Wenqi, evading the incoming danger. Demonic energy. Upon recognizing the assault formed from demonic energy, a look of astonishment crossed his face. How could a demonic cultivator be attacking him? Turning around, he beheld Xiong Chumo's figure. You are a... The sight of Xiong Chumo rendered the demonic cultivator even more astonished, momentarily halting his demonic energy. When Taoist, I come to assist you. Yet, Xiong Chumo seemed oblivious to the demonic cultivator's surprise, continuing to amass demonic energy for his attack. Soon, the two demonic cultivators were engaged in battle, granting Wenqi a brief respite. Thank you. Wenqi had not anticipated witnessing a duel between two demonic cultivators. However, there was no time for contemplation. Sensing reinforcements had arrived, she immediately joined the fray. With Xiong Chumo's intervention, the long-haired demonic cultivator began to falter. Wenqi felt a surge of relief as the demonic cultivator's strength seemed to wane significantly. Could it be that the effects of his secret technique had expired? Wenqi speculated. This unexpected turn of events was faster than she had anticipated, presenting an opportune moment to subdue the demonic cultivator. However, from a distance, Zhang Yang noticed something amiss, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, the demonic cultivator appeared hesitant to harm Xiong Chumo. Every time it seemed he would strike, he would secretly temper his power. This rendered the demonic cultivator's actions increasingly restrained, granting Wenqi the illusion that her opponent had suddenly weakened. Although Xiong Chumo was merely at the 7th level of qi refinement, he seemed to impose himself as the superior over the 9th level demonic cultivator. Intriguing. This battle revealed to Zhang Yang numerous combat techniques, which was precisely the purpose of his excursion. Before long, the conflict was nearing its conclusion. Damn it, you forced my hand. The long-haired demonic cultivator's eyes gleamed crimson, as if preparing for a final desperate struggle. In the next instant, his speed surged, racing towards Zhang Yang and the others. He had realized that there were two qi refinement cultivators present, perfect for capturing as hostages, and their blood could aid in restoring his strength. This plan had already formed in his mind. As for the other youthful figure accompanying the two qi refinement practitioners, the long-haired demonic cultivator sensed no cultivation prowess. Dismissing him as an ordinary person, he intended to eliminate all of them at once. Watch out! Be careful! Wenqi shouted, rushing toward Zhang Yang and the others. However, Xiong Chumo stood frozen in place, a mixture of helplessness and pity etched across his face. How dare he flee in that direction? Ultimately, a myriad of emotions coalesced into a single sigh. Chapter 76, The Young Master in Truth. Xiong Chumo harbored a hope that the demonic cultivator would be able to slay Zhang Yang outright. After all, such an outcome would render his remnant sun seal ineffective. Regrettably, that was an impossibility. Observing the swift advance of the demonic cultivator towards Lu Liangkai and Wang Suxin, who were momentarily startled, yet promptly drew their swords in an attempt to confront the attack head-on. It was clear that two first-level Qi refiners stood no chance against a ninth-level Qi refining adversary. Even with the demonic cultivator gravely wounded, victory was beyond their grasp. Thus, Zhang Yang resolved to take matters into his own hands. With a subtle movement of his right hand, he summoned a surge of spiritual energy that rapidly coalesced into a tangible form. With a delicate flick of his finger, a bolt of energy, the size of a middle finger, shot forth, narrowly grazing the shoulders of Lu Liangkai and Wang Suxin before piercing through the demonic cultivator's brow. The speed was such that even the demonic cultivator failed to react in time. In an instant, the demonic figure collapsed to the ground, lifeless, its eyes wide open as if refusing to succumb to the darkness. When Qi, who had just arrived, halted abruptly upon witnessing the spiritual energy pass through the demonic cultivator's form, the sight left her momentarily bewildered. As the body fell, it struck the earth with a thud. Dead? Her astonished gaze followed the fallen corpse, and she pondered what had transpired. After a brief moment, she turned her attention to the trio ahead. The incredulous expressions on Wang Suxin and Lu Liangkai confirmed her suspicions. That powerful strike had originated from Zhang Yang. How could that beam of energy rival her own? Was Zhang Yang merely a sixth-level Qi refiner? Even if he had experienced a breakthrough, he should only have reached the seventh level. How then could he unleash an attack capable of matching her ninth-level prowess? A myriad of questions swirled in her mind, leaving her uncertain of how to seek answers. At that moment, Xiong Chumo arrived late to the scene, slowly making his way to stand behind Zhang Yang. With the demonic cultivator now deceased, Zhang Yang glanced at the fallen body and addressed Wen Qi, suggesting their departure. Before she could respond, he led the group away from the area. Wen Qi watched their retreating figures, wishing to call them back, but lacking an excuse. Sighing, she resolved to tend to the battlefield before her. Meanwhile, from a corner, two figures cautiously emerged, Jiju and Zhu, the celestial cultivators who had arrived belatedly. Upon seeing the fallen demonic cultivator, their expressions shifted from astonishment to joy, and they hurried forward to congratulate Wen Qi. Truly, you are a disciple of the Mingyue sect. I never imagined the deacon would so swiftly vanquish this demonic fiend. I'm utterly in awe, one exclaimed. Indeed, we scarcely kept pace with the speed at which you dispatched the foe. The other added. The demise of the demonic cultivator signified their newfound safety, prompting them to lavish praise without hesitation. When she merely regarded them with a fleeting glance, choosing to remain silent. On another front, Zhang Yang had already distanced himself from the battleground with the trio in tow. He turned to Wang Suxin and Lu Liangkai, instructing them to return home, stating that there would be no training that night. They nodded in agreement and proceeded in their respective directions. Moments later, only Zhang Yang and Xiong Chumo remained. Zhang Yang regarded Xiong Chumo, who promptly donned an obsequious smile. Zhang Yang smiled faintly, but refrained from speaking, instead continuing on towards the Wan Inn, with Xiong Chumo trailing closely behind. The atmosphere grew unnervingly quiet, amplified by Xiong Chumo's trepidation regarding the individual ahead of him. He was certain that Zhang Yang had perceived something amiss. Despite his efforts to silence the demonic cultivator, Zhang Yang's foundational cultivation level should have enabled him to discern the truth of his identity. Sighing inwardly, Xiong Chumo had anticipated that upon returning to the inn, Zhang Yang would inquire about his identity. To his surprise, Zhang Yang remained silent, retreating to his room and leaving Xiong Chumo awkwardly standing at the stairwell. What a perplexing master I serve. Xiong Chumo found himself increasingly uncertain about Zhang Yang's character. The following day, Malu brought forth delightful news. Have you heard? The demonic cultivator in the city has been slain by the deacon. We need no longer fear being turned into dried corpses. Wonderful. Tonight we can rest easy. Indeed, I thought I heard several loud noises last night, which kept me confined to my bed. It must have been the deacon battling the demonic fiend. However, upon hearing the news, Wang Suxin and Lu Yangkai exchanged glances, choosing not to engage in the conversation. As the inn commenced its operations, patrons soon filled the space. Xiong Chumo emerged from his room, unconsciously glancing at Zhang Yang's closed door. Even after a night had passed, he remained anxious. He resolved to find an opportunity to disclose his identity to his master, all for the sake of survival. Yet, after a prolonged wait, Zhang Yang's door showed no signs of opening, causing Xiong Chumo's anxiety to heighten. Feeling apprehensive, he sought out Lu Yangkai for information, but Lu Yangkai was less than cordial, retreating to cultivate alone whenever possible. Frustrated, Xiong Chumo then approached Wang Suxin, hoping to glean more insight into Zhang Yang's nature and character. Although Wang Suxin was not as unwelcoming as Lu Yangkai, her enthusiastic chatter yielded little useful information, leading to a considerable waste of Xiong Chumo's time. Undeterred, Xiong Chumo inquired among other in staff, yet the newly hired personnel had scant knowledge of Zhang Yang, and the more established staff, including Ma Lu and Fang Xiulan, opted for silence. Why is it so difficult to ask a simple question? Xiong Chumo felt disheartened. Under normal circumstances, he would never deign to lower himself to ask questions of low-tier cultivators or ordinary folk. Yet now, living under another's roof, he had to suppress his frustration. It was not until the afternoon that Zhang Yang finally emerged from his room, stretching lazily as he descended the stairs. Zhang Yang immediately spotted Xiong Chumo bowing at a 90-degree angle, awaiting his arrival. "Master, your humble servant recognizes his error. I should not have concealed my identity and abilities." Xiong Chumo spoke with a tone of contrition. "Error? Are you not simply a demonic cultivator? Is there another identity you have hidden?" Zhang Yang inquired with curiosity. I am not merely a demonic cultivator. I also hold the identity of the young master of the Twilight Spectre sect. Chapter 77. Born Righteous? Is that so? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of surprise within. Although he discerned that Xiong Chumo's identity was not that of an ordinary demon cultivator, implying that he held some standing within the ghostly soul sect, Zhang Yang had not anticipated that the individual before him was the young master of that very sect. To his astonishment, this fellow had divulged everything. Was this an unexpected boon? Yesterday, Zhang Yang had whimsically sought to extract any remaining value from Xiong Chumo, never expecting to unearth something substantial. "I know, Master, that you discerned my true identity last night," Xiong Chumo murmured, lowering his head in self-explanation. The hierarchy within the ghostly soul sect is rigid. Even if a superior commands a subordinate to face death, it cannot be defied. Thus, the demon cultivator from yesterday hesitated because he feared my status. "I did not intend to conceal my identity from you, Master. I merely feared that knowing it would result in a swifter demise for me. So, I promise I shall never dare to do so again." Hearing Xiong Chumo's repentance, Wang Suxin and Lu Yangkai, who were approaching from a distance, halted in their tracks. What had they just heard? Their master had managed to subdue a young master of a demon sect? How had this come to pass? Their astonishment mirrored Zhang Yang's own surprise. Although he maintained a stoic demeanor, he regarded Xiong Chumo from an elevated position and spoke, "Very well, in light of your sincere contrition, I shall not hold this against you." Upon hearing these words, Xiong Chumo felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. "Thank you, Master, for your mercy. I shall devote myself to serving you, regardless of the peril." Zhang Yang mused internally. "Do you dare to refuse my favor? Due to your forgiveness of Xiong Chumo, he has developed a sense of gratitude towards you. Investment successful. Reward: 10 demon expelling pills. Congratulations on your first successful investment in Xiong Chumo. You have automatically acquired his detailed information." Upon seeing the system notification, Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated receiving Xiong Chumo's information at this juncture. Although he had refrained from harming Xiong Chumo, the latter had evidently not reacted emotionally to Zhang Yang's actions, thus delaying the acquisition of his data. This was a limitation of the system. Without an emotional response from the other party, the investment return effect could not be triggered. Fortunately, the emotional requirement was not excessively stringent. Either the delight of receiving complimentary food or the gratitude bestowed by Zhang Yang could qualify as valid emotions. It appeared that Xiong Chumo's previous gratitude was merely feigned, and only this moment had evoked genuine appreciation, or perhaps he had only now begun to feel a flicker of gratitude. Nonetheless, that sufficed. At this moment, after hearing Xiong Chumo's explanation, Lu Liangkai could not suppress his curiosity and stepped forward to inquire. "You are indeed a disciple of the demon sect. What brings you to Yinhai City?" In Lu Liangcai's understanding, the young master of a demon sect should travel with an entourage of formidable allies. Yet, Xiong Chumo appeared no different from an ordinary demon cultivator. Had the powerful followers accompanying him been dealt with by their master? Was their master truly that formidable? Xiong Chumo sighed. "Although I am the young master of the demon sect, I am not the sole heir. I have 5 siblings, and I am merely the most inconspicuous among them. Due to my unique constitution, my father long ceased to invest in my cultivation, rendering me no different from an ordinary demon cultivator." With Xiong Chumo's clarification, Lu Liangkai finally grasped the young man's predicament. So, he was but a forsaken young master of the demon sect. No wonder. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang had finished reviewing Xiong Chumo's profile. Name, Xiong Chumo. Gender, male. Age, 33. Talent, superior spirit root, righteous constitution. Cultivation level, Qi refining stage 7. Basic information, second son of the ghostly soul sect leader. Despised for his slow cultivation speed. Due to bleak prospects in cultivation, he self-studied some knowledge of formations. Needs, survival, in progress. Cultivation enhancement, formation mastery. A Qi refining stage 7 at the age of 33? Particularly for someone from a cultivation family like Xiong Chumo, one would typically commence training around the age of 10, once their foundational roots had matured. To remain stagnant for 23 years without breaking through to the foundation establishment stage was even worse than some cultivators with inferior spirit roots. Zhang Yang had never before encountered a superior spirit root with such a sluggish progression. Ricte ou constitution? Zhang Yang pondered, intrigued by the descriptor attached to Xiong Chumo's talent. This was the first time he had encountered such terminology. Fortunately, the system provided an explanation for this peculiar trait. Righteous constitution exhibits a certain resistance to demonic energy while being more attuned to spiritual energy. Those possessing this constitution are best suited for cultivating techniques centered on spiritual energy, while their progress in demonic arts will be exceedingly sluggish. After digesting the description of the righteous constitution, Zhang Yang regarded Xiong Chumo with a curious gaze. Although Xiong Chumo was perplexed by his master's expression, he dutifully lowered his head in respect. "Master, what troubles you?" Wang Suxin asked, noticing Zhang Yang's sigh. "Nothing. Let us eat," Zhang Yang replied, to discover, after years of cultivating demonic arts, that he might be a naturally righteous cultivator was a dramatically absurd revelation. Zhang Yang felt a pang of sympathy for Xiong Chumo. He could scarcely imagine the man's reaction upon learning this news. Most notably, Xiong Chumo's father, as the leader of the ghostly soul sect, must be a golden core cultivator. How could he have not recognized the uniqueness of his son's constitution? Or perhaps he was aware, but chose not to disclose it. The specific reasons eluded Zhang Yang. He now hesitated over whether to immediately relay this information to Xiong Chumo. After contemplation, he resolved to wait. After all, Xiong Chumo had only just submitted to him. Their relationship was primarily maintained through the Remit Sun seal, devoid of any genuine affection. Thus, Zhang Yang saw no need to provoke Xiong Chumo merely for the sake of amusement. As evening fell, they gathered once more around the hot pot. The bubbling broth elicited involuntary salivation from all present. With Zhang Yang seated, everyone eagerly began to partake. Xiong Chumo, however, dared only to stand behind Zhang Yang, too timid to join the others at the table. This was his first encounter with such an exquisite aroma, and he could not help but swallow hard. What culinary delight is this? I have never encountered such a dish. Xiong Chumo mused, his curiosity piqued, especially as he observed the glistening, red oil-coated meat being lifted from the pot. His desire to taste it intensified, yet in the presence of Zhang Yang, he felt utterly restrained. Chapter 78. The intermittent wit of the system. Wow. Master, is this truly a first-grade spiritual herb you brought today? At the dining table, Lu Yangkai habitually dipped a piece of the spiritual herb Zhang Yang had presented into the pot. However, to his astonishment, upon consuming it, he discovered that the effects were entirely different from what he had experienced before. The potency that erupted forth was far superior to the quasi-spiritual herbs he had previously encountered. It took Lu Yangkai a moment to process this revelation, and upon careful examination, he confirmed he had indeed consumed a genuine first-grade spiritual herb. Is that so? Wang Suxin, intrigued by this revelation, also took a piece and placed it in her mouth, her expression immediately transforming into one of shock. The medicinal effects were significantly enhanced. I had a bit more just now, so I took some to eat, Zhang Yang explained with a nod. He then cautioned, however, you both should refrain from consuming too much. Given your cultivation levels, you might struggle to handle such potent effects. Upon hearing this, both Lu Yangkai and Wang Suxin obediently nodded in agreement. Observing their reaction, Ma Lu and the others felt even less inclined to partake. Nevertheless, they were already quite elated just to be enjoying the meat. A first-grade spiritual herb? Yet, standing behind them, Xiong Chumo's eyes widened as he gazed at the platter of verdant plants on the table. Could it be a first-grade spiritual herb? He had been so captivated by the steaming hot pot that he had completely overlooked the presence of such an item. Only when Lu Yangkai spoke did he become aware. Spiritual herbs. Are they truly being used as food? Even as the young master of the Twilight Spectre sect, he had seldom witnessed such a practice. Typically, spiritual herbs were utilized in alchemy to unleash their maximum medicinal properties. Consuming them directly seemed somewhat wasteful. Hence, it was exceedingly rare for anyone to do so unless absolutely necessary. To see such a thing here was unexpected. Although these were merely first-grade spiritual herbs, it still felt like a waste. Yet, he detected no signs of remorse among the group. Instead, they seemed entirely accustomed to this. Did they often partake in such extravagance? This led Xiong Chumo to further affirm his suspicions based on Lu Yangcai's earlier remarks. Very well. Perhaps it was his own naivety as a young master that blinded him to such practices. At the same time, he grew increasingly curious about the identity of his host. Someone with such resources could not possibly be an ordinary rogue cultivator. Moreover, judging by their appearance, this host did not seem particularly old. It was rare for a regular rogue cultivator to achieve foundational cultivation at such a young age. As Xiong Chumo pondered these thoughts, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. The group turned to see a familiar figure. It was Wenqi, who had not come to share a meal in quite some time. Upon noticing that everyone was already dining, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had been absent for so long that she had forgotten the customary dining hours. Interrupting their meal felt rather awkward. However, the others in the inn displayed no signs of discomfort. Instead, Wang Suxin warmly offered Wenqi a seat along with some chopsticks and a bowl. Before long, Wenqi had joined the gathering. Wenqi initially consumed a couple of slices of meat, but soon desired some vegetables to alleviate the richness. As her gaze fell upon the platter of vegetables, her movement suddenly halted. She too had noticed the peculiarity of the spiritual herbs on the table. This was a first-grade spiritual herb. From the aura of spiritual energy emanating from it, there was no doubt. What was going on? How could first-grade spiritual herbs make their way to the table? Did she not recall that they had previously only served quasi-spiritual herbs? When she distinctly remembered feeling quite regretful the first time she had seen quasi-spiritual herbs used as food. Yet over time, she had gradually adapted. Now, after such a short absence, first-grade spiritual herbs were being served as dishes. Was this normal? Was it reasonable? When she glanced at the first-grade spiritual herbs on the table and then up at Zhang Yang, hoping to receive an explanation that would assuage her confusion. However, Zhang Yang merely glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, "What are you looking at? Are you allergic to first-grade spiritual herbs?" Although when she had never heard the term allergy before, she could roughly infer its meaning. She awkwardly waved her hand, and no, not at all. Zhang Yang continued, If that's the case, help yourself. Do you need me to serve you? At his words, Wen Qi's face flushed red. She promptly abandoned her hesitation and quickly picked up a piece of the spiritual herb for herself. However, instead of immediately placing it into the hot pot, she scrutinized it closely. Though Wen Qi had not studied alchemy or the intricacies of medicinal materials, she possessed some fundamental knowledge. The spiritual herb she had just picked up was one she had encountered before, the first-grade snake pattern grass, known for its ability to clear meridians and detoxify, making it a common auxiliary ingredient in many elixirs. While the snake pattern grass was not among the rarest of first-grade spiritual herbs, it was in high demand. Its properties expedited the expulsion of toxins from elixirs, leading to its frequent use as a supplementary ingredient. Demand dictated price, and due to its popularity, it was more expensive than some ordinary first-grade spiritual herbs. Yet now it was being used to cook hot pot. When she looked again at the platter filled with spiritual herbs, noticing 4 or 5 additional snake pattern grasses. This represented a significant expenditure of spirit stones. Yet, the others here seemed not to give it a second glance. Sister Wen, this variety of spiritual herb actually tastes quite good. You can rest assured and give it a try, Wang Suxin kindly reminded her. Noticing Wen Qi's hesitation as she held the herb for an extended period before placing it into the hot pot. You just had some? Wen Qi inquired, her curiosity piqued by Wang Suxin's comment. Yes, I just ate this one. Wang Suxin nodded obediently. Upon hearing this, Wen Qi felt a bit dazed, realizing that perhaps she was the only one treating this matter with such seriousness. Regardless, it was a rare opportunity to indulge. Resolutely, Wen Qi placed the herb into the hot pot. Soon after, the medicinal effects became apparent upon her first bite, leaving her astounded. She felt a significant improvement in the injuries she had sustained from her previous unsuccessful attempt at foundational cultivation. This herb possesses such effects? Wen Qi felt as if she had discovered a new world. If her injuries could heal more quickly, she might soon attempt foundational cultivation again. Eagerly, she glanced back at the remaining snake pattern grasses on the platter. Tempted by the prospect of hastening her recovery, Wen Qi found it increasingly difficult to resist. Moreover, the snake pattern grass had a unique sweet flavor, making it a delightful dish. Before long, all 5 pieces of snake pattern grass had disappeared into Wen Qi's mouth. After consuming the 5 spiritual herbs, she felt her body's spiritual energy stirring with an almost uncontrollable excitement. The effects were undeniably evident. The more active her spiritual energy became, the more rapidly her injuries would heal. I wonder if Zhang Yang has any more snake pattern grass in stock. If I could have a meal like this every day, perhaps my injuries could truly heal ahead of schedule, Wen Qi mused within her thoughts. After the meal, Wen Qi discreetly beckoned Zhang Yang aside, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she inquired, Zhang, do you happen to have any more snake pattern grass? Zhang Yang nodded in response. Indeed, I do. Was it to your liking? To be honest, Zhang Yang had not experienced the flavor of the snake pattern grass himself today. He had not taken any before when she arrived, and once she was present, the dish had been wiped clean. Ah, indeed, quite remarkable. What I intended to convey is that if there are any remaining, I would like to purchase some, as they would greatly aid in my recovery from injury. When she felt a pang of guilt for constantly accepting favors without reciprocation. Previously, it was acceptable to receive the preeminent spirit herb, but now it has elevated to a first-grade spirit herb. It stands to reason that Zhang Yang must have faced considerable effort to procure these items, and thus, he ought to contribute some spirit stones in return. However, without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yang responded, No need, if the flavor is satisfactory. I shall prepare a larger quantity tomorrow, as I happen to possess quite an abundance of them. Ah, that seems rather inappropriate. Wen Qi felt even more embarrassed. Just then, a notification appeared before Zhang Yang once again. Due to Wen Qi's heartfelt gratitude and guilt for your generosity, the investment has succeeded. Authentic emotions detected from the investor. Rebate doubled. You have received a rebate of first-grade spirit herb, snake pattern grass, 240. Gazing at the system notification, Zhang Yang began to suspect that the system might be eavesdropping on his conversations. It always seemed to provide such precise rebates in places where he had no need. If only it could be more accurate in areas of genuine necessity, even if it were merely some techniques. As for the snake pattern grass, if his memory served him right, he had 100 or 200 specimens in his inventory already. Now, with an additional 240, this item truly held no value for Zhang Yang and would merely serve as sustenance. Chapter 79. Flawless Foundation Establishment Pill. Friend Zhang, when did you break through to the 9th level of Qi refinement? Before departing, when Qi curiously inquired about Zhang Yang's recent accomplishments. From last night's display of power, she deduced that Zhang Yang's cultivation might be on par with her own, indicating he was likely also a 9th level Qi refinement practitioner. However, she was perplexed by the speed of his advancement. Had he been concealing his true strength all along? The 9th level of Qi refinement? It should have been not long ago. Zhang Yang pondered briefly before responding. Although he had recently achieved the foundation establishment stage, it was indeed true that he had only just broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Thus, he spoke no falsehood. Upon hearing this, when Qi bowed slightly in acknowledgement, "Congratulations, friend Zhang," she said, then continued, "I wonder if you have prepared the necessary pills for foundation establishment, such as the foundation establishment pill?" Having just experienced a failed attempt at foundation establishment herself, her inquiry was somewhat instinctive. "I do have some foundation establishment pills," Zhang Yang admitted without reservation. "That's fortunate. It is prudent to prepare at least 3 foundation establishment pills," when Qi kindly advised. After all, having consumed so much from him, sharing a bit of her own experience in foundation establishment felt like a way to alleviate her guilt. Yet, as she spoke, a hint of melancholy crossed her face, likely recalling her own past failures. If only she had remained calmer and adequately prepared, she might have already attained the 1st level of foundation establishment by now. Zhang Yang nodded, simultaneously perusing the resume of Wen Qi that he had just extracted from the system. Name, Wen Qi. Gender, female. Age, 21. Talent, medium-grade spiritual root. Cultivation, 9th level of Qi refinement, slightly deficient. Basic information, daughter of the sect master of Mingyue sect Zizhu Peak. Having witnessed the internal strife of the sect since childhood, she possesses a profound mindset. After her father's disappearance, she has longed to alleviate her mother's burdens at Zizhu Peak. Needs, strong increased strength, break through to foundation establishment, assist her mother in sharing the burden, strengthen Zizhu Peak. Upon noticing the strong urgency in her need for foundation establishment, Zhang Yang felt a flicker of curiosity. Was this a description of a demand stronger than the ordinary? This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He wondered if investing in this matter would yield greater resources. "Thank you for your hospitality today. I shall take my leave now." As when Qi prepared to depart, Zhang Yang called out, "Wait." She halted, turning to face him. "Friend Wen, I presume you are also on the verge of breakthrough? Might you be in need of any materials for it?" he inquired. After a brief moment of hesitation, when Qi replied, "To be honest, I do require foundation establishment pills. However, I have already sent a message to the sect, and I should be able to request one shortly." Despite her words, she was keenly aware that the arrival of that pill might be a long time coming, especially with the various peaks currently targeting Zizhu Peak. Securing resources, particularly rare ones like the foundation establishment pill, would likely invite attempts to obstruct her request from others in the sect, as each additional foundation establishment practitioner at Zizhu Peak represented a greater challenge to their ambitions. This, of course, was why Wen Qi had been so eager to break through. To Zhang Yang, however, this presented a favorable opportunity. Observing her expression, he could tell she was in need of foundation establishment pills. He happened to have over 20 pills in his inventory, which were of no use to him now that he had already broken through. As for Wang Suxin and Lu Liangkai, they did not require that many either, making this the perfect moment to convert them into other resources. "If you require them, I happen to have some surplus foundation establishment pills that I can sell to you." Zhang Yang offered unexpectedly. While he felt that outright gifting would be rather abrupt, framing it as a sale would likely be more acceptable to Wen Qi. By offering her a favorable price, he could still benefit from the transaction. Wen Qi was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Yang had surplus foundation establishment pills? She found it hard to believe, gazing at him in disbelief. Such a rare elixir, and he had extras? She initially thought it commendable if he possessed even one. But given his extravagant nature, evident from his willingness to use first-grade spiritual herbs as mere food, she speculated he might have 3. Yet, his relaxed demeanor suggested he possessed even more. According to the market's lowest price, a single Foundation Establishment pill was worth at least 20 medium-grade spirit stones, equating to 2,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, the rarity of the Foundation Establishment pill often commanded a premium, with auction prices sometimes reaching 30 or 40 medium-grade spirit stones. How had Zhang Yang acquired such an abundance? Out of caution or curiosity, when she asked, "How many Foundation Establishment pills do you have?" "Aside from the 3 I intend to keep for myself, I could part with another 3 for you without issue." His response astonished when that amounted to 12,000 spirit stones. Was Zhang Yang truly that affluent? Wait, could it be that the Foundation Establishment pills in his possession were of inferior quality? A wave of suspicion washed over her. It was understandable. After all, she found it hard to believe anyone could produce such a quantity of Foundation Establishment pills at once. Clearly, Zhang Yang was not an exceptionally skilled alchemist. "Would you mind showing me the pills?" when she asked, having considered the potential impact this could have on their relationship. Nevertheless, she did not wish to be taken advantage of, spending her spirit stones on subpar Foundation Establishment pills for her breakthrough. Inferior pills would only possess half the efficacy of standard ones and contain 2 to 3 times the toxic residue. Of course, Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly. He produced a small white jade vial from his possession. When she, not overly surprised by his storage capabilities, noticed his calm demeanor and wondered if her assumptions had been incorrect. Yet, until she could see the actual quality of the pills, she maintained a degree of skepticism. As she accepted the vial and removed the cork, a refreshing aroma wafted forth. Upon gazing into the vial, her eyes widened in astonishment. Flawless pill. Is this truly a flawless Foundation Establishment pill? Chapter 80. Zhang Yang's scheme, what an immaculate foundation pill. Is this truly an immaculate foundation pill? When she could not help but exclaim. Although she had never seen an immaculate pill in person, she had learned about its characteristics for books. The most notable feature was the naturally occurring, peculiar patterns on the pill's surface, resembling human meridians, which could sustain the pill's spiritual energy and medicinal properties for an extended period. Theoretically, the potency and longevity of an immaculate pill surpassed that of similar pills. When she never expected to encounter one today, she instinctively tightened her grip on the white jade vial in her hand and then looked up at Zhang Yang, momentarily at a loss for words. "All 3 are inside. Did you discover something, fellow Taoist one?" Zhang Yang, aware of her astonishment, inquired. "And no, this pill is magnificent." When she steadied her emotions before voicing her curiosity, "May I ask where you obtained this pill?" An immaculate pill was not something one could purchase with mere wealth, especially since a foundation pill was a second-tier potion. This highlighted the extraordinary skill of the alchemist who crafted it. Her Minghui sect lacked even a single alchemist, let alone one of such remarkable talent. How could Zhang Yang have access to such a person? "That is not convenient to disclose," Zhang Yang replied indirectly. "But do you have an interest in purchasing it?" Upon hearing this, when she seemed to realize she had been rather presumptuous. After spending time together, especially after today's events, she was now more certain of her suspicions. There was undoubtedly someone behind the Wanted Inn, or perhaps Zhang Yang himself hailed from a significant power. After all, what ordinarian would use a first-tier spirit plant to cook hot pot? Moreover, the innkeeper casually presented 3 immaculate foundation pills. One could hardly imagine an ordinary loose cultivator achieving such extravagance. But why would such a person come to this remote town? When she pondered, unable to comprehend. Yet she understood that everyone harbored their own secrets. She was not the type to be insatiably curious. At this moment, simply acquiring a foundation pill brought her immense joy. When she heard Zhang Yang's question about her willingness to buy, she immediately snapped back to reality and replied, "Yes, of course, I want to buy it." Her expression resembled that of someone terrified of missing a monumental opportunity. She instinctively reached for the storage bag at her waist. However, she soon remembered something, and her expression shifted to one of embarrassment. It seemed she did not possess many spirit stones. When she recalled that she only had around 2,000 lower-grade spirit stones in total. Even at the lowest price for a foundation pill, that would only be enough to purchase one. Moreover, this was an immaculate foundation pill, which surely commanded a higher price. She found herself in a quandary. After a moment, when she hesitantly asked, "What price do you intend to sell this foundation pill for, Taoist Zhang?" Zhang Yang, noticing her dilemma, smiled gently, in terms of normal value. A foundation pill is worth at least 2,000 lower-grade spirit stones, but when she could not help but swallow hard. She had expected Zhang Yang to raise the price due to the pill being immaculate. Instead, he continued, "But since it's you who needs it, given our friendship, I will sell it to you at a discount." Eventually, Zhang Yang proposed a figure. "How about 1,500 lower-grade spirit stones? 1,500 lower-grade spirit stones." When she thought she had misheard, how could the price not only remain the same, but actually decrease? This was an immaculate foundation pill, which, once consumed, could significantly enhance her chances of success in establishing a foundation. Moreover, there was a possibility it could improve the quality of her foundational cultivation. How about it? Zhang Yang prompted, "Noticing her prolonged silence." This seems inappropriate. After all, this is an immaculate foundation pill. Selling it to me for 1,500 lower-grade spirit stones would be quite a loss for you, when she thought, eager to agree. However, her sense of integrity prevented her from taking advantage of someone so genuine. Zhang Yang's sincere words made her feel even more guilty. "It's no trouble. Over this time, I have come to greatly admire your conduct and character, Taoist one. Let this transaction be a gesture of friendship," Zhang Yang said earnestly. When she felt a surge of gratitude, although she had interacted with Zhang Yang on numerous occasions, even enjoying meals at the Wannan Inn, she recognized that their relationship had not quite reached the level of friendship. It felt more like that of neighbors. At this moment, however, their bond deepened. "Taoist Zhang, could you hold on to these 3 foundation pills for me? I will return to my sect in a few days to procure some spirit stones and come back to trade with you." Though she outwardly ceased her objections, she still harbored the intention of negotiating the price at no less than 2,000 lower-grade spirit stones per pill. Even at that rate, she felt she was still coming out ahead. The value of an immaculate foundation pill far exceeded that. Any additional favors she could repay later. It appeared she would need to return to her sect soon for those spirit stones, as they might not approve her request for the foundation pill, given that such pills often had a market value that exceeded availability. However, her father, having been a peak master, had some savings, though she had not brought all of it with her. When she believed she could manage to secure around 6,000 lower-grade spirit stones upon her return, allowing her to bypass the lengthy approval process from her sect. She had not anticipated that this trip for a meal would yield such significant returns. Zhang Yang, too, was surprised that before the foundation pill was even traded, rewards were already coming his way. Due to your promise to sell the immaculate foundation pill to Wen Qi at a base price, she feels grateful, and the investment succeeds, yielding a return of 22nd tier strong foundation pills. Due to your promise to sell the immaculate foundation pill to Wen Qi at a base price, she feels guilty for taking advantage, and the investment succeeds, yielding a return of 52nd tier long-distance communication talismans. Excellent. Once the transaction is complete, I can expect even greater rewards, Zhang Yang mused. Beyond the obvious rewards from the system, this transaction also offered him another potential benefit, a connection to Wen Qi, or rather, a link to the Mingyue sect. Zhang Yang's interest in this connection was not merely due to the Mingyue sect's strength compelling him to curry favor. More importantly, the Mingyue sect held a noteworthy position in the Tianqing South region where Zhang Yang resided. As conveyed by Xiong Chemo, the Twilight Phantom sect intended to use the Mingyue sect as a means to probe the movements of other cultivation sects in the Qixing South region. Despite its weaknesses, the Mingyue sect was still somewhat prominent in the Tianqing South region. Establishing ties with the Mingyue sect essentially meant gaining access to the information network of other cultivation sects in the Tianqing South region. This was precisely what Zhang Yang sought, for he did not wish to be caught unaware should a conflict erupt between the righteous and demonic factions. Thus, he needed to prepare in advance. This can be regarded as a minor scheme devised by Zhang Yang. At present, it is evident that through Wenqi, Zhang Yang has found the quickest route to engage with the celestial cultivation realm of the Southern Star Domain. Chapter 81. Yao Zixuan is injured after several days of observation. Zhang Yang believed he had gained a clearer understanding of Wenqi's character. In his eyes, Wenqi was not a person devoid of affection and loyalty. This was evident from the marked improvement in the lives of the residents in the eastern district of Yunhai City since her arrival. Unlike the previous city steward, Miao Zhe, who was solely preoccupied with his own cultivation and indifferent to the affairs of the city, Wenqi genuinely sought to protect the safety of the citizens during the recent crisis involving demonic cultivators. From these observations, Zhang Yang felt that she was indeed a figure worthy of trust. This was also the reason he felt comfortable offering some of his superior resources. In truth, Wenqi represented one of Zhang Yang's ideal investment prospects. Given his character, he might encounter individuals with far greater talent than Wenqi, yet he would refrain from investing in those lacking in integrity, as such individuals could potentially become his adversaries. Who could ensure that the resources he provided would not become the proverbial last straw that breaks the camel's back? Adequate resources would suffice, and excess would not swiftly translate into strength. Thus, he was not particularly eager to expand his investments at this juncture. Thank you, Taoist Zhang. I will procure the spirit stones for our transaction as soon as possible. When she expressed her gratitude to Zhang Yang, her eyes shining with delight. This was the happiest she had appeared during her recent visits, with her natural beauty further accentuated by her smile. Zhang Yang found her appearance rivaled that of the most stunning actresses from his past life. You are welcome, Zhang Yang replied. Soon after, Wenqi departed from the Wan'an Inn with a cheerful demeanor. After Zhang Yang finished speaking with Wenqi, Lu Yang and Wang Suxin approached him slowly. Why is Sister Wen so happy? Wang Suxin inquired, noticing for the first time Wenqi's radiant joy. Zhang Yang turned to his two disciples. Come, let me see the results of your training. Upon hearing this, their expressions grew serious, for they understood that their training session was about to commence. Currently, their training could not take place within the inn, as they risked damaging the furniture with their swordplay. Therefore, Zhang Yang had been taking them outside the city for practice. Master, what about me? Xiong Chumo, who had been standing at a distance, timidly asked as he saw the three preparing to leave the inn. Zhang Yang turned to him. You may stay at the inn for now. Though surprised, Xiong Chumo nodded obediently. After watching the three depart, he let out a sigh of relief. The master left me alone at the inn. Does he not fear I might escape? He pondered as he gazed in the direction they had gone. After all, the casting of the remnant sun seal required proximity. The farther the distance, the weaker the effect, until it became entirely ineffective. If he fled Yunhai City and hurried back to the Twilight Ghost sect, even if Zhang Yang discovered his absence, he would be powerless to act against him. However, after some contemplation, Xiong Chumo dismissed the notion of escape, recalling Zhang Yang's confident demeanor as he left. Xiong Chumo felt certain that the master had anticipated this possibility. Perhaps this was a test of his loyalty. If he failed to escape, the only fate awaiting him would be death. Ultimately, he chose to remain in his room, diligently practicing. Soon, 2 days passed. When she finally returned to the sect temporarily, Zhang Yang learned of her departure because she had taken the time to inform Wang Suxin and Lu Yang before leaving, asking them to oversee the affairs of Yunhai City. Given her tenure at the Mingyue sect, her absence would likely only span a day or two. Her choice to inform Wang Suxin and Lu Yang likely stemmed from a precautionary instinct. In truth, entrusting Zhang Yang with the management of Yunhai City would have been more prudent, as she viewed him as her equal in strength. However, Zhang Yang was primarily occupied with cultivation during the day, making it difficult for her to encounter him. Furthermore, although Wang Suxin and Lu Yang lacked sufficient cultivation, as Zhang Yang's disciples, they would undoubtedly have his backing should any issues arise. When Wang Suxin and Lu Yang conveyed this matter to Zhang Yang, he responded nonchalantly. It's a trivial matter. Feel free to handle it as you see fit without needing to consult me. Upon hearing this, both disciples breathed a sigh of relief, having initially feared that their independent decision might displease their master. Does this mean we should now address you as esteemed stewards, Suxin and Liang Kai? Ma Lu, who had been listening nearby, jested. Startled, Wang Suxin and Lu Liang's faces flushed, and they quickly waved their hands in denial. Wang Suxin was being modest, while Lu Liang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Enough, Lu. This rascal cannot even manage himself, let alone be called a steward. Fang Xiaolan interjected with a disapproving glance at her son. At her words, Lu Liang protested, "Mother, what are you saying? I'm already grown up, you know." Grown up? Then why do you still suck your thumb while sleeping? Fang Xiaolan retorted, prompting laughter from everyone present, causing Lu Liang's face to redden further. Another 2 days passed. However, contrary to expectations, Wen Qi had yet to return. Fortunately, no significant incident had occurred during this time. So while Wang Suxin and Lu Liang found the situation peculiar, they did not react excessively. Yet, after another 2 days, Wen Qi still had not returned, and concern began to creep in. What could be taking Sister Wen so long? Wang Suxin queried, exchanging thoughts with Lu Liang. Perhaps she has other matters to attend to, which is why her return is delayed, Lu Liang speculated. Though he was equally uncertain. With no choice but to wait, they continued to bide their time. Finally, after a week had elapsed since Wen Qi's departure, she returned to Yinhai City. However, her expression betrayed a stark contrast to the joy she had exhibited upon leaving. It was now fraught with worry. Zixuan, she's been injured. Wen Qi did not conceal her distress, directly voicing her concerns during dinner. Clearly, she felt increasingly open with the residents of the Wannan Inn. The other peaks have become increasingly aggressive. Do they truly wish to erase the existence of the Purple Bamboo Peak? Upon returning, Wen Qi had witnessed a fractured version of the once vibrant Purple Bamboo Peak. The laughter of her fellow disciples had dwindled to a mere fraction, with many nursing injuries inflicted by members of other peaks. Most alarmingly, they had even targeted Zixuan, a disciple with high-quality spiritual roots, who was supposed to be under the sect's care and protection. The extent of the other peak's madness was evident. This realization weighed heavily on Wen Qi. Had she not sent Zixuan back, perhaps her disciple would not have been harmed. If it weren't for her mother insisting she return, coupled with Zhang Yang's foundational elixirs to aid her breakthrough, Wen Qi might have chosen to remain at Purple Bamboo Peak. It is precisely due to this incident that Wen Qi has become even more resolute in her aspiration to transcend the foundational stage. Chapter 82. The Silver Water of Secrets. The Perfect Foundation. Ah, so that is the reason. Upon hearing Wen Qi's explanation, the crowd felt a wave of sympathy, especially when recalling the lively little girl who often accompanied Wen Qi for meals. Their empathy deepened. Sighing softly, Wen Qi expressed, "I intend to return to the sect after this breakthrough in foundation establishment. I am uncertain if a new city steward will take over." She shared her innermost thoughts, unable to bear witnessing her mother and fellow disciples struggling on Purple Bamboo Peak while she merely survived outside. Although reaching the 9th layer of Qi refinement might not significantly aid her family, she believed that after establishing her foundation, she could indeed be of some assistance. Therefore, she was determined to succeed in her breakthrough. After dinner, Wen Qi gazed intently at Zhang Yang, who understood that she sought to trade for a foundation establishment pill. Without further ado, Zhang Yang presented the prepared pill to her. In return, Wen Qi handed him a storage bag. Although you mentioned selling the foundation establishment pill for 500 spirit stones, I, Wen Qi, am not one to take advantage of others. Since you consider me a friend, please accept these spirit stones. When Qi spoke earnestly, Zhang Yang briefly assessed the contents of the bag and confirmed that it contained over 7,000 lower-grade spirit stones, equivalent to a price of over 2,000 lower-grade spirit stones per pill. While Wen Qi recognized that this sum fell short of the pill's true value, it was the maximum she could muster at present. She would find a way to repay Zhang Yang in the future. Seeing Wen Qi's serious demeanor, Zhang Yang ultimately refrained from bargaining. 7,000 it is, even if it exceeds my expectations, considering the value of the flawless foundation establishment pill, I believe I will still achieve a commendable profit. With Zhang Yang's acceptance, Wen Qi exhaled in relief and departed the Wannan Inn with the foundation establishment pill. The upcoming period would demand her full attention as she prepared for her breakthrough. Master, is the cultivation sect always this chaotic? After Wen Qi left, Lu Yang stepped forward with curiosity, his question inspired by Wen Qi's earlier remarks. In this world, devoid of the conveniences of the internet and mobile phones, Lu Liang, who had lived in Yunhai City since birth, was largely ignorant of the outside world, let alone the so-called cultivation sections. Others, like Wang Suxin, Ma Lu, and Fang Xiulan, shared a similar fate, their knowledge limited to events occurring within Yunhai City and its vicinity. In truth, Zhang Yang was not much different. Since arriving in this world, he had never left Yunhai City. However, his memories from a past life enriched his perspective, enabling him to make educated guesses and judgments about various matters. It is not entirely so, yet the cultivation world often operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. The path to immortality is singular, resources are scarce, and competition is inevitable. Zhang Yang replied calmly. Hearing his master's words, Lu Liang fell into contemplation, feeling a sense of maturity wash over him. Wang Suxin experienced a similar transformation. Zhang Yang then turned to the honest figure of Xiong Chumo, standing at a distance, and remarked, "You may inquire about external matters with him. He likely possesses more knowledge than I do." Xiong Chumo, taken aback, smiled slightly. How could a mere servant's understanding compare to that of my master? He flattered Zhang Yang before adding, "However, should the young masters have any inquiries, I shall do my utmost to provide answers." Over the past few days, he had fully embraced his role as a servant. In truth, his current situation bore little difference from his previous one in the sect. If anything, it was even more challenging. Faced with reproaches from his father and various elders, he could only acquiesce meekly. Even his siblings regarded him as inferior, and those beneath him would secretly criticize his incompetence. Despite his desire to defend himself, Xiong Chumo acknowledged that his abilities did not permit such actions. Remarkably, these past few days had afforded him a rare sense of tranquility. Apart from occasionally needing to gauge Zhang Yang's mood, his circumstances were relatively unchanged. Zhang Yang did not restrict his cultivation or limited activities either. As long as he continued to survive, Xiong Chumo found the situation acceptable. He believed he could still answer some questions. Subsequently, Zhang Yang returned to his room, settling cross-legged on his bed as he delved into the system. To his astonishment, the reward from his transaction with Wen Qi turned out to be a third-tier item, the silver water of secrets. Entering the system's storage space, Zhang Yang beheld a pool of silvery liquid suspended in midair. The liquid, spherical in shape and approximately the size of a ping-pong ball, bore a striking resemblance to Mercury from his past life. Initially, he wondered if Mercury was indeed a rare third-tier treasure in this world. However, upon reviewing the description of the silver water of secrets, he discerned the distinctions between the two. Firstly, the silver water of secrets is not a metal. Secondly, according to the system's description, it originates from deep underground, maintaining a consistent form regardless of environmental changes. In other words, the silver water of secrets exists solely in liquid form and will not transform into solid or gaseous states under varying temperatures or conditions. These 2 points alone refute any connection between the silver water and Mercury. Yet, the similarities were undeniable. Nevertheless, one should not underestimate the silver water of secrets merely because it is a third-tier treasure. It is both exceedingly rare and crucial. The description highlights 2 peculiar characteristics. First, the silver water of secrets is extraordinarily heavy, with a single drop the size of a watermelon seed weighing up to 10,000 pounds. Secondly, despite its liquid form, it is challenging to separate, as the droplets exhibit a strong attractive force. However, the silver water of secrets can be refined, and upon refinement, it serves to stabilize and enhance the foundational base. The foundation establishment stage, as its name implies, is the realm of forging the foundational base. In many ways, this stage is vital for future cultivation, as only with a solid foundation can one reach greater heights. Thus, the quality of the foundational base is of utmost importance. Zhang Yang had previously learned about this after acquiring the Strengthening Foundation Pill, which also fortifies the foundational base but does not improve its quality. In comparison to the silver water of secrets, the difference is staggering. Zhang Yang had also examined his own foundational base and arrived at a definitive quality assessment. His foundational base could at best be considered above average. still far from being classified as superior or perfect. Zhang Yang had previously contemplated ways to make amends. However, due to his incomplete understanding of the so-called cultivation knowledge in this world, he had not discovered any viable solutions. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he stumbled upon a pathway that could enhance the quality of his foundational cultivation. Who said that systems were intermittently clever? This one clearly comprehends its master's intentions. Zhang Yang couldn't help but express his thoughts. At this moment, he was ready to offer peanuts to the system. In support of the system. Chapter 83. A Resurgence? As Zhang Yang contemplated the small orb of secret silver water before him, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, he began to worry whether it would suffice for the perfection of his Tao foundation. Despite his concerns, he found himself unable to procure any more at the moment, so he resolved to make do with what he had. However, had this scene been witnessed by certain formidable beings who were familiar with the properties of secret silver water, they would undoubtedly have expressed their ire. For it is often said that even a mere drop the size of a fingertip can elevate an inferior Tao foundation to a superior one, let alone the substantial quantity Zhang Yang possessed. Surely, it would be ample for achieving a perfect foundation, perhaps even leaving some in reserve. Yet, he found himself dissatisfied with the amount available. After a brief moment, Zhang Yang settled into a suitable position and began his attempts at refining the secret silver water. Fortunately, the system space was remarkably unique, allowing him to refine the water without needing to extract it from its containment, thus sparing him some hassle. However, after a day had passed, he discovered to his dismay that his efforts had yielded little progress. No matter the posture or method he employed, he found himself at a standstill in the refining process. Was this substance truly so difficult to refine? This was the first time Zhang Yang felt that the Qing Tian Hun Yuan Ju was somewhat inadequate. It was one of the few advanced techniques he had acquired through his investment in Xiao Ing Tian. To think that a low-grade technique would struggle to refine a third-grade treasure was disheartening. Perplexed, he pondered whether special methods were required for the refinement. But the system offered no clarification. In the past, whenever a pill or a treasure appeared, the system would provide comprehensive explanations, detailing their effects and usage. Zhang Yang was certain that this time was no exception, so he concluded it must be due to his insufficient efforts. Determined, he immersed himself once more in his cultivation, even foregoing his evening meal. Downstairs, the other patrons speculated about the innkeeper's prolonged absence, likely indicating that he was once again in seclusion. They continued their meal, with only Xiong Chumo standing idly by, unconsciously swallowing saliva as he gazed longingly at the hot pot. Ma Lu, unable to bear it any longer, exchanged glances with Wang Suxin and Lu Liangkai, silently inquiring about the innkeeper's attitude towards Xiong Chumo. However, both were equally in the dark, merely returning a look of uncertainty. Ultimately, Ma Lu chose silence, continuing his meal. Perhaps the innkeeper intended to test the mettle of this member of the demonic sect. Time slipped by, and a month had elapsed. Throughout this period, Zhang Yang remained ensconced in his room, diligently refining the secret silver water. At long last, after a month of relentless effort, he sensed a slight loosening of the substance. Ha ha ha! Finally, a swell of joy surged within him as he realized that perseverance had borne fruit. At that moment, he felt a trace of the secret silver water's essence being absorbed into his body. This essence swiftly coursed through his meridians, ultimately settling in his dantian, where it vanished from sight. Though it disappeared, Zhang Yang could distinctly perceive subtle changes occurring within him, mysterious yet undeniably real. This indicated that his efforts were indeed yielding results. Despite this breakthrough, Zhang Yang harbored no intention of halting his endeavors. He was eager to see when the next trace of secret silver water might be refined. Meanwhile, in the inn's dining area, when she sat at the table with the other patrons, casting a curious glance toward Zhang Yang's room. "Has Taoist Zhang been in seclusion for a month?" he inquired. Wang Sushi nodded in response. "Yes, Master has not emerged for a month." When she pondered aloud, could it be that Taoist Zhang is on the verge of a breakthrough in foundation establishment? Did he not just recently achieve the 9th layer of qi refinement? That seems rather swift. He recognized Zhang Yang's considerable talent, but now it appeared he had exceeded Wen Qi's previous estimations. It seems I too must strive harder. Wen Qi silently encouraged himself. He then turned to Wang Suxin, noticing that her aura was significantly stronger than before, indicating she had likely progressed to the second layer of qi refinement. Sister Wen, when do you plan to establish your foundation? He casually asked while eating. Oh, my injuries have healed, and I expect to begin preparing for my breakthrough in the next couple of days, Wen Qi replied candidly. Wang Suxi nodded, and as time flowed by, the next day arrived. In the miscellaneous courtyard of the Mingyue sect, a man stood with his foot planted on another man's back, grinning malevolently. Surrounding them lay several others in disarray. Brother Wang, please, spare me. I realize my mistakes. The man beneath him pleaded, bloodied and battered, summoning his last vestiges of strength to beg for mercy. Spare you? What did you think of me when I learned of my Wang family's downfall? The standing man, Wang Chuan, glared down at his former associate, a once loyal subordinate now beneath his heel. It was hard to believe that Wang Qiwen would rise again. Indeed, it was he, and the man he trampled upon was Li, a former comrade who had betrayed him upon learning of the destruction of the Wang family. Li had even led a group to beat Wang Qiwen during his lowest moments, and since then had periodically sought to torment him. This was the very treatment Wang Qiwen had once meted out to others, now returned with interest. Initially, Wang Qiwen thought he was finished, until he encountered his current master. Rather than being cast out of the Mingyue sect due to his injuries, he had, with his master's aid, broken through to the first layer of qi refinement and successfully joined the ranks of the outer disciples. Now, he had returned to exact revenge. Did you ever foresee this day? Wang Qiwen's bloodshot eyes glinted with a terrifying intensity. In the next moment, a surge of demonic energy erupted from Wang Qiwen's foot, propelling Li away and rendering him unconscious. Had he not feared that killing would disrupt his master's plans, Wang Qiwen would have unleashed a far greater wrath. Yet, these individuals would meet their demise sooner or later. It was simply a matter of time. Wang Qiwen recalled his master's words, a cold smile creeping across his face. As for the Mingyue sect, what a pitiful establishment. It would inevitably meet its end. He vividly remembered his master's promise. Once the Twilight Ghost sect seized control of the Mingyue sect, Wang Qiwen would be allowed to personally execute the indifferent elder who had disregarded him. He felt that he would soon realize this aspiration. However, before that, there remained one more matter to attend to, avenging the one responsible for the annihilation of his Wang family. That individual was the true architect of all his misfortunes. After such a prolonged period, Wang Qiwen had finally gathered some information about the individual who had brought ruin to his family. Zhang Yang, the Inn of Farewell. Wait for me, Wang Qiwen murmured softly, akin to the whisper of a demon. He then strolled away from the servant quarters. Chapter 84 Zhao Fei. Transaction. Wang Qiwen swiftly departed from the Mingyue sect and arrived at a quaint town at the foot of the mountain. Upon entering the rented residence, a lovely maid promptly approached and bowed in greeting. This maid was none other than Xiang, Wang Qiwen's attendant. In the past, he would have eagerly taken advantage of her presence before entering. Yet recently, such behavior had ceased. Since the Wang family's downfall, it seemed that the young master had transformed into a different person. Although Xiang found this change peculiar, she dared not inquire further. Without even casting a glance at her, Wang Qiwen entered the house. After approximately a quarter of an hour, he emerged once more, his gaze scrutinizing Xiang, who was boiling water outside. Xiang, accompany me to a gathering shortly, and do dress elegantly, he instructed. Upon hearing this, Xiang turned to her master, nodding eagerly. This was the first time in a while that he had made such a request, leading her to wonder if he intended something more. A faint blush crept across her cheeks at the thought. Soon, Xiang adorned herself in what she deemed her finest attire. Wang Qiwen merely glanced at her and nodded before leading the way. They soon arrived at a bustling tavern. Though modest in size, it was tastefully decorated, attracting many cultivators from the Mingyue sect, thus ensuring a lively business. Ah, welcome, young sir. Will you be dining downstairs, or would you prefer a private room upstairs? The tavern's proprietress greeted them warmly as they approached. Given Wang Qiwen's attire, she recognized him as an outer disciple of the Mingyue sect, justifying her hospitality. I am here to see Brother Zhao Fei, Wang Qiwen stated plainly. Oh, so you're a distinguished guest of Brother Zhao. Please come inside, the proprietress replied, her smile widening, a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. She had not anticipated that this outer disciple knew the inner sex Zhao Fei, prompting her to treat him with even greater respect. Wang Qiwen followed the proprietress up to a private room on the second floor. Upon entering, he saw several individuals gathered around a table, the surroundings lavishly adorned. Oh, Brother Wang has arrived, a young man seated to the left exclaimed, welcoming him with a smile. Wang Qiwen immediately bowed respectfully to everyone present, wary of overstepping his bounds. Junior Brother Su, may I ask who this is? Inquired the man at the head of the table, clearly unfamiliar with Wang Qiwen. The young man who had recognized Wang Qiwen first promptly explained, Brother Zhao, this is Junior Brother Wang from Yunying Peak, who wishes to seek your assistance with a matter and requested my introduction. Assistance? Zhao Fei's expression darkened, a flicker of displeasure evident. How could a mere outer disciple presume to ask for his help, despite being from the same Yunying Peak? Zhao Fei was a top 5 inner disciple, his strength at the 9th level of Qi refinement, on the verge of a foundational breakthrough. Why should he entertain a request from someone at the 1st level? The others present, aside from Junior Brother Su, shared Zhao Fei's sentiments, believing that an outer disciple was unworthy of their gathering. However, Junior Brother Su continued to smile. Brother Zhao, please do not be angered. This person claims to possess something that may intrigue you. Perhaps you should take a look. Recognizing the cue, Wang Qiwen promptly produced a storage bag from his waist. Presenting it with respect, Su took the bag and handed it to Zhao Fei. Although Zhao Fei's brow remained furrowed, he deemed it harmless to glance inside. As he perused the contents, a hint of surprise flickered in his heart. A foundation establishment pill? Indeed, the storage bag contained a single foundation establishment pill, an enticing prospect for Zhao Fei, who was on the brink of such a breakthrough. After a moment, Zhao Fei finally regarded Wang Qiwen. Speak. What do you wish for my assistance with? Seeing Zhao Fei's willingness, Wang Qiwen felt a surge of delight, casting a furtive glance at Junior Brother Su. Their eyes met, both brimming with unspoken excitement. Excellent. I merely wish to request your aid in eliminating someone, Wang Qiwen replied. Oh, Zhao Fei inquired, intrigued. Wang Qiwen promptly divulged information regarding Zhang Yang. After hearing Wang Qiwen's account, Zhao Fei mused. A wandering cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement? If this man is truly as weak as stated, it should pose no challenge for me. Moreover, Yanhai City is not far from the Minghui sect. The journey would not consume much of my time. After contemplatively weighing his options, Zhao Fei resolved to acquiesce. Very well, I shall assist you. Wang Qiwen's heart soared with joy, and he discreetly glanced at Su, their shared excitement palpable. However, just as everyone anticipated Wang Qiwen to depart after sealing the deal, he continued, I also have a gift for Brother Zhao. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fei's attention was once again drawn to Wang Qiwen. The latter soon returned, leading a beautiful woman into the room. The maiden's looks and figure could be deemed remarkable among ordinary folk. She was none other than Xiang. At that moment, Xiang Yang appelait bewilderit. Upon recognizing the formidable presence of those gathered, she instinctively lowered her gaze. I have heard that Brother Zhao is quite fond of beautiful women, and I thought my maid might catch your eye, Wang Qiwen said respectfully. If Brother Zhao is interested, I would like to present her as a token of goodwill. Upon hearing this, Xiang realized the true purpose of her master's invitation to the gathering. It was not to accompany him for support, but rather to be offered as a gift. Instantly, her complexion drained of color. Indeed, the girl possesses some beauty. Since it is your generous offer, I shall accept her, Zhao Fei remarked, his demeanor shifting from authoritative to lecherous as he beheld Xiang. Those present, aware of Zhao Fei's proclivities, refrained from voicing any objections. Please, young master, I beg you not to sell Xiang. I promise to serve you even better in the future. Xiang pleaded, her voice trembling as she cast a sorrowful glance at Wang Qiwen. Yet, all she received was a cold stare in return. Do you not desire vengeance for the Wang family? This is all for the sake of avenging our family by eliminating the Zhang Yang who destroyed us. Wang Qiwen whispered, his tone frigid. Xiang'er gazed into her master's emotionless eyes, her heart now filled with despair. Chapter 85. The Schemes of the Twilight Phantom Sect. Xiao Ingtian returns. Shortly thereafter, Wang Chuan and the man, surnamed Su, walked together on their way back to the sect. The man, with a smile gracing his lips, glanced at the silent Wang Chuan and casually remarked, "I must say, I'm surprised you even offered your maid to Zhao Fei. It appears you are quite generous. What prompted you to employ such a strategy?" In response, Wang Chuan respectfully replied, "I had heard you mention Zhao Fei's peculiar taste before. Given that the maid was of little use to me at home, I thought to utilize her as an additional bargaining chip. Perhaps this will expedite matters and ensure a smoother execution of our plans." The man nodded in approval. Indeed, as Wang Chuan had stated, the greater the number of bargaining chips, the higher the probability of success. Furthermore, the two items Wang Chuan had provided were precisely what Zhao Fei required, which undoubtedly enhanced the likelihood of their endeavor. However, I have heard that Zhao Fei's preferences are rather bizarre. Few women who have been intimate with him survive beyond 3 months. After that, you may never see your enchanting mate again, the man said with a knowing look directed at Wang Chuan. That is of no consequence. I desire vengeance. Sacrificing a mere maid is a trivial matter, Wang Chuan replied. And the man did not conceal his admiration. Although both were servants, there existed a clear hierarchy, with the man evidently holding a higher status than Wang Chuan. Indeed, your resolve remains steadfast. Once this matter is concluded, I shall report your contributions to our master. Who knows, your cultivation might even advance further, the man said. And Wang Chuan's eyes sparkled with ambition. The stronger he became, the greater his chances of avenging himself. At that moment, Wang Chuan's mind was consumed solely by thoughts of vengeance. Be it Zhang Yang or the Mingyue sect, he yearned to witness their downfall with his own eyes. As soon as Zhao Fei departed for Yunhai City, the first step of the master's plan would be set in motion. The man surnamed Su's gaze flickered as he contemplated their objectives. The Twilight Phantom sect sought to incite chaos within the Mingyue sect. Currently, the situation between Sangyan Peak, Bixiao Peak, and Zizhu Peak was quite tense, with animosities brewing beneath the surface. Were it not for their shared sect affiliation, they might have already torn each other apart. Yet, much of this unrest was orchestrated by the Twilight Phantom sect behind the scenes. However, since Yunin Peak housed the sect leader, they were somewhat cautious and had not overtly targeted Zizhu Peak or the other two peaks. To truly throw the Mingyue sect into disarray, Yunin Peak needed to be drawn into this conflict. The more chaotic the Mingyue sect became, the better positioned the Twilight Phantom sect would be to infiltrate and place their own members within. Subsequently, they would swiftly gather intelligence on the movements and decisions of the righteous sects within the Tianxing non-Yu cultivation realm through the Mingyue sect. The reason the disciple surnamed Su sought to introduce Wang Chuan to Zhao Fei was merely to find an opportunity to send Zhao Fei to Yunhai City. As for why Yunhai City, their master had learned of a direct disciple from Zizhu Peak residing there. Moreover, this individual was the daughter of the current peak master of Zizhu Peak. Should she perish, the disciples of Zizhu Peak would undoubtedly be thrown into disarray. It was imperative that her demise be orchestrated in such a way that it appeared to be at the hands of others within the Mingyue sect. Clearly, Zhao Fei had been chosen for this task. As an important disciple of Yunin Peak, his standing was more than sufficient. Once Zhao Fei ventured to Yunhai City, the agents of the Twilight Phantom sect would seize the opportunity to eliminate the direct disciple of Zizhu Peak and frame Zhao Fei for the crime. Even if Yunin Peak wished to remain uninvolved, the individuals from Zizhu Peak would not simply stand by. At that point, the Mingyue sect would indeed descend into chaos. Even the sect leader's intervention might prove futile, as long as all eyes within the Mingyue sect were drawn to this incident. Any subtle shifts within the sect's upper echelons would go unnoticed. As for Wang Chuan's quest for vengeance, the disciple, surnamed Su, was utterly unconcerned. He was merely executing his master's orders, seeking to leverage this opportunity to direct Zhao Fei toward Yunhai City. Before long, the disciple, surnamed Su, arrived at a concealed chamber within the Mingyue sect, where a figure cloaked in black had been awaiting him. From the glimpses of attire that were visible, it was evident that this individual was an elder of the Mingyue sect. Upon seeing this person, the disciple immediately knelt and respectfully addressed, "Master, is everything prepared?" The cloaked figure inquired sharply. "Yes, master." Zhao Fei has agreed. "And now we await his departure for Yunhai City," the disciple replied. Upon hearing this, the cloaked figure appeared somewhat satisfied and nodded. "Well done. Once we have seized control of the Mingyu sect, I shall promote you to the status of a direct disciple." Upon hearing this, the disciple's heart swelled with joy, and he quickly bowed in gratitude. Once the disciple turned to leave, the cloaked figure let out a cold snort. To think a mere puppet at the 6th level of chi refinement could aspire to become a direct disciple, it is but a foolish dream. Nevertheless, even if the other party was merely a puppet, it was prudent to offer him a glimmer of hope, as this would enhance his efficiency in carrying out tasks. Clearly, these thoughts were unbeknownst to the disciple, surnamed Su. Meanwhile, on the other side, the inhabitants of Yunhai City remained blissfully unaware of these unfolding schemes. Zhang Yang continued his efforts to refine the secret silver water, while Wen Qi diligently prepared for a breakthrough. Time passed slowly, and soon half a month had elapsed. Zhang Yang successfully refined the second strand of secret silver water. This time, the duration of successful refinement was nearly double that of the previous attempt. Upon comparing the two processes, he discerned that the second refinement had indeed been quicker. This indicated that the rate of refining secret silver water was not immutable. Coupling this with earlier insights regarding secret silver water, Zhang Yang formed a reasonable hypothesis. If there existed a strong mutual attraction among the strands of secret silver water, would the speed of refinement increase with the quantity absorbed into his body? Zhang Yang believed this hypothesis held significant merit. However, the precise nature of the situation would only become clear after he refined more secret silver water. With this in mind, Zhang Yang decided to take a moment to rest. The process of refining these two strands of secret silver water had consumed a full month and a half of his time. Indeed, cultivation was a profoundly time-consuming endeavor. Fortunately, during the refinement of secret silver water, his own cultivation experienced a degree of enhancement, albeit at a slower pace than if he had focused solely on cultivation. Nevertheless, to pave a smoother path for the future, the refinement of secret silver water was indispensable. However, I am on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level of foundation establishment. It has been 4 months since Zhang Yang successfully established his foundation, with a month and a half dedicated to refining secret silver water. This progress was quite satisfactory to him. It has been far too long since I indulged in hot pot. This time I shall feast. Zhang Yang sighed, stretching lazily as he descended the stairs. Just then, it was the time for the inn to close. Upon seeing the innkeeper emerge, the patrons below were filled with joy. "The innkeeper has returned. Quickly, let's order more meat." Upon noticing this, Fang Xiulan immediately dashed back to the kitchen to continue slicing meat. "Master," Wang Suxin and Lu Yangkai hurried forward to call out. Bear Chumo also approached respectfully, addressing him, "Master." It may be a mere illusion, but Xiong Chumo felt that upon the master's emergence from seclusion, he seemed to exude an even greater aura of authority than before. This impression did not stem from Zhang Yang's cultivation or any particular actions, but rather from an enigmatic, ineffable presence. The sensation was ethereal, leaving Xiong Chumo uncertain if his perception had been flawed. Soon enough, everyone gathered around to indulge in a hot pot feast. After a lapse of a month and a half, Zhang Yang found himself overwhelmingly famished and eagerly prepared to indulge, especially when the first piece of meat graced his palate. He felt a wave of gratitude for having brought the hot pot recipe into this world. Otherwise, his existence would have been dreadfully monotonous. Just as the group was savoring their meal, a series of knocks echoed from the front door. "Knock, knock, knock." The diners turned in unison, and Lu Liang, positioned nearest to the entrance, promptly approached to open the door. At that moment, everyone assumed the visitor would be Wen Qi. However, upon opening the door, Lu Liang was greeted by a youthful figure he did not recognize. Curiosity piqued, Lu Liang inquired, "May I ask, whom are you seeking?" The young man smiled slightly and replied, "Is Brother Zhang still residing here?" "My name is Xiaoing Tian." Chapter 86. The surprised Ming, "Lao, may I inquire if Brother Zhang Yang still resides here?" I am Xiao Ingtian, here to seek Brother Zhang. At the entrance of the Wannan Inn, Xiao Ingtian politely inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang, who was responsible for opening the door, momentarily paused and turned to look at his master. Zhang Yang, upon recognizing the familiar voice and the content of the inquiry, was swiftly reminded of his first encounter with Xiao Ingtian. A sense of astonishment mingled with joy surged within him. He promptly rose and walked to the door, where he indeed spotted Xiao Ingtian standing. Xiao Ingtian's eyes brightened upon seeing Zhang Yang, and he exclaimed, "Brother Zhang, it has been quite some time. Brother Xiao, what brings you here at this hour? Please come inside." Zhang Yang quickly welcomed Xiao Ingtian into the inn. As Xiao Ingtian entered, he was taken aback to see so many people present. He distinctly remembered that upon his departure, the inn had only 2 attendants. Likewise, the others present, aside from Ma Lu, were unfamiliar with Xiao Ingtian. Even Ma Lu took a moment to recall who he was. Isn't this the young man the innkeeper took in for a time? Noticing the surrounding confusion, Ma Lu seized the opportunity during Zhang Yang's warm exchange with Xiao Ingtian to introduce him to the others. It turns out he is an old friend of our innkeeper. At this revelation, the crowd nodded in acknowledgement. "Come now, we are all friends here. Brother Xiao, have you eaten yet? Let's sit together for a meal." Zhang Yang gestured towards the table. "Brother Zhang, I just consumed a fasting pill, so I'm not particularly hungry at the moment." Xiao Ingtian intended to decline, but the enticing aroma wafting from the bubbling hot pot drew his attention. He turned to gaze at the simmering red oil hot pot, and for some inexplicable reason, he found himself swallowing involuntarily. This scent is exquisite. The patrons of the inn seemed accustomed to such reactions. They had never witnessed someone resist the allure of the red oil hot pot upon their first encounter. "Brother Xiao, do try it. This is our inn's new dish, hot pot, and the flavor is something you have never experienced before." Typically, Xiao Ingtian would have remained resolute in his refusal. Yet the unique allure of what Zhang Yang referred to as hot pot ultimately swayed him. "Well then, I shall give it a try." Thus, he joined the others at the table. Initially somewhat awkward, he gradually learned the etiquette of consuming the so-called hot pot with their guidance. Soon, the first slice of meat was ready. As he placed it in his mouth, an explosion of flavors awakened his taste buds, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. Could it be that not only does it smell divine, but it also tastes extraordinary? Does it suit your palate? Zhang Yang inquired with a smile. "Indeed, it is delicious. Absolutely delightful." Xiao Ingtian nodded vigorously. Without needing further encouragement, he began to indulge heartily. As he savored the meal, an aged voice echoed within his mind. "Is it truly that delectable?" Without a second thought, Xiao Ingtian replied internally, "Indeed, master. This is an exquisite flavor, unlike anything I have ever tasted." One would assume that after consuming a fasting pill, one's appetite would be diminished. Yet, Xiao Ingtian's enthusiasm indicated he had no intention of stopping. This clearly demonstrated the captivating allure of the hot pot. Even Ming Lao, residing within Xiao Ingtian, felt compelled to experience its taste. Alas, in his ethereal state, he could neither perceive the aroma nor partake in the feast, limited to absorbing energy merely to sustain himself. This has transformed remarkably since I last saw it. While Xiao Ingtian enjoyed his meal with the others, Ming Lao discreetly observed the overall atmosphere of the Wannan Inn. His primary focus was Zhang Yang. The chaotic aura of elemental energies surrounding Zhang Yang was still evident. Despite Ming Lao having regained some strength, he still could not discern the specifics of Zhang Yang's cultivation. Initially, he assumed Zhang Yang's aura was disordered due to practicing some demonic arts. However, upon reflection, he considered the possibility that Zhang Yang's energies were chaotic due to practicing a unique hidden cultivation technique. Regrettably, Xiao Ingtian had been too eager to return to the Xiao family, and Ming Lao had not anticipated that in such a remote locale, someone could cultivate a technique so elusive that even he could not easily unravel it. Particularly after examining the parting gift Zhang Yang had given Xiao Ingtian, Ming Lao took the time to reflect on the intricate details regarding Zhang Yang. Ultimately, he concluded that his previous judgment might have been entirely erroneous. Nevertheless, A hidden cultivation technique that eludes even my perception must surely be at least of Earth-level caliber. This young man is indeed quite affluent. Although I cannot ascertain his exact level of cultivation, it is evident that he has significantly advanced since our last meeting. His prowess may even surpass that of Xiao Yingtian. Ming Lao pondered, what could this young man's origins be? Especially upon seeing the exquisite spiritual herbs served as dishes on the table, he grew increasingly perplexed. Such luxuries are clearly beyond the means of an ordinary inn. Moreover, it appeared that Zhang Yang was not the only cultivator present. There was a seventh-layer qi refinement practitioner, a demonic cultivator, and 2 children in the early stages of qi refinement. This configuration hardly resembles that of a common inn. Such strength could easily rival that of some prominent families in smaller cities. Ming Lao discerned that the patrons of the inn held a deep respect for Zhang Yang, particularly the demonic cultivator standing at a distance. The harmonious gathering of such individuals only further attested to Zhang Yang's formidable abilities. Even Ming Lao, with his extensive experience, found it necessary to reassess Zhang Yang. Truly, my previous suspicions were not unfounded. Zhang Yang must possess a significant background, possibly being a disciple of a reclusive family on a training expedition. Such individuals should not be trifled with lightly. The strength of reclusive families is often unfathomable. In his previous life, Ming Lao had encountered several such families, which could be considered among the most powerful forces on this continent, albeit discreet in their dealings. From another perspective, Xiao Yingtian's association with someone of such a formidable background could prove to be a fortuitous opportunity. It might even come in handy in the future. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang remained oblivious to Ming Lao's myriad contemplations. Once he observed that Xiao Yingtian had nearly finished his meal, he finally inquired, "Brother Xiao, have you resolved matters at home?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yingtian immediately responded, "Indeed, not long ago, a traitor emerged within the family, colluding with outsiders in a bid to annihilate the Xiao clan. Had I not fled swiftly, they would have undoubtedly succeeded." As he spoke, his eyes betrayed a tempest of fury intertwined with an unmistakable thread of resentment that he could scarcely conceal. However, all is well now, as the Xiao family has returned to its rightful path. The rage stemmed from the betrayal within the clan, yet that flicker of resentment hinted at deeper, undisclosed grievances. Drawing upon his extensive knowledge from the myriad of novels he had perused in his past life, Zhang Yang discerned that the situation was far more intricate than Xiao Yingtian had portrayed. After all, Xiao Yingtian was a favored child of destiny. Events surrounding such a figure could hardly be deemed straightforward. "Did you not have a fiancé, Brother Xiao?" Zhang Yang suddenly inquired, casting a probing glance at Xiao Yingtian without any prior indication. Chapter 87. The investment begins. "How did you know, Brother Zhang?" Xiao Yingtian exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Zhang Yang. He distinctly recalled that he had never mentioned anything about his fiancée before Brother Zhang. Zhang Yang chuckled lightly. "Oh, I merely took a wild guess. A friend of mine once experienced a similar situation after being jilted by his fiancée." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yingtian finally understood. Nevertheless, he resolutely clarified, "It was not he who abandoned me. Rather, I chose to part ways with him. No matter that she is the saintess of the Holy Land. One day, I shall prove how misguided her decision is." Seeing Xiao Yingtian's determined demeanor, Zhang Yang felt a sense of camaraderie. "I believe you can achieve that, my brother," he replied with a smile, a sentiment that genuinely resonated within him. Xiao Yingtian felt a warmth in his heart at these words. Just days before his departure, some elders in his clan had urged him to apologize to that woman. So far, apart from his father and master, only Brother Zhang had offered him unconditional support. Indeed, it was wise of him to visit Brother Zhang before setting out. "What plans do you have next, Brother Xiao?" Zhang Yang inquired, shifting the topic. "Oh, I recently joined the Giant Sword sect and will be reporting to the sect shortly," Xiao Yingtian answered, hastily chewing on a piece of meat. "The Giant Sword sect?" This was the first time Zhang Yang had heard of such a name. "Yes, the Giant Sword sect is a prominent faction in the central region of the Starry Sky. By a stroke of luck, I gained the opportunity to join," Xiao Yingtian explained. "I see. The central region of the starry sky is indeed far more prosperous than our southern region. They say it is teeming with formidable individuals. It is a testament to your exceptional talent that you have been accepted there, Zhang Yang remarked, seemingly engaged in casual conversation while subtly gathering information about the outside world and the trajectory of this fated individual. While other potential investments might hold little significance for Zhang Yang, he could not afford to overlook this fortunate son. Previous investments had shown that only by supporting Xiao Yingtian had he reaped unrestrained returns. Items acquired through investing in him were likely to surpass the third-grade limit, a feat unattainable with others like Wen Qi and Wang Suxin. Brother Zhang, please do not be modest. It was my lack of discernment that led me to mistakenly believe your chaotic aura was due to practicing demonic arts. Only after receiving those spirit stones and techniques you gifted me did I come to my senses. Xiao Yingtian recalled the moment he first opened Zhang Yang's gift, overwhelmed by the sight of high-grade spirit stones. Those stones had undoubtedly accelerated his cultivation and eased his family matters. No matter what, Xiao Yingtian vowed to remember Brother Zhang's kindness. Coupled with the life-saving grace he had received, he felt he owed Zhang Yang a great deal. I understand, Brother Zhang, that you may be constrained by certain limitations, which is why you cannot easily reveal your identity. I, Xiao Yingtian, promise that I will never divulge any information about you in the outside world. Should I breach this vow, may the heavens strike me down, and may my heart be consumed by demons, preventing me from achieving the great Tao, he declared solemnly. Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback by the fervor of Xiao Yingtian's oath. Well, if you insist, what more can I say? Zhang Yang replied, bemused. Once again, I must express my gratitude for the high-grade spirit stones and that basic technique you provided. They have significantly enhanced my cultivation and combat prowess. Xiao Yingtian continued earnestly. Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing. I'm simply glad to assist you, Brother Xiao. However, Xiao Yingtian persisted. While these may seem trivial to you, they have been immensely helpful for me. Otherwise, I would not have reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement so swiftly. I feel I am on the verge of breaking through to foundation establishment. In truth, Zhang Yang was already aware of this information, as his system held real-time updates on Xiao Yingtian's profile. Nevertheless, he feigned surprise. Congratulations, Brother Xiao. Have you prepared any foundation establishment pills for your breakthrough? Xiao Yingtian's expression shifted to one of concern. I currently have only one foundation establishment pill. I plan to gather at least 3 before attempting the breakthrough. Hearing this, Zhang Yang felt a surge of excitement. Was this not an investment opportunity? Coincidentally, I happen to have a few foundation establishment pills that I do not need at the moment. Allow me to give them to you. As he spoke, a small white jade vial appeared in Zhang Yang's hand. Xiao Yingtian, though taken aback, immediately declined. Absolutely not. I already owe you so much. How could I accept something so precious as a foundation establishment pill? He waved his hands fervently, unwilling to accept the vial. Although he greatly desired the pills, he felt too indebted to Brother Zhang to accept further favors. Do you still consider me an outsider, Brother Xiao? I genuinely wish to befriend you, Zhang Yang said, a hint of frustration in his voice. Brother Zhang, it's not that. It's just that this item is far too valuable. I truly cannot. Xiao Yingtian found himself torn, uncertain whether to accept or refuse. Actually, I am not offering this entirely out of goodwill. I will require your assistance with certain matters in the future, Zhang Yang added. This revelation caught Xiao Yingtian off guard. Brother Zhang has tasks for me? Straightening his posture, he eagerly responded, please share what you need. Noticing the hopeful gleam in Xiao Yingtian's eyes, Zhang Yang hesitated before saying, Brother Xiao has already discerned that my identity is not simple. Thus, I shall no longer conceal the truth. My family has assigned me another task alongside my training. I must recruit exceptional talents during my time away. Upon my return, I will need to present these talents to pass the family elder's assessment. Only those who succeed in the assessment will be qualified to inherit the family's legacy. This is a test of our ability to recognize talent. That is why I sought to befriend you, Brother Xiao. I see great potential in you, and I believe you will rise to prominence in the future. I only hope that when the time comes, you can pretend to be one of the talents I recruit to assist me in passing the family's evaluation. Zhang Yang's earnest expression convinced Xiao Yingtian of his sincerity. After hearing this lengthy explanation, he finally grasped what Brother Zhang was asking of him. So this was the nature of a large family's assessment. Truly, a hidden family's methods were anything but ordinary. Agreeing to this would also allow him to experience the ways of such families. At this moment, the voice of the venerable elder Ming resonated within Xiao Yingtian's mind. Chapter 88, The Chain Reaction of a Single Lie upon hearing Elder Ming's encouragement to accept the offer. Xiao Yingtian found his resistance waning. Ultimately, he accepted the bottle of Foundation establishment pills from Zhang Yang's hand. I must express my gratitude to you, Brother Zhang, Xiao Yingtian said, somewhat bashfully. He then solemnly promised Zhang Yang, I am honored by your trust. Should you not mind my low cultivation level when the time comes, I am willing to accompany you back to your family and do my utmost to assist you in passing the family assessment. Zhang Yang, nonchalantly patting Xiao Yingtian on the shoulder, replied, It's nothing to worry about. This matter is not of great significance. Brother Xiao should not feel pressured. Just focus on your regular cultivation. No, Brother Zhang, your faith in me compels me not to let you down. I shall double my efforts in cultivation. Seeing Xiao Yingtian's fervent resolve, Zhang Yang ceased his attempts at reassurance. At that moment, a pang of guilt stirred within him. How could he bear to deceive such a naive youth? Yet, as he contemplated the potential for greater resource returns, that fleeting guilt dissipated. He had merely embellished the narrative that Xiao Yingtian had conjured in his mind. How could this be deemed deceit? Furthermore, his intention was to ensure that Xiao Yingtian could more comfortably acquire resources from him in the future. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. After all, why not embrace it? As for what would transpire when the so-called family assessment arrived, should Xiao Yingtian not witness the hidden family behind Zhang Yang, well, he could always fabricate a temporary solution. By then, Zhang Yang believed he would possess ample resources and corresponding strength. Worst case, he could simply allocate more resources to those in the integration and great ascension stages, who would oppose the acquisition of resources. Besides, that was a distant concern. He was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Why overthink matters? Zhang Yang was simply someone who never engaged in self-inflicted turmoil. Every emotion could be rationalized and dispelled. Brother Xiao, your cultivation should be nearing the time for a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Why not stay a few more days at my inn and break through before you depart? Zhang Yang, aware that he could not retain Xiao Yingtian for long, opted for this approach, granting himself additional time for investment. Xiao Yingtian hesitated initially. Before arriving, he intended to stay only one night. Having heard news of an auction for Foundation establishment pills in the imperial city of the new Luo Empire, and he wished to see if he could seize an opportunity. However, having already obtained the pills from Brother Zhang, he no longer felt rushed. Since he had acquired the pills, it would be prudent to prepare for a direct breakthrough. With your Foundation establishment stage cultivation, you should attract greater attention from the giant sword sect, Elder Ming remarked in Xiao Yingtian's mind. Nodding at this, Xiao Yingtian replied, I appreciate your hospitality, Brother Zhang. No trouble at all. Zhang Yang waved dismissively. At this moment, both had nearly finished their meals. Noticing the lively conversation between Zhang Yang and Xiao Yingtian, the others had cleared the table after they finished eating. As Zhang Yang led Xiao Yingtian upstairs to choose a room, Wang Suxin and Lu Yangkai downstairs whispered among themselves. Is it true that Master hails from a hidden family? He is now out for training and must return for the family assessment? Despite not being at the table, they could still overhear some of the conversation between Zhang Yang and Xiao Yingtian. Indeed, I always sensed Master was extraordinary. Now I finally understand, Lu Yangkai mused. Then suddenly recalling something, added, does this mean that as Master's disciples, we are also part of that hidden family? However, Wang Suxin doused her brother's excitement with cold water. Did you not hear Master mention the assessment? We as his disciples might very well be the ones undergoing evaluation. After spending considerable time together, Wang Suxin had come to understand her slightly older brother's personality well. Lu Yangcai's thoughts often jumped from one idea to another, always seeing only the positive side of things. This tendency was likely why he appeared consistently optimistic. Oh, that seems to be the case. Realizing this, Lu Yongkai responded, "What now? My aptitude is lacking. I surely cannot pass. But your quality of spirit root seems decent. You must perform well to help Master succeed in the assessment," Wang Suxin countered. Lu Yongkai, disheartened, exclaimed, "What can we do?" Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, oblivious to the anxiety he inadvertently instigated with his casual fabrication, descended the stairs. As he reached the bottom, he sensed a peculiar atmosphere. "What are those looks for?" Zhang Yang questioned, observing his two disciples and Xiong Chomo. Although they masked their expressions well, Zhang Yang could still detect a subtle shift in their gaze towards him. "And no," Xiong Chomo stammered, hastily shaking his head and lowering his gaze. Lu Yongkai and Wang Suxin exchanged glances, feeling a mix of embarrassment and uncertainty on how to respond. Upon hearing the thoughts of Lu Yongkai and Wang Suxin, Zhang Yang erupted into uncontrollable laughter. "Master, what are you laughing at?" Lu Yongkai and Wang Suxin, slightly embarrassed by their master's boisterous mirth, were perplexed by this sudden display of joy. "Haha, it's nothing, I just recalled some joyful memories," Zhang Yang explained. Though Lu Yongkai and Wang Suxin felt something was amiss, unable to articulate why, they sensed that their master's laughter held a deeper significance, one that eluded their understanding. "You both are becoming increasingly considerate. It warms my heart," Zhang Yang said, affectionately ruffling their hair before tempering his laughter. In truth, he had simply lost his composure, as the events had exceeded his expectations, though it seemed not entirely unfavorable. Given that everyone accepted his new identity, Zhang Yang decided to embrace this persona as a future label, making his investments appear more rational. "All right, let us go and observe the fruits of your training." After Zhang Yang departed the inn with the two youngsters, Xiao Yingtian in the room above fully engaged in dialogue with his master, Old Ming. Old Ming represented the greatest secret of Xiao Yingtian's life, a secret even his father remained oblivious to. Despite his close relationship with Zhang Yang, Xiao Yingtian had no intention of revealing a single detail. Thus, he had refrained from conversation with Old Ming, fearful that Zhang Yang might discern something amiss. Part of the reason was also the delicious hot pot that had captivated him earlier. "Ahem, Master, as you previously surmised, Brother Zhang indeed hails from a formidable force." Xiao Yingtian leaned against the headboard, feeling too full to move much. "Indeed, that is only logical. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person casually produce high-quality spirit stones? And those spiritual plants on the table, they were truly extravagant. I believe I have never experienced such a culinary delight," he mused. Once assured of their surrounding safety, Old Ming's spirit emerged from the ring on Xiao Yingtian's left hand, floating before him. "Yes," Xiao Yingtian nodded. Curiosity about the power of the so-called hidden families stirred within him, and he turned to his master and inquired, "Master, given your past strength, have you visited many hidden families?" Old Ming pondered for a moment before replying, "Yes, I believe I have visited one or two, though the specifics elude me. I suspect they sought my assistance in alchemy. After all, a master alchemist of my caliber is still quite rare." At this, Old Ming could not help but stroke his non-existent beard, pride evident on his face. Xiao Yingtian had always known that Old Ming's memories were incomplete, so upon noticing his master's lack of further recollection, he chose not to press deeper. "All you need to understand is that the power of hidden families is exceedingly formidable. Even in my youth, I would not have dared to offend them," Old Ming cautioned. "To meet the descendants of such families in a place like this is indeed a stroke of fortune for you." Xiao Yingtian couldn't help but feel a swell of joy and gratitude. Such opportunities were often rare, yet he had stumbled upon one. Moreover, Brother Zhang had treated him exceptionally well. He felt indebted to Zhang Yang, unsure how he would ever repay him. Still, he resolved to train diligently, hoping to assist Zhang Yang in the family assessment. At that moment, Old Ming spoke again. "This place is relatively tranquil. Prepare yourself for a direct breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. Enhancing your strength will also aid your alchemical studies." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yingtian's resolve solidified. He swiftly sat up and retrieved a translucent spirit stone from his storage pouch. This was one of the high-quality spirit stones gifted by Brother Zhang, which he had yet to exhaust. Despite his anticipation, the sight of the high-quality spirit stone still felt surreal. Ultimately, he calmed his thoughts and began meditating under old Ming's guidance. The next day, as Zhang Yang stepped out of his room, he coincidentally collided with Xiao Yingtian, who was also emerging. "Brother Xiao, up so early?" Zhang Yang greeted, but Xiao Yingtian gazed at him with a complex expression. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Brother Zhang, the foundation establishment pill you gave me. It's actually a flawless great elixir?" Now it made sense why Xiao Yingtian had been acting unusually. In the early hours, after hours of cultivation, his curiosity had compelled him to examine the white jade vial he received from Zhang Yang. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. His master, Old Ming, was a powerful alchemist, and Xiao Yingtian had learned the art of alchemy from him. His understanding of spiritual plants and elixirs far surpassed that of his peers. During their hot pot meal, he had readily recognized all the first-grade spiritual plants used as ingredients. The existence of a flawless elixir was a staggering revelation for an aspiring alchemist like Xiao Yingtian, who had only recently begun his journey and struggled with his own elixir-making success. This, he stammered, unable to regain his composure throughout the night. It was only upon encountering Zhang Yang that he finally revealed his astonishment. "Is there a problem?" Zhang Yang inquired nonchalantly. "And no, it's just that a flawless elixir is exceedingly precious. I simply did not expect it," Xiao Yingtian admitted, surprised by Zhang Yang's calm demeanor. Realizing that his reaction had perhaps been exaggerated. It was no wonder. Ordinary cultivators might only recognize the high value of a flawless elixir, but for an alchemist, its significance extended far beyond. The ability to produce a flawless elixir was a testament to the alchemist's mastery at a certain level, serving as proof of their prowess. At least for now, Xiao Yingtian knew he could not produce one himself unless Old Ming intervened. Previously, Xiao Yingtian had been somewhat ignorant of the hidden family's concepts. As Old Ming had only provided grandiose descriptions, he had never witnessed it firsthand, leaving him unable to draw comparisons. Only after seeing the flawless foundation establishment pill and reflecting on his own arduous alchemical attempts did he begin to grasp the depth of the hidden family's resources. Now you understand the foundation of hidden families? This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Old Ming's voice resonated in Xiao Yingtian's mind. He acknowledged that his apprentice was commendable in many ways, yet his naivety and limited exposure to the world often led him to overreact. Fortunately, the young man across from me remains oblivious to my existence. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly mock me for my inadequate mentorship. Ming pondered silently, casting a glance at Zhang Yang, who was not far away. Chapter 90. When she successfully breaks through, Zhao Fei arrives. I have finally succeeded in my breakthrough. At this moment, within the residence of the city steward in Yanhai City,